find out the truth about you and me. If she finds out how hypocritical you are, even harming your own disciple, how will she see you then? Yu Hongling asked expressionlessly. Hongling, am I hypocritical? Bai Chulin's expression was a little ugly. Yu Hongling's expression changed, and her face flushed red. Not hypocritical. Bai Chulin sighed. Sun Ruowei is your Shishu, and Master's best friend. As long as both of us keep our mouths shut and you don't act abnormally again, there won't be any problems. Bai Chulin said. Master, I understand. Good, it's good that you understand. Bai Chulin thought for a moment, now I am at Gai Realm 5th level. The remaining 4 levels won't take too long. You have just broken through to Gai Realm, your progress is too slow. You need to speed up your cultivation. Yu Hongling nodded. The myriad Eon Rebellion scripture began to circulate. Don't cultivate this. Your Taos of fearlessness are already useless. From now on, just cultivate the Extreme Yin Charming Maiden Sutra close double angle bracket. Yu Hongling suddenly looked up. To put it bluntly, the Extreme Yin Charming Maiden Sutra is just an auxiliary cultivation technique, specifically used to absorb and share the chaotic yin poison. The myriad Eon Rebellion scripture is the proper main cultivation technique, a peerless technique that combines the pursuit of the Great Tao, cultivation advancement, and combat methods. It was something Lu Yi had spent a great deal of effort to obtain from the fearless Great Emperor back then. And now, Bai Chulin was telling Yu Hongling to give up cultivating this technique. Without a doubt, she no longer wanted Yu Hongling to pursue any Great Tao. From now on, Yu Hongling was just a vessel for her. Yes, Master. Yu Hongling's face was contorted, but she still obediently lowered her head and said yes. Lu Yi's injuries recovered, and his cultivation had already advanced to Spirit Connection Realm 6th level. His soul and divine sense were greatly amplified. Under the expansion of his divine sense, the range covered was more than 10 times larger than before he entered the Spirit Connection Realm. Extremely exaggerated. After the Spirit Connection Realm is the Domain Realm. The so-called Domain Realm is actually the initial stage of controlling the power of heaven and earth. Since one cannot use it freely, they can only use it roughly, forming a domain similar to an amplification. The entire domain realm is about continuously strengthening one's control over the power of heaven and earth. Lu Yi also needed to regain control of the power of heaven and earth. However, it was clear that his control would be absolutely effortless. His celestial venerable fist itself was the combined power of heaven and earth. Quickly go and break open the fragrance of Chengdao. Lu Yi was already impatient. Lin Chaiyu was also cultivating. She discovered that cultivating beside Lu Yi, her cultivation speed was surprisingly fast. Not only was her cultivation speed fast, but the Great Tao was also extremely active, allowing her to explore the Great Tao better. Originally, among the many heaven and earth realm cultivators, Lin Chaiyu's understanding of the Great Tao was at an upper level. After all, she was from the Heavenly Gate, an apostle of the Heavenly Dao. But now, Lin Chaiyu felt that her level of Great Tao was approaching the upper level. What the heck, what kind of person is this? Just cultivating by his side could make the Great Tao grow rapidly. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Lin Chaiyu was full of curiosity, but she now understood that Lu Yi was someone who kept his mouth shut. If she deliberately asked, she definitely wouldn't get anything out of him. No rush, take it slow. Her cultivation would probably need about 10 more years to ascend. Anyway, there was nothing much going on in the 4th heaven, so she might as well watch the excitement beside Lu Yi. She took out a communication stone. From the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, they revealed the location of another mountain and sea sect heaven and earth realm cultivator. As time passed, these two sects had completely collapsed. With the curse present, they couldn't hide themselves at all, and they didn't dare to gather together, fearing that their eyes would turn blood red without a sound. 2 core disciples from the 2 sects really couldn't stand it anymore and started revealing the sect's secret techniques. Once this started, it couldn't be stopped. When the other disciples saw that the sect's secret techniques had already been leaked, what else did they care about? They started talking. They hadn't suffered any restrictions preventing them from speaking the secret techniques. That kind of restriction easily shackles one's soul and would not be used unless absolutely necessary. Thus, the secret techniques of the Mountain and Sea sect and the Invincible Sword sect spread throughout the world. Now everyone knew why the disciples of the major sects were stronger than them at the same realm. These secret techniques, each and every one of them, were truly awesome. The sword techniques of the Invincible Sword sect and the Taoist techniques of the Mountain and Sea sect were all exquisitely brilliant, opening the eyes of rogue cultivators and smaller sects. It can be said that Lu Yi made an indelible contribution to the balanced development of the fourth heaven. The disciples of the two major sects thought that with the spread of the secret techniques, their situation might improve a little. In reality, they thought too much. Because human greed is endless, and they themselves had been greedy, they should have known this. Even if they revealed all their secret techniques, for others, it wasn't enough, far from enough, because others would think that they definitely still had other powerful secret techniques they hadn't revealed. You thought revealing the secret techniques would make their situation better, but in reality, their situation got worse. The number of disciples in the two sects rapidly decreased. One after another died without a sound, and they died in extreme pain. Some had their memories extracted. Some were tortured to death by the great memory restoration technique. Lu Yi's figure had arrived at a cliff. There was formation light within the cliff, indicating someone was cultivating in seclusion. Normally, in such a situation, no one would disturb them, but Lu Yi knew who was cultivating in seclusion here, and the formation was just to conceal the black mist. Lu Yi merely approached. A figure automatically flew out from within the formation. That person was tall and well built. He had also gone back on his word before and was one of the main forces that besieged Lu Yi. His name was Lu Yuan. Speaking of which, he had the same surname as Lu Yi, they were from the same family. The two met. There was no nonsense. Lu Yuan's body suddenly erupted with intense brown light. His physique became tall, carrying terrifying pressure. Infinite runes bloomed and rushed towards Lu Yi. Here he comes. Lu Yi suddenly let out a long roar. The stone sword burst out with the most brilliant light, and a sword strike slashed out. Boom! The sword light shattered, and the two figures turned into streaks of light, rapidly moving between heaven and earth. Sometimes they collided abruptly, and sometimes they intertwined. Chapter 293 Detoxification in Progress. Myriad techniques formed a storm. Lu Yi swung his stone sword, shattering a massive amount of techniques. Frost, giant mountains, flames, the sky full of techniques rapidly exploded. Beams of various colors blasted wildly. This was the combat style of cultivating techniques, especially upon reaching the heaven and earth realm, where the circulation of heaven and earth power was even more terrifying, and the power of techniques was enhanced to its limit. Lu Yi's sword heavily struck the beam. The beam caused Lu Yi's figure to cast a long shadow. Lu Yi was retreating, but the beam was also being split open. The thick beam was cleaved in half by force. Lu Yi quickly dodged, streaks of light like lightning bolts arriving in an instant. Suddenly, sword light filled the sky. It clashed head-on with the massive number of techniques. Explosions shook the heavens and the earth, and ripples constantly appeared in the void. Lin Chiyu watched this scene, her heart filled with shock. The speed of growth was indeed somewhat frightening. Last time he fought with Wufeng Taoist, Lu Yi was suppressed throughout, and as long as he clashed head-on with Wufeng Taoist, he would immediately spurt blood. And now, although Lu Yi was already at a disadvantage, up until this point, he had not coughed up a single drop of fresh blood. Perhaps it was because Wufeng Taoist's single-target attack was too strong, while Lu Yuan's single-target attack was weaker, focusing more on area attacks, which allowed Lu Yi to endure. But no matter the reasons, no matter the excuses, the fact that Lu Yi, a spirit connection realm cultivator, withstood the bombardment and killing of a heaven and earth realm expert could not be changed. Lu Yuan roared. His inability to continuously defeat Lu Yi made him extremely irritable. He couldn't hold back and unleashed a killing move. In the void, ancient phantoms appeared, from a desolate era where every living being was incredibly powerful. At that time, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was very strong. Various mythical creatures appeared in the world together, and rare resources were everywhere. Within that vast phantom, it was precisely the scene of the ancient mountains and seas reappearing. A one-horned giant beast raised its head, its gaze piercing through time and through the void to land on Lu Yi. Its single horn suddenly erupted with intense light. A bolt of purple sky thunder burst from the single horn, passing through the void. The purple lightning dimmed slightly, but it was truly purple. Pure purple sky thunder. When An Li was crossing tribulation, a bolt of pure purple sky thunder forced her to erupt with the power of darkness origin. Although this pure purple lightning consumed a lot of energy transitioning from illusory to reality, as long as it was purple, its power was incredibly terrifying. Boom! A tremendous roar. The purple sky thunder was reflected in Lu Yi's eyes. One sword light, two sword lights, three sword lights. At this moment, sword light filled the sky, forming an umbrella shape, rushing towards the purple sky thunder. Myriad Heaven Luo Umbrella Sword. It was an offensive sword technique, and also a defensive sword technique. The two violently collided. A large amount of sword light was destroyed by the purple lightning like withered weeds and rotten wood, but a large amount of lightning also extended through layer after layer of sword light. By the time the sword light was destroyed, only faint lightning remained, which Lu Yi shattered with a single punch. Boom! A purely black rod, made of unknown material, smashed towards Lu Yi. The wielder was a black monkey. This strike was heavy and powerful, as if heaven and earth were suppressed. Lu Yi held his sword horizontally to block, 1 hand, 2 hands, 3 hands. A full 8 arms supported the stone sword. Boom! Lu Yi's body was heavily smashed into the earth. At this moment, a terrifying seismic wave equivalent to a magnitude 9 earthquake swept out in all directions. Everything was collapsing. In the illusory scene, another figure moved. A one-legged bird, entirely fiery red, spat flames from its beak. The fiery red flames rushed towards the place where Lu Yi had fallen. The earth rapidly turned into a glazed state. The terrifying temperature was appalling. Fortunately, Lu Yi had Suzaku fire. The vermilion bird is one of the 4 spirits of heaven, and vermilion bird true flame is the king among fires. Although this one-legged fire bird was terrifying, it was completely insufficient when facing vermilion bird true flame. Vermilion bird true flame protected Lu Yi's body, continuously absorbing the heat. After the flames burned, a giant beast from the illusory world stomped down fiercely. With a tremendous roar, a huge beast foot descended from the sky, transitioning from illusory to real, stomping heavily onto the glazed earth. The earth trembled violently. Countless fragments of glaze shot out in all directions. Their speed and force were terrifying enough to turn a reincarnation realm expert into a sieve. Right at this moment, right at this instant. With the force of this stomp, Lu Yi felt that it was Lu Yuan's strongest technique. If he could withstand it, he could be on equal footing with a heaven and earth realm expert. If he couldn't withstand it, then he was still a bit short. Lu Yi clenched his fists tightly, letting out a roar. Celestial Venerable Fist. A punch that soared to the sky. Heaven and earth become one. With a tremendous roar, the earth rose up in waves like a tsunami, crashing out in all directions. The ancient giant beast let out a painful roar. Its entire massive beast leg turned into a sky full of blood mist. The blood mist began to become illusory. Similarly, Lu Yi also turned into blood mist. The power of this stomp was too terrifying, just a little bit short. Lu Yi felt that if he were a little stronger, he would have been able to withstand this attack. But a little bit short is still short. The fragrance of Chengdao suddenly intensified, sweeping out 50,000 li in one breath, encompassing several sects and cities, and instantly, the eyes of a large number of people turned blood red. Lin Chiyu glanced at the shattered illusory ancient scene, then at Lu Yuan, whose face was deathly pale without a trace of blood, and quickly took away a mass of Lu Yi. Good heavens, he was too severely injured. It felt like he was about to die. Streaks of green light poured into the mass of flesh and blood. Lu Yi's injuries were indeed very severe, but he hadn't reached the point of being about to die. He had a secret technique that could lock onto a portion of his vitality. He couldn't help it, having died so many times in his previous life, he would definitely ponder on how to preserve his life. There was a secret technique called Heaven Lock Life Thread, which was to forcibly lock onto vitality at the point of death. Unfortunately, it had never succeeded once. The closest he came to success was when he fought the Zhang family quasi-emperor to save the Zhang family. He was beaten incredibly miserably. A large number of figures rushed towards Lu Yi's location. Lin Chiyu raised her eyebrows, changed direction, and began circling in the high sky with the group of people. Actually, at the beginning of Lu Yi and Lu Yuan's battle, the experts nearby all ran away. It was a joke. That was Lu Yi, not someone else. There was no such thing as spectating Lu Yi's battles. Who knows, if Lu Yi were sent flying, the spectators might fall into a state of madness, and then be casually refined by Lu Yi. That would be the type where they wouldn't even have a place to cry. So, those currently pursuing Lu Yi were all weaker individuals. Weaker individuals were naturally easy to shake off. In just a quarter of an hour, this group was pulled a great distance away, and after half an hour, this group finally recovered their senses. A wave of lingering fear surged into their hearts. Terrifying. It was truly too terrifying. From now on, wherever Lu Yi was located, they would run as far away as possible. Chapter 294 The Fragrance of Enlightenment, Solution. Lu Yuan was struck dead. There was nothing more to say. Even a group of heaven and earth realm cultivators could be struck dead, let alone an injured heaven and earth realm cultivator. Lu Yuan was definitely injured. The ancient phantom had collapsed, and Lu Yuan suffered a backlash, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. But under the influence of the fragrance of Chengdao, he could only charge forward, and then watch helplessly as he was blasted into a charred corpse by the lightning. Lu Yi's physical body began to recover little by little. Of course, to recover, a large amount of precious resources would definitely be consumed. If there were no resources, to be honest, it would be normal for such injuries to take 10 or 20 years to recover, but with various precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the recovery would be much easier. 3 months later, Lu Yi recovered to his optimal state. He continued cultivating. Spirit Connection Realm 7th Layer. Spirit Connection Realm 8th Layer. Spirit Connection Realm 9th Layer. Cultivation paused. His fragrance of Chengdao was already very weak, from the most exaggerated 50,000 li to only 1,000 li now. The scent had also faded a lot. Lu Yi was invigorated. Limitless Celestial Venerable, damn it, it's finally going to be cleaned up. Among so many poisons, this thing existed the longest and was the hardest to deal with, followed by Reincarnation Obsession. Reincarnation Obsession was because of a good person like Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor. As for the fragrance of Chengdao, he truly had to rely on breaking his body repeatedly to clean it up. It wasn't easy. It really wasn't easy. However, the harder it was, the more Lu Yi missed Yan Qingcheng. "Huh, your strength has increased so quickly." Lu Yi suddenly noticed Lin Chaiyu's aura and said with some surprise. Lin Chaiyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Big brother, I'm a genius too, okay." Lu Yi. There were as many geniuses in this world as there were fish in the river, but for one to catch Lu Yi's eye was already an extraordinary feat. Lu Yi estimated that Lin Chaiyu's current strength had at least doubled compared to when he first met her. She was quite formidable. Little did he know that in Lin Chaiyu's eyes, he was already on the same level as a freak. Compared to Lu Yi, no matter how monstrous, how talented, or how favored by destiny someone was, they simply couldn't compare. Only 2 words could describe Lu Yi. That was, freak. Find another one. This time, I need a stronger one. Lu Yi was already impatient. The fragrance of Chengdao would be eliminated today. Lin Chaiyu didn't hesitate either and began contacting the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Soon, the third target was locked. This one was strong enough. His name was no longer very clear, but everyone now called him Sword Immortal Duansheng. He was a strong expert of the Invincible Sword sect who cultivated the Invincible Sword Dao, a powerful being who had made his peers bow their heads 500 years ago. It could be said that he had a glorious period. Later, he entered a semi-reclusive state, diligently contemplating the Sword Dao, hoping to ascend in his strongest state. Now, he was still seeking revenge for the disciples of the Invincible Sword sect. If the people who secretly killed the disciples of the Invincible Sword sect couldn't be found, then so be it. But anyone who killed them openly, Sword Immortal Duansheng would go to their homes one by one and kill them until not even a chicken or dog was left, shaking even the eggs until they scattered, splitting earthworms vertically, and digging up ant nests to burn them into glass. With him around, the act of hunting down disciples of the Invincible Sword sect was finally curbed significantly. However, there were still people doing it secretly. Lu Yi obtained the other party's location, and his figure descended. Sword Immortal Duansheng's face suddenly changed drastically, and his figure instantly transformed into a sword light, fleeing into the distance. Lu Yi was stunned. A distance of 1,000 li was too close for a heaven and earth realm cultivator. He was detected by the other party before he even truly got close. It seemed he needed to conceal himself. Lu Yi's figure disappeared. Sword Immortal Duansheng's figure fled quickly, his brow furrowed. What was going on? Lu Yi was already within a range of 5,000 li from him, yet he hadn't been bewitched by the fragrance of Chengdao. Could it be that Lu Yi's fragrance of Chengdao was about to disappear? Thinking of this possibility, Sword Immortal Duansheng's face showed wild joy. There truly was this possibility. Sword Immortal Duansheng had never even heard of the fragrance of Chengdao and only learned about it from messages transmitted from above. It was something at the Celestial Venerable level, or even the Saint level. Although he didn't know why it would appear on Lu Yi, it definitely wasn't something Lu Yi himself produced. In other words, this fragrance of Chengdao would disappear one day sooner or later. 3 months ago, the range covered by the fragrance of Chengdao reached a radius of 50,000 li. Yes, the fourth heaven was indeed sparsely populated. But a radius of 50,000 li was absolutely a terrifying range. What flourishes must decline. The fragrance of Chengdao on Lu Yi was truly about to collapse. He absolutely could not be the last being Lu Yi killed using the fragrance of Chengdao. Thinking of this, Sword Immortal Duansheng ran even faster. However, unexpectedly, a blood-red ray of light suddenly approached him at an exaggerated speed. Sword Immortal Duansheng was greatly alarmed. Invincible Sword Sutra first form. He roared, pointing his sword at the sky, and the power of heaven and earth surged violently, all pouring into the Duansheng sword. Buzz! A sword light shot towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi also let out a low roar. Supreme Sword Intent erupted, but only a small amount of heaven and earth power surged. It was mostly the enhancement of Sword Intent, plus his own strength and true essence. Clang! Lu Yi's sword light shattered, and his body was sent flying, spitting out a large mouthful of fresh blood. It had to be said, Sword Immortal Duansheng was truly strong, definitely reaching the high stage of the heaven and earth realm. Sword Immortal Duansheng was stunned. Something was wrong. The fragrance of Chengdao on Lu Yi actually didn't have the ability to spread that far anymore. His sword chi was also a long-range attack. As long as he didn't let Lu Yi get close, he could completely unleash streams of sword chi to kill him from a distance. Why was he running? Of course, there would definitely be risks involved in fighting Lu Yi. But the path of cultivation was inherently full of risks. Sword Immortal Duansheng immediately turned around, his gaze fixed on Lu Yi, who was sent flying. Your fragrance of Chengdao seems less intense than before, Sword Immortal Duansheng said, narrowing his eyes. Lu Yi nodded. Indeed, 500 li, pay attention. Sword Immortal Duansheng nodded. I will pay attention. His face began to become ferocious. The vengeance for the invincible sword sect can finally be exacted today. At this moment, Sword Immortal Duansheng's aura surged again and again. Invincible sword chi. In an instant, 9 sword lights appeared, each carrying an invincible aura. The sword wielders firmly believed that their swords were invincible. Sword Immortal Duansheng could be considered to have already comprehended the invincible sword intent. Boom! Streams of sword light emitted explosive sounds and rushed towards Lu Yi. Actually, by listening to this sound, one could understand that there was also a shadow of invincible sword intent within Lu Yi's supreme sword intent. Streams of sword light collided. Lu Yi's sword chi shattered, and his sword intent became more intense, but he had too little heaven and earth power and too little true essence. I want you to die. Sword Immortal Duansheng roared. He unleashed all his strength. Sword light filled the sky, and with a devastating momentum, it forcefully shattered Lu Yi's body. The final fragrance of Chengdao bloomed. Lin Chiyu appeared, struck out with a palm, and in an instant, all of Sword Immortal Duansheng's sword light was shattered. Lin Chiyu grabbed Lu Yi and ran. The fragrance of Chengdao completely disappeared. Chapter 295 Domain Realm. It's gone. The fragrance of Chengdao is truly gone. At this moment, Lu Yi felt an indescribable sense of relief throughout his body. It's finally resolved. Ding! Lu Yi, congratulations, congratulations. Drip! Lu Yi, congratulations. Ma Master, congratulations. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The system, Heavenly Dao, Human Emperor Banner, and Stone Sword were all expressing their congratulations to Lu Yi. A smile bloomed on Lu Yi's bloody and blurry face. It's been a long time. This fragrance of Chengdao had been with Lu Yi for a long time, having experienced repeated body shattering. Fortunately, his Taoist heart was stable, it was merely his physical body that was shattered, which was ultimately harmless. Sword Immortal Duansheng did not continue the pursuit. He looked at Lin Chiyu, his brows furrowed. This woman felt somewhat familiar. The fourth heaven was very large, and it was impossible for Sword Immortal Duansheng to know all the strong individuals. However, someone who could shatter all his sword light with a single palm strike was definitely not weak and should belong to the absolute peak strength of the entire fourth heaven. With such a strong individual present, there was no need to continue the chase. The fragrance of Chengdao on Lu Yi's body, had it really disappeared? Sword Immortal Duansheng's emotions became agitated. Did this mean that from now on, their invincible sword sect would no longer have to hide like this? They could regather disciples and strong individuals. Even if the sect-protecting formation was useless against Lu Yi, as long as Lu Yi made a move, it would be one person contending against an entire sect. Without formations, what could he use to contend? He wouldn't lose consciousness. With their methods, how could he die so easily? No, calm down. You must be calm. Sword Immortal Duansheng took a deep breath. There was nothing he could do. He had been tricked by Lu Yi too many times, to the point where he had developed a psychological shadow. This couldn't be Lu Yi doing it on purpose again, could it? Pretending the fragrance of Chengdao disappeared, waiting for them to take the bait, and then wiping them all out in one go. This possibility is not small. No, continue waiting and observe the situation. If Lu Yi knew Sword Immortal Duansheng's thoughts, he would probably be angry. How could such a great and upright person be thought of as so sinister and cunning? Lin Chiyu took Lu Yi back inside the Great Formation. Lu Yi began to recover. This battle was not as prolonged as the fight with Lu Yuan, but there was nothing he could do. Sword Immortal Duansheng and Lu Yuan's strengths were simply not on the same level. One Sword Immortal Duansheng could easily defeat 3 to 5 Lu Yuans. It seems he still needs to break through to the domain realm to directly contend with the heaven and earth realm. The domain realm initially controls the power of heaven and earth. But Lu Yi was a celestial venerable reborn. There was no such thing as adapting to the power of heaven and earth bit by bit. When he broke through to the domain realm, he would be able to use a vast amount of the power of heaven and earth. If he were to use the celestial venerable fist again, the power would increase geometrically. The celestial venerable fist itself could use the myriad Dao and the power of heaven and earth. The domain realm could be considered a further unleashing of the celestial venerable fist's power. Time passed second by second. Lu Yi was also cultivating in seclusion. He would break through to the domain realm first. Although there was no rush to condense the seventh life, he could start collecting materials first. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The duration of this seclusion was quite acceptable. Lu Yi tempered his spirit connection realm to the extreme and elevated his soul several times before breaking through to the domain realm. The moment he reached the first level of the domain realm, Lu Yi clearly understood that at this moment, he could truly contend with the heaven and earth realm. He gently waved his hand. Above the sky, clouds rolled and unfurled. Casually forming a hand seal, a torrential downpour had already fallen. Gently clenching his fist, in an instant, a vast amount of the power of heaven and earth all converged towards his fist. One could see ripples constantly forming in the rainwater. That was all because the power of heaven and earth converged too quickly, creating phenomena that affected reality. Lin Chiyu suddenly opened her eyes, looked at Lu Yi's fist, and couldn't help but gasp. Limitless Celestial Venerable. What the heck? She felt that the fist Lu Yi was clenching at this moment possessed power capable of destroying a world. This punch. Heaven and earth seemed to be compressed within this punch. As for the profound mystery within, Lin Chiyu didn't even know what language to use to describe it. Even the language in her heart didn't know what to say. Only shock. Infinite shock. What kind of fist technique is this? A smile appeared on Lu Yi's face. As expected, after reaching the domain realm, the power of the celestial venerable fist rapidly increased. The power within the fist suddenly dissipated. This tested the degree of control over the power of heaven and earth even more. Gathering was easy, but dispersing was difficult. Lu Yi not unleashing this punch was enough to prove his level. When this punch was truly unleashed, it would be even more powerful than it was now. It's done. I can go into the city and take a look around. Lu Yi hadn't experienced the feeling of entering a city for a long time. He now had a vast amount of spirit stones. He didn't have to struggle to raise money everywhere like in his previous life just to buy that boundless sky wood. In this life, he could even directly snatch it. The boundless sky wood was in the hands of the Life Source sect. The Life Source sect was one of the forces chasing Lu Yi, but that was because they had paid for peace talks. In his previous life, Lu Yi was the guardian Great Dao, an ally of all the human clan. Naturally, it was impossible to snatch someone else's treasure, to the extent that he spent a full 2,300,000 top-grade spirit stones just to buy the boundless sky wood. Actually, the boundless sky wood was not worth this price. But the Life Source sect wouldn't sell it, so Lu Yi could only keep increasing the price. Finally, the other party reluctantly agreed to sell the boundless sky wood, but they quoted an astronomical figure. 2,500,000. In the end, everyone persuaded and reasoned with them, and the deal was concluded for 2,300,000 spirit stones. We should find new sect members, Lin Chiyu said. Find new ones, Lu Yi was startled. That's right, there were only a few people in the Heavenly Gate, and Lin Chiyu was about to ascend. After Lin Chiyu ascended, Lu Yi would be the only remaining member of the Heavenly Gate in the fourth heaven. They indeed needed to look for new inheritors. When our Heavenly Gate looks for inheritors, first, it's best they don't belong to other specific forces. Heavenly Dao is impartial, having a force will lead to favoritism. Second, it's best they have a strong desire for the Taoist path. Because Heavenly Dao is our boss, seeking the Taoist path is pursuing the Heavenly Dao. The stronger the desire for the Taoist path, the more loyal they are to the Heavenly Dao. Third, it's best they have very strong aptitude. Because if their strength is weak, they won't be able to solve practical problems. Finally, regarding personality, as long as it's not particularly outrageous, it's acceptable. Do you have anyone you can recommend? Lu Yi pondered. Lin Chiyu couldn't help but slap her forehead. Look at me, ever since you arrived in the third heaven, you've been chased, constantly chased. How could you possibly know other people? Let's just search slowly. I actually do know one. Lu Yi suddenly spoke. Lin Chiyu. Who? I'll take you to look for them. I don't know if we can find them, but if we do, you can see if they're suitable. Chapter 296, Entering the Prosperity. Candied Hawthorne. Picking up leaks, picking up leaks. Good stuff from the latest strong experts' ruins. Those with a discerning eye, come quickly and take a look. After picking up a leak, soaring to the sky is not a dream. Dragon meat, fresh dragon meat. Passers-by, don't miss out. Sir, come and play. Lu Yi listened to the continuous shouts of vendors and looked at the rising smoke and fire, a hint of enjoyment appearing on his face. It's so lively. Lu Yi was a celestial venerable, with a stable state of mind. He wasn't particularly fond of delicious food, he simply wanted some excitement. Living in this world, although seeking the Tao offers endless joy, one's life shouldn't solely be about seeking the Tao. The two found a restaurant, ordered a large table of dishes, and began to eat. Listening to the noisy sounds, Lu Yi had a faint smile on his face. Where is the person you mentioned? Lin Chiyu asked. Not here, in another city. All right then, I won't think about it. Come, eat, 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 and drink. Lin Chiyu thought for a moment, then suddenly shouted. Waiter, bring us your strongest wine and your best dishes. Drinking should be done properly. No one is allowed to use power. Use your willpower to resist the strong liquor. Whoever chickens out is a grandson. Lu Yi. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Right, the system said it. Sun Ruowei wanted to get by Chulin and Yu Hongling drunk and extract secrets from their drunken mouths. Obviously, how could Sun Ruowei, a mere nobody, compete in willpower with two people who had become great emperors? As a result, Sun Ruowei got completely hammered. Now, Lin Chiyu wanted to use the same method to explore his secrets. There would only be one outcome. Raising fish. So much left, drink. Again, what's wrong with red eyes? Red eyes look good, it's not like you're being confused by the fragrance of Chengdao, drink. Why are you drinking so slowly? Although this wine is strong, it's just a matter of gritting your teeth and stomping your foot. I was wrong, I am a grandson. Since you're a grandson, how dare you not drink when grandpa tells you to? Thump. Lin Chiyu collapsed onto the table, unconscious. Lu Yi grinned. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and sat beside Lu Yi. Multicolored light permeated the air, and the figure of utmost beauty, carrying a faint Taoist fragrance, looked at the wine on the table with some curiosity. Shen Zitong had run out. However, she seemed to have concealed herself, otherwise, with her appearance, her presence would surely cause a huge sensation. Last time in the 3 lifetimes tribulation, she drank beer and ate spicy strips. Slurping and gasping. Regarding alcohol, she was now slightly curious. It seemed both delicious and difficult to drink. Want to try? Shen Zitong nodded repeatedly. Lu Yi poured her a bowl. Raising the bowl, Shen Zitong, full of curiosity, clinked bowls with Lu Yi. Watching Lu Yi drink it all down, she also drank it all. Tui, 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 slurp, ha. Shen Zitong's little face instantly turned red. She kept sticking out her tongue and fanning herself with her hand. Ding, spicy, so hard to drink. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh. You haven't drunk it before. You'll get used to it. Ding, I don't want to get used to it. It's too spicy. I'm going to feed it to the smelly Heavenly Dao. Shen Zitong truly didn't want to suffer even a little bit. The strong liquor was so spicy that her first thought was the Heavenly Dao. She hugged a jar of strong liquor and instantly disappeared. Lu Yi, don't let him drink too much. Ding, don't worry. Don't worry my ass. Lu Yi wasn't worried at all. He couldn't imagine what would happen if the Heavenly Dao got drunk. However, this was the Heavenly Dao, surely he wouldn't get drunk, right? Probably not. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Lu Yi didn't leave. He just sat by the window, watching the bustling streets outside. Lin Chiyu slowly woke up. She shook her head and gasped, inhaling cold air. How can you drink so much? Lin Chiyu said, finding it hard to accept. Is it possible that you just can't drink much? Lu Yi said with a smile. Lin Chiyu. It seemed that was also possible. Now that you're sober, let's go do something. Lu Yi said with a smile. Lin Chiyu followed Lu Yi. The two quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion. This city was called Falling Heaven City and was personally owned. The city lord's name was Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan was a top-tier heaven and earth realm rogue cultivator. He had a good relationship with the Life Source sect. In his previous life, Lu Yi had a good relationship with him, so he entrusted him to contact the Life Source sect to purchase boundless sky wood. And in this life, he did the same. However, in the previous life, he had a good relationship with Yuan Yuan, while in this life, he and Yuan Yuan were complete strangers. Lu Yi, requesting an audience with fellow Taoist Yuan Yuan, please report. Lu Yi said to the guard. Lu Yi. The guard was stunned when he heard this name. It's the Lu Yi you're thinking of. Lu Yi said with a smile. The guard's face instantly changed drastically, and he subconsciously covered his mouth and nose. Lu Yi. Why did they look so disgusted? A guard, scared, scrambled away to report. Soon, a figure shot up into the sky and ran away. This was Yuan Yuan. Lu Yi. Lin Chiyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. In the entire fourth heaven, perhaps only one Lu Yi could make this top rogue cultivator giant run away just by saying his name. Yuan Yuan ran for a while and finally calmed down. That's not right, is it? Lu Yi had already arrived at his doorstep, and he hadn't been affected by the fragrance of Chengdao. Moreover, he had no grudges with Lu Yi, so there was no reason for Lu Yi to come and mess with him. Yuan Yuan, who had calmed down, was a little embarrassed. He couldn't be blamed, the fact was that Lu Yi's reputation was too terrifying. Since Lu Yi ascended to the fourth heaven, how many strong experts had he killed? Every strong expert in the fourth heaven, without exception, would tremble upon hearing Lu Yi's name. Although it was embarrassing, it was the truth. Now Lu Yi had come and hadn't emitted the fragrance of Chengdao. And he even had his subordinate announce his arrival. He ran away, and the other party didn't pursue. Putting it all together, it was very likely that the other party had no ill intentions. Yuan Yuan took a deep breath, and the embarrassment instantly disappeared. As a rogue cultivator, he had cultivated to the heaven and earth realm and become a strong expert in the heaven and earth realm, and he had single-handedly founded a huge city. His wisdom was absolutely unquestionable. Soon, Yuan Yuan returned and cupped his hands towards Lu Yi with a bitter smile. Fellow Taoist Lu, please forgive me. It's just that fellow Taoist's reputation is so formidable. As soon as I heard it, my legs couldn't help but run away. I've made a fool of myself. Lu Yi also laughed upon hearing Yuan Yuan's somewhat playful words. Next time, I'll find someone with crippled legs and then announce my name to see if it can heal their legs. Ha ha ha. Both of them laughed. Fellow Taoist, please come in. Lu Yi had already shown his goodwill, and Yuan Yuan relaxed a lot, inviting Lu Yi into the mansion. Chapter 297. A good friend. The host and guests took their seats. Yuan Yuan clapped his hands. Immediately, a group of classical beauties filed in, placing various exquisite pastries and tea before Lu Yi and Lin Chiyu. These women were all exceptionally beautiful, with graceful figures, and carried a pleasant, faint fragrance. The strong never lack women. In his previous life, Lu Yi actually didn't lack women as long as he wanted them, let alone 8, even 800, 80,000, or 8 million women would be available if he desired them. He could even form a planet of women, collecting all kinds of beauties from across the world. Unfortunately, what Lu Yi lacked wasn't beauties, but love. Yuan Yuan, am a crude man, I don't know how to speak eloquently, much less beat around the bush. Fellow Taoist, may I ask the purpose of your visit? Yuan asked directly. Lu Yi likewise disliked unnecessary talk. Then I, Lu, will speak frankly. I need the boundless sky wood from the Life Source sect. I heard that Taoist Yuan has a relatively good relationship with the Life Source sect, and since I killed a group of strong individuals from the Life Source sect, I fear going directly might cause the Life Source sect to misunderstand. Therefore, I ask Taoist Yuan to act as an intermediary. I am willing to purchase it with spirit stones, at any price the Life Source sect names, Lu Yi said with a smile. Boundless sky wood. That is indeed a very important treasure of the Life Source sect. If it is purely purchased with spirit stones, I fear it will be a considerable amount of spirit stones. Lu Yi smiled slightly. Is fellow Taoist worried that I don't have enough spirit stones? Yuan was suddenly startled, thinking, holy cow, I forgot. This Lu Yi just recently extorted a massive amount of spirit stones from a bunch of sects. Now, he is truly the richest man in the fourth heaven. Me worrying about his spirit stones. Look at my memory. Since fellow Taoist has enough spirit stones, that makes things easy. I can contact the Life Source sect for you immediately, Yuan said. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. If fellow Taoist has time, you can speak with them in person. No problem, Taoist Lu Yi. If you have nothing else, you can stay at my residence. I will depart for the Life Source sect immediately. I will do my utmost to facilitate this transaction. If it truly cannot be facilitated, fellow Taoist, please do not blame me. Fellow Taoist is joking. Regardless of whether it succeeds or fails, Lu Yi will be eternally grateful. Then I'm off. Saying he would go, he went. Yuan's figure vanished, rushing towards the Life Source sect. Lu Yi did not leave and waited at the city lord's mansion. The speed was very fast. In just 1 hour, Yuan had already returned with an excited expression. Taoist Lu, it's done. Lu Yi asked with some curiosity, how many spirit stones do they need to be willing to part with the boundless sky wood? Yuan held up one finger. 1 million, Lu Yi asked with some surprise. No, that's too much, Yuan shook his head. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. 100,000. No, still too much. Lu Yi sighed softly. It couldn't possibly be 10,000, right? The boundless sky wood is an extremely precious treasure after all. With so few spirit stones, this wouldn't be a fair transaction, Lu Yi said. Fellow Taoist, that's still too much. The Life Source sect only wants 1 spirit stone. I brought the boundless sky wood directly this time. The Life Source sect is willing to use this boundless sky wood to make friends with you. Yuan was quite satisfied with the Life Source sect's attitude and said with a smile. He originally thought Lu Yi would also smile. However, Lu Yi's expression sank. 1 spirit stone. 1 spirit stone. 2,300,000 spirit stones. When they weren't friends, the Life Source sect used 1 spirit stone to make friends with him. When they were friends, the Life Source sect made Lu Yi take out 2,500,000 spirit stones, and only after much persuasion did it barely drop to 2,300,000 spirit stones. This friend is too precious. Lu Yi couldn't help but sigh. The guardian Great Dao is outrageously deceitful. In his previous life, how many times was he tricked by following this Great Dao? Lu Yi took out a spirit stone. Tell the Life Source sect that I accept this friendship of theirs. In this life, Lu Yi would see, after becoming friends with the Life Source sect, if they would trick him again the next time they interacted. I beg you, please trick me again. I will definitely kill all of them. Alas, the guardian Great Dao. Getting the boundless sky wood this time was so simple, even though he was only in the domain realm. Getting the boundless sky wood in his previous life was so difficult, even though he was in the heaven and earth realm. Ha, easily said. I will definitely relay it truthfully. After confirming just how foolish he was in his previous life, Lu Yi bid farewell along with Lin Chiyu. He then used spirit stones to exchange for a large amount of cultivation resources. Only then did he bring Lin Chiyu to a remote small city in the fourth heaven. The remote small city was near the wasteland and close to the void. Here, Yaoan demons rampaged year-round, and this small city had a strong individual named Bai Qingfeng. In his previous life, Lu Yi almost became Bai Qingfeng's master, but in the end, it didn't happen. Because Bai Qingfeng was implicated by him and killed by the Devouring Sky Mayfly clan. And now, Lu Yi had not provoked the Devouring Sky Mayfly clan. Bai Qingfeng also consistently guarded the peace of the small city here. The great Dao he cultivated was the great Dao of ending war. It was similar to the guardian great Dao, but this kid was smart enough, he ended war with killing. Currently, Bai Qingfeng was only at the domain realm level. In his previous life, he made rapid progress after receiving guidance from Lu Yi. In this life, Lu Yi would give him a stroke of luck, considering it compensation. The figures of the two appeared before Bai Qingfeng. Bai Qingfeng was startled, his vigilance peaked, ready to run at any moment. Lin Chiyu unleashed the aura belonging to the heaven and earth realm. Bai Qingfeng immediately cupped his hands without hesitation. Junior Bai Qingfeng greets the two seniors. Escaping was impossible, never in this life would he be able to escape. Facing a heaven and earth realm expert, it would be a miracle if he could escape. He is the person you recommended, Lin Chiyu observed Bai Qingfeng, a little surprised. This kid indeed seemed to have a lot of potential. Correct. Lu Yi looked at Bai Qingfeng, and without further ado, extended his finger and pointed towards Bai Qingfeng. Bai Qingfeng was greatly alarmed. In his eyes, the boundless heaven and earth seemed to converge with Lu Yi's finger, pointing towards him. He could not escape, nor was there anywhere to escape. He could only passively accept. Lu Yi's finger touched Bai Qingfeng's glabella, and a cultivation technique was instantly transmitted. The cultivation technique was named, Scripture of Ending War. Bai Qingfeng was stunned as the profound cultivation technique flowed through his mind. Every word and sentence was the great Dao. He immediately fell into an epiphany, and a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy surged towards him. His comprehension is very strong. Lin Chiyu was even more surprised. Apart from his strength being temporarily a bit weak, everything else can meet your requirements. How about it? Lu Yi smiled. Lin Chiyu pondered for a moment, looking at the angry gazes around them. It was clear that Bai Qingfeng was deeply loved. All right. Just as Lu Yi was about to speak, the system's notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding ding ding, Lu Yi, Bai Chulin and Yu Hongling are about to undergo crossing tribulation. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. You can take him in here first. I have something to deal with. Having been blocked at the ascension pool by others all day, this time, he would also block the ascension pool to see what Bai Chulin had done to Yu Hongling. Chapter 298, Meeting Your Excellency First. Lu Yi ran very fast. Lin Chiyu didn't even have time to ask him what was going on. However, with him running off like that, Lin Chiyu's curiosity instantly surged. But Bai Qingfeng hadn't joined the heavenly gate yet, so she could only wait here. I'm so curious. Lu Yi's figure flew rapidly towards the ascension pool, his streaking light breaking through the clouds. It was very far from the ascension pool here, but Lu Yi estimated that he should be able to make it in time. He traversed 1,000 mountains and crossed 10,000 rivers. Ding ding ding, hurry, hurry. The system was chiming in Lu Yi's mind. Drip 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 drip. The Heavenly Dao didn't know what Sister and Lu Yi were doing, but it could feel the tense and exciting atmosphere, so it also kept dripping non-stop. As Lu Yi flew, he started to feel something was off. Why was he so anxious? What did Bai Chulin and Yu Hongling turn into, and what did it have to do with him? It seemed he had been subtly influenced by the dog system. Having overwhelming curiosity was not a good thing. Forget it, since he had already run, he might as well go take a look. Lu Yi's mindset became stable, and he flew towards the ascension pool. It took him a full half an hour to fly to the ascension pool. As soon as he arrived, he saw a bewildered figure looking around, with blood-red energy surging around her body. Her heavenly demon blood transformation escape already in a state ready to erupt at any moment. Lu Yi's expression changed, and his figure was just about to disappear. Shangguan Wanling's eyes had already looked towards Lu Yi. At that moment, the bewilderment on her face quickly began to change, instantly transforming into a brilliant smile. Her eyes were shining, and she rushed towards Lu Yi regardless of everything. Lu Yi Gerger, I missed you so much. Lu Yi. If it weren't for him wanting to see Yu Hongling and satisfy his curiosity, he would have immediately turned and run. Lu Yi's fist was already clenched. It wasn't the celestial venerable fist either. Come, get closer to me, and I'll punch you to the ends of the earth. Shangguan Wanling was too happy. She hadn't expected that the first person she saw after just arriving at the fourth heaven would actually be Lu Yi. How did he know she ascended? Had he been paying attention to her all along? Lu Yigerger really still cared about her. But why was his fist clenched tightly? Shangguan Wanling, who was charging, started to slow down as she charged. She finally stopped less than 100 meters away from Lu Yi. Lu Yigerger, you knew I was ascending today. You specifically came to find me, right? Shangguan Wanling asked, while carefully taking a step forward. Lu Yi watched as Shangguan Wanling returned to her previous path of sentience appearance. That is to say, looking at Shangguan Wanling like this, with a brilliant, sunny smile on her face, like the most innocent, most carefree little girl rushing towards you. Who wouldn't be confused? Let alone Lu Yi lacking love in his previous life, even if he hadn't lacked love, he probably wouldn't be able to resist. However, Lu Yi in this life was able to resist. Why? Because Lu Yi had seen another side of Shangguan Wanling's face. That face made Lu Yi's heart palpitate and made Lu Yi feel terrified. She was clearly the same person, yet when she loved you, she was so passionate, so fervent. But when she didn't love you, she was so heartless, so hurtful. No, Lu Yi said decisively. Shangguan Wanling. I don't believe it. Lu Yigerger is saying one thing but meaning another. She took another step forward. Lu Yi didn't waste words and threw a punch. Boom! Shangguan Wanling's figure flew backward violently, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. This punch sent her flying tens of thousands of miles away. Shangguan Wanling's aura was chaotic, but her gaze was still fixed on Lu Yi. Such a light punch. Lu Yi attacked her, yet he used such light force. She still wanted to rush over. But seeing the cold light already appearing in Lu Yi's eyes, her heart was startled. Lu Yigerger seemed to have important things to do now. She couldn't disturb him, and she couldn't be this close to him. It's okay, she could watch him from afar and talk to him in a loud voice. So Shangguan Wanling began to quietly move towards Lu Yi. System, do you want to appear and give her a blow? Lu Yi said with a headache. As for this Shangguan Wanling, he really didn't know what attitude to use to face her now. Forgiveness was impossible in this lifetime, but Lu Yi also felt that her path of sentience was bursting forth with unprecedented terrifying vitality. It was true that Shangguan Wanling became a great emperor in her previous life, but she didn't have a Dao fruit. She didn't even have a great Dao. Where would a Dao fruit come from? Her realm was indeed the great emperor realm, but she truly didn't have a great emperor Dao fruit. Lu Yi estimated that even if he collected this guy's soul into the human emperor banner, she wouldn't be able to become the main soul. Instead, it could even cause the human emperor banner, which hadn't had consciousness for long, to become foolish. Normally, the artifact spirits of 10,000 soul banners are extremely evil. After all, every soul inside possesses immense resentment. Under such constant exposure, it's easy to imagine what kind of artifact spirit would be born. Lu Yi's human emperor banner, however, was different. It was always in a state of, stuffed, so full, so stuffed to death, let me rest, stop killing. It couldn't care, it truly couldn't care about experiencing the soul's malevolence. Every day, it was thinking of ways to stuff a little more, just a little more. Under the human emperor banner's artifact spirit's pure mindset like this, it was really very likely to cause it to become foolish. Shangguan Wanling didn't get closer. She started shouting from afar. Lu Yigerger, I already know I was wrong. My previous life was my problem. Can you forgive me? Lu Yi. 6. Only Shangguan Wanling could say the words, previous life, so nonchalantly in front of everyone. The key was that she didn't feel anything abnormal about it. Lu Yigerger, I know I was wrong. Didn't you say that correcting mistakes is the greatest good? Or, you can propose some conditions. If I fulfill those conditions, will you forgive me? Lu Yi. System. Ding. System offline, please try again. Drip. Sister is here. Lu Yi. He sighed helplessly. The 10,000 soul banner waved, and Chu Ling's figure appeared in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi gave Chu Ling a tiny bit of autonomy. Let Chu Ling talk to her. Lu Yi really didn't know what to say to Shangguan Wanling, because no matter what he said, Shangguan Wanling might not necessarily understand. Chu Ling, you. Shangguan Wanling looked at Chu Ling's soul body, then looked at the human emperor banner, and her eyes suddenly widened. Chu Ling looked at Shangguan Wanling. This girl was very silly, but she was also genuinely good to her. Shangguan Wanling, leave. Stay away from Lu Yi. The previous life is already over. Don't keep dwelling in the previous life. Wouldn't it be better for you to live a good life, Chu Ling looked at Shangguan Wanling and said softly. Even if Shangguan Wanling was foolish, at this moment she understood that Lu Yi had killed Chu Ling and collected her soul into the 10,000 soul banner. She couldn't believe it. No wonder she couldn't contact Chu Ling. So she was already dead. Chapter 299, Ghost Idea. Shangguan Wanling, leave Lu Yi. In this life, he no longer believes in love, nor does he need it. Go live your own life well, go see the beauty of this world, don't tie yourself to Lu Yi. Although we all owe him, he doesn't need our compensation. Staying away from him is the best thing for him. When Chu Ling said these words, they were sincere, or rather, even if they weren't sincere, they had to be sincere. Shangguan Wanling looked at Chu Ling's current appearance, her heart full of pain. Tears kept falling. Chu Ling, how did you become like this? Does it hurt? Chu Ling's soul trembled slightly. She looked at Shangguan Wanling, couldn't help but hug her head, and the intense pain made her squat on the ground, letting out whimpering sounds. Why did it turn out like this? It shouldn't have turned out like this. In the previous life, it was clearly so beautiful. They didn't cherish the good times, and when tragedy was destined, they were like moths flying into a flame. Chu Ling. Shangguan Wanling hurriedly came to Chu Ling's side. Get lost. Get lost. The further you get, the better. Do you want to end up like me, becoming a soul forever bound within the 10,000 soul banner? Get lost. Get lost. Chu Ling let out an enraged roar. Shangguan Wanling retreated step by step, tears streaming down her face. She didn't know what she should say, she was just very sad, extremely sad. Looking at Chu Ling's appearance, she seemed to have made some decision. Her gaze went past Chu Ling, looking towards Lu Yi, and her figure charged straight towards the human emperor banner. Lu Yi Gerger, take me into the 10,000 soul banner, so I can be with you forever. Lu Yi. The banner body of the human emperor banner, which had been dancing, suddenly stiffened and automatically flew behind Lu Yi. Master, don't take her, don't take her. Lu Yi. Chu Ling grabbed Shangguan Wanling. You aren't qualified to enter the human emperor banner now, you would only become nourishment for me and Zhang Dai. It won't be too late to enter the human emperor banner when your strength is greater. Shangguan Wanling took a deep breath. She had seen the appearance the human emperor banner displayed. Lu Yi Gerger ultimately couldn't bear to act against her, otherwise, why would he put the human emperor banner behind him? Chu Ling, don't be sad. Lu Yi Gerger is just taking you into the 10,000 soul banner now to let you reflect on your mistakes. As long as you don't backstab him again, Lu Yi Gerger will forgive you someday. Lu Yi Gerger ignoring me now is like this, he must be punishing my willfulness and foolishness. Once I go out and become independent, he will forgive me. Lu Yi. He could ignore other words, but with Shangguan Wanling talking like this now, he had to say something. I don't mean that at all, and I have absolutely no intention of forgiving you. Don't talk nonsense, Lu Yi said hurriedly. Shangguan Wanling nodded seriously. Lu Yi Gerger, you don't need to explain. I understand everything. Don't worry, I will become stronger. When I can stand on my own and am no longer so childish, I will come find you again. When Shangguan Wanling said this, her eyes held strong determination. She had this belief. No, I really don't mean that, alas. Lu Yi still wanted to explain, but Shangguan Wanling had already turned and run. Lu Yi wanted to chase after her to explain, but unexpectedly, the heavenly demon blood transformation escape burst forth the next second. Lu Yi was dumbfounded. No, where did she see that his current actions were to temper her? Chu Ling has already entered the human emperor banner and become the main soul, and she's still being tempered. Does that mean Vermilion Bird, having become a true spirit, is also being tempered? How does your brain circuit work? Shangguan Wanling used the heavenly demon blood transformation escape to its full extent. Lu Yi could chase after her, but he would also have to use the heavenly demon blood transformation escape. The key is, why would you chase this thing? To explain to her that I'm not tempering you, but just want to torment you and ignore you. At that time, Shangguan Wanling would pull out another traditional skill. I'm not listening, I'm not listening. Ding, system reconnected successfully. Ding, Lu Yi, what just happened? I accidentally lost connection with you. Damn it, getting drunk ruins things, it's all Heavenly Dao's fault. Drip, it's not my fault. Ding, it's your fault. Why didn't you drink when I told you to? Drip, I don't have a mouth. Ding, if you don't have a mouth, can't you just grow one? Drip, sister didn't tell me. Sister wants to drink. As the number of interactions increased, Heavenly Dao's communication ability also improved, and it could now basically speak fluently. Alright, how are those two doing with their crossing tribulation? Lu Yi asked. There are 2 more tribulation lightning bolts left, it'll be soon. Lu Yi nodded and waited quietly. When he came this time, he had no killing intent towards either Bai Chulin or Yu Hongling. He was just very curious if Bai Chulin could really be so heartless after losing his protection. When the system brought out the charming girl extreme yin scripture at that time, Lu Yi knew that Bai Chulin and Yu Hongling would definitely have conflicts. He thought that Yu Hongling would restrain Bai Chulin. After all, Yu Hongling controlled whether or not to actively use the cultivation method. As long as Bai Chulin went too far, Yu Hongling could stop using this method. And Yu Hongling, in the end, was soft-hearted. She could be heartless enough to poison Lu Yi, but she wouldn't abandon Bai Chulin. That was because Lu Yi was strong, while Bai Chulin was weak. She believed Lu Yi had wronged her, but Bai Chulin had never wronged her. But she really couldn't have imagined Yu Hongling would actually be controlled by Bai Chulin. Outrageous, simply too outrageous. If Yu Hongling was really controlled by the 9-separation soul-stealing technique, wouldn't it mean one more thing? When good and evil collide, it is often good that gets hurt first. Ding, it's the last tribulation lightning bolt. Shen Zitong finally couldn't hold back and appeared beside Lu Yi, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Ding, Lu Yi, if Yu Hongling is really controlled by the 9-separation soul-stealing technique, what will you do? Shen Zitong couldn't help but ask curiously. Lu Yi thought for a moment. Perhaps, I don't need to do anything at all. After I find out, just staring at Bai Chulin with an incredulous look would be enough to make Bai Chulin feel utterly ashamed. Lu Yi said with a smile. Ding, that's not particularly satisfying. How about you pretend to forgive Yu Hongling and Bai Chulin, and then you find that Bai Chulin is still so hypocritical, so you only forgive Yu Hongling. How about that? Shen Zitong said excitedly. Lu Yi frowned. Where do you come up with these wicked ideas? Ding, I don't know. They just pop into my head. Lu Yi pondered the feasibility of this matter. It seems it might be possible. Shen Zitong's mind is quite useful. But then again, why would he do that? Lu Yi came here just to see how far Bai Chulin had fallen. And to see how miserable Yu Hongling was. This was one of the few pleasures on his Taoist path. As for the matter between Yu Hongling and Bai Chulin, Lu Yi had no intention of interfering at all. They could live or die as they pleased. Ding, good Lu Yi, obedient Lu Yi, fragrant Lu Yi, just give it a try. Lu Yi. Chapter 300 Pretending to Forgive. Fine, let's try. The ascension pool rippled. Lu Yi and Shen Zitong watched the ascension pool. As ripples spread layer by layer, 2 figures appeared in the ascension pool. Bai Chulin let out a breath of relief. Bringing Yu Hongling up to ascension was truly difficult. Their lightning tribulations superimposed, their power was definitely not 1 + 1 = 2. She couldn't help but feel some emotion. She had seen how easily Lu Yi brought people through crossing tribulation before. Even when Shangguan Wanling crossed her emperor tribulation, Lu Yi had helped her bear it. So, bringing someone through crossing tribulation was this difficult. Then, her gaze fell upon Lu Yi and Shen Zitong. At that moment, Bai Chulin subconsciously felt a surge of joy. Because only Bai Chulin knew how miserable her life had been after leaving Lu Yi. It turned out that with Lu Yi around, no matter where you went, everyone would give you a warm welcome, and anyone would treat you kindly. Because everyone knew that Lu Yi was the guardian Great Dao, and the most important thing for the guardian Great Dao was his Dao companion. You could be boastful towards Lu Yi, you could jump up and down around Lu Yi. But if you were boastful towards Lu Yi's Dao companion, or jumped up and down around them, if Lu Yi didn't beat the living daylights out of you, it would mean you digested it cleanly. Towards Lu Yi, many people could play little tricks. After all, Lu Yi was a righteous person. But towards the 8 Dao companions, even a little disrespect was truly unacceptable. And now, she was like duckweed in water, or weeds in the wind. No one would put her in their eyes. All the difficulties and problems she encountered had to be solved by herself. Just taking spirit stones as an example, she had to earn spirit stones herself. Without spirit stones, you could truly say it was difficult to move an inch in the cultivation world. To put it harshly, even if your Dharma robe was torn, you couldn't buy clothes without spirit stones. Thus, upon seeing Lu Yi again, how could she not be joyful? But in that instant of joy, Bai Chulin was startled and alarmed, subconsciously shielding Yu Hongling behind her. Lu Yi, what do you want to do? Bai Chulin looked at Lu Yi and asked. Lu Yi didn't speak. Shen Zitong smiled brightly. When she smiled, it was as if heaven and earth lost their color. Congratulations to the two sisters on your ascension. You have already experienced the hardships of the third heaven. Now I'm sure the two sisters already know your mistakes. Husband is already prepared to forgive the two sisters. The two sisters must treat your younger sister well. From now on, we are one family serving husband together, Shen Zitong said happily. When these words were spoken, Bai Chulin and Yu Hongling, whose expression was somewhat conflicted, were both stunned. What does that mean? Lu Yi is willing to forgive them. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If Lu Yi were to forgive them, would he kill Vermilion Bird? Would he kill Zhang Dai, kill Chu Ling? Impossible. Bai Chulin didn't believe it at all. Bai Jiji, what's impossible about this? Shen Zitong asked with an innocent look. You mean to say that Lu Yi treating us like this, from beginning to end, was a punishment for us, wanting us to suddenly wake up? Bai Chulin asked. Of course, if not for that, why would Lu Yi stay in the Great Dao sect? Why didn't he directly kill Chu Ling and Yu Hongling and escape when he was just reborn? A light appeared in Yu Hongling's eyes. Bai Chulin felt something was wrong. 100 things were wrong, but she couldn't deny that she was truly tempted. If Lu Yi were to forgive her, from now on, she would no longer have to suffer the invasion of the chaotic yin poison, and she wouldn't have to control Yu Hongling. She could live openly and honestly, no longer having to live in fear. Even if people said it was an immoral master-disciple relationship, what then? But, would Lu Yi really forgive her? Bai Chulin's gaze looked at Lu Yi. Husband, is what she said true or false? Lu Yi, relying solely on his gaze, didn't see anything abnormal on Yu Hongling for the time being. Hearing Bai Chulin's question, Lu Yi sighed. Forget it, then he would play along with Shen Zitong for a bit. If he were to directly take action and investigate Yu Hongling's situation, finding out the truth would certainly be a major blow to Bai Chulin, but what then? If Bai Chulin had truly used the 9-separation soul-stealing technique, she would have completely lost all sense of shame. Kill Yu Hongling. There was no need. As long as she didn't provoke Lu Yi wouldn't kill people, because the Lu Yi of the previous life also had faults. He could help Yu Hongling break free from the 9-separation soul-stealing technique, but it was now obvious that Bai Chulin's strength already far surpassed Yu Hongling's. Even if he helped Yu Hongling remove the 9-separation soul-stealing technique, after she left Lu Yi's sight, she would definitely be recaptured by Bai Chulin, who was driven mad by the chaotic yin poison. The best method was for him to help Yu Hongling. Thus, Lu Yi gently nodded. What she said is true, Master, do you know your mistake? Lu Yi asked. Hearing these words, Bai Chulin's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but step back. Her chest heaved violently at this moment, like surging waves. She understood Lu Yi wouldn't lie about such things. At least not in the previous life. In the previous life, there were also people who angered Lu Yi, but when Lu Yi said he forgave them, he truly forgave them. He was talking about Chu Ling. Bai Chulin was very flustered. If she had known that the hardships of the first third heaven were all Lu Yi's punishment for them, hoping they would recognize their mistakes, admit them, and correct them, she definitely wouldn't have used the 9-separation soul-stealing technique on Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling was her disciple. Using such a vicious technique on Yu Hongling, wouldn't her heart ache? But she had already used it. She had already given up hope for Lu Yi's forgiveness. Now Lu Yi had actually forgiven her. Did she know her mistake? If she just said she knew her mistake now, she would become Lu Yi's woman again. Once again being brought to the highest peak by Lu Yi. Even the kind that was higher than before. If she still didn't know her mistake now, would Lu Yi still give her a chance? This excellent opportunity, she must seize it. The 9-separation soul-stealing technique was incredibly hidden. Without Lu Yi knowing, he shouldn't actively investigate the matter of the 9-separation soul-stealing technique. Hongling, if you don't want to cause any more trouble, you absolutely must not tell Lu Yi about the 9-separation soul-stealing technique. Do you understand? Bai Chulin informed Yu Hongling through her consciousness. Yu Hongling was already overwhelmed by immense joy at this moment. Senior brother has forgiven her. Senior brother has finally forgiven her. Woo woo woo. Senior brother. Senior brother. Senior brother. From now on, she would never think about Feng Wuxi again. She only wanted senior brother, she would never be self-righteous again. Yu Hongling started crying. Tears also appeared in Bai Chulin's eyes. Husband, I know my mistake. Bai Chulin said, crying. Senior brother, I also know my mistake, I truly know my mistake. Yu Hongling's personality was lively. At this moment, she rushed towards Lu Yi recklessly, opening her arms. Towards this, although Lu Yi wanted to frown tightly, he was also prepared to hold his nose and accept it. Forget it, it was just a hug. Shen Zitong was happily watching this big show, but when she saw Yu Hongling opening her arms and rushing towards Lu Yi, her brows suddenly furrowed. Forgiveness means hugging. Chapter 301, Master, Yu. Yu Hongling flew towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi hesitated. He was very resistant. Although he had hugged her many times in his previous life, with and without clothes, he had hugged her. But this time, Lu Yi really didn't want to hug her. Then he thought about what he had promised Shen Zitong, should he play along. Lu Yi didn't open his arms, but he didn't dodge either. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Yu Hongling stopped. What's wrong? Lu Yi also raised an eyebrow. What did that mean? Shen Zitong scratched her head. She didn't know either. Her body had inexplicably run over here. Nothing. Shen Zitong smiled awkwardly, but she was so beautiful that even her awkward smile still made people admire her wholeheartedly. Yu Hongling immediately laughed. Although this Shen Zitong was the woman she disliked the most, even more than Zhang Dai and Yin Qingcheng. But no matter what, now that Lu Yi had forgiven them, having just forgiven them, they absolutely couldn't cause any more trouble. I understand, sister. You just see senior brother as yours. Thinking about it, it's understandable. After all, since you were reborn, sister, you've had senior brother all to yourself. Now that we're back, it's inevitable that there will be some jealousy. I used to be like this too. But senior brother is unparalleled in talent and unmatched in cultivation. Sister, you should also have experienced that one person simply cannot withstand senior brother's unparalleled impact. No matter how unwilling you are, you still need to find a few more women to accompany senior brother. You will naturally get used to it in the future, Yu Hongling said softly. Shen Zitong. What is this and what is that? What impact? Shen Zitong quickly shook her head and stepped aside. She didn't understand. This system absolutely does not want to withstand any unparalleled impact from that damned Lu Yi. Lu Yi also looked at Shen Zitong strangely. Mysterious. No need to hug. Master, come here. Let me see if your chaotic yin poison needs to be dealt with at this time, Lu Yi said. Bai Chulin flew over, still feeling a bit bewildered. No, they were just forgiven like that. Without a trace of defense, without a trace of hesitation, you just appeared, in my. Right now, the chaotic yin poison hasn't caused me too much trouble. On one hand, the two Taiyin marrow worms are absorbing the chaotic Taiyin power to a large extent, causing the chaotic yin poison to decrease. On the other hand, it's because of the charming girl extreme yin scripture that Sister Shen Zitong gave to Yu Hongling. With Hongling's help, the chaotic yin poison is temporarily not a problem. Hearing this, Bai Chulin somewhat believed that Lu Yi really didn't want their lives. If he wanted their lives, then the charming girl extreme yin scripture wouldn't have appeared. Without this cultivation technique, she would have already died. Stretch out your hand. Lu Yi's voice was a bit overbearing. But it was precisely this overbearingness that immediately made Bai Chulin's heart flutter. She liked Lu Yi's overbearingness very much. Because only when Lu Yi was overbearing could she completely let go of herself, and her voice and actions would be more unrestrained and flamboyant. Bai Chulin obediently stretched out her hand. Lu Yi held her wrist and felt it. As expected, there was only a small amount of chaotic yin poison in Bai Chulin's body. It should be what hadn't been absorbed by Yu Hongling after crossing tribulation and breaking through. Circulate the Taiyin transformation scripture close double angle bracket, Lu Yi said. Bai Chulin quickly circulated the Taiyin transformation scripture. The chaotic yin poison turned into mist. The mist that usually circulated would always stay in her body, but at this moment, it suddenly disappeared. It was too smooth. There was no pain, no obstruction, everything was natural. It was countless times better than the charming girl extreme yin scripture. It's alright. The aura is relatively stable. Cultivating like this, it should be easier to reach the great emperor realm than in the previous life, and perhaps there's a chance to impact the heavenly venerable realm, Lu Yi commented. Bai Chulin nodded lightly, and infinite joy appeared in her heart. Hongling, let me check yours, Lu Yi said. Bai Chulin instantly became nervous. She quickly said, Hongling's aptitude is not good, so cultivation is extremely difficult for her. To catch up with you, she used the charming girl extreme yin scripture desperately, ignoring my obstruction. Now, I'm afraid she has many injuries. It's okay, I'm here. Lu Yi said calmly. One sentence was enough to make Bai Chulin and Yu Hongling both obedient at the same time. However, Yu Hongling felt incredibly at ease, while Bai Chulin's heart sank to the bottom. Lu Yi's hand held Yu Hongling's wrist, and soon, his brows furrowed tightly. Only one word could describe Yu Hongling's state. That was, chaotic. True essence was chaotic. Great Tao was chaotic. Soul was chaotic. Everything was chaotic. It could be said that Yu Hongling was already crippled. To have ravaged Yu Hongling to this state, Master, your heart is much crueler than I imagined. His true essence gently swept over Yu Hongling's soul. Yu Hongling suddenly struggled, trying to break free from Lu Yi's hand. However, Lu Yi's hand was like an iron hoop, gripping her wrist tightly. Bai Chulin's heart was in her throat at this moment. Don't find out. Don't find out. Absolutely don't find out. Bai Chulin couldn't imagine what would happen if Lu Yi found out that she had used the 9-separation soul-stealing technique on Yu Hongling. Not only would Lu Yi forgiving her turn into nothing, but she wouldn't even know how to face the others. The 9-separation soul-stealing technique could only be a dead secret between her and Yu Hongling. Suddenly, Bai Chulin's eyes widened. Because Lu Yi's true essence, after sensing the problem with Yu Hongling's soul, had already swept past, but now it went back. Lu Yi's eyes widened. He seemed to have discovered something, and his expression was full of disbelief as he looked at Bai Chulin. 9-separation soul-stealing technique. Master, you. Chapter 302. Deep love between master and disciple. When the 5 words, 9-separation soul-stealing technique, were spoken, Bai Chulin trembled violently. Lu Yi had always been someone whose expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him, but at this moment, his face revealed shock and disbelief. That kind of unbelievable, heartbroken gaze was like countless arrows, fiercely piercing into Bai Chulin's soul and tearing through her hypocritical barrier. Bai Chulin was struck by lightning, her body shaking violently, and she retreated with a look of fear. No, it's not the 9-separation soul-stealing technique, it's not the 9-separation soul-stealing technique. Bai Chulin said urgently. The shock on Lu Yi's face turned into deep disappointment. You mean I investigated wrongly, Lu Yi said disappointedly. What level of cultivation and experience did Lu Yi have? Since he had discovered it, how could he be mistaken? No. Bai Chulin shook her head quickly. Lu Yi was indeed impossible to be mistaken. At this moment, Bai Chulin was both too ashamed to face Lu Yi and her mind was racing at high speed. She needed to think of a very good excuse to quickly quell this storm. Husband, it's not like that, this is indeed the 9-separation soul-stealing technique, but I wasn't going to use it, Hongling begged me to use it. Lu Yi. When he heard this, Lu Yi was shocked. Shen Zitong's body also trembled. It's Hongling. Hongling's Daos of fearlessness has already started to collapse, because when she was in the chaotic dojo, Yin Qingcheng injected the primordial morning mist into Hongling's great Dao, and Hongling brought the primordial morning mist back. It was too painful, not just physical pain, but also Hongling's heartache for you. In her previous life, she only knew that the primordial morning mist would be very painful, but she never expected it to hurt to such an extent. The physical pain coupled with psychological pain caused Hongling to be nearly insane. In a state of madness, let alone the Daos of fearlessness, even cultivation itself was impossible. What could I do? I've already lost you, how could I lose Hongling again? I tried every possible way to make her sober up, but none had a very good effect. Finally, I had no choice but to use the 9-separation soul-stealing technique, to stimulate Hongling's consciousness through the pain generated by the 9-separation soul-stealing technique. I originally thought that as long as Hongling sobered up, I would immediately withdraw this technique. But Hongling really couldn't wake up, she was always in a dazed state. I had no choice, I could only complete the 9-separation soul-stealing technique and guide Hongling's recovery through my consciousness. Husband, I couldn't help it, I really couldn't help it. Using the 9-separation soul-stealing technique on my own disciple, my closest disciple, don't I feel pain? I am more painful than Hongling. The more Bai Chulin spoke, the more agitated she became, finally unable to help but burst into tears, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Lu Yi fell silent. He fell into deep silence. He felt that Bai Chulin should become a diplomat, practicing alliance and diplomacy. This smooth defense, whether it was her emotions, words, or expression, completely cleared her name. The image of a good master who was willing to bear the blame herself for the sake of her disciples' recovery was vividly portrayed. At this point, Lu Yi just wanted to say one word: impressive. Is that truly the case? Lu Yi's expression eased slightly. If you don't believe me, what can I do? Bai Chulin's tears flowed incessantly, heartbroken. How about letting Hongling speak? Shen Zitong said. Bai Chulin's heart trembled. At this moment, she desperately wanted to use the 9-separation soul-stealing technique to influence Yu Hongling. You must not tell Lu Yi the truth, otherwise Lu Yi will definitely be disappointed in you and me, and then everything will be over. As long as you cooperate with me, Lu Yi will forgive you and me, and then we will both return to Lu Yi's side. Hongling, if you tell the truth, Lu Yi will definitely be angry, definitely be angry. He won't want me anymore, and he won't want you anymore. Lu Yi frowned, staring at Bai Chulin, his eyes starting to turn cold. With me by your side, you still dare to use the 9-separation soul-stealing technique. Bai Chulin was still crying. Husband, what could I do? When I used the 9-separation soul-stealing technique, Hongling was still in a state of madness. She didn't even know that I was doing it for her own good. She would only think that I was making her very painful. What could I do? Husband, I really didn't want to, but I truly had no choice. Bai Chulin was weeping and sobbing, tears streaming down her face. Lu Yi reached out and swept his hand, using his divine sense to soothe the effects of the 9-separation soul-stealing technique on Yu Hongling. If he hadn't completed the cultivation of the spirit connection realm, he probably wouldn't have had any way to deal with the 9-separation soul-stealing technique. At this moment, Yu Hongling's eyes became extremely clear. She temporarily broke free from the influence of the 9-separation soul-stealing technique, looked at Bai Chulin, her eyes extremely complex. Bai Chulin's words were still echoing in her mind. Did she really want to tell the truth? After telling it, the two closest master and disciple would ultimately become this disgusting appearance. Wouldn't senior brother be disappointed in her? Senior brother not forgiving them was itself a trial for them. If the trial was successful and both of them became better, they could naturally return to senior brother's embrace. But what has the trial become now? Master and disciple turning against each other. Hating each other more than enemies. What kind of trial is this considered? Junior sister, you speak, is what master said true or false? Lu Yi said. Yu Hongling's body trembled slightly. Senior brother was about to forgive her. Did she really want to deceive senior brother? If she didn't deceive senior brother would definitely be disappointed in them. If she deceived senior brother, would everything Bai Chulin did to her just pass by like that? The first thing senior brother asked her after just forgiving her was to deceive him. Yu Hongling's heart was struggling fiercely. Finally, she let out a gentle sigh. Senior brother, I was indeed tormented by the primordial morning mist and fell into a state of madness. When master used the 9-separation soul-stealing technique on me, I didn't have a very clear memory, but after the 9-separation soul-stealing technique was performed, I did indeed break free from the state of madness. Hearing this, Bai Chulin was ecstatic. Hongling, you have finally grown up. This is the right way to speak. All the previous conflicts between us master and disciple, as long as we return to Lu Yi's side, what do they matter? When no one is around, even if you retaliate against me, as long as I can return to husband's side, she wouldn't say no. Lu Yi listened to Yu Hongling's words, his eyes difficult to read. So, you mean, master using the 9-separation soul-stealing technique on you was truly for your own good, Lu Yi confirmed. Yu Hongling's expression changed. Finally, she bit her lip and nodded gently. Yes, since my rebirth, master has been extremely good to me. If not, I wouldn't have used the charming girl extreme yin scripture to help her melt the chaotic yin poison. Senior brother, we have no ill intentions towards you. We already know our mistakes from the previous life. We are at fault, and we will not push the blame onto anyone else. We are truly wrong. At this moment, Yu Hongling's mind was extremely clear. Yu Hongling knew that Lu Yi hated it the most when she constantly shifted the blame onto others. Although Yu Hongling still felt that a large part of the reason they poisoned Lu Yi was due to Yin Qingcheng's instigation, she couldn't say it now. Now, their attitude of admitting their mistake must be particularly sincere. Bai Chulin completely relaxed when she heard Yu Hongling's words. Good, good, good. Hongling, it was Master who let you down, letting you suffer so much hardship. From now on, Master will definitely compensate you well. Bai Chulin said sincerely. Lu Yi nodded. He let out a soft sigh. He didn't speak, but instead helped Yu Hongling heal her injuries and destroy the 9 separation soul-stealing technique. Completing these tasks was quick for Lu Yi. Yu Hongling and Bai Chulin both felt that this time they were stable. Lu Yi finally spoke. I forgive you, yet I never expected that the first thing you would do to me is deceive me. When these words were spoken, Bai Chulin and Yu Hongling's faces changed drastically. What does that mean? Chapter 303 revealed. Why would Yu Hongling think that if she revealed the truth at all costs, Lu Yi would blame her along with Bai Chulin? Clearly, in the matter of Bai Chulin using the 9 separation soul-stealing technique on her, she had no fault whatsoever, everything was Bai Chulin's fault. But if she really said it, would it be like this? If she were to, in front of Lu Yi, pour out everything about how Bai Chulin abused her, how hypocritical she was, and how vicious she was. What would Bai Chulin's reaction be? She would feel utterly humiliated, followed by hysteria. She would bite at Yu Hongling like a madwoman. By then, the two would definitely engage in a grand scene of tearing each other apart. With Lu Yi just watching the two tear each other apart like this, what would his state of mind be? Yu Hongling already understood Bai Chulin very well. Her hatred for Bai Chulin would definitely lead to revenge, but absolutely not now. This was why she lied. She wanted dignity. She knew that what Lu Yi wanted was also dignity. Senior brother, what deception are you talking about? How did I deceive you? Yu Hongling asked, her face changing drastically. Husband, there's no deception. Hongling and I have always been in the same boat. Although there might be some minor disagreements, they are definitely not major conflicts. Both of them quickly explained. Lu Yi's eyes were filled with disappointment. Shen Zitong spoke at this moment. Former wife Yu, Venerable Master Bai, there's no need to rush to explain. Let me speak, and you can see if what I say is correct. The address changed from 2 sisters, back to former wife Yu, and Venerable Master Bai. First, although the 9 separation soul-stealing technique is very difficult to perform and is extremely prone to failure if there is resistance, once successful, it is very easy for the caster to dispel it. Why haven't you dispelled it? Shen Zitong asked. Bai Chulin took a deep breath, her gaze becoming sharp. This was the confrontation between her and Shen Zitong. Although the 9 separation soul-stealing technique is an evil technique, Hongling's Daos of fearlessness are weakening day by day. I guided her cultivation of the great Dao through the 9 separation soul-stealing technique. What's wrong with that? Then what are the Daos of fearlessness? How did you guide her? Shen Zitong asked again. The Daos of fearlessness are about being fearless and unafraid. I needed to change Yu Hongling's fearful mindset and make her fearless and unafraid. Wasn't that helping her cultivate? Where is the key to the Daos of fearlessness? Bai Chulin. I am not cultivating the Daos of fearlessness, I was just providing appropriate guidance. Then what about former wife Yu's myriad Eon rebellion scripture close double angle bracket? Bai Chulin's face changed drastically. Myriad Eon rebellion scripture it's because Yu Hongling felt that her Daos of fearlessness were about to collapse, so she was disheartened and unwilling to cultivate the myriad Eon rebellion scripture anymore. Master. Yu Hongling's voice suddenly rose. Her face was very red, and she was extremely anxious. She said the wrong thing, Shen Zitong, however, chuckled softly. Venerable Master Bai, have you seen the content of the myriad Eon rebellion scripture close double angle bracket? Bai Chulin was silent for a moment. Never. Then do you know that the myriad Eon rebellion scripture itself strengthens the Daos of fearlessness? Myriad Eons rebel, yet the heart does not rebel. Myriad Eons are in chaos, yet the Dao does not falter. The weaker the Daos of fearlessness are, the more urgently former wife Yu will cultivate the myriad Eon rebellion scripture close double angle bracket. When you asked former wife Yu to give up the myriad Eon rebellion scripture close double angle bracket, didn't former wife Yu tell you? A hint of confusion appeared in Bai Chulin's eyes. Or perhaps, you didn't even ask former wife Yu if she was willing to give up the myriad Eon rebellion scripture close double angle bracket, but instead directly made her give up cultivating the myriad Eon rebellion scripture close double angle bracket. This is your appropriate guidance. Shen Zitong's eyes held a cold smile, her height of 1.7 meters erupting with an aura of 10,000 meters at this moment. In Bai Chulin's eyes, at this moment, besides confusion, there was also a hint of despair. She never expected that having Yu Hongling give up cultivating the myriad Eon rebellion scripture would become her fatal blow at this moment. Your appropriate guidance is to make Yu Hongling's internal energy completely chaotic. Your appropriate guidance is to make Yu Hongling's physical body's vital energy decline. Your appropriate guidance is to directly make Yu Hongling switch to the cultivation method that brother specifically found for her. Your appropriate guidance is to sever Yu Hongling's great Dao, and from now on, become a vessel for your Bai Chulin alone to hold chaotic yin poison. This is your appropriate guidance. Bai Chulin, you are truly a hypocritical person. Hearing this, Bai Chulin retreated repeatedly. Unsteady, she even sat directly on the ground. No, it's not like that. Shen Zitong's gaze fell upon Yu Hongling. I'm very curious, former wife Yu, the charming girl extreme yin scripture I gave you, as long as you support each other, you absorb some chaotic yin poison, and Venerable Master Bai also absorbs a little chaotic yin poison, you can clearly last for a very long time, even until the 6th heaven without any problem. How did it collapse so quickly? Shen Zitong asked. Yu Hongling did not expect that she, who thought she was enduring humiliation and bearing a heavy burden, by showing a harmonious relationship with her master, could make Lu Yi feel at ease, make Lu Yi successfully forgive them, and accept them. And now, just as she was about to speak, Shen Zitong directly waved her hand. All right, former wife Yu, no one has ever told you before, but I'm telling you now, when you lie, your eyes always flicker, and your expression changes frequently. Even a normal person would know you are lying, the kind that doesn't even require thinking. Are you sure you want to continue lying? Yu Hongling's body froze. Is that so? Yu Hongling looked at Lu Yi, not knowing what she was expecting. And Lu Yi nodded gently. That's right. Yu Hongling started laughing, from a low laugh to a hearty laugh. Her laughter became frantic, becoming hysterical. Can you blame me for this? Can this matter be blamed on me? Bai Chulin, every time I circulated the charming girl extreme yin scripture close double angle bracket, she would frantically pour chaotic yin poison into my body, frantically pouring it in. She didn't even want to bear a little pain, she gave all the pain to others. As long as I had a single complaint, it meant I was disloyal and unfilial. She always liked to weave a net in the name of love and trap me firmly. If I couldn't bear it, it became my fault. She was never wrong at all. Finally, I went crazy. After I went crazy, how did Bai Chulin act? She guided me to use the charming girl extreme yin scripture even more frantically, even more recklessly. Even in a state of madness, I could still feel that excruciating pain that words cannot describe. She used the 9 separation soul-stealing technique on me, she influenced me, making me her most loyal servant, making me a vessel for her to hold chaotic yin poison. She even made me abandon the myriad Eon rebellion scripture close double angle bracket, making me completely her human puppet, making me a part of her. Even like this, she still claimed every day that she was doing it for my own good. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Bai Chulin, you are someone who is hypocritical to the extreme, selfish to the extreme, someone who should be spurned by all living beings in the 9 heavens. Even the most vicious evil cultivators in the world are not as vicious as you. Bai Chulin. Bai Chulin. Chapter 304 Going Crazy. The sound was like a cuckoo crying blood. Yu Hongling completely gave up. She already understood that the current her was unworthy of being forgiven by senior brother, and had no right to be forgiven by senior brother. So, let's destroy it. Everything will be destroyed. She wanted to completely expose Bai Chulin's hypocritical face. Bai Chulin's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. Lu Yi merely glanced at her, and she felt utterly ashamed. When the disguised side is revealed, it is even more cruel than showing that side from the beginning. Bai Chulin felt that at this moment, her ugly soul was completely exposed under Lu Yi's gaze. Her mind was blank, and she had no idea what to do. Yu Hongling was already mad. She let out a roar and lunged directly towards Bai Chulin. She grabbed Bai Chulin's neck with both hands, using all her strength to choke her desperately. And Bai Chulin seemed to have gone silly, letting Yu Hongling choke her without resisting, her eyes dull. Shen Zitong was thrilled. Lu Yi also felt unburdened. The great Dao became active. His control over the power of heaven and earth increased by another third. All right, Lu Yi was also pleased. He lightly sighed and floated into the air. Shen Zitong quickly followed, walking alongside Lu Yi. Who husband? Bai Chulin's voice was hoarse as she called out to Lu Yi. Yu Hongling turned her head to look, but Lu Yi had already turned away with Shen Zitong. Senior brother. Yu Hongling let out a mournful cry. Lu Yi did not look back, nor did Shen Zitong. The two flew high into the sky and slowly disappeared. This farce had now come to an end. Yu Hongling was still Yu Hongling, but Bai Chulin had evolved into a more advanced version of Bai Chulin. Lu Yi didn't dare to think about it. To be honest, if he had returned reborn, still not having truly awakened, and still harboring the idea of training these few women, he was already in the third heaven, feeling that the training was almost complete. Taking these women back under his protection, even if the guardian Great Dao had changed, with this group of big troubles around, he didn't dare to imagine what kind of explosion would happen in the future. Forgiveness, truly a terrifying word. Thankfully, he had completely broken free and truly awakened. These women would not change, they would never change. They would always be self-centered, not caring about others, stubbornly believing in themselves. Lu Yi and Shen Zitong's figures completely disappeared. Ding ding ding. Once certain that Bai Chulin and Yu Hongling could no longer see them, Shen Zitong immediately began to laugh uncontrollably, a truly bell-like laughter. Lu Yi shook his head helplessly. This system, why did it have to make him act out this scene? He really didn't want to act. Alright, it was indeed a little fun. The main thing was that he didn't need to say so much. If Shen Zitong hadn't taken the initiative to confront Bai Chulin head-on, he really would have been too lazy to say so much nonsense. Ding, thank you, good Lu Yi, dear Lu Yi, this system loves you to death. Shen Zitong was too happy. She was just someone who enjoyed a good show. Seeing Yu Hongling and Bai Chulin completely lose it in the end, and Yu Hongling even losing all her image to directly choke Venerable Master Bai's neck, Shen Zitong felt endlessly happy and satisfied. HMPH, in the previous life, she and Lu Yi had gone through so many hardships, finally reaching that level with great difficulty. If Lu Yi had broken through to the Saint Realm, he could have even helped her regain consciousness. At that time, she would not only be the Heavenly Dao, but also above the Heavenly Dao. They were clearly just a little bit away. The eternal Great Tribulation could not stop Lu Yi's steps at all. But everything was ruined by these 8 people. Shen Zitong would be a ghost if she wasn't angry. Lu Yi was just about to say that he wouldn't do this kind of thing next time. Who knew that Shen Zitong suddenly opened her arms and gave Lu Yi a big hug. Lu Yi. Ah, stinky Lu Yi, where are you putting your hands? Lu Yi's body stiffened, his expression a little awkward, and he quickly raised his hands. Sorry, habit. Shen Zitong let go of Lu Yi and rolled her eyes heavily at him. The Lu Yi of the previous life, although lacking love, was also absolutely a super invincible pervert. Lu Yi awkwardly wanted to change the subject. Suddenly, he remembered something. Right, how come I remember you provoked me once, and I told you to come out but you absolutely refused. Speaking of this matter, Lu Yi's expression began to turn serious. Shen Zitong. Was there? Ding, no, Lu Yi must have remembered wrong. I'll go back now if there's nothing else. Shen Zitong was just about to turn into a stream of light when she was suddenly grabbed by the wrist by Lu Yi. Ding, good Lu Yi, dear Lu Yi, I was wrong. Ding ding ding, don't hit me, stinky Lu Yi, I'll fight you. Pow pow pow. Drip, hitting sister, well done. Ding, stinky Lu Yi, stinky Heavenly Dao. Ding, good Lu Yi, I was wrong, stop hitting, I know I was wrong. Lu Yi used a set of 18 dragon subduing palms, hitting Shen Zitong until she repeatedly begged for mercy. After giving her a good lesson, he reluctantly let her go. Ding, HMPH, I'm not convinced. After Shen Zitong regained her freedom, she again expressed her lack of conviction. Lu Yi was too lazy to strike again. Although the feel was good, constantly hitting wasn't the right thing to do. Seeing that Lu Yi wasn't paying attention to her, Shen Zitong didn't dwell on the matter either. Ding, let's watch the drama, let's see what happens to this pair of master and disciple after this incident. Lu Yi was pulled by Shen Zitong to land on a tall mountain, and a light screen appeared before them. The stone sword appeared, and the human emperor banner also came closer. Lu Yi frowned. Who did they learn this from? On the light screen, the figures of Yu Hongling and Bai Chulin appeared. Both looked disheartenedly in the direction Lu Yi had left. Yu Hongling was the first to react, her eyes fixed on Bai Chulin, letting out a roar. It's all your fault. I'll kill you. She suddenly lunged towards Bai Chulin, continuing the unfinished great task from before, which was to choke Bai Chulin to death. Bai Chulin seemed truly disheartened, allowing Yu Hongling to desperately choke her. Her neck was almost broken by Yu Hongling's grip. That feeling could truly choke someone to death. Suddenly, two buzzing sounds rang out simultaneously. Two yin marrow worms attacked Yu Hongling like lightning. Yu Hongling struck the two yin marrow worms with two fearless seals, but bone-chilling cold energy surged towards her. However, Yu Hongling had withstood so many cold energy invasions that her tolerance for cold energy was extremely high. Yu Hongling let out an angry shout and struck Bai Chulin's head with all her might. This palm strike was enough to shatter Bai Chulin's head. Buzz! The two yin marrow worms were enraged. Their host could not be destroyed by Yu Hongling. If it was destroyed, what would they do? Thus, a large amount of cold energy began to erupt. At this moment, the two yin marrow worms unleashed terrifying divine abilities. Whether it was them, Yu Hongling, or Bai Chulin, all were frozen. In the end, they were still just larval forms, truly unable to control their power well. However, the scene finally became quiet. Chapter 305. Use the 9 separation soul-stealing technique on me. Freezing makes people calm. Both were frozen, unable to move, but their eyes met. Bai Chulin was so ashamed she didn't want to live. She was hypocritical, and her most hypocritical face was exposed, bloody, in front of Lu Yi, in front of the person she loved most. This feeling was too painful. She no longer wanted to live. And Yu Hongling also hated Bai Chulin to the extreme. If not for Bai Chulin acting this way, senior brother would have already been willing to forgive them. The 9 separation soul-stealing technique, even if used a little later, or the myriad eon rebellion scripture stopped a little later, senior brother might have forgiven them. They were already so close to senior brother. It was all because of Bai Chulin, who pushed her into such a desperate situation. Deceive Lu Yi, and Lu Yi is disappointed in her. Don't deceive Lu Yi, and Lu Yi is disappointed in her. They returned from rebirth, constantly tormenting each other. She was truly fed up. Freezing, it kept freezing. Yu Hongling wanted to go crazy. She wanted to vent. She was truly going insane. Bai Chulin finally calmed down. The shame in her eyes gradually disappeared. Hongling. Bai Chulin's spiritual sense moved slightly, communicating with Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling also reacted. Her spiritual sense was not frozen, so she began to furiously attack Bai Chulin with mental power. Bai Chulin defended. Hongling, don't be crazy. Perhaps now we have the same goal, Bai Chulin transmitted via spiritual sense. Yu Hongling didn't stop, continuing to furiously attack with spiritual sense. Husband was willing to forgive us. He hasn't forgiven us now only because we haven't truly changed. Yu Hongling ignored her. If we truly change, truly become better, husband will still forgive us. Yu Hongling attacked desperately. Hongling, calm down. Calm my ass. Yu Hongling's spiritual sense roared, continuing to attack Bai Chulin. How exactly can you calm down? I can't calm down no matter what. Bai Chulin, are you really, completely unwilling to be forgiven by Lu Yi anymore? It was better that Yu Hongling didn't hear about this, but hearing it made her even more frantic. Bai Chulin was also helpless, letting Yu Hongling attack. Slowly, perhaps she would calm down. Yu Hongling's anger was heavy. She struggled wildly, attacked frantically, wanting to kill Bai Chulin. But her strength was truly inferior to Bai Chulin's. Yu Hongling calmed down. She suddenly smiled ferociously. Bai Chulin, don't even think about living well. A wave of destruction suddenly erupted from within Yu Hongling. Yes, she wanted to self-detonate. Lu Yi, watching this scene, was startled and quickly gripped the human emperor banner. Can't waste it. Bai Chulin's face also changed greatly. The ice suddenly exploded, and she quickly attacked. Mockery in Yu Hongling's eyes, the destructive energy within her suddenly all gathered towards her palm. A heaven-breaking seal, almost in a manner of jade stone and stone burning together, was struck out. A Taiyan shield appeared in front of Bai Chulin's palm. Boom! A seal and a shield collided heavily. With a huge roar, the Taiyan shield shattered on the spot, and Bai Chulin's body flew backward. Yu Hongling was like a mad demon, a large amount of blood mist surged around her. It was completely a self-destructive burst-type secret technique. She wanted to die together with Bai Chulin. Dao striking seal. Yu Hongling roared. Her true essence was burning. The power unleashed by this strike even reached the terrifying domain realm. Hongling. Bai Chulin's face was anxious. Yu Hongling was deaf to her words, unleashing her full power strike. Bai Chulin had no choice but to also unleash a secret technique. The chaotic Taiyan power formed a shield with mysterious patterns, defending with all her might. Boom! Bai Chulin flew backward, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Around Yu Hongling, bloody flames began to burn. She had completely gone mad. Burning her own true essence, even burning her own great Dao, to kill Bai Chulin. How exactly can you get along with me properly? Bai Chulin shouted. Yu Hongling's eyes were bloodshot, carrying terrifying killing intent. There is no possibility of us getting along properly. Die for me. God-killing seal. I'll let you use the 9-separation soul-stealing technique on me. Bai Chulin shouted. Yu Hongling didn't even pause for a moment. The God-killing seal, carrying monstrous killing intent, had already struck out. Boom! Bai Chulin's body flew backward, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Yu Hongling's aura also became weak. She had already used all her strength and was truly unable to launch a stronger attack. But she still had a move. That was self-detonation. If she died, Bai Chulin must also die. She just wanted to die together with Bai Chulin. The wave of destruction bloomed on Yu Hongling's body. Bai Chulin suddenly knelt on the ground. Hongling, don't self-detonate. I'll let you use the 9-separation soul-stealing technique to control me. Calm down. Lu Yi still has a chance to forgive us. If you self-detonate now, everything will be over. I'll let you control me. Yu Hongling had been tormented by Bai Chulin to the point where she wasn't even afraid of death. She was truly fed up. The current environment and people's hearts were making her feel worse than death. But now, Bai Chulin was willing to let her use the 9-separation soul-stealing technique to control her. No, I won't believe you again. I will never believe you again. Yu Hongling was truly like someone bitten by a snake who is afraid of a well rope for 10 years. She didn't believe Bai Chulin in the slightest. Suddenly, Bai Chulin struck her own dantian. PFF'd. A large mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from Bai Chulin's mouth. Her aura instantly became weak. Now, I am severely injured. I am no longer your opponent. Hongling, calm down, think about Lu Yi, calm down. Bai Chulin's voice was gentle, trying to make Yu Hongling calm down. Yu Hongling, seeing the pale-faced, weak aura Bai Chulin, was also stunned. Although she currently didn't trust Bai Chulin at all, the current Bai Chulin had truly severely injured herself. If she wanted to kill her now, she should die. Lu Yi will forgive us, as long as both of us truly repent and mend our ways, as long as the relationship between us, master and disciple, is as good as it once was, as long as we both know we were wrong, Lu Yi will definitely forgive us. Hongling, we still have a chance. Yu Hongling gritted her teeth. Is there really still a chance? Senior brother is already so disappointed, do we still have a chance? No matter how disappointed he is now, can it compare to when all 8 of us betrayed him together? We still have a chance, still have a chance. Yu Hongling's aura around her weakened by 3 points, and the energy of self-detonation also slightly calmed down. Are you truly willing for me to use the 9-separation soul-stealing technique to control you? Yu Hongling asked, gritting her teeth. Bai Chulin knelt on the ground, sincerely bowing her head. Hongling, I truly know my mistake. I know you don't believe me. Now you can use the 9-separation soul-stealing technique to control me. I will never resist. Yu Hongling took a deep breath. The violent energy gradually subsided. How is the 9-separation soul-stealing technique used? Chapter 306 Doing a Little Thing. Lu Yi and Shen Zitong watched this spectacle. Ding, Bai Chulin has changed for the better, Shen Zitong asked, slightly surprised. Lu Yi smiled faintly. What do you think? Ding, I think there will still be excitement to watch, but for now, Bai Chulin will be more well-behaved. With the intelligence of these two, 10 Yu Honglings wouldn't be a match for one Bai Chulin. Lu Yi nodded lightly. Just watch, Yu Hongling will definitely fall into suffering again. Shen Zitong was very satisfied. What a great show it was, making her exceptionally happy. She transformed into a 5-colored stream of light and merged into Lu Yi's body. Soon. Drip, sister, don't hit me. Drip, Lu Yi, save me. Drip drip drip, sister, I was wrong. Drip. It was clear that with Shen Zitong's pettiness, since Heavenly Dao laughed at her, she would definitely not let it go. I finally found you. What's the rush? Running so fast. At this moment, Lin Chiyu transformed into a stream of light and rapidly approached Lu Yi. She was full of curiosity. Because ever since she met Lu Yi, he had always been the type to remain unfazed even if the sky fell. No matter how dangerous or exciting the situation, his reaction was always extremely calm. As a result, Lu Yi left so eagerly. She was very curious about what kind of event could make Lu Yi so eager. It's nothing, an old acquaintance ascended, and I welcomed them. Everything is fine now, Lu Yi said calmly. Old acquaintance. Lin Chiyu was a little confused. Can you tell me more? She felt it definitely wasn't as simple as Lu Yi said. Lu Yi glanced at her with a half smile. What do you think? Lin Chiyu pouted. Alright, what are we going to do next? Lin Chiyu asked. Lu Yi thought for a moment. It seemed there was nothing particularly important. Let's go exterminate a sect. Huh. Invincible Sword Sect and Mountain and Sea Sect, it's time they were completely annihilated. But you no longer have the fragrance of Chengdao. These two forces have many strong individuals. Can you be their match? Lin Chiyu asked. Lin Chiyu was very strong. She and Drunken Sword Taoist wiped out the Dark God cult, but that was because the Heaven and Earth realm experts of the Dark God cult were partly influenced by the fragrance of Chengdao, and partly because their foundation wasn't deep. They didn't have particularly powerful skills. Invincible Sword Sect and Mountain and Sea Sect were different. For example, Sword Immortal Duansheng was a top sword cultivator. They possessed a complete and powerful cultivation system. People who grew up under such a system were definitely much stronger than makeshift groups. Of course, there might also be some makeshift groups that obtained special opportunities and suddenly became top-tier existences. It should be fine. Let's try fighting them first. Before the domain realm, Lu Yi wouldn't dare boast, but after the domain realm, there was only the reincarnation realm in between. Skipping two major realms to fight a wave should be no problem. Alright, I'll join you for some fun. Lin Chiyu said with a smile. Lu Yi glanced at her. You don't need to bother. Invincible Sword Sect and Mountain and Sea Sect aren't only in the fourth heaven. Offending them now isn't a good thing. Lin Chiyu, however, laughed. Fellow Taoist, aren't you underestimating the Heavenly Gate too much? They have Invincible Sword Sect and Mountain and Sea Sect in the 5th heaven and 6th heaven, don't we? Heavenly Gate. Lu Yi. He really didn't underestimate the Heavenly Gate. After all, in his previous life, he didn't know how many people from the Heavenly Gate he had killed. The key was that there was no need. Their relationship. Forget it, if she wants to follow, let her follow. Lin Chiyu shouldn't need to make a move. The two transformed into two streams of light and flew towards a certain direction. After Shangguan Wanling left Lu Yi, she was sad for a while. Chu Ling actually died, and her soul was even put into the 10,000 soul banner. How miserable. But she was too useless and didn't have any particularly good solutions. However, looking at it from another perspective, didn't this mean Chu Ling would be by Lu Yi's side forever? Because when Chu Ling came out of the 10,000 soul banner, she was actually so close to Lu Yi, only a few meters away. It was pitiful that since her rebirth until now, she had never been that close to Lu Yi. It was undeniable that she was even a little envious. Chu Ling entering the 10,000 soul banner definitely made Lu Yi particularly angry. She was so well behaved and didn't make Lu Yi Gerger that angry, so even if she wanted to enter the 10,000 soul banner, Lu Yi Gerger wouldn't let her. What should she do if she wants to enter a little? Shangguan Wanling scratched her head. It seemed there was no particularly good way to make Lu Yi Gerger angry. She walked on the bustling street. Soon, she heard Lu Yi's name. So Shangguan Wanling pricked up her ears and listened, couldn't help but feel a little tongue-tied. Goodness, as expected of Lu Yi Gerger, the strongest man. Arriving in the fourth heaven, he was still invincible. Anyone who became an enemy of Lu Yi Gerger was truly out of luck. As Shangguan Wanling listened, she felt honored and puffed out her chest. What should she do now? It was obvious, the goal was clear. Shangguan Wanling spoke. Celestial Silkworm 9 Transformations Big Sale. The Celestial Silkworm 9 Transformations secret technique, the same model as Lu Yi Gerger's, only requires one origin treasure. You won't lose out, you won't be deceived. With this secret technique, raising your realm by several layers out of thin air is not a dream. Great Dao Treasure can obtain Celestial Silkworm 3 transformations, Origin Treasure can obtain Celestial Silkworm 5 transformations, Initial Treasure can obtain the complete Celestial Silkworm 7 transformations. Passers-by, don't miss out. Shangguan Wanling started shouting. Immediately, a large number of gazes fell upon Shangguan Wanling. Shangguan Wanling's body was faintly surrounded by blood-red light, primarily indicating her readiness to flee at any moment. The crowd looked at the red light on Shangguan Wanling's body. This red light looks quite familiar. It seems that when Lu Yi was being chased, such red light would erupt from his body. Listen carefully to the beautiful woman's shouts. Lu Yi's model. Isn't this woman the one who sold Celestial Silkworm 9 transformations in the second heaven and third heaven to amass wealth crazily? It's her, it's her. She finally ascended. I've been waiting for a long time. Recently, many people have ascended, each possessing Celestial Silkworm 9 transformations, fighting above their level as if it were commonplace. It's finally our turn to cultivate this technique. Limitless Celestial Venerable, it's clearly such a powerful divine ability and secret technique, and it's not sold particularly expensive, yet why does it always feel like I'm losing out? Let's go, ask her if the escape technique with the red light around her body is for sale. More and more people gathered around. It must be said, Shangguan Wanling had almost become a brand name now. Can it be cheaper? Only Initial Treasure can cultivate Celestial Silkworm 7 transformations. This is too expensive. If you think it's expensive, you can cultivate Celestial Silkworm 5 transformations. That's enough. Fellow Taoist, your escape technique that emits blood-red light around your body. Before he finished speaking, Shangguan Wanling's expression changed, and her figure disappeared in an instant. Everyone. No, she ran. I just wanted to ask if you're selling this escape technique. Chapter 307 Frontal Suppression. Invincible Sword Sect. At this moment, the Invincible Sword Sect was certain that the fragrance of Chengdao on Lu Yi had disappeared. Whether he appeared in a remote small town or blocked the Ascension Pool, no abnormality had occurred. The Invincible Sword Sect and the Mountain and Sea Sect finally relaxed a little and began to gather their disciples scattered throughout the fourth heaven. They returned to the ruins of the Invincible Sword Sect. The entire ruins of the Invincible Sword Sect had been destroyed beyond recognition, even the floor tiles had been removed, leaving a sense of desolation. Desolate scenery met the eye. The people of the Invincible Sword Sect looked at this scene with sorrow in their hearts. But what could be done? As long as we are here, the Invincible Sword Sect is here. It's just a bit dilapidated. Our Invincible Sword Sect will gain new life from this dilapidation. Sect leader Jiànjī of the Invincible Sword Sect said loudly. He gave a passionate speech, and in this stirring address, the eyes of the Invincible Sword Sect's people once again shone with light. Especially as more and more figures of the Invincible Sword Sect arrived, everyone's spirits were lifted again. Begin rebuilding the sect, following Jiànjī's command. Immediately, all the disciples of the Invincible Sword Sect began to work diligently. Everyone was a cultivator, building was simply too easy for them. During the reconstruction, people from the Invincible Sword Sect kept returning. They are back, everything is back, but as time passed, fewer and fewer people returned. Although the sect was gradually showing a new appearance and its occupied area was vast, the larger the area, the fewer people it seemed to have. The entire Invincible Sword Sect, scattered around, numbered a full 3,000 people. And now, the total number of those who returned, added together, was probably a terrifying 500. 500 people. How can there be only this many people? Where is Elder Dijian, who was in charge of guarding the soul lamps? Elder Dijian didn't come. The eyes of the Invincible Sword Sect's people were filled with sadness. Originally a massive Invincible Sword Sect, now only less than 500 people remained. Moreover, many extraordinarily talented true disciples had fallen. Why? Because these extraordinarily talented true disciples knew a sufficient number of the Invincible Sword Sect's cultivation techniques and secret methods, many people secretly targeted them. No matter how powerful the talent of a true disciple was, they were still disciples. Facing people several realms higher than them, what could they do? Not everyone was like Lu Yi, killing one heaven and earth realm giant after another at such a low realm. We must take revenge, Jiànjī said through gritted teeth. We must take revenge. Hundreds of disciples and elders of the Invincible Sword Sect roared. If they did not take revenge for this great calamity of the Invincible Sword Sect, they would not be worthy of the name Invincible. Of course, the revenge they spoke of was mostly not revenge against Lu Yi, but revenge against those who had secretly killed the disciples and elders of the Invincible Sword sect. Of course, what they said was ambiguous. It wasn't particularly clear whether they were seeking revenge against those people or against Lu Yi. Just as Lu Yi approached, he heard the sound of the Invincible Sword sect vowing revenge. He was stunned. The Invincible Sword sect truly lived up to its name, invincible. So tough, so fierce. Lu Yi liked it immensely. So, he formed hand seals. In an instant, above the sky, vast tribulation clouds began to churn. Heaven and Earth Tribulation Technique. Because he had reached the domain realm, his techniques could also stir the power of heaven and earth, resulting in a very large area covered by the tribulation clouds. Someone is crossing tribulation. Looking at the tribulation clouds forming in the sky, this was almost everyone's first thought. A heaven and earth realm cultivator crossing tribulation to ascend to the fifth heaven. No, it's not someone crossing tribulation. Yun Tianjian shouted loudly. Quick, sword formation. The tribulation clouds instantly rushed over the heads of the Invincible Sword sect members. Beams of sword light soared into the sky, together forming a sword formation. Boom! With a roar, lightning, almost purple, descended from the sky, carrying an aura of world destruction, overwhelming the Invincible Sword sect members. Lu Yi's figure floated between heaven and earth. Many times, Lu Yi's fighting style appeared in the form of close combat. Especially the celestial venerable fist. And now, Lu Yi's hands continuously formed seals, his vast divine sense easily stirring a massive amount of heaven and earth power, forming extremely terrifying techniques. The lightning had just passed. A massive fireball burning with vermilion bird true flame, like a new sun appearing between heaven and earth. The terrifying temperature caused the void to twist. Boom! The giant fireball descended from the sky, smashing fiercely towards the location of the Invincible Sword sect. The ground shook and the mountains swayed, trees and vegetation instantly turned to ash. Rivers dried up, and the earth was scorched black. A gap was blasted open in the sword formation, and in an instant, disciples of the Invincible Sword sect turned into dust. Lu Yi still did not stop. Various techniques were released with almost no pause. The power of each technique could be called terrifying. The power of heaven and earth was boiling. Stop it! In an instant, a beam of sword light came at high speed. Sword Immortal Duansheng took the initiative to stop Lu Yi. Battle intent appeared in Lu Yi's eyes. It's you, come. In an instant, two terrifying beams of sword light tore through the remaining tribulation clouds, the sword chi triggering terrifying heaven and earth power, like a tsunami. Invincible Sword Sutra. Supreme Sword Sutra. Whoosh! Terrifying sonic booms exploded. The two beams of sword light collided fiercely, and both shattered simultaneously. Sword Immortal Duansheng's eyes showed shock. How is that possible? He had only fought Lu Yi last time and was very clear about Lu Yi's strength. Now Lu Yi had only broken through to the domain realm. Domain realm. Why was this realm called the domain realm? It was because at this realm, the heaven and earth power that could be mobilized was limited. At most, it could form a limited area of domain. Now the heaven and earth power Lu Yi was using was no weaker than the heaven and earth realm. Where was the boundary, where was the limit of that boundless heaven and earth power? Is there no difference between the domain realm and the heaven and earth realm anymore? The two fought with swords, directly going berserk. Beams of sword light emitted terrifying roars, colliding and annihilating each other. In just over 100 moves, Sword Immortal Duansheng fell into a disadvantage. Why? Because Lu Yi was too familiar with the Invincible Sword Sutra. His Supreme Sword Sutra itself had taken a portion of the essence of the Invincible Sword. And Sword Immortal Duansheng knew nothing about the Supreme Sword. Suppression. Hard suppression. Suppression by absolute strength. Lin Chiyu looked at this scene, her eyes also filled with shock. Good heavens, the growth rate is too fast. PFF'd. The sword light suddenly severed Sword Immortal Duansheng's arm. I'll help you. Another 3 heaven and earth realm auras rushed over. Lu Yi wasn't afraid at all. What if 3 more came? He would fight 10 of them. Lu Yi was fighting fiercely here. On the other side, Yu Hongling, through Bai Chulin's teaching, finally learned the 9 separation soul-stealing technique. The energy in her body was constantly on the verge of self-detonation. As long as Bai Chulin made any unusual move, she would immediately self-detonate. Bai Chulin looked at Yu Hongling, her expression pale, but with a gentle smile, as if she were looking at her own child. Hongling, use it on me. This time, we can't be wrong again. Chapter 308 Slap. Pain. So painful. Bai Chulin's body floated, and runes quickly poured into her body, separating her soul from her flesh and blood. Bai Chulin knew the 9 separation soul-stealing technique was painful, but she hadn't expected it to hurt this much. However, she could endure it. The 9 separation soul-stealing technique that Bai Chulin taught was correct. Yu Hongling wasn't an idiot. Of course, Bai Chulin wasn't an idiot either. She couldn't let Yu Hongling completely control her because she had the Taiyan Marrow worm. The 9 separation soul-stealing technique was directly cast into Bai Chulin's soul, and if Bai Chulin wanted to resist, she only needed the help of the Taiyan Marrow worm to avoid it. Yu Hongling wouldn't know about this. Bai Chulin knew Yu Hongling was kind and had nothing to say about this master. Yu Hongling couldn't understand her kindness towards her, so she could only use this method to stabilize Yu Hongling. Otherwise, Yu Hongling might really self-destruct. She might not be able to hold on until the day Lu Yi forgave her. She absolutely couldn't let Yu Hongling self-destruct. She didn't believe that Yu Hongling would really abandon her, her master. After a long time, the 9 separation soul-stealing technique was completed. At this moment, Yu Hongling clearly felt that she controlled Bai Chulin. With just a thought, her consciousness could forcibly occupy Bai Chulin's consciousness. She could also subtly change Bai Chulin's thoughts. Evil technique, truly a terrifying evil technique. However, such an evil technique was also extremely difficult to perform. In the beginning, it was very easy to fail. The last time Bai Chulin performed it on her, she managed to get through the initial stage while she was insane. And now that Bai Chulin offered no resistance, she succeeded. This technique was good if it could control 2 people, it consumed a lot of mental energy. Yu Hongling's eyes held a gleam. She had actually managed to control Bai Chulin. Had Bai Chulin really realized her mistake? No, absolutely not. She was just worried that if she died, no one would help her absorb the chaotic yin poison. Yu Hongling's eyes held madness. The turbulent aura in her body gradually calmed down, and she stared intently at Bai Chulin. Kneel. Bai Chulin's expression immediately changed. A disciple telling her master to kneel. The 9 separation soul-stealing technique took effect. Although Bai Chulin was unwilling, under the influence of the technique, she still knelt on the ground. Yu Hongling took a deep breath, looking at Bai Chulin who was kneeling on the ground. Her expression changed again and again, but in the end, she didn't move away, letting Bai Chulin kneel before her. Slap yourself, Yu Hongling said through gritted teeth. Hongling. Bai Chulin's eyes held pleading, and her hand was already raised. Slap, slap. Bai Chulin's hand fiercely slapped her own face. Yu Hongling closed her eyes. Undoubtedly, at this moment, her heart was both relieved and pained. But Bai Chulin's actions absolutely had to be punished, and severely punished, otherwise, how could the resentment in her heart be released? Bai Chulin kept slapping herself. Each slap was forceful, and soon her face was swollen and red. Bai Chulin's heart was filled with disbelief and anger. She was Yu Hongling's master, how could she do this? How could she do this? She had indeed gone too far before, but you can't be like this, someone who humiliates their master. Bai Chulin also knew that Yu Hongling could feel her emotions, she wanted to pretend. But that feeling of anger was truly impossible to hide. In her entire life, she had never felt such great humiliation. Before, no matter how vicious Yu Hongling was, she only used words to provoke and anger her. But now, Yu Hongling, are you still that Yu Hongling? Bai Chulin was angry, she even wanted to immediately transfer the 9 separation soul-stealing technique away and regain control of Yu Hongling. But she wasn't sure if Lu Yi was still here. She also wasn't sure if she could instantly subdue Yu Hongling when Yu Hongling had the will to die. Endure. You must endure. Bai Chulin kept telling herself in her heart. Yu Hongling listened to the continuous sound of slapping, her eyes filled with hatred. Yu Hongling could feel the anger in Bai Chulin's soul. As long as this feeling of anger and humiliation in Bai Chulin remained for one day, she would continue to punish Bai Chulin until Bai Chulin truly understood her mistake. Lu Yi still didn't know that Yu Hongling and Bai Chulin were fighting like this. If he knew, his mood would definitely be even better. Right now, his mood was exceptionally good. For no other reason than that he was strong enough. At this moment, he was fighting against 6 heaven and earth realm powerhouses alone. His supreme movement technique instantly put his figure in a semi-ethereal state, appearing and disappearing, seemingly present and absent. A total of 7 figures flashed across the heaven and earth, sword light bursting in all directions. 4 swords instantly gathered together, 3 swords flanking one. 4 forces quickly collided, sparks flying. The swords of the other 3 couldn't stop trembling, and finally, their bodies also started to tremble. Sword light pierced towards his head. A vertical pupil opened in Lu Yi's glabella, and a terrifying power erupted. The long sword stabbing towards Lu Yi's head immediately froze. What other means do you have? The other 2 powerhouses attacked at the same time. A domain realm fighting against 6 heaven and earth realm powerhouses at the same time was simply insane. But being insane was good, they could completely kill this damned guy. 2 arms suddenly appeared on either side of Lu Yi, punching at the same time. Boom! 2 figures flew backward. What other means? There were many. 6 arms appeared at the same time, only one hand holding a sword, the others attacking with fists and palms. 1 sword broke 3 swords. The 4 sword intents were all transferred to Sword Immortal Duansheng by the Yin-Yang technique. Half of Sword Immortal Duansheng's body exploded, and he retreated frantically. More people. Sword Immortal Duansheng roared. If 6 people weren't enough, then 8, 10. They didn't believe that they couldn't surround and kill this Lu Yi with more people. 3 more people joined the battle. Lu Yi's pressure reached its peak. Sword light roared, and fists and palms shattered the sky. But in just a moment, one of Lu Yi's arms was cut off. Don't mind her, come over here. Sword Immortal Duansheng roared. 2 more people joined the battle. Without the formation, even if you are strong, you are only one person. As long as you cannot crush us, you will die. Sword Immortal Duansheng roared. Who said I'm just one person? Lu Yi suddenly said. Lin Chiyu, who had been watching the battle, thought Lu Yi was talking about her and was about to join the battle immediately. Yun Tianjian's figure appeared before Lin Chiyu. Fellow Taoist, this matter has nothing to do with you. Get out of my way. Lin Chiyu shouted loudly, and the battle instantly began. Now aren't you just one person? Sword Immortal Duansheng said with monstrous killing intent. I wasn't talking about her. Sword Immortal Duansheng. At this moment, a second Lu Yi appeared. A third Lu Yi appeared. A fourth Lu Yi appeared. Chapter 309 More than people. Not too many appeared. Only 4. But these 4 Lu Yi, each one had the same strength as Lu Yi. Except they could no longer possess other lives, and except they didn't have the stone sword, everything else was completely identical to Lu Yi. 4 Lu Yi. 1 Lu Yi could fight 10, and even if the 4 Lu Yi were a bit modest, they could still fight 32. Also, compete in numbers. One of the Lu Yi reached out and grasped the human emperor banner. In an instant, heaven and earth turned a deep purple. Horrifying and piercing soul shrieks echoed between heaven and earth, souls like seas and abysses transformed into a purple river appearing between heaven and earth. Pairs of pained eyes stared at these people. Compete in numbers. Sword Immortal Duansheng's face turned deathly pale. Yun Tianjian's eyes revealed horror. No, wait a moment, fellow Taoist, we can negotiate. Yun Tianjian roared, but the last word was stuck in his throat. Negotiate what? They had already tried to negotiate twice and failed. What the hell was there to negotiate? Therefore, it was too late. Some held swords, some held banners, some cast spells, and some used celestial venerable fist. They went berserk with killing. Terrifying killing intent surged. Lu Yi went berserk with killing on the spot. When multiple other people teamed up, they still needed to be in sync and figure out how to coordinate. Lu Yi saved too much trouble, because all 4 people were him, without any mistakes or barriers. Escape. All of you, escape. Quick, escape. Someone with a reincarnation mirror let out a desperate roar. The others from the invincible sword sect looked at the sky enveloped by purple mist. Listening to the screams from inside. Many people were so scared their bodies were trembling. It's over. This time, the invincible sword sect was completely finished. Everyone began to flee. How could Lu Yi possibly allow such a thing to happen? A sect, if it wasn't neat and tidy, could it be considered a sect? Thus, 1 Lu Yi walked out of the purple mist. The chase began. Screams occasionally rang out, and as time passed, they gradually became quiet. Lin Chiyu couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle when she saw this scene. Lu Yi, ah Lu Yi. Just how many terrifying divine abilities do you still have? When three Lu Yi simultaneously walked out from within Lu Yi's body, Lin Chiyu was stunned. What kind of terrifying divine ability is this? One Qi transforms into three pure ones. No, it's not, this is one more than one Qi transforms into three pure ones. The purple mist began to gather, eventually all merging into the human emperor banner, which fluttered and rustled, looking majestic. The other three Lu Yi also disappeared. Only one Lu Yi remained floating between heaven and earth, captivating and awe-inspiring. This was the might forged through killing. While fighting, Lu Yi also discovered a drawback. That was, his true essence was too little, even though he could use true essence to leverage a small amount for a large effect, stirring up a large amount of heaven and earth power. The speed at which true essence was consumed was still terrifying. By now, the true essence within Lu Yi's body was almost completely depleted. It was almost not enough. Still need to cultivate. Looking at the embryonic invincible sword sect buildings below, Lu Yi stepped down with one foot. The last bit of true essence disappeared. A giant footprint crushed the magnificent buildings into dust. Spirit stones shattered one by one, the true Qi inside surged into Lu Yi's body, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth even formed a storm. The invincible sword sect, annihilated. Let me recover my true essence first, then we'll go find the mountain and sea sect, Lu Yi said. Lin Chiyu, for some reason, breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Thank goodness, thank goodness. This freak still needs to recover true essence. At least he finally looked somewhat like a normal person. Lu Yi recovered true essence exceptionally quickly, he had enough spirit stones, and his cultivation technique was powerful enough. However, even so, it still took a day and a night to restore his true essence to its peak state. This was actually very fast. Upon reaching the Great Emperor realm, or even the Heavenly Venerable realm, the energy within the body is nearly inexhaustible, but if one encounters the most brutal clashes, it is still possible to completely deplete the energy within the body. At that time, wanting to recover to the peak state would take several years. According to legend, Fearless Great Emperor was targeted from the Quasi-Emperor realm, and was still targeted after breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. In a fit of rage, he charged into a forbidden ground, and as a result, throughout his life as a Great Emperor, he never managed to be in a perfect state. Because he was constantly fighting, constantly fighting. Of course, this is just a legend. After all, the era of Fearless Great Emperor is also a bit distant. When Lu Yi was fighting on the Time River back then, he pulled over many powerhouses, and originally wanted to pull Fearless Great Emperor too. As a result, he checked several points in time, but Fearless Great Emperor was always fighting and couldn't spare any time at all. Let's go, to the Mountain and Sea sect. Hopefully, they haven't received the news yet. Mountain and Sea sect. Actually, upon hearing that Lu Yi and Lin Chiyu went together to annihilate the invincible sword sect, the Mountain and Sea sect immediately convened an emergency meeting. Disperse again, or fight. After a period of intense discussion, and because dispersing would result in too many casualties, the radical faction gained the upper hand. Don't disperse. Fight. Not only fight, but fight now. Immediately go support the invincible sword sect. Thus, 9 heaven and earth realm powerhouses from the Mountain and Sea sect quickly went to support the invincible sword sect. As a result, just as they were about to reach the location with great difficulty and thought of using a mountain viewing mirror to check the current situation, the aura from afar was too terrifying, and even the spiritual energy Great Dao had become chaotic. To be able to fight to this extent, the intensity of the battle was clearly unusual. Then, they saw that the invincible sword sect was showing off their large numbers. The Mountain and Sea sect was even happy at the time, with so many powerhouses from the invincible sword sect, plus them, wouldn't there be even more people? Just as they were about to go over, they saw Lu Yi divide into 4 Lu Yi, each with monstrous strength. The powerhouses of the Mountain and Sea sect were almost scared to death on the spot. What the hell was that? Seeing the souls released by the 10,000 soul banner covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Are we still going? A conservative powerhouse asked. Going my ass, I'm a radical, not someone who seeks death. Quick, have everyone from the Mountain and Sea sect disperse and re-merge into various corners. As long as Lu Yi doesn't ascend, my Mountain and Sea sect will absolutely not reassemble. The Mountain and Sea sect was truly scared badly. Actually, if they hadn't retreated, Lu Yi would have indeed felt troubled. So troubled that he might even have had to separate out his remaining 2 lives. Lu Yi was in the heat of battle at the time and didn't notice the Mountain and Sea sect coming to support them. When he and Lin Chiyu arrived at the Mountain and Sea sect, the Mountain and Sea sect was already empty. Ran away so quickly. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. However, did the Mountain and Sea sect forget that the current Lu Yi no longer had the fragrance of Chengdao? And without the fragrance of Chengdao, Lu Yi could freely enter and exit all places. He could go knock on their doors one by one. Clearly, the Mountain and Sea sect thought they were hiding very securely. Lu Yi pulled out the karmic threads and began using a secret method to search. Once the Mountain and Sea sect was dealt with, Lu Yi wouldn't have much left to do in the fourth heaven. At most, he'd just kill a wave of Yao Demon for fun. As for why kill Yao Demon? Does killing Yao Demon need a reason? In Lu Yi's opinion, absolutely not. He would kill if he wanted to kill, because this was the ideology passed down to him by the Yao Demon of his previous life. Using it on the Yao Demon in this life was just right. Chapter 310, The Sect Leader Seeks Death. Wu Wei. A call rang out. The man in gray paused, but did not stop. Instead, he tried to calm himself and continued walking forward. A palm approached him. Wu Wei's figure burst forward, but the palm was faster, turning him into a mist of blood with a single strike. Lu Yi put away the storage ring. He didn't take out the human emperor banner, but temporarily took his soul. Pairs of eyes looked over. Seeing Lu Yi, many people's expressions changed drastically. They quickly looked around, pretending not to have seen him. Lu Yi naturally wouldn't attack innocent people. His figure disappeared. Amidst Lu Yi's repeated hunts, the number of Mountain and Sea sect members rapidly decreased. However, speaking of it, this time the Yao, demon, evil cultivators, alien race, and others from the fourth heaven were quite well behaved. Outer domain. The demon clan was migrating today, not moving closer to the continent, but moving away from it. Demon Emperor, why is this? Now the human clan is in internal strife with heavy casualties. Isn't this the perfect time for us to launch a large-scale attack? Someone asked, puzzled. The Demon Emperor sneered. Large-scale attack. The demon clan from the first heaven, second heaven, and third heaven all thought that way. What's the result now? Everyone is dead. Still attacking. How many lives do you have to die? We have never had any conflict with that Lu Yi, and he has such a serious feud with the human clan. He shouldn't help the human clan, right? Do you want to hear what you're saying? Did the demon clan from the second heaven and third heaven have conflicts with him? Weren't they still wiped out? When he kills us, he doesn't need any reason at all. Now that we're close, I'm even worried he'll come killing on his own, which is why I'm taking you away from here. You still want to kill towards the human clan. I really don't know what your head is grown for. The other alien race and evil cultivators indeed became smarter. They even envied the human clan greatly. Don't look at how Lu Yi went on a killing spree among the human clan, but if the alien race and human clan fought, Lu Yi would absolutely stand on the human clan's side. This is a very overbearing person. And he is an extremely cold-blooded person. Even among the same human clan, if they provoke him, he will completely eliminate them. For him, the alien race are even worse than pigs and dogs. Perhaps for this Lu Yi. All living beings feel pain, but the alien race are an exception. No hurry, no hurry. Hide first. Only when this Lu Yi ascends will it be their time to step onto the stage. The people of the Mountain and Sea sect were decreasing one by one. Unlike the invincible sword sect, the Mountain and Sea sect elder guarding the soul lamps was still there. He watched as one soul lamp after another began to extinguish, and was instantly terrified. He hurriedly took out a communication stone and began to make contact. The Mountain and Sea sect leader was named Fengyu Taoist. Hearing the elder's report at this moment, he sat heavily on the chair, tears welling up in his eyes. It's over. It's over. His Mountain and Sea sect is finished. The Mountain and Sea sect's foundation of so many years was completely destroyed in his hands. He wasn't afraid of death. But after dying, how could he face the deceased seniors? How could he face the disciples who had already fallen? It was all because of his greed, because of his mistaken judgment, and it wasn't just one mistaken judgment, but one mistaken judgment after another. It was he who led the Mountain and Sea sect into the abyss step by step. Those who had once besieged Lu Yi together with the Mountain and Sea sect, just because they took out spirit stones, are now living with unprecedented peace of mind and unprecedented happiness. The 2 million spirit stones they paid were absolutely worth it. Regret. Deep regret surged into his heart. Fengyu Taoist's old tears flowed freely. Why was his mind so clouded by greed? Why was he given chances again and again, yet he always failed to grasp them? Why? PFF'd. Fengyu Taoist spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his entire being began to age. Sect leader. A shadow appeared, letting out an exclamation. I want to find Lu Yi, I want to go personally, I want to use my life to atone for my sins to him. All the treasures of my mountain and sea sect will be given to him, I only beg him to spare our disciples, they are innocent, they are innocent. Sect leader, you cannot go. Don't stop me, even if I don't go, he can find me, in that case, I might as well go find him, I'll atone to him, I'll kneel and beg him. Sect leader. Fengyu Taoist waved his hand, sending the person blocking him flying with a palm strike. He quickly rushed outside. He was going to find Lu Yi. Lu Yi's killing was still relatively systematic, killing according to location order. From south to north, finding Lu Yi was not difficult. Lu Yi was doing it on purpose. If you have the guts, come at me. He appeared on the street once again. This should be a mountain and sea sect elder. His strength is decent. Strive for a quick battle to avoid too many innocent casualties. Lu Yi is a kind person. He doesn't like to kill innocent people indiscriminately, even if the aftermath of the battle causes others to die. Lu Yi would feel heartbroken. It's just that this heartbreak wasn't shown. Of course, if someone died due to the unavoidable aftermath caused by killing an enemy, Lu Yi could only feel heartbroken while killing the enemy even harder. It was all the enemy's fault. If they had been honestly killed by him, not so many innocent people would have been harmed. It's all the enemy's fault. But after only a few steps, Lu Yi's footsteps stopped. An old man wearing a Taoist robe, with an aura like a deep abyss and towering mountain, was kneeling on the bluestone road. Lu Yi looked at this old man. He recognized him. In his previous life, Fengyu Taoist was also a prominent figure. As a guardian, of course he recognized him. What is he doing? Lu Yi was a little puzzled, but still walked over and stood openly in front of Fengyu Taoist. Even though Fengyu Taoist was old, and Lu Yi was still a youth, so what? Fellow Taoist, all the thousands of mistakes are solely my, Fengyu's, fault. It was my greed that clouded my mind. They only acted against fellow Taoist under my orders. I, Fengyu, am willing to offer all the treasures of my mountain and sea sect, as well as my life, and earnestly request fellow Taoists to spare the remaining people of my mountain and sea sect a path to survival. Fellow Taoists' great kindness, Fengyu will forever engrave it in his heart. Even through 10,000 cycles of reincarnation, I will remember fellow Taoists' magnanimity and recite scriptures and pray for fellow Taoist every day. Fellow Taoist, this poor Taoist knows his mistake. At this moment, Fengyu Taoist prostrated himself completely, lying on the bluestone road, sobbing uncontrollably. Even Lin Chiyu couldn't help but be moved by this. A sect leader who can do this much for others in his sect can already be called a good sect leader. Lu Yi looked at Fengyu Taoist. Looking at a small tower floating beside Fengyu Taoist. This was all the accumulated wealth of the mountain and sea sect. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? The stone sword lit up, Fengyu Taoist's head rolled off, and the sword energy instantly destroyed his vitality. The human emperor banner waved. Fengyu Taoist's corpse turned into ashes. Lu Yi did not stop and continued walking towards the remaining people of the mountain and sea sect. Taoist Lu Yi. A figure blocked Lu Yi's path again. It was Shorin Taoist. Chapter 311. Are you willing to give up? Fellow Taoist, you've come to mediate again. Lu Yi looked at Shorin Taoist, feeling as if he was seeing himself in a past life, and couldn't help but ask with a faint smile on his face. Shorin Taoist's expression was a bit bitter. He always felt that Lu Yi's gaze could see through him completely, inside and out. But there was nothing he could do. The sect leader of Mountain and Sea Sect, Fengyu Taoist's calm acceptance of death, truly moved him. He had originally thought Fengyu Taoist was just talking, but he didn't expect him to actually be willing to die. Fellow Taoist, Fengyu Taoist is dead. He was the main culprit, momentarily blinded by evil, but usually considered a good person. He has already handed over all the treasures of the Mountain and Sea Sect to fellow Taoist. Although Shorin Taoist didn't explicitly state his request, that final cry of, fellow Taoist, was remarkably similar to Zhang Lao's 3 calls of, Yun Chong, when Cao Cao fled along Warong path. However, Lu Yi was not Guan Yun Chong. Although Shorin Taoist had some shared circumstances with him, it hadn't reached the point of being close friends. Did you forget how they treated you during the last peace talks? Only Shorin Taoist could make Lu Yi patiently explain. This poor Taoist remembers, but the price they paid is already big enough. Lu Yi shook his head. For you, it's big enough, but for me, it's not. Fellow Taoist. Lu Yi lightly sighed, how about I help you abolish your great Tao? Shorin Taoist was startled. It was undeniable that at this moment, Shorin Taoist actually felt a slight inclination. Let's go, I'll show you something. Lu Yi's figure disappeared. Shorin Taoist followed closely behind. The two, one after the other, arrived at a deserted place. A shimmering green light bloomed, and the enlightenment tree stretched out its branches, appearing between heaven and earth. Oh, Master finally remembered me. I haven't appeared for such a long time. But it seems I don't have any fighting power, and Master doesn't need me to help with enlightenment either. Following this, Master is truly so happy. I must protect Master well. The enlightenment tree was exceptionally happy. Even if Master forgot it, it wouldn't be angry at all. Instead, it was working hard to find ways to help Master. Shorin Taoist stared blankly at this enlightenment tree. He couldn't be more familiar with the aura emanating from the enlightenment tree. But, this great Tao. Isn't it too terrifying? Shorin Taoist was completely stunned. If his guardian great Tao was just a weed, then the guardian great Tao on this enlightenment tree was completely like the Tongtian Janmu, the difference between an ephemera and the sun and moon. This was an enlightenment tree. Even though Shorin Taoist had never seen a real enlightenment tree, he still recognized it. How could such a terrifying guardian great Tao appear on the enlightenment tree? Shorin Taoist considered his knowledge shallow, but what level was this kind of great Tao? Emperor realm. No, the Emperor realm definitely doesn't have such a strong great Tao. Quasi-Emperor. Shorin Taoist felt this terrifying guardian great Tao. No, it wasn't a quasi-emperor, it absolutely couldn't be a quasi-emperor, it was a great emperor. At the very least, it was a great Tao that had condensed a great emperor Tao fruit. Such a terrifying guardian great Tao. As soon as Lu Yi released the enlightenment tree, its branches stretched out towards Lu Yi. A consciousness was transmitted. Snuggle. Lu Yi reached out and gently touched a branch, and the enlightenment tree was instantly satisfied. This is Shorin Taoist asked in a slightly hoarse voice. Lu Yi confirmed it for him. That's right, it's the guardian great Tao of a great emperor. Celestial Venerable and Great Emperor made no difference to the current Shorin Taoist, so Lu Yi was too lazy to say it was a Celestial Venerable. Otherwise, Shorin Taoist would hear it and think, holy crap, the guardian great Tao is that fierce. It can actually be cultivated to Celestial Venerable. He died. A great emperor who cultivated the guardian great Tao fell, yet why had he never heard any news about it? He wouldn't be the person you mentioned before, the one forsaken by everyone, would he? Shorin Taoist asked. Lu Yi nodded. Yes, he became a great emperor, yet he still fell because he was forsaken by everyone. Lu Yi smiled. What difference does becoming a great emperor make? Even if he was a celestial venerable, protecting others his entire life, and finally being betrayed by everyone he protected, would he still have a reason to live? Shorin Taoist fell silent. He looked up again, staring blankly at the enlightenment tree. The sense of protection on the enlightenment tree was so strong that he felt ashamed of himself. But it wasn't just strong. His eyes held confusion. Even a great emperor was tricked into this state by the guardian great Tao. He also wondered, was it because the great emperor used the guardian great Tao incorrectly? And could he himself control the guardian great Tao very well? At this moment, he looked back at the past. Before the joining Tao realm, everything in his life was so beautiful. Precisely because it was beautiful, he chose the guardian great Tao. He wanted to protect all beautiful things. After integrating the guardian great Tao, he was indeed very strong, almost invincible within the same realm. He and his senior sister were childhood sweethearts and should have pledged their lives to each other, but when he was in the heavenly god realm, his senior sister fell in love with someone else. His master and the sect, who were originally good to him, also gradually changed their attitude. Originally, everyone was good to him because he had extraordinary talent and infinite potential. But after cultivating the guardian great Tao, it became him being good to everyone. Those with conscience would return his kindness, but occasionally, someone with conscience discovered a problem. That was, even if they didn't return the kindness to Shorin Taoist would still be good to them. And so, there was no return once, no return twice, no return 3 times. Until it became taken for granted in the end. In the very end, just because he cultivated the guardian great Tao, he was almost tricked by the sect into losing his life and Tao. Now, Shorin Taoist looked back. He discovered that although he seemed to have fellow Taoists all over the world, in reality, he no longer had any fellow Taoists. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt like he and Lu Yi were like friends despite the age difference upon meeting Lu Yi. I can help you remove the guardian great Tao. After removing it, if you are willing, I can guide you to cultivate a new kind of great Tao. That's possible, Shorin Taoist was startled. Lu Yi nodded. Of course, others couldn't accomplish such a thing, but Lu Yi was different. Back then, to help Shangguan Wanling cultivate a great Tao again, he didn't know how many methods he had thought of. Lu Yi deduced for a long time, to the extent that all his assets were fed to the system, and he searched for treasures for 30 years, constantly maintaining the calculation. Only then did he finally obtain a secret technique called stealing heaven and mending sun. Lu Yi was overjoyed at the time and hurriedly had Shangguan Wanling cultivate other great Taos. As a result, Shangguan Wanling couldn't learn it. She couldn't give birth to a new great Tao. She didn't understand other great Taos at all. So, 30 years were spent on a lonely deduction. Lu Yi couldn't understand it at the time, thinking, you've already cultivated to the Tongtian realm, how can you not cultivate another great Tao? But Shangguan Wanling just couldn't cultivate it. Chapter 312, Stealing the Sky. It was too difficult. Shangguan Wanling absolutely couldn't cultivate her great Tao, almost causing Lu Yi to break down. It was like a parent teaching their child to study. No matter how you taught her, she just wouldn't learn, making Lu Yi so angry that he severely disciplined Shangguan Wanling. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the end, it was a full 30 days. That time, Shangguan Wanling didn't get out of bed for a month. But she still couldn't cultivate. What could Lu Yi do? He could only continue to search for cultivation methods, and finally, his gaze fell upon the devouring sky Mayfly clan. Thus, the Origin Devouring Heaven scripture was born. Lu Yi also paid the price of a life for this. After returning, Lu Yi severely disciplined Shangguan Wanling again. He directly bullied Shangguan Wanling until she was stunned. During that time, Shangguan Wanling's body trembled whenever she cultivated. As long as she didn't cultivate properly, Lu Yi would pounce on her like a hungry tiger. It was under this level of discipline that Shangguan Wanling finally succeeded in cultivating the Origin Devouring Heaven scripture. Shorin Taoist's expression flickered uncertainly. Everything from the past kept flashing through his mind. Break or not break, this was not something that could be decided so simply. This was the great Tao he had cultivated for most of his life. Lu Yi was not in a hurry either. He had enough patience for Shorin Taoist. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. From the moment the enlightenment tree appeared, Lin Chiyu was already shocked to a state that couldn't be expressed in words. She had not cultivated the guardian great Tao, nor did she understand its meaning. But she understood the great Tao. The great Tao on this enlightenment tree was a great emperor-level great Tao, absolutely a great emperor-level great Tao. Heavens! Limitless celestial venerable. This enlightenment tree absorbed a great emperor-level great Tao, and Lu Yi still said he wasn't a great emperor reincarnation. He also said this was the great Tao of a friend from his past. If he wasn't a great emperor reincarnation, how could he have a friend in the great emperor realm? Who exactly is Lu Yi? Which renowned great emperor is he the reincarnation of? Who are the ones who use fists? There aren't many great emperors who are good at both fists, swords, and formations, so who exactly is it? Lin Chiyu pondered hard, unable to figure it out. If she asked directly, Lu Yi definitely wouldn't tell her. I'm dying of curiosity. Finally, Taoist Shorin shed a tear. All the past grievances and emotions melted into this single tear. His eyes became resolute. Please, fellow Taoist, save me. He had made his decision. Lu Yi took a deep breath. No regrets. No regrets. Lu Yi nodded lightly, forming seals with his hands. The move, stealing the heaven and mending the sun, consumed a lot of true essence. It was extremely difficult for him to perform. However, fortunately, Lu Yi was not like his previous life. In this life, he had returned through reincarnation and had already mastered the control of every single bit of energy to perfection. First, stealing the heaven. The technique of leaving the Dao that he taught drunken sword Taoist back then was actually a simplified version of the stealing the heaven technique. Ding, Heavenly Dao, do you see? The Lu Yi knows the stealing the heaven technique. He will steal you and sell you later. The system started to scare the Heavenly Dao. D, sell sister too. Ding, it's you who will be stolen, you are heaven. D, sister is also heaven. Lu Yi ignored the ding ding dd sounds in his head. Infinite light formed incredibly complex patterns, condensing onto Lu Yi's fingertips. Lu Yi's face turned red. Sweat started to appear on his forehead. Lin Chiyu glanced at the profound runes and even felt a strong sense of dizziness. It was too complex. Is this something a human could conceive of? How were such complex patterns outlined? Lu Yi pointed a finger towards the center of Shorin Taoist's eyebrows. Shorin Taoist's body shook violently. The guardian Great Dao let out a mournful cry at this moment. The enlightenment tree sent down 10,000 rays of light, gently enveloping Shorin Taoist. The pain on Shorin Taoist's face eased considerably. Because the guardian Great Daos of the two, although not from the same lineage, could be considered to originate from the same source, allowing the enlightenment tree to absorb Shorin Taoist's guardian Great Dao, Shorin Taoist would at least not be particularly painful. Strands of light were extracted from Shorin Taoist's body. Shorin Taoist's aura was rapidly weakening. Without the Great Dao, the realm was just an empty shell. Combat power was less than 1%. This could be called a brave man cutting off his wrist. Time passed bit by bit. After a full 7 days, Shorin Taoist's guardian Great Dao was finally completely extracted. Lu Yi took a deep breath. Next, it was mending the sun. His hand left the center of Shorin Taoist's eyebrows and formed seals again. Just as Shorin Taoist's realm was about to collapse, it was forcefully stabilized by Lu Yi. Reshape the Great Dao, Lu Yi shouted loudly. Shorin Taoist frowned tightly. He had already thought of his own Great Dao. This Great Dao was named, No Regrets. For the seeker of the Dao, no regrets in the past. No regrets in the present. No regrets in the future. A new Great Dao was born from within Shorin Taoist's body. The enlightenment tree emitted light, helping Shorin Taoist's newborn Great Dao to improve. The Great Dao grew rapidly. A large amount of true essence disappeared from Lu Yi's body. It was difficult for him to support the heaven and earth realm from falling in realm with his domain realm. But saving the current Shorin Taoist made Lu Yi very happy. He also wanted to see what kind of person Shorin Taoist, who was not reborn, would become after changing his guardian Great Dao. The Great Dao was rapidly improving. Lu Yi grunted, and Shorin Taoist's realm dropped from heaven and earth realm 8th level to 7th level. Lu Yi had already started to bleed from his nose. 6th level, 5th level. Only when the new Great Dao was sufficient to support Shorin Taoist's cultivation would his realm stop falling. This was the price. Lu Yi could only try his best to slow down the rate of decline. 4th level. Blood started to flow from all 7 orifices of Lu Yi, but his face was calm. He had tried all kinds of extremes. For him now, this kind of perseverance was just a drizzle. 3rd level. 2nd level. Time passed by the minute and second. 1st level. Shorin Taoist's realm had already started to want to fall out of the heaven and earth realm. At this moment, Shorin Taoist suddenly opened his eyes. His aura trembled, and the realm that was about to fall was forcefully stabilized. Shorin Taoist's body was trembling. He stabilized it. His Great Dao had actually changed. An incomparable sense of ease instantly filled his entire body. At this moment, in his mind, countless requests, countless narrations, countless worries, all vanished into thin air. He only had 2 thoughts. The first thought was, it felt good, it was easy, limitless celestial venerable, it felt so damn good, it was so damn easy. The second thought was, Lu Yi's kindness would never be forgotten. Especially looking at Lu Yi's current appearance, bleeding from his 7 orifices and his aura weak. Lu Daoyu, your great kindness needs no words of thanks. From now on, as long as you need me, I will not hesitate even if it means death. You should recover quickly. Lu Yi was extremely curious in his heart, but for now, recovering was the priority. He planned to temporarily follow Shorin Taoist around and see what changes Shorin Taoist would undergo. Chapter 313. After giving up the protection. Of course, this isn't about watching drama, it's definitely not about watching drama. Lu Yi was simply a little curious. After all, he had been reborn and experienced an extremely severe betrayal, which led to his profound realization being deeply etched in his memory, painful to the extreme. He almost severed all emotional ties. But Shorin Taoist was different. He hadn't reached that point yet, nor had he experienced such a profound realization. Both he and Shorin Taoist had broken free from the guardian Great Tao, so what kind of differences would arise between them? Lu Yi's injuries recovered. Shorin Taoist guarded him without leaving his side. Lu Yi opened his eyes. Fellow Taoist Lu, how is the situation now? Shorin Taoist asked. Lu Yi nodded. Everything is good. How about you? Shorin Taoist immediately became happy. He had originally looked around 40, but after a good rest, he now looked like he was 30. His figure also became tall and sturdy, and most importantly, there was no longer any gloom in his eyes, but rather a radiant glow. Good heavens, what a transformation! A brilliant smile appeared on Shorin Taoist's face. He was practically turning into a sunny and cheerful big boy. Awesome. Never felt so good. Lu Yi nodded. Since you're feeling good, I'll follow you for a while. You do whatever you were planning to do, and I'll see what changes occur. What do you think? No problem, but there are still some remnants of the mountain and sea sect to kill. Is that okay? Shorin Taoist asked. Lu Yi. Good heavens, does the change have to be this big? If Shorin Taoist, who was bound by the guardian Great Tao, had heard that Lu Yi wanted to follow him and stop the killing, he would have endured any hardship, even to the point of death, to prevent Lu Yi from leaving. And now, he actually took the initiative to remind Lu Yi. The first thing he said was, remnants. No rush, we can kill them sooner or later. Shorin Taoist mused for a moment, I don't have anything else to do either. How about you kill them now, and I'll join you. The mountain and sea sect betrayed me and treated this poor Taoist like a monkey. This poor Taoist was influenced by the guardian Great Tao before and actually thought I should forgive them. I was truly blinded by lard. This is a life and death feud, there's no such thing as forgiveness. Lu Yi's eyes widened slightly. Ding, the effect is this good. Although Shen Zitong didn't show herself, it was obvious that she had perked up. Very good, with Shorin Taoist in this state, there's definitely going to be some fun to watch next. Although Lu Yi's drama was the most fragrant and sweetest, watching others' drama was also thirst-quenching. Alright, then let's continue killing. Lu Yi was even more indifferent. The sooner they were all killed, the sooner the trouble would be over. Lin Chaiyu's eyes also widened. Is this Shorin Taoist? Is this the Shorin Taoist who is known throughout the entire fourth heaven, is deeply loved by everyone, and is known as the most selfless and enthusiastic? Oh my goodness. Just changing a great Tao can cause such a huge change in a person. Lin Chaiyu followed Lu Yi, constantly shocked and saying, oh my goodness, along the way. There was no other way, because the recent events had simply exceeded Lin Chaiyu's understanding, they were too incredible. The three of them journeyed together. Lin Chaiyu kept curiously observing Shorin Taoist. Fellow Taoist Lin, what's wrong? Shorin Taoist asked with a smile. You know me. The Heavenly Gate exists to protect the Heavenly Dao. We cultivators should all be grateful, so naturally, I recognize fellow Taoist. Then what does it feel like to change your great Tao? Fear before severing, reluctance when severing, and after severing, it's like being reborn, no longer wanting to be controlled by guardianship. Lin Chaiyu couldn't help but cup her hands in salute. In the vast nine heavens, there are very few who have the courage to change their great Tao. It is truly admirable. Ha ha ha! Shorin Taoist burst into laughter. Indeed, the great Tao is the most important thing that accompanies a cultivator throughout their life. Many people even live for the sake of their great Tao. Abandoning one's great Tao is almost no different from living a new life. The killing began. Some people died directly under Lu Yi's sneak attack. Others struggled for a bit and fought with Lu Yi. Those who could fight with Lu Yi were naturally in the heaven and earth realm. But Lu Yi's strength was too great. Those in the heaven and earth realm couldn't withstand him at all. The heaven and earth realm cultivators of the mountain and sea sect saw Shorin Taoist and quickly cried out for help. Fellow Taoist Shorin, save me. He flew towards Shorin Taoist. However, Shorin Taoist sent out a palm strike, and it was a full power strike. Boom. That heaven and earth realm cultivator had not expected Shorin Taoist to attack him at all. His body flew backward, his eyes filled with intense disbelief. Why should I save you? You insisted on attacking Lu Yi against my advice back then. Did you ever think of today? If Lu Yi had been defeated and asked me for help, and I had saved him, would you all have been willing to let it go? Yesterday's cause, today's effect. This is a principle that even those in the causality realm should understand. You are in the heaven and earth realm and still haven't understood it. What are you cultivating? Shorin Taoist roared angrily. That heaven and earth realm cultivator. Huh, are these words that Shorin Taoist could say? No, where is your compassionate heart that protects the weak? Lu Yi's sword pierced through the retreating heaven and earth realm cultivator, shattering him with a single strike. The human emperor banner instantly absorbed his soul. Next, the powerhouses of the mountain and sea sect fell one by one. Until the last powerhouse died, his eyes wide, staring fixedly at Shorin Taoist, his gaze full of malice and hatred. Shorin Taoist couldn't help but laugh. Fellow Taoist Lin, look at him. Clearly, you killed him, but he's holding the resentment against me just because I didn't save him. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Lin Chiyu. It's also my fault for being too good to everyone before, making them think that no matter what happened, I would stand on their side. Once my stance changed, they hated me. This is what I deserve. But their deaths are also what they deserve. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh. Alright, my business is settled. Where are you going next? Lu Yi asked. The vermilion bird true flame incinerated the last of the mountain and sea sect members into ashes. Please, fellow Taoist, come to my cave dwelling for a visit. Speaking of which, I still have some good wine and would like to share it with both fellow Taoists. I hope you will honor me with your presence. Lu Yi nodded. Okay, then let's go. The three of them journeyed together, flying towards Taoist Shorin's cave dwelling. Half an hour later, amidst the towering mountains, a place with rich spiritual energy, like a celestial blessed land, appeared before the three of them. A family of three was playing in the courtyard at this time, looking extremely harmonious. The man had a face like jade, and the woman was gentle and mild. But when the woman saw Shorin Taoist, she was first stunned, and her gentle smile gradually turned cold. Junior brother, what are you doing here? Wang Kuro said in a cold voice. Shorin Taoist looked at the family of three. First, there was bitterness in his eyes, then it turned into relief, and finally, it became cold. Senior sister, this is my cave dwelling. It seems I don't need to report to you about what I do here, do I? Chapter 314, Little Ant. Wang Kura's expression froze. She looked at Shorin Taoist in surprise. What do you mean, your cave dwelling? Isn't your cave dwelling my cave dwelling? Now you returning to your cave dwelling is actually returning to my cave dwelling, and I'm asking a question, is there a problem? Just by looking at Shorin Taoist's face, Wang Kuro felt that Shorin Taoist was different from before. Putting aside other things, simply his facial features were undoubtedly more handsome, and he also possessed a sense of vicissitudes, which was quite charming. Junior brother, didn't you say you would let our family of three live here? Wang Kuro said. Shorin Taoist nodded. He had ascended earlier than Wang Kuro. By the time their family ascended, Shorin Taoist was already in the reincarnation realm. Although he couldn't be called a top expert, he was already very powerful in the fourth heaven. Wang Kuro naturally came to seek refuge with him. So, he gave his cave dwelling to Wang Kura's family. Since then, although he returned quite a few times, he would leave in a hurry each time. The reason for returning was because Wang Kuro wanted all sorts of treasures, which required him to find them and send them back. Why come back? To watch the woman he liked, and her man and child, laughing and chatting together. To listen to the sounds of her and her Tao companion's affection. He didn't know if it was deliberate on Wang Kura's part, but each time their sounds were particularly loud. Forget it, forget it. Shorin Taoist's expression turned cold. It's true that I let your family live here, but this cave dwelling is my cave dwelling. Now I need to take the cave dwelling back, is there any problem? Shorin Taoist asked. Wang Kura's eyes widened suddenly. Lu Yi and Lin Chiyu stood a little further away, staring intently at the scene before them, their expressions extremely serious. The stone sword poked out a bit of its tip, and the 10,000 soul banner lay on Lu Yi's shoulder. An eye appeared in Lu Yi's glabella, but that eye was clearly not Lu Yi's eye. At times it became lively, at times it became dull. Ding, stinky Heavenly Dao, don't compete with me, grow another eye. Drip, sister, let me see. Ding, go look from up there. Drip, sister. Ding, I'm going to hit you. Heavenly Dao. In the sky, white clouds gathered, forming a shape like an eye. You give something to someone, and then you take it back, Wang Kuro said in shock. I never said I gave this cave dwelling to you, did I? Shorin Taoist raised an eyebrow. But we've already lived here for so long. Senior sister, the fact that you've lived here for a long time represents my kindness, not that I gave the cave dwelling to you. When did I ever say I gave the cave dwelling to you? Shorin Taoist asked. Wang Kuro thought carefully. Indeed, he hadn't said it, but so what? Junior brother, your husband and I have been living here since we first arrived in the fourth heaven. The child is still young. Are you now going to drive us out? If we leave, we'll be in a strange place, with no relatives. You and I are the closest people. How could you bear to drive me out? Wang Kura's eyes were already filled with tears. Pitiable. She knew how to manipulate Shou Ren. But this time, Shorin Taoist did not show any reluctance. Senior sister, Master taught us from a young age that we shouldn't take things that aren't ours. Shou Ren, you've gone too far. The man suddenly shouted loudly. The man's name was Taoist Feng Hua. He had a handsome face and was most skilled at sweet talk. Taoist Feng Hua's eyes held anger. You are a heaven and earth realm mighty figure. This place isn't some blessed land. What's the harm in yielding it to your senior sister? Can't you open up a new cave dwelling? Why make things difficult for us two weaklings? Are you worthy of your master? Are you worthy of your senior sister treating you as her closest person? Shorin Taoist fell silent. Taoist Feng Hua, thinking Shou Ren had been shamed by his words, couldn't help but feel smug. In his opinion, Shorin Taoist was simply the biggest fool in the world. Clearly liking his senior sister, yet letting her fall into his embrace, even willing to travel far and wide to find all sorts of treasures to support them. He even let them live in the cave dwelling, while he himself occasionally returned with treasures and stayed in the guest room. Taoist Feng Hua liked it most when Shorin Taoist returned, because that not only meant a large amount of treasures returning, but also that his interest would greatly increase. In the next room, fiercely bullying a woman liked by a heaven and earth realm mighty figure, the sense of accomplishment in his heart simply shot through the sky. Shorin Taoist also got angry. Damn it, their voices were so loud. But what could he do? They were a pair of Tao companions, what was he? Shorin Taoist could only reduce the frequency of his returns, but Wang Kuro always made herself sound very pitiful each time, and various beautiful scenes between him and his senior sister would always appear in Shorin Taoist's mind. Help once, help again, and finally help one last time. Forget it, this is merely this Taoist's cultivation. Lu Yi, of course, didn't know what game they were playing, but looking at this scene, he suddenly felt a chill. Good heavens, this Shorin Taoist. He's even more miserable than me. In his previous life, Lu Yi was truly miserable, but no matter how miserable, no woman ever dared to cuckold Lu Yi. Even Yu Hongling didn't dare to mention Feng Wuxi in front of Lu Yi. Because all 8 of them knew that Lu Yi had zero tolerance for such matters. Of course, it might also be because Lu Yi was fierce enough that they couldn't even entertain other thoughts. After all, one Lu Yi was already more than they could handle. What Yu Hongling yearned for was also just pure love, not other dirty business. Yet this Shorin Taoist, he. Looking at Taoist Feng Hua's pretty boy look, a scene appeared in Lu Yi's mind. Junior brother, Feng Hua has no strength left, help push him. Lu Yi suddenly shivered. Holy cow, can't think about it, dare not think about it. Although Lin Chiyu also knew of Shorin Taoist's reputation, at this moment, she still couldn't believe it. No, big brother. You're a heaven and earth realm mighty figure. What level are these two guys at? 2 little minions in the domain realm. Are you serious? Shou Ren, if you return, we are naturally welcome, after all, this is your cave dwelling. But driving out your weak senior sister's family, that is your fault. You should apologize to your senior sister, Taoist Feng Hua said. Shorin Taoist suddenly struck out with a palm. He had already tried his best to hold back his strength, but he still sent Taoist Feng Hua flying, his body smashing through a small mountain, covered in blood and gore. Husband! Wang Kuro cried out in surprise. She looked at Shorin Taoist in disbelief. Her voice became sharp. Shou Ren, are you crazy? Why did you hit him? What did he say wrong? Shorin Taoist thought for a moment. A mere ant dares to criticize a mighty figure and offend my dignity. Go ask everyone in the world, even if I killed him, would anyone think it unreasonable? Shorin Taoist's voice was very calm. Wang Kuro was stunned. What did he say? Chapter 315 Title. Idiot, don't hit my daddy, don't hit my daddy. The child, only 10 years old, angrily rushed towards Shorin Taoist, swinging his fists to hit Shorin Taoist. Wang Ke's mind was stunned by Shorin Taoist's words, and she actually failed to pull the child back. He ran in front of Shorin Taoist and hammered Shou Ren's leg. Shorin Taoist lowered his head. Even if he had abandoned the guardian Great Tao, he wouldn't strike a child. But his face was full of shock. He looked at this child in disbelief. Taoist Feng Hua's real name was Yang Feng Hua, and this child was named Yang Zhen. What did he just hear? Wang Ke's expression changed drastically again. She was just about to rush over and pull the child away, but her body was frozen and unable to move, and she couldn't even speak. Wang Ke's face was full of anxiety, her eyes showed guilt, and she let out whimpers. Shorin Taoist squatted down and gently grabbed Yang Zhen's hand. "Junner, what did you call Shishu just now?" Shorin Taoist asked with a serious expression. Yang Zhen was ultimately a bit scared. "Shishu, don't hit daddy, don't hit daddy." Shorin Taoist's face became ferocious. He treated his senior sister's child as his own, extremely well. He also liked him very much on a daily basis. But what did he just call him? "Speak, what did you call me just now?" Shorin Taoist roared. Yang Zhen was terrified and immediately spoke the truth. Idiot, Shishu, don't hit my daddy." Yang Zhen started crying. Taoist Shorin's body trembled violently. Idiot. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi felt a pang of sadness, unsure if it was for Shorin Taoist or himself. Why are human hearts always like this? Why call Shishu an idiot? Shorin Taoist's voice had become slightly hoarse. Yang Zhen hesitated greatly and refused to speak. Shorin Taoist reached out, and the bloody and mangled Taoist Feng Hua directly flew over, his neck grabbed by him. "Junner, tell me, why do you call me an idiot? Tell me the truth, and I won't hit your daddy. If you don't speak or lie, then I'll beat your daddy to death, and from now on, you'll never have a daddy again." Shorin Taoist threatened. "Let go of my daddy, let go of my daddy. Speak." Shorin Taoist roared. Yang Zhen was so scared his face turned pale. He had never seen such a terrifying Shishu. Originally, he quite liked Shishu because Shishu brought him delicious food and fun things every time he came back. But later, slowly, he didn't like Shishu as much. Because, woo. Wang Ke struggled hard, wanting to shake her head, but how could she break free from the restraint of a heaven and earth realm expert? "It was daddy who said you were an idiot every day, and I just followed what daddy said." Shorin Taoist's hand loosened slightly. "What about mommy? Did mommy ever say it?" Shorin Taoist asked, forcing out a smile that was more painful than crying. "Mommy said it too. Besides idiot, what else did you call me?" Yang Zhen watched as Shorin Taoist really loosened his grip on his daddy little by little, and directly cast his parents' instructions to the back of his mind. Yang Zhen thought for a moment. Waste idiot fool slut money boy punching bag mistress adulterer. One after another, epithets came out of Yang Zhen's mouth. Wang Ke couldn't help but close her eyes in pain. Lu Yi and Lin Chiyu listened, the descriptions before were very accurate. But after that, mistress, adulterer, what the hell? Shorin Taoist looked like he had thick eyebrows and big eyes, yet he actually did such a thing. Ding, no way. Shen Zitong's voice was extremely excited. Lin Chiu's eyes were also shining. Shorin Taoist frowned tightly, he was also bewildered by the last two epithets. He and his senior sister were innocent and pure, heaven and earth could attest. "Why call me mistress and adulterer?" Shorin Taoist asked. "I don't know, daddy and mommy like to call you that when they fight." Shorin Taoist understood. Lu Yi and Lin Chiu also understood. A blush appeared on Lin Chiu's cheeks, and she couldn't help but spit. "Shameless. Lu Yi. Good heavens, so Shorin Taoist was part of your couple's play." Shorin Taoist's chest heaved violently for a moment. This was an insult to him. And also an insult to themselves. Shorin Taoist suddenly exerted force with his hand. Crack. Taoist Feng Hua's neck was snapped, and the life force within him instantly vanished. No. Wang Ke's restraint was lifted. Watching this scene, she let out a scream. "Husband." Shorin Taoist stood up, allowing Wang Ke to pounce over. Husband. Shou Ren, what is wrong with you? How could you kill him? You killed him. Wang Ke was simply going mad. Although Taoist Feng Hua was a bit perverted, she truly loved him, perhaps precisely because Taoist Feng Hua was perverted, she loved him so much. Shorin Taoist nodded. "Yes, I killed him. I'll give you 10 breaths. If you don't leave, I'll kill you too, including Yang Zhen. Shorin Daoist's voice was extremely cold. He really didn't know how he had lived the first half of his life. Disgusting. Truly disgusting. Shou Ren, how are you going to let us orphans and widows live? Yang Zhen treated you as the best Shishu, and now you've killed his own father. I treated you as the best junior brother, and you killed my husband. Shorin Daoist started laughing sadly. Ha ha ha, the best junior brother. The best Shishu. Ha ha ha. Shorin Daoist laughed wildly. I treated you with sincerity, how did you treat me? I went to find the 7-colored lotus body for you and was severely injured, yet you ignored me and went to comfort Taoist Feng Hua who had only suffered minor injuries. I dealt with powerful enemies for you, you deceived and hid things from me, and only told me after it was over that this matter was your fault. Your cultivation method was flawed, I told you not to use yin to supplement yang for him, but you didn't listen. I searched for treasures for you, but you blamed me for not finding good enough treasures. I did everything for you, yet you talked behind my back, calling me useless, calling me a good for nothing. Yang Zhen was originally such an innocent child, what have you taught him to become now? Shorin Daoist was frantically venting his grievances. Wang Kuro also went mad. Her eyes widened, staring intently at Shorin Daoist, it's not your fault. If it weren't for you cultivating some guardian great Dao, being good to everyone, and having a life with you that had no interest whatsoever, how could I have left you in the first place? All of these things, aren't they all because of you? Lu Yi watched this scene and suddenly laughed. Too familiar, it was simply too familiar. Shorin Daoist stared fixedly at Wang Kuro. 10. 9. 8. He no longer wanted to waste words with Wang Kuro. Wang Kuro took a deep breath. I won't let you off, absolutely not. Chapter 316, Empathy. Wang Kuro hugged Yang Zhen and left. Yes, she didn't even want Taoist Feng Hua's corpse. Lu Yi saw this scene and narrowed his eyes. What does that mean? Didn't she love Taoist Feng Hua? Now she doesn't even want Taoist Feng Hua's corpse. Lu Yi couldn't understand the occurrence of this situation. Because he was a man. But Lin Chiyu was stunned for a moment when she saw this scene. She was a woman, and easily understood Wang Kuro's thoughts. Perhaps she didn't particularly like this Taoist Feng Hua, perhaps her liking for Taoist Feng Hua was less than her liking for Shorin Daoist, as if she deliberately found a Taoist Feng Hua to anger Shorin Daoist. Lin Chiyu said, Lu Yi, find a man she doesn't like, deliberately pair up with him, and then use this kind of thing to anger the man she likes. The key is that this man was extremely good to her. Lu Yi considered himself to have seen many bizarre women, but at this moment, he still felt his horizons broadened. It was truly unbelievable. As a woman, can you understand? Lu Yi asked curiously. I can understand, but I can't accept it. Lu Yi made a gesture that was very unbefitting of his celestial venerable status, he scratched his head. Seriously, you can understand this. No wonder as long as Shorin Daoist returned, Wang Kuro's voice would be so cheerful, it's possible this idea wasn't even proposed by Taoist Feng Hua. By 9 lives Celestial Venerable. Shorin Daoist lightly exhaled a breath of turbid air, directly shaking Taoist Feng Hua's corpse into dust. The human emperor banner flew out, automatically taking the opponent's soul, waste with shameful behavior. I've made fellow Taoist laugh. Shorin Daoist said. Lu Yi stepped forward and lightly patted Shorin Daoist's shoulder. Get properly drunk, and there's no problem. Okay, wait for me to clean up first. Please do. Shorin Daoist began to continuously pulverize things. Many things related to the two of them made him feel disgusted just by looking at them. The places they had lived, the places he had heard of, were all destroyed. But this family had lived here for too long. Everywhere was the aura of their life together, and in the end, the originally beautiful cave dwelling had been destroyed into ruins. Fellow Taoist, let's change places, the environment here is already unsuitable. Lu Yi, however, shook his head. No, there's no need to go elsewhere. Celebrating fellow Taoist's new life on the ruins is fitting for the occasion. Ha ha ha, since fellow Taoist doesn't mind, please. Please. Above the ruins, a stone table and stone stools rose up. Lu Yi and Lin Chiyu took their seats. Shen Zitong didn't come out, she didn't like being with other people, only liking to appear in front of a crowd of former wives. Although Shorin Daoist's gossip was also filling, it wasn't enough to make her show herself. Glasses clinked and cups were exchanged. The three chatted aimlessly, talking about whatever came up. Lin Chiyu talked about interesting things in the Heavenly Gate, Lu Yi talked about secrets of some ancient figures, and Shorin Taoist just expressed gratitude and drank wine. Cup after cup, jar after jar. Before long, they became intoxicated not just from the wine. Shorin Taoist clearly drank a bit much, and it was at this time that it was considered Shorin Taoist's home ground. He couldn't help but start crying. He cried so bitterly. He began to recount the grievances in his heart. I just don't understand, I really can't understand, I'm good to people, why can't people be good to me? I protect them, why do they never feel grateful, but instead think that my protection is only natural? Guardian Great Dao, Guardian Great Dao, you've harmed me so terribly. I just had good intentions, but after cultivating the Guardian Great Dao, how did I end up like this? Fellow Taoist, I feel terrible, my heart is bitter. I don't even know what kind of life I'm living, what kind of life. The Guardian Great Dao had only cultivated to the heaven and earth realm, and I was already covered in wounds. I really can't imagine how much grievance I would suffer if I cultivated the Guardian Great Dao to the Great Emperor realm, or the Heavenly Venerable realm. Lu Yi originally had a faint smile on his face. But after hearing this sentence, the smile gradually disappeared. Fellow Taoist, drink more. Go drink yourself silly. Lu Yi, your friend in the Great Emperor realm, what did he encounter while cultivating the Guardian Great Dao? Do you know? Tell me to balance my mind. Lu Yi, just drink, don't talk nonsense. Okay, drink. I'm too bitter, I'm too difficult, I clearly did so many good deeds, but no one cared. As long as I did one bad deed, I would be pointed at by thousands. Starting from today, I'm going to collect debts. I will collect back all the debts owed to me over these years. Hiccup, Lu Yi, fellow Taoist Lin, you don't know how poor I usually am, I'm completely broke. If it weren't for this wine being given to me the first time I helped someone, when others didn't understand my character, otherwise I wouldn't even be able to afford wine. And after they knew your character. Ha ha ha, if they weren't so shameless, they would dare to ask for the wine back. Wait, just wait, none of the debts owed to me will escape. Shorin Taoist got drunk particularly fast. He couldn't even last half the time before collapsing onto the table. Lin Chiyu's gaze fell on Lu Yi. He's already drunk, there's so much good wine, let's drink. Let's make it clear first, absolutely no using energy to sober up, whoever sobers up is a bastard. Lin Chiyu felt that Lu Yi's secrets could definitely be dug out this time. After all, he and Shorin Taoist had drunk very quickly and fiercely just now. Lu Yi nodded. Drink. The two began to drink. They drank from dawn till dusk. The moon, round like a silver disc, hung in the sky, casting billions of silver rays that spread across the earth and draped over people's shoulders. Lu Yi, this wine is really delicious, no wonder the other party wanted it back. If that drunken sword old man drank it, he'd probably be ecstatic. Lin Chiyu's cheeks were already flushed, and she spoke with a thick tongue. It's indeed delicious, although it's mellow and fragrant to drink. The alcohol is strong enough, I already feel like I'm about to drink too much. Lu Yi's eyes were also slightly hazy. On Shorin Taoist's body, Lu Yi saw many things, and his mood couldn't help but fluctuate. In fact, the Guardian Great Dao didn't just protect people who weren't good. But good people were often dragged down and killed by him. Not just once. Because when he fell into despair due to protecting, those grateful people would often risk their lives to protect him. This kind of thing was equally painful. It's too difficult. It's really too difficult. Only one jar of wine was left. Lin Chiyu's eyes were blurry, looking at Lu Yi, whose eyes were also blurry, and asked her biggest curiosity. Are you really a great emperor reincarnation? Lu Yi shook his head, and under the shaking, his head became even dizzier. No, not a great emperor. Lin Chiyu was disappointed, completely unable to hold on, and collapsed onto the table. It's a celestial venerable. Chapter 317 Debt Collection. Ah. A stretch was accompanied by the sound of the BGM. Lin Chiyu woke up. This wine was indeed good, at least there was no headache after drinking it. She looked around, her gaze first falling upon the even more shattered cave dwelling, then on Lu Yi, who was in a cultivation state, and her brows furrowed slightly. Lu Yi opened his eyes. Shorin Taoist woke up in the latter half of the night and went on a drunken rampage, giving this place an even more violent baptism. Your sleep quality is quite good, Shorin Taoist made such a fuss, and you didn't even wake up. Lin Chiyu truly had not a single shred of memory. However, she didn't care about Shorin Taoist, but was more concerned about Lu Yi. When I was finally drunk, you said you weren't a great emperor reborn. There seemed to be another sentence after that. What was it? Lin Chiyu was extremely curious. She really seemed to have heard Lu Yi mutter another sentence at the end. But she didn't hear clearly what Lu Yi said, because to get Lu Yi drunk, she had truly gone all out and blacked out directly from drinking. Did I? I didn't say anything, Lu Yi said with a normal expression. No, you definitely did. You must be having hallucinations. I didn't say anything. I'm begging you, what exactly did you say? Can you tell me? Lu Yi. How spineless. Anyway, he didn't say anything. Shorin Taoist walked over. Two fellow Taoists, I'm going to collect debts now. Would the two of you be willing to go and see with this poor Taoist? Shorin Taoist asked. Lu Yi was just about to nod, but Lin Chiyu's head had already nodded rapidly. So Lu Yi became a little more reserved. He nodded slightly. Thank you, two fellow Taoists. Shorin Taoist knew that the two were going with him to watch the fun. But what did that matter? That ugly scene yesterday was fully witnessed by the two of them. How much uglier could it get? When he had the guardian Great Dao, he believed. He no longer had any love for Wang Kuro, only regarding her as his senior sister. In the past, when he occasionally returned, even if he heard sounds of pleasure, even if he felt uncomfortable, he didn't feel like he was being cuckolded. After all, they were proper Dao companions. Cultivating the yin-yang Great Dao was completely normal. Even after the guardian Great Dao was changed, Shorin Taoist didn't intend to kill anyone when he returned. What he couldn't tolerate was that he had actually become a part of the two people's play. How could Shorin Taoist endure this? Not killing turned into killing. As for Wang Kuro, he was still soft-hearted in the end. After all, she was his senior sister. Lu Yi also didn't try to persuade him, sticking to that saying, let go of the savior complex and respect the destiny of others. Now that Shorin Taoist had let Wang Kuro and Yang Zhen go, if these two came to trouble him in the future, he couldn't blame anyone else. Although this probability was very low, life always held infinite possibilities. The three of them ascended into the air. Lu Yi and Lin Chiyu followed Shorin Taoist. Soon, they arrived at a sect named Jiyu sect. This poor Taoist, Shou Ren, has come here to seek Ta Xing Zhenren, Jiyu Zhenren, Fan Qingwei, and others, Shorin Taoist said, appearing at the entrance of Jiyu sect. Seeing this, the sect-guarding disciples, although Shorin Taoist was a famous good-natured person, were still heaven and earth realm magnates, so they didn't dare to be negligent. Senior Shou Ren, please wait a moment. I will immediately report to the sect. Shorin Taoist nodded gently. Soon, a loud laugh echoed between heaven and earth. Ha ha ha, Shou Ren Dao Yu, long time no see. What matter brings fellow Taoist to visit? Stepping Star Taoist asked with a hearty laugh. Shorin Taoist looked at Stepping Star Taoist and didn't waste any words. Fellow Taoist Stepping Star, I have come this time for the payment you promised 56 years ago when you hired me to go with you to a dangerous place to find the azure scale fruit. At that time, you said you were short on funds, so I let you postpone it for a while. Now 56 years have passed, you should give me the payment, right? Shorin Taoist said with a smile. Stepping Star Taoist was startled. He seemed to be meeting Shorin Taoist for the first time, and he carefully sized him up. Fellow Taoist looks a lot younger. Stepping Star Taoist was a bit confused. No, saying I owed you spirit stones was just being polite. Are you actually going to collect? Back then, he was looking for the azure scale fruit to help with his breakthrough, but the place where this treasure was located was extremely dangerous. Several people he asked were unwilling to go with him. He wasn't particularly at ease hiring strangers, fearing they might stab him in the back. As a result, someone suggested he find Shorin Taoist. You won't use free and powerful labor. You don't have to pay any price, you don't have to worry about being stabbed in the back, he's simply the ideal candidate. But Stepping Star Taoist didn't know Shorin Taoist before, so he promised spirit stones. Who would have thought that Shorin Taoist was truly like the rumors said, happy to help others. Not only did he treat obtaining the azure scale fruit as his own matter, but he also stayed behind to cover their retreat. Stepping Star Taoist was extremely grateful. Just as he was about to offer the full amount of spirit stones, someone told him he didn't need to give them. Anyone who asked Shorin Taoist for help didn't need to give spirit stones. Stepping Star Taoist was puzzled. It's okay not to give. How so? That person instructed him to just pretend to be poor, say he was poor. Maybe Shorin Taoist wouldn't just not ask for your spirit stones, but would even ask if you wanted to borrow his. Stepping Star Taoist didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. And now, Shorin Taoist had come knocking. Ta Xing Zhenren wasn't a stingy person either. Fellow Taoist, please come into the sect to talk. I will immediately prepare the spirit stones for you. Shorin Taoist nodded. Who are these two? Lu Yi and Lin Chiyu had both changed their appearances. My friends. The group entered. Why haven't Jiyu Zhenren and fellow Taoist Fan come out? Shorin Taoist asked. I don't know either. Perhaps they are in secluded cultivation. I'll go ask for you in a bit. The three of them sat down in the reception hall. Please wait a moment, I'll go get the spirit stones right away. Shorin Taoist nodded. After Stepping Star Taoist left, Shorin Taoist couldn't help but laugh and speak. It seems not everyone is someone who doesn't understand right from wrong. Wasn't collecting debts this time very smooth? Shorin Taoist couldn't help but feel great, happily sipping his tea. Lu Yi also looked at Stepping Star Taoist with new respect. But this was just the beginning. How should one talk about owing money? When they borrow money from you, you're the brother. When you ask for the money back, they're your grandfather. It's not easy. Meanwhile, Stepping Star Taoist had already found Jiyu Taoist and Fan Qingwei to discuss. Shorin Taoist came to collect debts. Is he crazy? Fan Qingwei said in shock. Stepping Star Taoist frowned. Junior brother Fan, why do you say that? It's only right to pay back debts. How is he crazy for coming to collect? No, isn't he a good-natured person? What's wrong with owing him a little spirit stone? Mine was over 100 years ago, I've basically forgotten about it. There are so many people under heaven who owe him spirit stones and he doesn't go after them, but he comes to me. Is he treating me like a pushover? Junior brother Fan, you owe other people spirit stones. If I owed someone else spirit stones, it wouldn't matter if I paid them back. But I owe Shorin Taoist spirit stones. If others aren't paying back, and I go pay, what's the difference between that and throwing away spirit stones? Chapter 318 The one who owes money is Grandpa. Ta Xing Zhenren persuaded him in every possible way. What you owe others, you have to repay in the end, and Stepping Star Taoist vaguely had a feeling. That is, Shorin Taoist was different from before. As for what kind of change had occurred, he could not be sure. But it's better to have one less trouble than one more, isn't it enough to just repay the spirit stones you owe others? Junior brother Gaiyu, believe me, these spirit stones should be repaid. Seeing that persuading Fan Qingwei was unsuccessful, Ta Xing Zhenren spoke to Gaiyu Zhenren again. Gaiyu Zhenren was originally hesitant, but hearing his senior brother say this, he couldn't help but nod. No, are you two both stupid? That amount of spirit stones is not a small sum, don't you know what kind of person Shorin Taoist is? Repaying debts is only natural. It's not like I'm the only one not repaying, just watch, many people definitely won't repay. This is the Jiyu sect now, could it be that he dares to turn hostile and fight? Fan Qingwei couldn't understand, truly couldn't understand. Even if he doesn't fight, your reputation will be ruined, Stepping Star Taoist advised. Impossible, if he only asks the three of us for repayment, then my reputation will indeed be a bit worse, but if he starts asking everyone who owes him money for repayment, then the one whose reputation is bad is definitely not me, it's him, Shorin Taoist. Public opinion can destroy a person. At that time, those whom Shorin Taoist demands repayment from, each person's spittle can verbally push Shorin Taoist into a state of eternal damnation. Stepping Star Taoist persuaded him several more times, but Fan Qingwei remained unmoved. Senior brother, just say I'm in seclusion, just pretend I don't know about this, can he really forcibly pull me out of seclusion? Alright, I'm leaving first. Stepping Star Taoist was helpless and could only go with Gaiyu Taoist. Shou Ren Dao Yu, you've waited a long time, these are my 30,000 high-grade spirit stones, I've owed them to fellow Taoist for so long, I feel deeply ashamed. Stepping Star Taoist spoke very nicely. Fellow Taoist, these are my 10,000 spirit stones. Shorin Taoist couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. This humble Taoist is also driven mad by poverty, I hope the two fellow Taoists understand. Not at all, not at all, we owe fellow Taoist spirit stones and haven't repaid them for so long. It's only right for fellow Taoist to come to our door, we just hope fellow Taoist doesn't get angry with us. How could I? Shorin Taoist was extremely happy, these two had indeed repaid. Where is fellow Taoist Fan? Why haven't I seen him? Ah, my junior brother is currently in seclusion breaking through. I'm afraid it's not good to wake him. When my junior brother comes out of seclusion, I will inform him and let him personally send them over to you, how about that? Shorin Taoist didn't insist, nodded and said, since that's the case, then we shall take our leave. Fellow Taoist, sit a bit longer, I'll treat fellow Taoist to some of RGUU sect specialty cuisine. No need, I still have to go collect other spirit stones, I've bothered the two fellow Taoists. The three left. Lu Daoyu, fellow Taoist Lin, how was it? These people are not bad, right? Shorin Taoist smiled very happily. It turned out that his protection was not entirely meaningless. Lu Yi nodded lightly. To have two people repay the spirit stones, to be honest, truly exceeded Lu Yi's expectations. Let's go, next one. What he didn't know was that after Fan Qingwei learned that Shorin Taoist had left just like that, he couldn't help but laugh. See, not giving him the spirit stones, it's that simple. His two straightforward senior brothers actually gave him such a large sum of spirit stones, they were truly foolish. He couldn't help but share this matter with others. Shorin Taoist recovered two sums of spirit stones, his confidence greatly increased, and he was in a great mood. He even took out a transmission stone. What are you doing? Lu Yi asked. Ha ha ha, what else could I be doing? Naturally, I'm contacting them in advance to let them prepare the spirit stones, so this humble Taoist is also mentally prepared. As long as I can recover half of the spirit stones, I'll be satisfied. Shorin Taoist said with a loud laugh. Lu Yi's lips moved, wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't speak. He and Lin Chiyu exchanged quiet glances, both seeing the pity in each other's eyes. If you just went directly to ask, out of impulse, those who had some face would give you the spirit stones. But if you give them a heads up. Shorin Taoist began to contact everyone who owed him money. Fellow Taoist Mofeng, I am Shorin, are you there? Shorin Taoist, I am here. It's like this, do you still remember the matter of you inviting me to the North Sea 91 years ago? Naturally, I remember, Shorin Taoist was mighty back then, beating the Yao of the North Sea until they were miserable, I remember it clearly. Ha ha ha, then you spent 30,000 spirit stones to invite me to the North Sea back then. You didn't have spirit stones at the time, now 100 years have passed, shouldn't the spirit stones you promised me be given to me now? The transmission stone suddenly became quiet. Shorin Taoist. He didn't care and began to contact another person. Fellow Taoist Fengjian, long time no see, are you there? Shorin Taoist, I'm here, I was even planning to thank you for mediating with that Lu Yi killer. Lu Yi. Ahem, he's not really a killer, Lu Yi was chased from beginning to end, he was also helpless. Yes, indeed helpless. It's like this, do you still remember 81 years ago, you invited me? Fellow Taoist Fengjian fell silent. Little Yuan. Senior Shorin, you actually contacted me proactively, it truly fills me with infinite joy. Ha ha ha. Little Yuan, do you still remember 24 years ago, you begged me? This little Yuan fell silent. Shorin Taoist contacted more than 10 people in one go, it was clear that Shorin Taoist was truly very busy. The earliest was 340 years ago, and the most recent was 3 years ago, covering a wide range. Who knows how many people had sought Shorin Taoist's help over such a long period. However, he contacted one after another. In the end, only one person gave him a definite reply. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, I have prepared good wine and food in my cave dwelling, you come to find me, and I will offer the spirit stones with both hands. When Shorin Taoist heard the content of this transmission, he was suddenly stunned. Fellow Taoist, why the congratulations? Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for finally realizing the truth and gaining a new life. Shorin Taoist. He had to admit, at this moment, his eyes were very sore. Lu Yi was also surprised. Who is this? Lu Yi asked in surprise. Yuha Taoist. Yuha Taoist, no wonder. In his previous life, Yuha Taoist had even reminded him not to be unconditionally good to others. He hadn't interacted with Yuha Taoist extensively, but he knew he had fallen during the demon extermination war, this was a truly immortal-like person. But, besides Yuha Taoist, what about the others? Fellow Taoist, where are you? Sorry, Shorin Taoist, I have an urgent matter, let's talk another day. Shorin Taoist, I remember the spirit stones I owe you, but I really don't have any spirit stones right now. You also know I've had a lot of troubles recently. Shorin Taoist, sorry, I don't have any spirit stones right now. Some replied, some were just talking, but as soon as they heard about repaying spirit stones, they stopped replying immediately. Shorin Taoist. Chapter 319 Back again. What does this mean? Shorin Taoist held the transmission stone, his face turning gloomy. Lu Yi shrugged his shoulders. What could it mean? They don't want to return your spirit stones. I definitely helped them back then. I know. Then why aren't they giving the spirit stones they promised? Regarding this question, Lu Yi thought about it seriously for a moment and finally reached a conclusion. Because, you are kind. Shorin Taoist. At this moment, he gritted his teeth. Alright, just because I'm kind, you can bully me. Very well. This time, anyone who owes me a debt, anyone, must return it to me. All of it must be returned to me. Shorin Taoist was very angry. He immediately turned around. Where are you going? Lin Chiyu asked. To find Fan Qingwei. Okay. Taoist Lu Yi, I know your attainments in formations are unparalleled, can you help me sneak into the Great Formation? Lu Yi was just about to refuse. As long as it's a debt we recover, I'll give you 30%. The words of refusal were already on his lips, but Lu Yi replied, 50%. Shorin Taoist nodded without hesitation. 30% was fine, 50% was also fine. Yes, spirit stones were very important to him, but putting aside Lu Yi's previous kindness, if it weren't for Lu Yi's help this time, he wouldn't be able to do anything about these people. After all, he didn't possess the strength to charge into a sect by himself. This 50%, regardless of the favor of changing his great Tao, was just the value of Lu Yi's help. If you encounter a situation where you can't win, you can also let me take action, but that would require 80%. Seeing Shorin Taoist being so understanding, Lu Yi was also quite satisfied. Alright. With Lu Yi behind him, Shorin Taoist no longer had any reservations. The three of them snuck into the Jiu sect. Witnessing Lu Yi break the formation with his own hands, Lin Chiyu and Shorin Taoist both widened their eyes. No wonder the protective formations of various sects were like mere decorations in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi simply struck the formation with a simple hand seal, and ripples rose from the formation. He led the two into the formation, and layers of waves bloomed beneath their feet, like flowers opening. The formation patterns within the Great Formation had already changed with the rippling waves. The three of them entered the formation at an extremely fast speed without alarming anyone. All one could say was, awesome. Truly awesome. The three bypassed the other people in the sect and directly rushed towards Fan Qingwei's cave mansion. Fan Qingwei was currently chatting with someone via a transmission stone. Lu Yi easily broke the soundproof barrier. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Li, this is truly hilarious. Shou Ren actually came to demand spirit stones. My senior brother even thought Shou Ren had changed and become timid, and actually gave him the spirit stones. I wouldn't give it. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, how many things can I buy with that? Let alone buying things, even if I gave it to those women from the Heihuan sect, I wouldn't give the spirit stones to him. Giving the spirit stones to that idiot Shou Ren, for me, is even worse than throwing the spirit stones away. Sounds were also coming from the transmission stone. I also have to thank fellow Taoist Fan. Just now, that Shou Ren also sent me a message, but I didn't even bother to respond to him. It's truly funny. If he came in person, at most I would waste a cup of tea. He even used a transmission stone to ask for payment. I don't even want to give him a single drop of spit. Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoist Li, tell me, this time, if Shou Ren goes around asking for the spirit stones back one by one, how many people's spirit stones can he get? If he can get more than 5 people's, I'll admire him. But since he's using a transmission stone to collect debts, I'm afraid only your 2 foolish senior brothers gave them. Ha ha ha. Fan Qingwei was laughing truly happily. Shorin Taoist's face quickly turned dark, and anger appeared in his eyes. He truly thought Fan Qingwei was in secluded cultivation. He didn't expect that Fan Qingwei's secluded cultivation wasn't for training, but for making fun of him with others. Damn it. Seeking death. He recalled that when Fan Qingwei asked him for help back then, he was truly sincere and earnest. At that time, he was still quite curious. That's not right, the Jiu sect isn't without heaven and earth realm experts, why are they looking for him? But he turned around and threw this thought to the back of his mind. Now he understood. Why look for him? Of course, it was because he was damn free and honest. I'll kill you. Shorin Taoist roared in anger and struck out with a palm. The terrifying palm force gathered dreadful power, drawing upon the vast power of heaven and earth, and struck towards Fan Qingwei. How could Fan Qingwei have expected Shorin Taoist to suddenly jump out? He was greatly alarmed, but his reaction was still quick, and he hurriedly resisted. But with just one strike, Fan Qingwei vomited blood and flew back. Beasts! I treated you with sincerity, yet you speak of me like this behind my back. Where are your hearts? Where is your benevolence, righteousness, and morality? You are even worse than beasts. Shorin Taoist was enraged, his hair standing on end, and he attacked with all his might. With another palm, Fan Qingwei's body was almost shattered. Putting everything else aside, Shorin Taoist's strength was undeniable. Back then, he could fight back and forth against 3 or 4 peak heaven and earth realm experts. There was no other way. In the entire fourth heaven, Shorin Taoist had ventured into the most dangerous places and had always persisted on his great Tao from beginning to end, so his strength was naturally powerful. Although he had now changed his great Tao, causing his realm to drop, his foundation was still there. Fan Qingwei's face was filled with terror. How could Shorin Taoist suddenly appear? Where did he come from? Misunderstanding, fellow Taoist, it's a misunderstanding. Fan Qingwei roared in panic. Misunderstand your mother. Great benevolent heaven and earth palm. Shorin Taoist roared. This palm strike was already Shorin Taoist's ultimate technique, and he was determined to beat Fan Qingwei to death. The commotion here instantly attracted the attention of others in the Jiànjī sect. Heaven and earth realm experts took action, jointly meeting Shorin Taoist's attack. The opponent was Shorin Taoist, the famous good-natured person in the entire fourth heaven, yet now he was attacking the Jiànjī sect, attacking an elder of the Jiànjī sect. Shou Ren Dao Yu, what are you doing? Calm down. Stepping Star Taoist hurriedly shouted loudly. He was also puzzled, hadn't this fellow already left? How did he run back again? And he came back without a sound. Me calm down. I treated him as a fellow Taoist, but he treated me as an idiot. How can I calm down? He wasn't in secluded cultivation. His so-called secluded cultivation was just telling them that this poor Taoist is an idiot. This is his so-called secluded cultivation. Shorin Taoist roared. Stepping Star Taoist was startled, his face changing drastically as he looked at Fan Qingwei. What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to Shorin Taoist now, he loudly reprimanded. And Fan Qingwei had truly almost been beaten to death just now. Having narrowly escaped death, and then being reprimanded under the watchful eyes of everyone, his temper also completely exploded. Who's spouting nonsense? Am I not speaking the truth? Isn't he an idiot? Among everyone in the world, who doesn't know, who isn't aware that this Shorin Taoist is an idiot? I just spoke the truth, why should I apologize to him? Fan Qingwei roared angrily. He almost died, he almost died. He just didn't believe that in the Jiànjī sect, with so many senior brothers and elders present, he could be killed by one Shorin Taoist. What was he afraid of? If you, Shorin Taoist, have the ability, then destroy the Jiànjī sect. Do you have that ability? Trash. Chapter 320, Killing Intentions. Fan Qingwei was extremely emotional. Apologize. There was no way he would apologize. In Jiànjī sect, how could he possibly be bullied by Shorin Taoist? Fellow Taoist, how about I apologize to you on behalf of junior brother Fan? Stepping Star Taoist sighed and said. Shorin Taoist's eyes were terrifying at this moment. No, I want him to apologize to me himself, and return the spirit stones he owes me immediately, principal and interest included. Otherwise, I will absolutely not let this matter rest. Shorin Taoist's attitude was extremely firm. You're talking nonsense. You attacked me, nearly beating me to death, and you still want me to apologize and return your spirit stones. Don't even think about it. Fan Qingwei roared angrily. Junior brother Fan, apologize to Shorin Taoist. You are indeed in the wrong on this matter. Senior brother, he almost killed me. Look at my injuries, he was aiming to kill me. Fan Qingwei was completely agitated. Shou Ren Dao Yu, junior brother Fan is too agitated right now. How about we all calm down first? Once I've persuaded my junior brother, I will immediately have him apologize and return your spirit stones. Shorin Taoist was already seething with rage. Without the guardian Great Tao, he was no longer willing to endure any more slights. His great Dao was the regretless great Dao, not that he had no regrets about what he had done before, but that he would never let himself regret what he did in the future. I want him to apologize and return the spirit stones, immediately, right now. I'll return your mother. Shorin Taoist was stunned. Insulting him. He actually dared to insult him. Lu Yi and Lin Chiyu were also startled. Insulting him. Wouldn't things get even more lively now? As expected, after Shorin Taoist was stunned, he completely went mad. This Taoist will kill you, you beast. He attacked again, the power of heaven and earth boiled, and the giant palm print was simply world-destroying. Stepping Star Taoist's head was throbbing with pain. It's over. What kind of situation is this? The two of them had completely become enemies. On one side was Shorin Taoist, who had shown them kindness, and on the other side were their own people. Shou Ren Dao Yu, calm down, calm down. Calm down my ass. I must kill him today to vent the hatred in my heart. Shorin roared. Stepping Star Taoist alone couldn't withstand Shorin Taoist's attack and quickly called for help. Fellow Taoist, this is Jiànjī sect. Although junior brother Fan is wrong, his mistake is not punishable by death. Don't go too far. As they fought, Stepping Star Taoist's temper also flared up. Yes, junior brother Fan went a little too far, but his crime wasn't punishable by death. If you kill Fan Qingwei here today, where will Jiànjī sect's face be placed? Ha ha ha, I'm going too far, I'm going too far. Shorin Taoist couldn't help but burst into maniacal laughter. He owes me spirit stones and doesn't give them, he curses me behind my back. I ask him to apologize and return the spirit stones and he refuses, and he curses me in front of me again, and I'm the one going too far. Ha ha ha. Shorin Taoist had already used a secret technique, and his strength had surged. Shou Ren, I'm warning you one more time, this is Jiànjī sect. Stepping Star Taoist's expression completely turned cold, omitting the title, fellow Taoist. So what if it's Jiànjī sect? This Taoist will see today just how capable your Jiànjī sect is. Shorin Taoist suddenly let out a long roar. From all directions, giant palm prints covered the sky and earth, and the void trembled. Good, then don't blame my Jiànjī sect for being heartless. Surround and kill him. With a command, the heaven and earth realm cultivators of Jiànjī sect, who had been eager to act, instantly attacked, rushing towards Shorin Taoist. A total of 9 heaven and earth realm cultivators attacked. How could Shorin Taoist withstand it? His realm had already fallen. PFF'd. Shorin Taoist spat blood. This Taoist told you, this is Jiànjī sect, this is Jiànjī sect. Do you think you are that Lu Yi, possessing the strength to fight an entire sect by yourself? Stepping Star Taoist angrily rebuked. Kill him. Fan Qingwei roared. The others heard the roar, and their eyes gradually showed killing intent, striking even more fiercely. Anyway, this was in Jiànjī sect. Given Shorin Taoist's character, if he were killed, others would only regret his demise, and absolutely no one would seek revenge for him. To kill or not to kill? Pairs of eyes looked at Stepping Star Taoist, with this question in their gaze. To kill or not to kill? To kill or not to kill? Now, Shorin Taoist had completely fallen out with Jiànjī sect. Who knew if there was any possibility of reconciliation in the future? Shorin Taoist seemed to have changed. In the past, even if Fan Qingwei was caught speaking ill of Shorin behind his back, with everyone's persuasion, he would have just glossed over it and forgiven him. But now, since that's the case, finally, Stepping Star Taoist hardened his heart. Kill. As this word was uttered, in an instant, all the powerful cultivators of Jiànjī sect changed their moves to killing blows. In an instant, Shorin Taoist was directly shattered. It was too tragic. Just because he changed from a good-natured person, he encountered a fatal disaster. If Lu Yi hadn't followed him this time, Shorin Taoist would have died here directly. Fellow Taoist, save me. Shorin Taoist let out a mournful cry. Lu Yi moved. His figure instantly appeared in the middle of the battlefield, and he also restored his original appearance. A layer of brilliant circular light shield, absorbing a massive amount of heaven and earth power, instantly formed. All the killing moves struck the light shield and were instantly absorbed. Stepping Star Taoist was stunned. Someone was helping Shorin in this situation. He was just about to unleash a stronger killing move, but in the blurry and brilliant light and shadow, he saw a familiar yet unfamiliar face. Familiar, because his face was deeply imprinted in Stepping Star Taoist's mind. Unfamiliar, because Stepping Star Taoist had never had the chance to say more than a few words to him. Stop! Stepping Star Taoist let out a heaven-shaking roar. His heart, at this moment, rose to his throat, feeling a strong sense of death overwhelming him. Stop! Stop! Everyone stop! A strong will to survive, and the worry about the possible destruction of the sect, made Stepping Star Taoist roar repeatedly, his voice filled with terror. The others quickly stopped. Fan Qingwei was still attacking, and Stepping Star Taoist struck him with a powerful blow, causing his body to collapse. Fan Qingwei was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Fellow Taoist, it's all a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. We were wrong, please fellow Taoist, don't act, everything can be discussed. Stepping Star Taoist's straight body bent a little, and he quickly spoke. Stepping Star Taoist's attitude made the powerful cultivators widen their eyes. No, what's wrong? This is Jiu sect, who is the other party, who can make Jiu Taoist show such a low posture? The brilliant light gradually dissipated. Everyone also saw the figure appearing beside Shorin Taoist and saw that face. In an instant, cold sweat quickly flowed. It was Lu Yi. Limitless Celestial Venerable, why is it Lu Yi? No wonder Stepping Star Taoist became so humble. Seeing Lu Yi appear, this would make any sect in the fourth heaven humble. Because this Lu Yi is truly murderous, and truly capable of destroying sects. Chapter 321 Shorin is happy. Sect Destroyer Expert, record verifiable. At this moment, Jiu sect was extremely quiet, and Stepping Star Taoist looked eagerly at Lu Yi, his face full of gentle and humble smiles. Clearly, a group of people surrounded Lu Yi, but looking at Lu Yi's calm demeanor, it was as if Lu Yi had surrounded their group. This humble Taoist Stepping Star greets Taoist Lu Yi. Fellow Taoist, please do not act. Everything is negotiable, everything can be discussed. Stepping Star Taoist was bowing, his attitude could only be described as having reached a remarkably good level. Lu Yi nodded lightly. Don't worry, I'm just here to support Shou Ren Dao Yu. If I were to destroy your sect, it would require Shou Ren to speak. Stepping Star Taoist's expression changed drastically. Shou Ren Dao Yu, we were wrong. Fan Qingwei was ungrateful and worse than a beast. Fellow Taoist, you can dispose of Fan Qingwei as you please. Fellow Taoist, please be magnanimous. Fellow Taoist, please understand. When we acted, we genuinely thought this was within Jiu sect, and allowing fellow Taoist to openly slay him would feel like an insult to the sect's dignity. But now we have also understood. Fan Qingwei's actions are a disgrace to humanity and cultivation. Our Jiu sect will immediately expel him from the sect, and our Jiu sect is willing to compensate fellow Taoist with a sum to express our apologies for acting against fellow Taoist earlier. Stepping Star Taoist's speaking speed was extremely fast, admitting fault, changing, and compensating were done in one go. Is this the might of a powerful expert? Is this the terror of a person whose fierce reputation covers the world? Just by showing his face, without a single active attack, he could scare all the powerful experts of a major sect like Little Chicks. Think about their attitude towards him before. Think about their attitude towards Lu Yi and towards him now. Arrogant before, humble after, thinking about it makes one laugh. Shorin Taoist gently wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. Can you destroy the sect? Shorin Taoist asked via spiritual transmission. Lu Yi was a little surprised. This Shou Ren is a bit interesting. Yes, then, it's just that the price is a bit expensive. How expensive? 2 million spirit stones, the price you originally set. Oh, in that case, never mind. If Shorin Taoist had known this would happen earlier, he definitely would have set the price at 1,000 spirit stones. To have Lu Yi kill all these people. But now, even if Shorin Taoist sold himself, he wouldn't have that many spirit stones. You can owe me. Never mind, I'll just kill one. Shorin Taoist walked opposite Stepping Star Taoist, whose face was full of smiles. I want to kill Fan Qingwei. Do you have any objections? No, naturally not. He deserves it. This time you acted against me, I want 500,000 spirit stones. Do you have any objections? 500,000. Stepping Star Taoist gritted his teeth, alright. Also, the spirit stones you two owe me, plus the interest from these years. Alright. With Lu Yi present, it was truly the case that whatever Shorin Taoist said, Stepping Star Taoist agreed to. There was nothing he could do, the knife was hanging over his head, how could he have the right to refuse? Shorin Taoist gently let out a breath. This feeling. Awesome. Heaven and earth bear witness, Shorin Taoist had never felt as awesome as he did at this moment. He felt so awesome that all the pores on his body opened up, and his soul seemed to be flying to the clouds. This is what cultivation is about. This is cultivation. This is the meaning of becoming stronger. Shorin Taoist turned and attacked Fan Qingwei. Fan Qingwei was originally not Shorin Taoist's opponent, and had been seriously injured once by Shorin Taoist before, and injured again by Stepping Star Taoist. Now, in a one-on-one fight, how could he possibly be an opponent? Senior brother, save me. Senior brother, this is Jiu sect. How can you let him kill me in front of you? Senior brother. The cries for help were heartbreaking. Everyone in Jiu sect was speechless. Just like that, Fan Qingwei was forcefully slain under the eyes of everyone. His pleas did not move Shorin Taoist's heart, which had already become hardened. Jiu sect brought out the spirit stones and handed them to Shorin Taoist. Shorin Taoist lightly sighed. Thus, whether it was Stepping Star Taoist or Solitary Moon Taoist, from now on, they were no longer friends. But speaking of it, it seemed they weren't friends to begin with. Because Lu Yi had acted, 80% of the spirit stones belonged to Lu Yi. Of course, Lu Yi would not refuse, this was what he deserved. Shorin Taoist made a long list. He had originally just wanted to get back the principal amount of the spirit stones owed, but now, not a single bit of interest could be missed. Anyway, he knew where these people's cave dwellings were. So, next, Shorin Taoist went to visit the first house. They started fighting. They started fighting again. The other party had no intention of returning the spirit stones at all. When Shorin Taoist demanded them, they just laughed it off and played Tai Chi. But they didn't expect Shorin Taoist to be so tough this time. How could the other party tolerate such treatment? When facing someone with a bad temper, you just have to endure the anger. Facing you, a Shorin Taoist, I still have to endure anger. How can this be? So, they started fighting. This time Lu Yi did not act, and Shorin Taoist won on the spot. Both the principal and interest were all recovered. Searching house by house, fighting house by house, the entire fourth heaven began to know about the huge change that had occurred in Shorin Taoist. Thus, time passed day by day. On the other side, Yu Hongling and Bai Chulin did not separate. Because when the two had just ascended, Bai Chulin's chaotic yin poison had been cleared by Lu Yi, and her body was clean, so the chaotic yin poison did not erupt for a long time. But now, the chaotic yin poison began to erupt again. Hongling, help me. Wisps of mist emerged around Bai Chulin, her face was pale, and her body was trembling uncontrollably. Yu Hongling, however, turned a deaf ear. As the increasingly strong chaotic yin poison erupted, Bai Chulin finally couldn't hold back and let out a scream. The bone-chilling cold made her body feel like it was being slowly sliced by countless mountains of knives, and her soul was being pierced by countless steel needles. The purest Taiyin power was quickly swallowed by the two yin marrow worms, leaving only the mottled chaotic Taiyin power. If not for these two yin marrow worms, with the continuous eruption of chaotic Taiyin power, Bai Chulin's strength would definitely not be limited to the current Tongtian realm. Another way to resolve the chaotic yin poison is if the cultivation speed exceeds the eruption speed of the chaotic Taiyin power, then the chaotic Taiyin power would be the best aid. However, the existence of the Taiyin marrow worms is equivalent to completely stifling this possibility. Bai Chulin's screams were extremely mournful. This time the chaotic yin poison erupted even more fiercely, and combined with the fact that she hadn't experienced such pain for a long time, it was particularly unbearable. Hongling, save me, hurry, I'm going to die, save me. Bai Chulin was pleading. She crawled towards Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling gently waved her hand, and Bai Chulin was directly sent flying. What's the rush? It won't hurt to let you have a good experience. Yu Hongling's eyes were full of coldness. Does Bai Chulin know now what kind of pain she usually endures? Now that she is suffering, she deserves it. Chapter 322 Cure Your Bad Habits. Pain. Too painful. Bai Chulin had truly almost never experienced this kind of pain. As her strength grew, the chaotic Taiyin power erupted more, and the pain naturally became even more intense. The current pain was even more painful than the chaotic yin poison outbreaks before. In her previous life, Lu Yi had helped her throughout. Lu Yi not only helped her alleviate the physical pain but also the psychological pain, telling everyone that he was insistent on helping her. But she just couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart. Initially, in the first heaven and second heaven, she still maintained her dignity and pride, absolutely refusing to let Lu Yi detoxify her when her chaotic yin poison wasn't acting up. However, when the chaotic yin poison acted up, it was truly too painful, so when they reached the third heaven, under Lu Yi's pleading, she reluctantly agreed to let him absorb the chaotic yin poison for her in advance while she was conscious. But she had to wear a blindfold. And his hands couldn't touch her randomly. By the time they reached the fourth heaven, the blindfold was already removed, and the two gradually became normal, just like newly formed Dao companions. At that time, Bai Chulin hadn't felt the pain of the chaotic yin poison for a very long time. Later on, it went without saying. She had suffered all kinds of pain. She truly hadn't expected that just in the fourth heaven, the pain from the chaotic yin poison would reach such a terrifying level. This meant that Lu Yi was also enduring this kind of pain back then. At this moment, she desperately wanted to transfer the 9 departure soul-seizing technique and recklessly control Yu Hongling to make her help relieve the chaotic yin poison. But she couldn't do it. She could only beg, plead. But the current Yu Hongling truly didn't indulge her in the slightest. She just watched coldly. This outbreak of chaotic yin poison lasted for a full 2 hours. Bai Chulin was in so much pain she felt like dying and coming back to life. At first, she was still struggling and pleading, but later she was simply frozen by frost, her expression showing extreme struggle. Painful. Are you in pain? And Li's muffled voice kept ringing in Bai Chulin's mind. Bai Chulin didn't respond to her anymore. Because she now had a glimmer of hope, Li had almost forgiven them. They couldn't continue to collude with Li, she had to change herself for the better. And Li also frowned deeply. The contingency plan she left behind hadn't been activated yet. She originally wanted the Dark God cult to activate it, but the Dark God cult was truly useless, they were all killed. Now, the best method turned out to be to instigate Bai Chulin or Yu Hongling to activate the contingency plan she left behind. However, it was clear that instigation wasn't that easy to succeed. She didn't know what kind of enchantment Bai Chulin had been subjected to. Her dark side was originally quite large, but now a lot of it had disappeared. The larger a person's dark side, the more power from the darkness origin she could use to influence them. As for people with small dark sides, like Shangguan Wanling, she couldn't influence them at all. And Li even felt that she herself was being influenced by Shangguan Wanling. That woman was too terrifying. Finally, Bai Chulin opened her eyes, which held a sense of relief from surviving a disaster. She was alive again. Yu Hongling came before Bai Chulin. Comfortable. Bai Chulin's expression was complicated, I'm sorry. It was truly too painful. As she said these 3 words, Yu Hongling suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, saying sorry now, what use is, sorry. If, sorry, was useful, senior brother would have forgiven me long ago. No rush for now. Anyway, I see that the most recent chaotic yin poison outbreak won't kill you. So I'll let you experience it a few more times, so you can fully understand the pain I endured. I'll just see if you can learn your lesson. See if you can understand that the pain of chaotic yin poison can hurt people to death. If you can't bear it, neither can others. Yu Hongling thought of how Bai Chulin had recklessly poured chaotic yin poison into her body and became furious. Bai Chulin's face was pale, and she nodded weakly. Hongling, you also need to remember to cultivate your Daos of fearlessness. Yu Hongling's expression was uncertain. Daos of fearlessness, Daos of fearlessness. Her current Daos of fearlessness were still shrinking daily. If she were to enter the chaotic dojo again now, she feared she couldn't even compete with an emperor's great Dao. She had to find a way to reshape these Daos of fearlessness, otherwise, she would be crippled. But how to reshape them? It seemed there was only one way. The desire for these Daos of fearlessness to collapse had actually appeared in the previous life as well. That was the darkness upheaval. Senior brother fought 4 taboo existences alone. He truly had no time or effort to care for them, and Yu Hongling directly faced a taboo existence. Although she was rescued, she endured immense fear. To the extent that her Daos of fearlessness were about to collapse. Later, senior brother took her to undergo some rigorous training and directly killed the taboo existence that had frightened her, only then did her Daos of fearlessness stabilize again. Face the fear directly. To stabilize her Daos of fearlessness, she still had to face fear directly. What she feared now was pain. Speaking of which, it was somewhat amusing that a great emperor cultivating the Daos of fearlessness was actually afraid of pain. But the pain Yu Hongling experienced was truly not ordinary pain. Primordial morning mist, something that could twist Lu Yi into a pretzel with pain. Chaotic yin poison, pain that could freeze Lu Yi's life away and make Bai Chulin reveal her most unsightly state from the agony. Either of these two types of pain was unbearable. What's more, Yu Hongling had experienced them once, with both pains superimposed, directly causing psychological trauma. She could help Bai Chulin absorb the chaotic yin poison. But it must be absorbed under her control. As fast as she wanted to absorb it, she would absorb it that fast. As slow as she wanted to absorb it, she would absorb it that slow. The two cultivated separately. Yu Hongling also had to admit that without cultivating the Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra, just cultivating the Myriad Aeon Rebellion Scripture Close Double Angle Bracket, her cultivation speed wasn't particularly fast. Of course, it was definitely faster than ordinary Heaven's Chosen, but compared to the group who were reborn and the reincarnated Great Emperors, it was absolutely slow. Time flowed by second by second. Soon, the second chaotic yin poison outbreak occurred. Amidst Bai Chulin's pleas, Yu Hongling remained unmoved. Bai Chulin endured it once again. After recovering, she was silent for a while. Too painful. Bai Chulin, Bai Jiji, come over to my side. I have a way to solve your chaotic yin poison. As long as you help me do one thing, I can 100% help you solve it. Enli's voice became a little clearer. I don't believe you. If you don't believe me, who else can you believe? I'd believe anyone but you. Enli. Bai Chulin now had hope of being forgiven by Lu Yi, so naturally, she didn't want to collude with Enli anymore. She could still persevere. The third chaotic yin poison outbreak occurred. It was too painful, how could she persevere? Who could persevere in this situation? Yu Hongling finally moved at this time. The Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra circulated. She came behind Bai Chulin. If you go crazy again and fully infuse chaotic yin poison, you will have to endure the next 5 chaotic yin poison outbreaks on your own. I refuse to believe I can't cure you of this bad habit. Her hands gently rested on Bai Chulin's back. Chapter 323 Encounter. Almost the instant that Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra began circulating, the terrifying chaotic yin poison seemed to find a breakthrough and began to rush towards Yu Hongling wildly and desperately. Yu Hongling naturally wouldn't indulge it, immediately activating the 9 separation soul-stealing technique. Her hands left Bai Chulin's back. Just the chaotic yin poison that had been injected for a brief moment caused Yu Hongling extreme pain. Her eyes were filled with coldness. You're set in your ways, keep suffering. No, Hongling, I wasn't conscious just now, I wasn't conscious, believe me this time, I definitely won't be like before, believe me. Yu Hongling's figure retreated. You think I'll still believe you? This time you suffer it yourself, I won't help you anymore. Bai Chulin kept claiming she wasn't conscious. Yu Hongling really didn't believe in this evil, she wanted to see if Bai Chulin was conscious or not. She wanted to completely tear off this layer of hypocrisy. Bai Chulin was unable to speak anymore. Did you see? Asking others is not as good as asking yourself. As long as you are willing to help me, I can help you completely resolve the trouble of the chaotic yin poison, otherwise you will forever be controlled by others. Bai Chulin did not answer, she was already completely engulfed in pain. Time slowly passed. Bai Chulin survived again. She took a breath, feeling as if she had escaped death. Hongling, I'm sorry, at that time I was completely immersed in pain, just like a drowning person grasping for life, desperately, that wasn't something I could control, Bai Chulin said weakly. Yu Hongling nodded. It's okay, as long as you desperately inject chaotic yin poison into my body, I'll leave immediately. It's not me who's hurting. Bai Chulin's lips trembled slightly. Next time, can you use that Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra from the beginning? At that time, I'll still be conscious and can slowly inject it into your body. Yu Hongling snorted coldly. No, Bai Chulin. She was really about to lose it. Yu Hongling, you truly don't care about any master-disciple affection. If it truly reached a dead end, she would definitely. Gently exhaling a breath, Bai Chulin closed her eyes and cultivated. On the other side, Shorin Taoist was fighting constantly. As long as the other party didn't repay the money, no matter who they were, a fight would inevitably ensue. Honestly, in a one-on-one fight, there were really few people who could be evenly matched with Shorin Taoist. Even people from sects, Shorin Taoist was not afraid at all. Because, he had Lu Yi. The news of Lu Yi staying with Shorin Taoist spread like wildfire. Everyone couldn't understand how Lu Yi could be with Shorin Taoist, one a peerless good person, the other a peerless tyrant. However, after discovering Lu Yi was staying with Shorin Taoist's changes became acceptable. As the saying goes, one is influenced by their company. Lu Yi Gerger. The three of them walked on the street. Shorin Taoist was unprecedentedly wealthy at this time, he had never been so wealthy in his life. So just now, he waved his hand grandly, treating them to delicious food. But at this moment, a surprised shout caused Lu Yi's expression to change slightly. A figure quickly moved through the crowd, a bright smile on her face, and ran towards Lu Yi. The human emperor banner, which had been leisurely fluttering, suddenly merged into Lu Yi's body. Lin Chiyu and Shorin Taoist were startled. Lu Yi was always calm and composed. The person who could make his expression change was a strong person, definitely an absolute strong person. And the shout was so sweet and happy, just like a carefree little girl. Was there such a strong person in the fourth heaven? Most importantly, Lu Yi's appearance at this moment was disguised. How did the other party know Lu Yi was here? Just thinking about it briefly, Lin Chiyu and Shorin Taoist couldn't help but gasp. Shangguan Wanling, as usual, ran towards Lu Yi, her arms already open, as if she was about to give him a loving hug in the next second. Lu Yi narrowed his eyes, the stone sword held in his hand. Shangguan Wanling, who was charging forward, stopped abruptly. Last time you used your fist, why are you using a sword this time? Shangguan Wanling was puzzled. She had been particularly good during this time, not doing anything at all that would make Lu Yi dislike her. How did her treatment level up instead? Something wrong? Lu Yi asked heartlessly. Nothing's wrong, ah. In the vast fourth heaven, Lu Yi Gerger and I coincidentally appeared here, isn't that fate? Can you put the sword away first? No. Stone sword, go back yourself. I even wiped blood off you before, are you willing to cut me? Shangguan Wanling said to the stone sword. The stone sword was shocked. Holy crap, how did this woman know that I need a rag to wipe off blood after cutting someone? Besides master, who else knows this? Damn it, I'm exposed. Woo, I have no face to cut people anymore. Lu Yi looked at the slightly trembling stone sword and couldn't help but feel a headache. To be honest, ever since his rebirth, Shangguan Wanling hadn't done anything to provoke him, but he really couldn't understand how this guy picked up the path of sentience again. And was cultivating it more and more fiercely. The stone sword was put away by Lu Yi. Now that people knew it needed a rag to wipe off blood after cutting someone, it was temporarily socially dead, and he didn't know how long it would take to recover. I already said, just cultivate well yourself, you don't need to come find me, Lu Yi sighed and said. I didn't look for you, but this is a coincidence, I can't help it, Shangguan Wanling pretended to be nonchalant and slowly approached Lu Yi. How many miles did you run? Lu Yi asked. Not many, I don't remember. Alright, it's just over 80,000 miles. Over 80,000 miles, can that be called a chance encounter? Lu Yi's voice rose. Can't it? My path of sentience reacted, which means Lu Yi Gerger is nearby, Lu Yi, if your path of sentience becomes an emperor in the future, you'll be able to sense his existence throughout the entire nine heavens. Does that mean no matter where you are, it's nearby? Shangguan Wanling was still approaching. The distance between them had already reached 30 meters. Shangguan Wanling's heart was beating rapidly, out of control. Ha, a new distance. She really couldn't hold it in and let out a silly laugh, even laughing out loud. Lu Yi also couldn't hold it in and threw a punch. Boom. Shangguan Wanling was directly blasted out of the city. Scram. Okay, I'm rolling, Lu Yi Gerger, looking forward to our next chance encounter. Although she was punched again, Shangguan Wanling wasn't angry at all, feeling pleased in her heart. After all, last time she got within 50 meters, this time she got within 30 meters. Next time, it might be 10 meters. The time after next, 1 meter. The time after that, negative how many centimeters. After chasing away Shangguan Wanling, Lu Yi felt two scorching gazes locked tightly onto him. He looked back. Lin Chiyu and Shorin Taoist were already filled with excitement. Lu Yi, who was that? Chapter 324, Traitors Must Be Killed. All day long, they were eating Lu Yi's melon. This time, it seemed they could eat Lu Yi's melon, how could Shorin Taoist not be excited? And Lin Chiyu was even more excited. Lu Yi's origin wasn't too mysterious, after all, he had fought his way up from the first heaven. But now, he unexpectedly encountered a woman. The moment she opened her mouth, it was Lu Yi Gerger. Such an intimate way of addressing him, and they had never heard that Lu Yi had a Dao companion or anything like that. Moreover, looking at Lu Yi's attitude, this woman annoyed him. But if he was annoyed, why didn't he act ruthlessly towards her? There was also the human emperor banner, which usually floated around, looking like it was the only one under the heavens, but upon seeing this woman, it swiftly merged into Lu Yi's body. She even helped wipe blood off the stone sword. Ah, the sword Lu Yi used was clearly an extremely powerful treasure, why did it still need blood wiped off? Moreover, a sword is a personal item, unless it's its master, any sword with even a little sentience wouldn't let others touch it. Not to mention wiping blood off the sword's body. There's a problem, a very big problem. Fellow Taoist, who is this? Shorin Taoist was the first to ask. These past few days, everything he experienced had been fully seen by Lu Yi, and he had already lost face to the ends of the earth. Now it was his turn to watch some others' excitement, right? Even if I told you, you wouldn't know her, so I won't say. If you tell us, won't we know her? Lin Chiyu quickly said. Lu Yi shook his head, you don't know her, there's no need to say. It's precisely because we don't know her that you need to tell us, if we knew her, you wouldn't need to say anything. Won't say, Lu Yi said decisively. Why? Shorin Taoist asked anxiously. Because I'm strong. Shorin Taoist Lin Chiyu. Alright, using being strong as an excuse, the two exchanged glances. Let's go, eat and drink. Lu Yi looked at the two people sprawled on the table, thinking, sorry, I cheated. No choice, he was strong, and these two wouldn't discover his cheating. The matter with those women was too long to explain, Lu Yi didn't want to say it, nor was he bothered to. It's time to go into seclusion, Lu Yi said to himself. The excitement was over, the fights were done, there was really nothing important left to do. The devouring Sky Mayfly clan had a grudge with him in his previous life, and they even blamed him. In this life, he wouldn't go looking for trouble with them for no reason. The path of cultivation. Fighting was only temporary, going into seclusion for cultivation was the eternal melody. Waiting until the two sobered up. Lu Yi chose to go into seclusion, and Lin Chiyu and Shorin Taoist also chose the same. Lin Chiyu wasn't far from ascension, so of course, she had to prepare well for crossing tribulation. However, people from Heavenly Gate generally didn't have much fear towards crossing tribulation. After all, Heavenly Tribulation was a part of Heavenly Dao, and crossing tribulation was actually coming into contact with Heavenly Dao. As for Shorin Taoist, because he changed his great Dao and his realm declined, he naturally needed to cultivate properly. Firstly, to adapt to the great Dao, and secondly, to recover his peak state as quickly as possible. Lu Yi set up a spirit gathering array, including the two of them within it. No choice, the funds were sponsored by the two of them. The three formed a triangular formation and cultivated individually. Lu Yi's realm began to rise, domain realm 2nd level, domain realm 3rd level, domain realm 4th level. On the other side, Yu Hongling was still tormenting Bai Chulin. Another outbreak of chaotic yin poison. Yu Hongling was right beside her, waiting for Bai Chulin to become more and more painful, Bai Chulin also knew that begging Yu Hongling was useless, she was enduring. However, in the end, she couldn't bear it anymore. With a cry of pain, Bai Chulin's body curled up. And Li's voice became clearer and clearer. More than once, Bai Chulin thought, why not just seek refuge within Li? Seeking refuge within Li was seeking refuge with Darkness Origin. Lu Yi and Darkness Origin were absolutely hostile to each other. As long as she sought refuge with her, from now on, there would be no possibility of her and Lu Yi ever reconciling. But, it really hurt too much. Why did both of her disciples treat her like this? Respecting teachers and valuing the Tao, respecting teachers and valuing the Tao. The principles passed down for countless years, why did they become a joke when applied to her? Yes, she was wrong. She was wrong. At this moment, a pair of palms were pressed against her back, and the chaotic yin poison that caused her extreme pain began to converge towards these palms. Almost subconsciously, Bai Chulin wanted to expel all the chaotic yin poison in one go. But, Yu Hongling's cold eyes and ruthless words echoed in her mind. Pain. It hurt too much. Bai Chulin endured the extreme pain, controlling the chaotic yin poison, infusing it into Yu Hongling strand by strand. This kind of pain was even more intense than when the chaotic yin poison erupted all at once. Because she needed to consciously control the chaotic yin poison, which made the pain even more severe. After all, when going mad, one could partially transfer the pain. But when concentrating, the pain would only be more painful. Yu Hongling felt the chaotic yin poison flowing into her hands and entering her body strand by strand. This time, the fierce coldness wasn't as intense. Mockery appeared in her eyes. Bai Chulin, oh Bai Chulin, didn't you say you had no consciousness? Didn't you say that chaotic yin poison wasn't under your control? What is this now? Your so-called lack of control and consciousness were just your excuses. Simply nauseatingly hypocritical. The two slowly cultivated, and strands of cold mist bloomed around Yu Hongling. Previously, when using Charming Girl Extreme Yin Scripture Close Double Angle Bracket, it only took a quarter of an hour for the chaotic yin poison within Bai Chulin's body to be completely cleared. Of course, correspondingly, Yu Hongling might need 2 days, or even 3 days, to be released from the frozen state. But now, it lasted for a full half-hour. Although Yu Hongling's body was covered with a thin layer of frost, it was much stronger than before. The degree of pain was also many times weaker than before, within the range Yu Hongling could tolerate. If it were the Yu Hongling who hadn't experienced pain before, she wouldn't be able to withstand the current pain either. But how much pain had the current Yu Hongling endured? Primordial morning mist, chaotic yin poison, the two superimposed. Even she, who possessed a great emperor's Dao heart, was driven mad by the pain. It was imaginable that Yu Hongling's threshold for enduring pain had been infinitely raised. The operation of Charming Girl Extreme Yin Scripture ended. Bai Chulin let out a gasp, like someone who had survived drowning taking a deep breath. Yu Hongling's body was trembling, but a look of mockery appeared on her face. Bai Chulin, didn't you say you had no consciousness? At this moment, Bai Chulin was surprisingly without shame or embarrassment, but instead exceptionally calm. Yes, I do have consciousness, I am a hypocritical person. So, are you satisfied now? Yu Hongling was taken aback, frowning as she looked at Bai Chulin. She felt that something was not right. What kind of tricks are you trying to pull now? Bai Chulin stared at her with indifferent eyes. Deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors, rebellious disciple, you should be killed. Chapter 325, Tearing Off the Disguise. When all the masks of hypocrisy were completely torn off. Is Bai Chulin still Bai Chulin? She had been hypocritical not for a year or two, nor for 10 or 20 years, but for a lifetime. And at this moment, Yu Hongling completely exposed her hypocrisy. She didn't know what terrifying scene she would face after the exposure. Bai Chulin's expression was cold, unprecedentedly cold, never as cold as it was at this moment. Lu Yi, who was in seclusion, was forcibly awakened by Shen Zitong. Ding ding ding, Lu Yi, time for some drama. Separated by one heaven, Shen Zitong couldn't project, but now Bai Chulin and Yu Hongling were both in the fourth heaven, so she was determined to watch this drama. The Heavenly Dao couldn't stop her, that's what Shen Zitong said. When Yu Hongling first started training Bai Chulin, Shen Zitong watched with the Heavenly Dao, thoroughly enjoying it. Now that Bai Chulin had become like this, she absolutely had to pull Lu Yi to watch together. Cultivation could be done a day earlier or later, it didn't matter, but when it came to gossip, if you were a minute or a second late, you might miss it. Lu Yi shook his head helplessly and looked at the light screen. In the light screen, Bai Chulin's expression made Lu Yi freeze. Such a cold face. Bai Chulin, who had been gentle and elegant her entire life, actually had such a side. It truly opened Lu Yi's eyes. Deceiving master and destroying ancestors, rebellious disciple, you should be killed. When Bai Chulin said this sentence, Yu Hongling's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly circulated the 9 separation soul-stealing technique. Kneel down, Yu Hongling shouted loudly. However, the command she issued was like a stone sinking into the sea. Bai Chulin had no reaction. Making my own master kneel, how could I have such a disciple? Bai Chulin formed hand seals. In an instant, the temperature between heaven and earth plummeted. Dense chaotic Taiyan power turned into a torrent, surging towards Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling roared. Taoist punishing seal. However, how could the current Yu Hongling be Bai Chulin's opponent? Each time Bai Chulin's chaotic yin poison erupted, it was a huge leap in strength. While Yu Hongling was incredibly chaotic, covered in wounds, and still had the chaotic yin poison that hadn't been completely refined. White mist surged towards Yu Hongling, covering the sky and earth. A resolute expression appeared in Yu Hongling's eyes. As the Taoist punishing seal shattered, she resolutely initiated self-detonation. But just then, a black light flashed in her eyes. Yu Hongling, who should have self-detonated directly, actually lost her focus for a moment. It was at this moment that Yu Hongling was completely frozen by the chaotic Taiyin power. Ding, there's the power of darkness origin, Shen Zitong said. Lu Yi gently shook his head. Two people who were doing well had now become so despicable. Stubbornly refusing to change. Now they were even colluding with the darkness origin. In their previous lives, they were both great emperors. Lu Yi didn't believe that Bai Chulin didn't know what the darkness origin was. However, since she had already thrown herself into the embrace of the darkness origin, it meant one thing, and that was, she could be killed. Deceiving master and destroying ancestors. When he killed Bai Chulin, that would be the true act of deceiving master and destroying ancestors. At this moment, Bai Chulin seemed to sense something, whether she sensed it herself or Enli reminded her, she actually looked at Lu Yi and Shen Zitong through the light screen. Then, she instantly disappeared with the frozen Yu Hongling. Lu Yi also got up, and his figure disappeared. Even Chu Ling couldn't escape from Lu Yi's hands. As long as there were no accidents, the current Bai Chulin definitely wouldn't be able to escape from Lu Yi's hands either. However, it was obvious that an accident was coming. The causal line between Bai Chulin and him was accurately locking onto her location. The darkness origin did not make a move. If the darkness origin made a move, Shen Zitong would also not mind making a move at all. If she combined with the little Heavenly Dao again, it was even possible to instantly kill Bai Chulin remotely. Bai Chulin was not like Shangguan Wanling, who was foolish. Her current actions must mean she was prepared to face Lu Yi. Bai Chulin's eyes were filled with tears. Although her expression was cold, truly taking this step caused her immense pain. Why did things come to this? If back then, if in her previous life, she had actively told Lu Yi when she discovered the betrayal, would the previous life not have been a tragedy? As long as the incident hadn't happened, even if she had told Lu Yi, with Lu Yi's temper, with Lu Yi's guardian Great Dao, he would have forgiven them sooner or later. Then the scene of the eternal Great Tribulation wouldn't have occurred. At that time, Lu Yi would be a saint, and they would be great emperors, or even celestial venerables. It was even possible that with Lu Yi's omnipotent abilities, he could pull them up to the saint realm. But in the end, she didn't tell Lu Yi, and even poisoned him with them. Why on earth was her mind so clouded? Regretting now was too late, everything was too late. The moment she defected to the darkness origin, she completely lost the qualification to be forgiven by Lu Yi. She could only continue to fulfill the idea from her previous life, as Enli said. Let Lu Yi die until only his last life remained, and keep him by her side. At that time, whether Lu Yi forgave her or not seemed irrelevant. Because at that time, if he forgave, he had to forgive, and if he didn't forgive, he still had to forgive. Bai Chulin transformed into a stream of light and fled towards the distance. Lu Yi paid attention to the direction Bai Chulin was fleeing. What was she going to do? What kind of backup plan did Enli leave behind that made Bai Chulin feel she could contend with him? This direction. Soon, Lu Yi suddenly realized. It's the devouring Dao beast. He muttered to himself, his voice already carrying certainty. The backup plan Enli left behind was actually related to the devouring Dao beast. But what was the use of that thing? A mere quasi-emperor, if it woke up, it would only be hammered by the 9 heavens great sage's illusory figure. Move and get hit, move and get hit. However, since it was Enli's backup plan, she would definitely prevent this situation from happening. Therefore, as Lu Yi ran, his speed began to slow down. The devouring Dao beast. If this thing woke up and was no longer affected by the laws left behind by the 9 heavens great sage, and its quasi-emperor strength pursued him, he would definitely be dead. So what should he do? As Lu Yi approached Bai Chulin, he began to ponder. If a quasi-emperor could truly pursue him, given the current situation, he would be certain to die, no matter where he went. So it couldn't be the devouring Dao beast directly killing him. Lu Yi's body turned into a bloody light. To increase his travel speed, he directly activated the heavenly demon blood transformation escape. But Bai Chulin was clearly closer to the devouring Dao beast, and she also used a secret technique. From two directions, both of them rapidly approached the devouring Dao beast. Lu Yi's figure had already appeared in the void, getting closer and closer to the devouring Dao beast. Until Lu Yi felt the power of the chaotic Taiyan power. A sword light, piercing through the void, slashed towards Bai Chulin. Chapter 326 Crisis. Boom. Sword energy roared. However, it didn't hit Bai Chulin. Because a terrifying aura awakened, and just its aura formed a terrifying storm, sweeping across the void. A quasi-emperor. This realm, let alone in the fourth heaven, is an absolute powerhouse even in the seventh heaven and eighth heaven. A great emperor can be called invincible. A celestial venerable can be called limitless. And a quasi-emperor is only a step away from a great emperor, although this step is a world of difference. A quasi-emperor also possesses emperor's might. That kind of terror is more frightening than 10 or 100 emperors combined. Back when Lu Yi was in the great Dao realm, fighting a crippled and severely injured quasi-emperor cost him his life, which shows just how strong a quasi-emperor is. And now, the quasi-emperor has revived. Of course, along with the devouring Dao beast's revival, there was also the Nine Heavens great sage. Bai Chulin was not blown away by the violent aura. The aura deliberately bypassed her, allowing Bai Chulin to quickly approach. The massive gray planet slowly stretched out, and a terrifying giant beast grew several times larger. Its aura alone seemed capable of filling the entire fourth heaven. But just as it awakened, a fist descended from the sky, arriving in an instant and smashing heavily onto the devouring Dao beast's head. Dong! The devouring Dao beast let out a painful roar. A blurry figure shrouded in chaotic aura easily grabbed the devouring Dao beast and immediately delivered a knee strike. Bang! The devouring Dao beast's body was sent flying. It was only because of its thick hide and flesh that this blow from the Nine Heavens great sage didn't blast it apart. Nine Heavens great sage, stop hitting. The devouring Dao beast roared angrily, but it was actually pleading. Fists rained down on the devouring Dao beast. The devouring Dao beast swung its tail in retaliation, but it was grabbed by one hand, and the other hand formed a hand blade and chopped down fiercely. The tail was directly severed. A large mass of gray light was spat towards the Nine Heavens great sage, who didn't even defend and absorbed it perfectly on the spot. An even more explosive punch came smashing down. Even if this was just an insignificant trace of the Nine Heavens great sage's Dao left behind in the fourth heaven after his demise, it could still pin down and relentlessly pummel a quasi-emperor. There was no logic to it at all. This is a great sage, someone who single-handedly shattered the darkest era, launched a great war against all evil cultivators, demon cultivators, and alien races, opened the Nine Heavens, and deeply detested the strong bullying the weak. An ordinary saint is just a saint. Those who can be called a great sage either have great achievements or astonishing strength, and the Nine Heavens great sage was such a saint. The devouring Dao beast was beaten until its scalp tingled. In this situation, perhaps in just half an hour, it would be beaten into pieces by the Nine Heavens great sage. Seriously, this terrifying Nine Heavens great sage waiting for his great Dao's law to dissipate. It was afraid that even if it lived to the end of its lifespan, this law of the Nine Heavens great sage would still be full of life. It couldn't keep waiting here. When would this end? In desperation, it met Li. The darkness origin is not a good thing. The devouring Dao beast, having lived for such a long time, naturally knew this. But what could it do? It woke up to find the sky had fallen. It could only reach an agreement with the darkness origin. It would help the darkness origin, and the darkness origin would help it. According to the darkness origin, when someone carrying the aura of the darkness origin arrived, that would be the time for it to awaken. At that time, the darkness origin would lend it a hand. It also taught it a rather terrifying technique. While being brutally beaten by the Nine Heavens great sage, the devouring Dao beast suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed Bai Chulin in one gulp. The Nine Heavens great sage didn't pay attention to Bai Chulin. After all, Bai Chulin's aura was weak and didn't violate the rules he had set. Lu Yi watched from afar as Bai Chulin entered the devouring Dao beast's body. His brow furrowed slightly. Get ready, if there's a problem, blast it for me. Lu Yi said. Ding, received. D, received. Both the system and the Heavenly Dao were full of confidence. The devouring Dao beast finally couldn't hold on, quickly shrank, and once again turned into a pitted planet. The Nine Heavens great sage glanced at the devouring Dao beast, nodded in satisfaction, and then glanced at Lu Yi. He nodded again. However, the first nod was satisfaction with his own results. The second nod was acknowledging a fellow Taoist. Lu Yi still greatly respected the Nine Heavens Great Sage. Honestly, if it weren't for the Nine Heavens Great Sage, Lu Yi might have been killed 10,000 times over. If it weren't for the Nine Heavens being there, on the first day after his rebirth, the Void Realm Yin Qingcheng would likely have rushed over and taken him away. The Void Realm is the strongest realm in the sixth heaven. At the time of his rebirth, Yin Qingcheng was in the Void Realm. Therefore, Lu Yi cupped his hands towards the Nine Heavens Great Sage. The Nine Heavens Great Sage gradually turned into points of light and disappeared. Heaven and earth became quiet again. Lu Yi looked at the devouring Tao beast, which had turned back into a planet, and his brow furrowed slightly. What did Bai Chulin intend to do by taking Yu Hongling and rushing into the devouring Tao beast's body? Lu Yi inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. This sense of crisis was baseless, a subconscious crisis generated by someone who frequently fought. A crisis that could make him feel a crisis. Back when he had just ascended to the fourth heaven, when a group of heaven and earth realm cultivators were waiting by the ascension pool, there wasn't such a surging sense of crisis. Therefore, something wasn't right. Lu Yi immediately left. No matter what was wrong, he had to find a way. Crisis. A crisis that could make him feel a sense of crisis was definitely not a small crisis. What to do? Keep a close eye on the devouring Tao beast. If there's a problem, tell me immediately. Lu Yi instructed. Ding, Roger. Roger. Lu Yi began to ponder a solution. Increasing his strength was obviously not feasible. In such a short time, he couldn't increase his strength by much at all. Then there was only one option: set up a formation. And it had to be an unprecedentedly powerful grand formation. What kind of grand formation? Lu Yi began to think. His gaze quickly settled upon the stars in this void. His eyes brightened. He had it. Use the stars as the formation eyes. Set up the Nine Heavens star-suppressing prison grand formation. Of course, with Lu Yi's current strength, he couldn't reach that level. But even a simplified version would be extremely formidable. He said it and did it. Lu Yi's hands supported a star, and he began to move it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Chulin, carrying the frozen Yu Hongling, appeared inside the devouring Tao beast's body and did not immediately turn into its nourishment. Dense black mist surged from her body, and Enli, wearing a black dress, emerged from the black mist. Bai Jiji, and frozen Hongling, long time no see. Enli greeted the two with a smile, looking innocent and radiant. Bai Chulin's expression was cold. There's no need for unnecessary talk. Whatever backup plans or schemes you have, execute them quickly. Lu Yi is definitely preparing now. If Lu Yi is fully prepared, none of your methods or backup plans will be of any use. Enli, however, smiled and shook her head. Bai Jiji, you're wrong. This time, you should say, no matter what preparations Lu Yi makes, he is destined to fail this time. Because, this time, it's the devouring Tao beast making a move against him. Chapter 327. They all deserve to die. The devouring Tao beast is attacking Lu Yi. Bai Chulin's brows furrowed tightly. She had indeed endured the freezing effect of the chaotic yin poison many times, but this freezing wouldn't make her stupid. Did she not see what the devouring Tao beast had been beaten into by the Nine Heavens Great Sage's laws just now? How could a devouring Tao beast that was instantly hammered upon showing its head attack Lu Yi? This matter requires your help, Enli said. Bai Chulin's heart immediately sank. She knew that cooperating with Enli was like seeking skin from a tiger, but she had no other choice. She hadn't expected Enli to reveal her claws so quickly. How do I help? Since things had reached this point, Bai Chulin could only firmly tie herself to Enli's warship. Enli spoke. Originally, I thought of using the Dark God cult to cultivate a strong individual to serve as a channel of connection between me and the devouring Tao beast, but I didn't expect the Dark God cult to be destroyed so quickly. To be honest, Enli really didn't expect Lu Yi to be able to get together with people from the Heavenly Gate in this life, especially since in the previous life, when she knew Lu Yi, there was already a conflict between Lu Yi and the Heavenly Gate. No, they were even fighting like dogs. In the previous life, she didn't meet Lu Yi in the fourth heaven, but in the outer domain. Because she wasn't human herself, but belonged to a special kind of creature. In the previous life, she was brought back from the outer domain by Lu Yi, but in this life, she came to the nine heavens herself and was pressed down into the fourth heaven as soon as she entered the nine heavens. Because the Heavenly Gate discovered the abnormality of the Dark God cult, leading to the destruction of the Dark God cult, the connection between Enli and the devouring Dao beast was interrupted. This was the reason why it was urgent for Bai Chulin to join the Darkness Origin. So, now that the Dark God cult is destroyed, you can only choose me to be the channel between the devouring Dao beast and the Darkness Origin, Bai Chulin asked. Yes, what if I don't agree? Enli couldn't help but laugh. Bai Jiji, we've reached this point, let's not be so be more honest. You're willing, aren't you? Unwilling. You're already on my ship, and you still say you're unwilling. Now, even if Enli were to let the devouring Dao beast send Bai Chulin out, would Bai Chulin dare to go out? She can only follow her now, walking down this path to the end. There is no other way. Bai Chulin looked at Yu Hongling, who was frozen into an ice block. What if she serves as the channel? Enli shook her head. No. Why? Because she hasn't joined forces with me. Another meaning was that Yu Hongling had not been incited by the darkness source. Yu Hongling was still Yu Hongling. Bai Chulin inexplicably became very irritable. Yu Hongling had gone so crazy and become so malicious, yet she hadn't been incited by the Darkness Origin. So Yu Hongling was inherently malicious. If she hadn't been incited, she wouldn't have done such a thing. As a channel, what kind of impact will it have on me? Bai Chulin asked. There won't be any particularly big impact, it's just that from now on, you will completely become a part of the Darkness Origin. This is very normal. I am also a part of the Darkness Origin now, do you see any problems? Enli turned her body, her black dress twirling. Her skin, set against the black, appeared exceptionally fair, elegant, and beautiful. The Darkness Origin is actually an alternative Heavenly Dao. If the Darkness Origin replaces the current Heavenly Dao, then the Darkness Origin will be the genuine Heavenly Dao. So, what are you worried about? In this world, it has always been the winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. As long as we succeed, then the current Heavenly Dao, in 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, will be the fallen Heavenly Dao. And we are the supreme and great beings who will open a brand new world and a brand new Heavenly Dao. Enli's voice was impassioned, and her eyes were filled with fanaticism. Bai Chulin, I need you to sign a contract with me. You must guarantee that I, as the channel, will not be harmed, otherwise I will not act as the channel, Bai Chulin said. Enli shook her head helplessly. Bai Jiji, why do you always fail to recognize reality? Of course I'm happy if the devouring Dao beast can help kill Lu Yi, but if the devouring Dao beast doesn't kill him, what loss do I have? On the contrary, if I leave now, what should you do? Enli asked with a smile. Bai Chulin fell silent. Bai Jiji, don't worry. We've had so many years of relationship, and we even slept in the same bed back then. With such affection, I will absolutely not harm you. As long as this is completed, I will help you solve the trouble of the chaotic yin poison. At that time, you will no longer be limited by the chaotic yin poison. Bai Chulin suddenly felt extremely weary. That's enough, that's enough. Since things have come to this, she can only leave it to fate. She didn't really kill Yu Hongling. Although Enli kept saying she could help her solve the chaotic yin poison, what if it didn't work? The only person who could perform the charming girl extreme yin scripture was Yu Hongling. She had to keep her. Okay, come on. A look of determination appeared on Bai Chulin's face. Enli smiled brightly and transformed into black energy, surging into Bai Chulin's body. At this moment, the darkness in Bai Chulin's mind was infinitely magnified. Why? Why did I have to have this disgusting physique, the chaotic Taiyin divine body? Why? Why can't Lu Yi forgive me when I know I was wrong? I clearly gave him my body, I gave him everything most important to me, and he is so heartless just because I betrayed him once. Why can't he tolerate my shortcomings? I just want face, is it wrong to want face? Why? Yu Hongling once said I was the best master, but she's not even willing to help me alleviate the chaotic yin poison. I saved Chu Ling, I saved Shangguan Wanling, a life-saving grace, why are they all unwilling to help me? And this Enli, inciting me again and again, leading me step by step into the abyss. Lu Yi, Yu Hongling, Shangguan Wanling, Chu Ling, Enli. Damn it, they should all die. Strands of black airflow transformed into threads, spreading towards various parts of the devouring Dao beast's body. The devouring Dao beast actively cooperated. It had had enough, it really had had enough. This time it was finally going to escape, although it was in a very humble way, it was enough. The threads spread rapidly, connecting to various parts of the devouring Dao beast. All the threads seemed to have turned into the blood vessels of a human body, intricate and dense. At this moment, an unspeakable, immense terror suddenly appeared in Bai Chulin's heart. Bai Jiji, pay attention, it's coming. And Li kindly reminded her. Bai Chulin's face twisted. Under this terror, she also felt regret. If only she had known, if only she had known. Boom. Chapter 328, One divides into 10,000s. With a dull and terrifying roar, intense black light surged from a unique channel and directly infused into Bai Chulin's body. Ah! A shrill scream erupted from Bai Chulin's mouth. Her figure blurred under the illumination of the black light. The terrifying energy seemed to be vaporizing her body into particles. This pain was not the same as the extreme cold pain of the chaotic yin poison, it was a searing, vast pain capable of crushing everything. The black light was transmitted to the devouring Dao beast through those threads. The devouring Dao beast also let out a shrill roar. The figure of the Nine Heavens Great Sage appeared as expected, but this time he did not act, because the devouring Dao beast's activity level had not reached the point where he needed to intervene. He was merely curious about what the devouring Dao beast was doing. Ding, found it, Heavenly Dao, blast it for me. Beep, received. Two black bolts of lightning instantly vanished into the void, striking towards the darkness origin. Ding, increase the frequency. Beep, received. In an instant, a massive torrent of black lightning formed a river, striking towards the void. One could imagine that the darkness origin was definitely being hit hard right now. And Li almost bit through her silver teeth. How could the Heavenly Dao discover such a concealed infusion of darkness origin's power? Why? Could it be that the Heavenly Dao was completely fine and spent all its time staring at Bai Chulin and the others? Such a Heavenly Dao truly deserved to be replaced. But things had reached this point, there was absolutely no reason to withdraw, even if it meant the darkness origin was damaged, this plan had to be completed. Bai Chulin's voice became even more shrill, her throat even cracking from the screaming. She was even actively triggering the chaotic yin poison, hoping that its coldness would alleviate some of her burning pain. However, the previous chaotic yin poison had been absorbed too cleanly by Hongling. As a result, there was truly not a single bit of chaotic yin poison left now. So, this kind of pain could only be endured by Bai Chulin alone. She was truly in agony, feeling like she was dying and coming back to life. It felt as if she had completely turned into ashes. The darkness origin was using her body as a container, as a buffer. She was like the pool beneath a waterfall, bearing the most terrifying impact, allowing the darkness origin to ease before continuing to flow towards the devouring Dao beast. Her consciousness was still clear. She clearly saw, herself, orderly transmitting the power of the darkness origin into the black pipeline. The transmission speed was very fast, because if it was even slightly slower, Bai Chulin's body would be blasted into dust. Similar to operating the Nymph Extreme Yin Sutra close double angle bracket, enduring such a large amount of darkness origin energy required a powerful soul. Otherwise, if the soul dispersed, there would be no possibility of completing this matter. Roar. The devouring Dao beast let out a mournful roar, a roar that caused the great stars to tremble and the void to twist. Under the astonished gaze of the Nine Heavens Great Sage, the devouring Dao beast's entire body erupted with black light. Its massive body began to disintegrate at this moment. It was precisely at the moment of disintegration that the aura of the darkness origin emanated from within the devouring Dao beast. With almost no interval, the black lightning struck towards the devouring Dao beast, covering the sky and earth. The Nine Heavens Great Sage frowned. This black lightning had clearly exceeded the upper limit of the fourth heaven. However, this was lightning struck by the Heavenly Dao. What could the Nine Heavens Great Sage do? He could only put his hands behind his back and look up at the sky. The black lightning streaked through the void, covering the sky and earth, and the Nine Heavens Great Sage couldn't help but look. Nine Heavens Great Sage. The devouring Dao beast exploded. It exploded in the true sense of the word. Innumerable small devouring Dao beasts appeared, the aura of the devouring Dao beast plummeted, and the aura of the darkness origin instantly disappeared. A large number of devouring Dao beasts were annihilated. But there were too many devouring Dao beasts. Because of the disappearance of the darkness origin, the Heavenly Dao had no way to continue attacking, and only annihilated less than 1/10 of the devouring Dao beasts. The Nine Heavens Great Sage watched this scene with surprise. They actually thought of such a method. The devouring Dao beast could devour the great Dao. Now, it had dispersed all the devoured great Dao, dispersed its flesh and blood, dispersed its energy, and finally transformed into this state. Each devouring Dao beast was at the peak state of the heaven and earth realm, and possessed great Dao and divine abilities far beyond what the heaven and earth realm could possess. Looking out, the entire void was a dense expanse of black. You simply had no idea how many devouring Dao beasts had appeared. Question: how many heaven and earth realm equals one quasi-emperor? Now there was an answer. The nine heavens great sage's brow was furrowed. He was merely the law left behind by the nine heavens great sage and did not possess his own consciousness. Seeing the devouring Dao beast transform into this state, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. But exactly where it was wrong, he didn't quite understand. The devouring Dao beast was being exploited by a bug right under the nose of the nine heavens great sage. One devouring Dao beast, mustering up its courage, actually flew towards the nine heavens great sage. It flew right up to the nine heavens great sage. Can you see me? The nine heavens great sage nodded. You're not attacking me. The nine heavens great sage did not attack. The devouring Dao beast couldn't resist and began to circle around the nine heavens great sage, twisting its body and letting out a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, nine heavens great sage, you finally can't suppress me anymore. 5,000 years, a full 5,000 years. Do you know how I've lived these 5,000 years? Now, I am finally reborn. Ha ha ha, aren't you powerful? Aren't you powerful? Go ahead and hit me. Hit me. Bang. The nine heavens great sage punched down, and this devouring Dao beast itself turned into dust. All the devouring Dao beasts were startled, and they all retreated in a dense mass. The nine heavens great sage had never seen such a request in his life. Even without much consciousness, he still couldn't help but give the other party a punch. It wasn't because of anything else, it was simply because the nine heavens great sage was good. He was always so easily able to fulfill others' requests. However, after smashing one of the countless devouring Dao beasts with a single punch, he once again fell into that calm and undisturbed state. Logically speaking, now that there was nothing that could touch the laws set by the nine heavens great sage, he should have disappeared. But he didn't disappear. Instead, he stayed here, seemingly waiting for the next step of events to unfold. The devouring Dao beasts couldn't help but look at the nine heavens great sage. Seeing that the nine heavens great sage was no longer moving, all the devouring Dao beasts couldn't help but roar. In an instant, the void trembled. Don't forget the agreement between us. Enli spoke her words through Bai Chulin's mouth. She truly didn't dare to show her face at all now. Showing her face would result in instant death. Now, the others within the darkness origin were already starting to feel some dissatisfaction towards Enli. Because of Enli, the darkness origin had been attacked several times. Although the darkness origin trusted Enli greatly, it couldn't withstand Enli causing such trouble. Naturally, I won't forget. Lu Yi, right, I'll help you kill him. With another roar, the dense mass of black devouring Dao beast surged towards a section of the void. Chapter 329, Ways to Escape. Lu Yi didn't know what happened. Because the system didn't give him real-time updates. He only heard the system constantly saying, bomb her. Bomb her. Bomb her with all you've got. It didn't even ding anymore, showing how intense the battle was. Ding phew, finally finished bombing. That was exhilarating. The system was finally done, and Lu Yi's formation had just been set up. What's the situation now? Lu Yi asked. Ding, Lu Yi, run for your life. Lu Yi. Ding, the devouring Dao beast has split into 4,700,000 small devouring Dao beasts at the peak of the heaven and earth realm, and they are heading towards you. How many? Lu Yi's voice suddenly rose. Ding, 4,700,000, there were originally over 5 million, I bombed a portion of them to death. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Holy crap. Limitless Celestial Venerable, Nine Heavens Great Sage. 4,700,000 devouring Dao beasts at the peak of the heaven and earth realm, can I really block this with a formation? Even if the energy of all these stars turned to dust, it wouldn't be enough. How many heaven and earth realm cultivators are there in the entire fourth heaven combined? Isn't this ridiculous? Nine Heavens Great Sage, aren't you going to do something about this? With Lu Yi's state of mind, he couldn't help but curse out loud at this moment. What to do? Lu Yi frowned and began to think, is there any absolute death zone in the fourth heaven? the kind where no matter how many heaven and earth realm cultivators come, they all die, even if it's millions of heaven and earth realm cultivators, can it swallow them all? He racked his brains. Lu Yi had no clue. At this moment, he already felt an extremely vast fluctuation rising in the void. In Lu Yi's perception, the heaven and earth power in the void formed a terrifying tsunami that connected the universe above and the netherworld below. That tsunami could crush almost everything. Let alone the grand formation he had set up now. Even if everyone in the entire fourth heaven were added together, it wouldn't be enough for the devouring Dao beast to swallow. There is only one way. That is, to escape the fourth heaven and head to the outer domain. However, in that case, it would be exactly what the devouring Dao beast wanted, because as long as it entered the outer domain, it could recombine, and then Lu Yi would be facing a quasi-emperor realm devouring Dao beast. But there's no other way, is there? Lu Yi didn't even bother with his formation anymore. His body turned into a stream of light, and he sped away in a direction opposite to the devouring Dao beast. The outer domain is not under the control of the Nine Heavens Great Sage and is full of dangers. There are unknown numbers of evil demons who have been staying in the outer domain for who knows how many years, waiting for the Nine Heavens Great Sage to fall into a weakened state before launching a large-scale attack on the Nine Heavens, swallowing up the vast number of living beings in the Nine Heavens in one go. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. This time, it can be said to be Lu Yi's biggest crisis since his rebirth, and Lu Yi couldn't even think of a solution in a short time. As things stand, there is only one way. System, start deducing a path to survival. The system's prompt sound immediately rang out. Ding, deducing. Lu Yi's figure fled madly. Behind him, the traces of the endless beast horde had already appeared. How to deal with this? Ding, deduction complete. Ding, please participate in the Trial of Destiny. After completing the Trial of Destiny, you will officially become the Heavenly Gate sect leader, and at that time, you can command the people of the Heavenly Gate. Trial of Destiny. Lu Yi heard this term for the first time. He had never heard of it before, so what is this for? In his previous life, he was an enemy of the Heavenly Gate. Ding, the Trial of Destiny is a unique method of selecting the sect leader of the Heavenly Gate. Any person of the Heavenly Gate only has one chance to participate. If they complete it, they can directly face the Heavenly Dao. If they are recognized by the Heavenly Dao, they can become the sect leader of the Heavenly Gate, command the people of the Heavenly Gate, and officially become an apostle of the Heavenly Dao. How to conduct the trial? Ding, inject your divine sense into the heavenly mark between your eyebrows and actively call out, and you can participate in the Trial of Destiny. What is the content of the Trial of Destiny? Ding, Heavenly Dao, what is the content of the Trial of Destiny? Drip, I don't know. Lu Yi, Shen Zitong, and it was quite self-righteous. This isn't Heavenly Dao's fault. Someone who couldn't even speak properly before, it would be a ghost if he could set up any Trial of Destiny. Ding, if you don't know, why don't you ask? Who set it up? Drip, I don't know. Who is the current boss of the Heavenly Gate? Lu Yi asked. Drip, sister. Ding, you're talking nonsense, I'm not the boss of the Heavenly Gate. Drip, sister is the boss. System. Alright, she agreed with this sentence. She was indeed the boss. Ding, who bothers you the most usually? Besides me. This time, Heavenly Dao finally didn't answer decisively, but thought about it. Drip, Dao Dao. Dao Trace's great emperor. Drip, it's Dao Trace's. Why would Lu Yi know? This wasn't killed by Lu Yi, but died in battle during the darkness upheaval. Ding, then go ask Dao Traces what the content of the Trial of Destiny is. Drip, okay, sister. Heavenly Dao was quite obedient now, honestly going to ask Dao Trace's great emperor. Lu Yi was still fleeing madly, but the traces of the devouring Dao beasts had already appeared behind him. These devouring Dao beasts were extremely skilled in speed, each one faster than the last, gradually closing the distance between them and Lu Yi. In the eighth heaven, a terrifying figure shrouded in chaotic misty light sat cross-legged in the chaotic void. 10,000 brilliant lights bloomed and then vanished. Suddenly, a fluctuation bloomed between his eyebrows. A consciousness bloomed from the divine pattern between his eyebrows. Dao Trace's great emperor was stunned. The content of the Trial of Destiny. No, why is Heavenly Dao asking about this? However, since Heavenly Dao took the initiative to ask, Dao Traces told him the content of the Trial of Destiny. Drip, I asked. There are 3 stages. The first stage, destroy the mold mire. The second stage, cross the 18 layers of hell. The third stage, prevent a heaven and earth catastrophe from happening. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle when he heard these 3 requirements. These 3 stages: the first stage is luck, the second stage is courage and luck, and the third stage is luck and a comprehensive examination. So, it is really difficult to become the Heavenly Gate sect leader. Didn't you see that Dao Trace's great emperor is already a great emperor, yet he is not the sect leader? But now, there is no choice, is there? Lu Yi's divine sense surged into the heavenly mark between his eyebrows. At the same time, he burst out with a bloody light. The heavenly demon blood transformation escape was pushed to its limit, and the bloody light flashed, starting to widen the gap with the devouring Dao beasts. But the devouring Dao beasts were not in a hurry at all, because as long as Lu Yi was in this 4th heaven, he would surely die. Even if he ascended to the 5th heaven, it would be the same. Because it's not like Lu Yi is the only one who can ascend, it can too. Finally, running to the outer domain would be even more ridiculous. As a quasi-emperor, after entering the outer domain, he could directly unleash the strength of a quasi-emperor, and Lu Yi would only die a more tragic death. So, how would he choose? Bai Chulin lay on a devouring Dao beast, her face pale, her aura very unstable, especially her physical body, which was on the verge of shattering at any moment. However, her spirits were lifted slightly. This time, Lu Yi should truly be without a way to escape or seek help. Enli, can you completely remove the chaotic Taiyin power for me now? Enli's voice carried a smile. What's the rush? Lu Yi isn't dead yet. Don't worry, I will definitely help you remove it, at the moment Lu Yi dies. Bai Chulin frowned slightly. Then can I ask you how to remove it? Chapter 330 Top Luck. How to remove it? Good question. It's not difficult. You just need to transform your chaotic Taiyin divine body into a dark chaotic Taiyin divine body. That way, whenever your chaotic yin poison erupts, the power of darkness can also erupt, using the power of darkness to suppress the chaotic yin poison, weakening the extent of its eruption. Finally, you can slowly absorb it. Bai Chulin frowned deeply. This will work. Naturally it will. This darkness is not the power of the normal great Tao of darkness, but the power of the darkness origin. Could it be that you think the power of the darkness origin is not enough to suppress the chaotic yin poison? Bai Chulin couldn't be sure. She could only try. But could the chaotic yin poison really be suppressed this easily? At this moment, Lu Yi's aura suddenly disappeared. Completely disappeared. Without any warning, Enli's expression changed. What's going on? The overwhelming devouring Dao beasts also stopped moving. He had indeed disappeared. Not a single trace remained. The devouring Dao beasts quickly used various secret techniques to investigate, but the results were not good. No trace, still no trace. How could this happen? The devouring Dao beasts were puzzled. Enli also frowned deeply. Search carefully. Even if he has many methods, he couldn't just disappear without a reason like this. He must be temporarily hidden somewhere. The devouring Dao beasts began to investigate the void, turning over layer after layer of the void. Clearly, they still couldn't find Lu Yi's trace. The devouring Dao beasts looked at Bai Chulin. They knew that the woman who had made a deal with them was hidden inside Bai Chulin's body. He has indeed disappeared. I'm a bit curious, who exactly is the other party? A domain realm cultivator, no matter how astonishingly talented, shouldn't be able to achieve this level. Moreover, to actually provoke the darkness origin to personally target him, what an incredible thing is this. It's impossible for him to disappear. He's just temporarily hidden himself. He will definitely reappear. We need to continue waiting here. Bai Chulin spoke. She knew a lot about Lu Yi's methods, and in her previous life she was a great emperor, a spell-type great emperor who understood countless spells. Bai Chulin was certain that no spell could make Lu Yi, at his current strength, disappear without a trace. The devouring Dao beasts asked again, who exactly is he? You need to tell me the truth. A great emperor reborn. The devouring Dao beasts were stunned. A great emperor reborn. Since this woman revealed the matter of a great emperor reborn so frankly, then it's clear that there's another possibility. The guy they were chasing might be even stronger than a great emperor. Could it be a celestial venerable reborn? The devouring Dao beasts' hearts trembled violently. If the other party was truly a celestial venerable reborn, and they had offended him now. Although the devouring Dao beasts were quasi-emperors, a celestial venerable was still in existence beyond their reach. Because the tribulation to become a great emperor was too difficult. How many astonishingly talented heavens chosen, who had reached the quasi-emperor realm with unstoppable momentum throughout their lives, were full of confidence and wanted to break through to great emperor, only to be crushed into dust by the myriad Dao. It was too difficult, truly too difficult. If becoming a great emperor was this difficult, let alone a celestial venerable. A celestial venerable who reincarnated and cultivated again was still a celestial venerable, and a celestial venerable who dared to reincarnate was an even more formidable figure among celestial venerables. If they were to capture this woman now and offer her to that powerful reincarnated celestial venerable, would the other party forgive them? But behind this woman was the darkness origin. At this moment, the devouring Dao beasts couldn't help but feel a slight trace of regret, but then they thought of the long years they had been oppressed by the Nine Heavens great sage. 5,000 years was the first time the devouring Dao beasts had been beaten. It wasn't the time when the Nine Heavens was formed, because the devouring Dao beasts were sleeping before that. What could a celestial venerable do? A celestial venerable reincarnating was an opportunity for all beings. If they could obtain this opportunity, let alone a great emperor, perhaps they could even touch the tail of a celestial venerable. I will spread out across the void, ensuring that as long as Lu Yi appears, I can discover him at any time. The other bodies need to absorb energy. They must replenish themselves, or I will starve to death. The devouring Dao beasts said this, and without needing Bai Chulin's agreement, a portion of their bodies had already spread out in a mighty torrent. Some devouring Dao beasts directly pounced on stars, some flew towards devil cultivators and evil cultivators in the void, and some devouring Dao beasts pounced towards the vast land of the fourth heaven. It was imaginable what kind of casualties the devouring Dao beasts would cause to all beings after flooding into the fourth heaven. Where did Lu Yi go? Naturally, he was taken away by the heavenly mark and entered the trial of destiny. The trial of destiny is not some independent space, but the heavenly mark directly teleports you there, allowing you to solve problems yourself and undergo tempering. Only the third stage belongs to simulating the time river, making past scenes reappear, allowing the trial taker to change history and prevent the occurrence of the great tribulation of heaven and earth. After all the trials are over, whether you succeed or fail, you will return to your original location. And now, his figure appeared in the gray void. This is Mold Mire. Mold Mire and Cave of Grief are existences of a similar nature. The difference lies in that the Cave of Grief is the accumulation of emotions, while Mold Mire is the accumulation of bad luck. The Cave of Grief can make people emo, while in Mold Mire, to put it harshly, you could choke to death while eating. The power of luck. After telling the Heavenly Dao, the Dao Trace's great emperor couldn't help but pay attention to the trial of destiny. He wanted to see what kind of existence it was, that it actually made the Heavenly Dao come and ask him what the trial of destiny was. The result was seeing what realm was this again? Heaven and Earth realm. No, weaker than the Heaven and Earth realm. There was no way, it had been too long since the Dao Trace's great emperor was at this realm. Domain realm. Right, that's the realm. Good heavens, how did such a weak guy join the Heavenly Gate? Joining the Heavenly Gate aside, how did he even contact the Heavenly Dao? Outrageous, utterly outrageous. The Dao Trace's great emperor wanted to see how this kid's luck was. In this gray space, anyone's luck would be reflected, the weakest being white. And now, Lu Yi's own luck was also gradually being reflected upon his body. Golden light bloomed, red light bloomed, gold and red intertwined. Intense luck appeared in this gray void in a terrifying manner, the two colors forming a massive pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth. That golden red, its brilliance, its vibrancy, its grandeur, was simply terrifying to behold. The Dao Trace's great emperor had originally thought it would be quite remarkable if Lu Yi's luck could reach purple. Good heavens, golden red, the highest level of luck. Favored by the Heavenly Dao, loved by heaven and earth. This kid, what is this kid's background? Lu Yi was also a bit surprised that he actually had such dense luck. He really hadn't noticed it before. But thinking about it, it made sense. Who hangs out with the Heavenly Dao every day? Being in close contact with the Heavenly Dao, it would be strange if his luck didn't increase. But this time, if he had to absorb the Mold Mire, wouldn't his luck? Wait, maybe there's another way. Chapter 331. The Emperor is shocked. Bad luck, good luck. Yin-Yang, creation and destruction. As someone extremely proficient in the Yin-Yang Great Dao, Lu Yi instantly thought of the Yin-Yang Great Dao. Why was he proficient in the yin-yang great Dao? Because of Bai Chulin. Bai Chulin's chaotic Taiyin divine body. When Lu Yi's strength was extremely weak, Lu Yi had to find ways to help her deal with the chaotic yin poison. To deal with the chaotic yin poison, the yin-yang great Dao was needed. Later, Lu Yi also needed to help Yu Hongling, Shangguan Wanling, and others improve their strength. How to improve strength quickly and without side effects? Obviously, the yin-yang great Dao. Lu Yi helped all 8 of them improve their strength through the yin-yang great Dao, using it countless times. Honestly, if he hadn't cultivated the guardian great Dao back then, Lu Yi could have also become a celestial venerable if he had cultivated the yin-yang great Dao. If Lu Yi's luck was weak, facing this mold mire would be out of the question. The key was that Lu Yi's luck was very strong. Although it wasn't enough to match the mold mire, he already had the possibility of using the yin-yang great Dao. Let's try. Lu Yi's figure flew towards the mold mire. Golden red luck automatically formed a shield, defending Lu Yi against the invasion of this bad luck. He flew until he was beside the mold mire. This was a vast mire floating in the void. Gray liquid quietly brewed within it, and the bad luck of heaven and earth continuously and endlessly entered the mold mire, and as time passed, the form of the mold mire would only become more terrifying, eventually forming a forbidden ground that no one dared to approach. In fact, it had basically formed half a forbidden ground already. Life was extinct here, no living being was willing to be contaminated by such bad luck. Lu Yi raised his hand, and instantly a wisp of bad luck flew towards him. The golden red luck automatically dispersed, allowing this wisp of bad luck to entwine around Lu Yi's fingertip. Luck. Regarding the great Dao of luck, Lu Yi didn't understand it deeply. But it wasn't a big problem. System, comprehend Dao. Ding, comprehending Dao begins. Near the mold mire, under the circumstance of materialized luck, he comprehended the great Dao of luck. A great Dao like a sprout quickly broke through the soil and began to grow continuously. On his fingertip, the gray bad luck and golden red luck constantly intertwined. Dao Trace's great emperor watched this scene and began to ponder. He seemed to know what Lu Yi was going to do, but he wasn't particularly sure. But Dao Traces saw the great Dao of luck appearing on Lu Yi's body. Ah, this kid is comprehending the great Dao of luck on the spot. Isn't this sharpening the knife before battle? Dao Trace's great emperor couldn't help but feel amused. Comprehending a great Dao when the time came was not effective. Then, the great Dao of luck began to grow rapidly. The smile on Dao Trace's great emperor's face began to disappear little by little, because the speed at which the great Dao of luck was improving was too fast. Basically, in one breath, the great Dao would advance a stage. In one breath, the great Dao would advance a stage. So fast. How is this kid so fast? He's truly a good seedling for cultivating the Dao. Even Dao Trace's great emperor couldn't help but have the thought of taking him as a disciple, because he primarily cultivated great Daos. All 10,000 Daos leave traces, which is how Dao Trace's great emperor got his name. He probably won't be able to complete the trial, but even if he can't complete it, this disciple can still be taken. He started cultivating the great Dao of luck too late, unless Lu Yi didn't want this heaven equal good luck anymore, otherwise he definitely wouldn't be able to pass this first stage. Dao Trace's great emperor didn't believe that anyone would give up their immense luck just to pass the first stage of this trial. As Lu Yi continuously comprehended the great Dao of luck, he gradually gained insight into what kind of insight luck truly was. Although luck was profound and mysterious, Lu Yi could still understand it quickly. He opened his eyes and glanced at the bad luck and good luck entwined around his fingertip. Without any further hesitation, he leapt up and resolutely jumped into the mold mire. Dao Trace's great emperor's eyes widened slightly. No, you kid. Jumped. Just like that, he jumped into the mold mire. Good, you've got guts. Although the good luck would disappear, the boldness Lu Yi displayed at this moment earned Dao Trace's great emperor's approval. In a man's words, it was, consider yourself impressive. The mold mire instantly surged with monstrous waves, a terrifying vortex appeared, and countless wisps of bad luck began pouring into Lu Yi's body at this moment. The bad luck was fierce, but within the vast mold mire, there was always a single golden red light spot, persistently shining brightly. The concealment of the mold mire naturally couldn't hide from a great emperor's gaze. Dao Trace's great emperor watched this scene, and as he watched, his expression began to turn solemn. It wasn't for anything else, but because he saw the yin-yang great Dao, so exquisite it was unbelievable, the yin-yang great Dao that even shocked him. As a man who cultivated 10,000 Daos, the Yin-Yang Great Dao was absolutely the most important thing for a seeker of the Dao, because this Great Dao was too important, and its uses were too widespread. Heaven and earth are divided into Yin and Yang. This is the most top tier, easiest to approach, and constantly accompanying everyone's side Great Dao. Dao Trace's Great Emperor didn't primarily cultivate the Yin-Yang Great Dao, but he still cultivated the Yin-Yang Great Dao to the Great Emperor level. And the Yin-Yang Great Dao Lu Yi was currently displaying, honestly, was fiercer than his own. Limitless Celestial Venerable, which outer domain demon from a defiled land reincarnated, Dao Trace's Great Emperor even cursed. He himself wanted to take others as disciples. How did it feel like as the other party continuously revealed their Great Daos, he himself was about to have the idea of taking them as his teacher? Watching Lu Yi use the Yin-Yang Great Dao, not just the Yin-Yang Great Dao, but also the Taiji Great Dao, using a small amount to win big, using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 caddies. Using his relatively weak good luck compared to the Mold Mire to leverage the entire Mold Mire, Dao Trace's Great Emperor couldn't help but start learning. No way, it was brilliant, exquisite, awesome. It was the first time Dao Trace's Great Emperor had seen someone play the Yin-Yang Great Dao so spectacularly. He could even toy with luck in the palm of his hand. How profound must his attainments in the Yin-Yang Great Dao be? All FC King learn, learn, learn. Gradually, the entire Mold Mire began to boil. The originally weak golden red light spot actually exploded within the Mold Mire at this moment. At this moment, 10,000 golden red specks, like scattered stars, spread towards the entire Mold Mire. Vortices appeared one after another, the entire Mold Mire began to boil, dancing together with the golden red light. A single spark can start a prairie fire, scattered good luck overturned the seas and skies. Although Dao Trace's Great Emperor had been shaken many times, after those countless vortices appeared within the Mold Mire, the astonishment in Dao Trace's Great Emperor's eyes had vanished, replaced by infatuation. Beautiful. It was truly too beautiful. That a Great Dao could be operated to such an extent, Dao Trace's Great Emperor was sincerely convinced, his eyes only filled with intoxication towards the ultimate beauty of the Great Dao. Before long, he definitely had to discuss the Dao with him. He definitely had to discuss the Dao. Dao Trace's Great Emperor didn't even dare to imagine how wonderful it would be to discuss the Dao with such a person. Gradually, countless vortices stirred up the entire Mold Mire, and all the bad luck was set in motion. The vortices began to merge. 10,000 merged into 1,000, 1,000 into 100, 100 into 10. The nascent soul within Lu Yi opened its eyes, looked at the 10 massive vortices, and couldn't help but gently shake its head and sigh helplessly. So be it, let's go. Since resistance was futile, then he might as well enjoy it. Chapter 332 Hell. Before it became a vortex, Mold Mire was just Mold Mire, whoever touched it would be unlucky. But after it formed a vortex, Mold Mire was still Mold Mire, yet it became Lu Yi's Mold Mire. Except for Lu Yi, whoever touched it would be unlucky. This was the difference between the two. Of course, there was still the final hurdle, the 10-in-1 fusion. This was relatively difficult because the energy was too immense. Lu Yi while it was difficult for others, for Lu Yi, it was just so-so. As the 10 vortices approached, lightning appeared within each of them. The vortices rotated very quickly. The air currents formed between them rubbed against each other at high speed. Blood was already flowing from Lu Yi's nose. But this did not stop him from merging the 10 vortices into one. Friction, tearing, entanglement. Dao Trace's Great Emperor watched this scene intently, unable to help but click his tongue. He knew that he was about to lose all the dignity of a Great Emperor right now. But what Lu Yi was doing right now was something many Great Emperors couldn't achieve. Could he be blamed? He had also been invincible before. When facing ordinary cultivators, he was naturally a supreme existence, but when facing an existence that was very likely stronger than himself, what was wrong with him being shocked? What was wrong? It fused. It really fused successfully. The Yin-Yang Great Dao. This Yin-Yang Great Dao of Lu Yi's could achieve this step. If someone told him this Yin-Yang Great Dao was at the Celestial Venerable level, he would probably believe it. A giant vortex appeared in the void, its height unknown, and it was extremely terrifying. Lu Yi looked up. The vortex was right above his head. The nascent soul also looked up. Speaking of which, it had been a long time of normal cultivation. It really hadn't experienced that feeling of being completely full for a very long time. And this time, it was probably not going to be disappointed, and might even be directly burst. But what was there to fear? Mind and intention as one. Come. Boom. The giant vortex, accompanied by a roar, drilled into Lu Yi's glabella. Although the size of the vortex and Lu Yi's body were disproportionate, the vortex was still entering. As expected, the nascent soul began to slowly expand like a balloon. As more and more of the vortex was injected, the expansion became faster and faster. The chubby little hands of the nascent soul formed seals. Its expression was one of both pain and composure. Great patterns appeared on its skin, spreading continuously. And then only 1/10 of the vortex had entered. More and more patterns appeared on the nascent soul's body. The originally fair and plump nascent soul had now turned gray. 1/5. The nascent soul's expression was calm, only its brows were tightly furrowed. 1/4. The nascent soul changed to a new hand seal and began to frantically refine. 1/3. A pained expression appeared on the nascent soul's face. 1/2. Lu Yi's nascent soul couldn't stop swelling, expanding as quickly as a blown-up balloon. No, I can't hold on. Lu Yi had no choice but to channel the vortex into his physical body. His body also began to swell. Open the secret treasures. Lu Yi couldn't hold back and directly opened the 5 elements' secret treasures of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth within his body. These secret treasures were something that body refiners were good at. They were used to store energy that couldn't be absorbed, in case they ate too much and couldn't digest it. Not only the 5 elements' secret treasures, but also the 108 acupoints were opened. At the same time, light spots also appeared on the nascent soul's body, and the mold mire inside was rapidly compressed. Still not enough. The stone sword appeared. My good brother, help me. The mold mire was poured into the stone sword. The human emperor banner also appeared. Come, help. Green light emanated from Lu Yi's body. Good, and you too. The enlightenment tree was also pulled out. As expected of the enlightenment tree that had absorbed the guardian great Dao, it truly stepped up when needed, and it did so proactively. With everything of Lu Yi's working together. Finally, the last vortex merged into Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi held it in for a long time, but in the end, he couldn't hold it back and let out a huge burp. Terrifying mold mire lingered around his body, like tentacles, spreading in all directions. Anyone who understood a little about the great Tao of luck would likely be scared half to death at first glance at Lu Yi, because mold mire was emanating from all around him. In this state, anyone who got close to him would become extremely unlucky. However, it was finally completed. Mold mire disappeared. He completed the first trial, and his strength also reached the peak of the domain realm in one go. He was going to enter the state of strangers and acquaintances, keep away, again. With such dense mold mire, even saying a word to him would likely bring terrible luck. However, the next level is the 18 levels of hell. Well, there are no people in hell, so it's fine if they are unlucky. Lu Yi can't be blamed. The 18 levels of hell were constructed by an extremely powerful force in the past. Lu Yi knew the secrets within. What is currently spread in the world is that the 18 levels of hell copied the 6 paths of reincarnation, but Lu Yi knew that the 6 paths of reincarnation copied the 18 levels of hell. However, the 18 levels of hell declined, while the 6 paths of reincarnation became even more prosperous. There was nothing to be done. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord was indeed an astonishing and outstanding heavens chosen. Such beings who surpassed their predecessors were absolutely rare in past history. As for imitation, it can be called plagiarism, or not plagiarism. There was nothing to be done. This world was originally like this. If the invincible Great Path was awesome, then a large number of cultivators of the invincible Great Path would appear. If the Yin-Yang Great Tao was awesome, similarly, a large number of cultivators of the invincible Great Path would appear. Unless it was a special Great Tao that was difficult to imitate, others would be imitated. Because if a strong person successfully cultivated a great Tao, that great Tao cultivated by the strong person would be in its prosperous period, and if others followed suit, they would achieve twice the result with half the effort. A power of transmission enveloped Lu Yi. Lu Yi's figure instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had arrived in a place filled with eerie yin energy. In front of him was a not-so-wide small path. Stepping on the path felt soft, as if it was paved with flesh and blood. In front of the path was a vast gray river. Within the river, countless pairs of eyes were faintly present, staring at Lu Yi the moment he appeared. Above the river was a green stone bridge. In the past, there would be an old woman here, offering a bowl of soul-warming soup to the passing travelers. However, nowadays, the Yellow Springs Road, the Bridge of Helplessness, and the Huangchuan River were all present, but the old woman who offered the soup was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yi's expression was calm. This was not the first time he had been here, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Walking on the Yellow Springs Road, the mortal dust on his body seemed to be sucked away. Before the Bridge of Helplessness, Lu Yi took a step and calmly stepped onto the bridge. His soul went up, but his physical body stopped before the Bridge of Helplessness. Dense bloody light accompanied by gray mist bloomed from Lu Yi's soul. The souls that originally wanted to drag Lu Yi into the Huangchuan River, seeing the abnormal light around Lu Yi, all fell silent. This soul seems a little scary. Chapter 333 The Burning Book of Life and Death. The souls in the Huangchuan River are all old, weak, sick, and disabled. There are hardly any powerful souls. All the souls in heaven and earth are now being snatched away by the 6 paths of reincarnation, leaving hell without soul resources. One can imagine how dire the situation is. Whether it's the Yellow Springs Road, the Bridge of Helplessness, or the Huangchuan River, with each place passed, a part of what existed in life disappears. Lu Yi knew what was disappearing. It was love, hate, affection, resentment, joy, and sorrow. However, this was useless to Lu Yi, because Lu Yi possessed a Dao heart that was perhaps the hardest in the world. His memories, even during the 3 lifetimes tribulation, would appear from time to time. What is the 3 lifetimes tribulation? It was Lu Yi's own tribulation. Now, this external tribulation could not shake Lu Yi in the slightest. Walking over the Bridge of Helplessness, ahead was that dilapidated palace. Originally, this palace was majestic and solemn, and souls would be terrified to the point of near collapse just by looking at it. Now, the palace appeared somewhat desolate. The moment Lu Yi walked into the palace, an incomplete, wordless book flew out and appeared before Lu Yi's soul. The book, without anyone holding it, began to flip through its pages on its own. In the shadows, many figures were watching Lu Yi, because with the reincarnation Heavenly Lord's might, it took a long time for 1 or 2 lost souls to accidentally wander into hell. Such a small number of souls was simply not enough to maintain the operation of hell. Therefore, the existence of hell meant everyone usually went about their own business. Dao Trace's great emperor was also watching. The Book of Life and Death can reflect a person's past and present lives. It is a chaos supreme treasure, a treasure on the same level as the eternal paragon ranking. Treasures of this level might not be particularly strong in combat power, but if they are proficient in a certain aspect, they are truly incredibly strong. And the Book of Life and Death is capable of probing the past and present lives of souls, and their various karmic connections. Lu Yi allowed the Book of Life and Death to probe. If it could probe even a little, then the Book of Life and Death would be amazing. Suddenly, the Book of Life and Death burst into flames. The flames were extremely fierce, as if they wanted to reduce the entire palace to ashes. Everyone was startled, and a figure quickly appeared, a purple light enveloping the Book of Life and Death, intending to help extinguish the flames. Useless. A group of people appeared at this moment, trying every possible way to help the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death, however, flew to Lu Yi's front. Spare me, I know I was wrong, I know I was wrong. These flames were karmic flames. Ordinary karmic flames could be easily extinguished, but what about the karma of a celestial venerable? The Book of Life and Death, in its misfortune, checked Lu Yi's past life. As soon as it saw the scene of the great Dao sect, a pair of eyes looked towards it from across the 9 heavens. It was truly a gaze that spanned the 9 heavens. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. The Book of Life and Death had never seen such a terrifying gaze in its entire existence. Lu Yi reached out and gently brushed over the Book of Life and Death, dissolving the karmic connection between him and the Book of Life and Death. The flames automatically extinguished. Thank you, Senior. The Book of Life and Death quickly thanked him. Although it was badly burned, it dared not harbor any disrespect, because that gaze was too terrifying. Still checking, Lu Yi asked. Not checking, not checking. Lu Yi nodded and looked at the strong individuals who had run out. Lu Yi greets all fellow Taoists. Everyone was looking at Lu Yi, their eyes filled with surprise and solemnity. Greetings, fellow Taoist. May I ask why fellow Taoist has come to hell? This poor Taoist is Chu Zhang Dao Ren. I need to experience the 18 levels of hell. The heavenly gate should have already informed you, Lu Yi said. The people from the Heavenly Gate have indeed informed us. Then can I go now? Lu Yi's words were quite direct and straightforward. Yes, of course, I will immediately take fellow Taoist there. Chu Zhongdao Ren's attitude became enthusiastic. He now understood that this seemingly young Lu Yi was likely a reincarnation of an extraordinary existence. If he built a good relationship with such a person now, would help perhaps flourish a little in the future. His demands were not high, just to be able to keep hell running at a minimum level, and to ensure his brothers could eat. Since fellow Taoist has come to hell, it is equivalent to having a connection with hell. If there is anything hell can help with, just say it directly. As long as our hell can help, we absolutely will. Lu Yi glanced at him. You'd best not talk to me right now, because I have a lot of bad luck on me. If he were to chat with Chu Zhongdao Ren here now, honestly, he could chat Chu Zhongdao Ren half to death. Ah, a vertical eye appeared on his forehead at this moment, and he looked at Lu Yi. Just one look, and Chu Zhongdao Ren was startled, his figure suddenly jumping away, keeping a long distance from Lu Yi. What dense bad luck, even more unlucky than the fate of a broom star or a Tianxia lone star. Lu Yi was much more relaxed about this. Chu Zhongdao Ren's attitude was actually quite good. If it were because of him that. Boom! A huge roar echoed through hell. Not good, a strong person has broken in. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yi, see, it's this fast. Who broke in? Don't recognize them. Don't recognize them. Chu Zhongdao Ren glanced at Lu Yi and quickly said, fellow Taoist, the 18 levels of hell are ahead, please feel free to go. I'll go check the situation. Lu Yi nodded and walked forward on his own. Hell had already started fighting with the newcomer. The visitor was very strong, actually forcing the strong individuals of hell to retreat repeatedly, and some were even injured. Fellow Taoist, our hell has no acquaintance with you, why are you attacking hell without cause? Huh, is this your hell? Isn't it the underworld? Chu Zhongdao Ren, sorry, I hit the wrong place. I was going to attack the underworld. Farewell. This strong person ran away in a flash. The people of hell. No, can you even hit the wrong place like this? A strong person asked incredulously, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. It was that fellow Taoist just now. That fellow Taoist has relatively dense bad luck on him. Now that he is in our hell is unlucky, Chu Zhongdao Ren said helplessly. Ah, then why not quickly drive him away? Can't drive him away. Chu Zhongdao Ren frowned tightly. He summoned the Book of Life and Death and asked, why did you spontaneously burn when you probed his past life? The Book of Life and Death replied, as soon as I saw a scene, a gaze that was difficult to describe in words came across the 9 heavens, and then I was forcibly repelled and started burning. Just a gaze. Just a gaze. Hearing the Book of Life and Death's words, sounds of gasps immediately rose. A gaze and a gaze cast from above the 9 heavens. This person. Hell has been silent for too long, Chu Zhongdao Ren said faintly. Everyone understood. Chu Zhongdao Ren wanted to bet. But, would this person be stronger than the reincarnation Heavenly Lord? Outside hell, the one who attacked hell had just left when he encountered another strong person, and they even knew each other. Fellow Taoist Zhang, what a coincidence, is that hell ahead? Yes. Great, I'm missing a Higanbana, just happens I need to search for it in hell. Hell doesn't seem to have Higanbana anymore, right? I don't believe hell doesn't have any stock left. Chapter 334, High Moral Character, Killing People Without Hesitation. Who is it? As a rumbling sound rang out. Another powerful expert had arrived. Hell, ha, it is truly dilapidated. I never expected that hell, which was once renowned throughout the world, would fall to such a state. I have come this time to seek a sure flower. I wonder if my fellow Taoists are willing to help me. If you are willing, I will surely remember this kindness. From that fellow Taoist just now, Tutuo Shang Ren had already learned the current state of hell. There were very few powerful experts. With his strength, even if he couldn't walk sideways in hell, escaping would still be easy. The faces of the people in hell were grim. Although hell had declined, it wasn't a place where just anyone could come and provoke. Fight. Without further ado, the great battle began instantly. Lu Yi also felt the fluctuations of the battle. One had just left, and now another had appeared. Well, this was indeed his fault. The bad luck on his body would take roughly 10 days for him to fully absorb. For these 10 days, whoever encountered him would truly be unlucky. He hoped hell could hold on a bit longer. His figure arrived at the 18 levels of hell. Here, he would have to experience all sorts of calamities. However, Lu Yi didn't feel much, it was just a bit of pain. The first level of hell, the hell of tongue removal. In the past, this hell was probably overflowing with people, but now there was only one being responsible for carrying out the punishment, who came before Lu Yi. He looked at Lu Yi. It's been a long time since anyone came. Sit, I'll clean up the tools first. Quite polite. Lu Yi casually found a spot and sat down. My treasure here is called the tongue-pulling pliers. The more glib-tongued and divisive a person is, the wider these tongue-pulling pliers will open, and the fiercer the force. Conversely, the less you have committed such verbal transgressions, the smaller these tongue-pulling pliers will open, and the weaker the force. Open your mouth. Lu Yi smiled and nodded, opening his mouth. He didn't have any psychological burden. He had indeed told lies, either white lies or lies to enemies. Even if there was punishment, it wouldn't be particularly severe. The tongue removal enforcer used force, wanting to open the tongue-pulling pliers. Force. The tongue-pulling pliers didn't budge. More force. Didn't budge. What's going on? Is it broken? The tongue removal enforcer said in confusion. Energy could be freely poured into it. This thing was also one of hell's treasures. How could it be broken? The tongue removal enforcer said to the tongue-pulling pliers, I am number one under the heavens. The next second, the tongue-pulling pliers, which couldn't be opened no matter what, opened a crack. The tongue removal enforcer was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lu Yi with solemn respect. Fellow Taoist, your words are golden and your promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. The hell of tongue removal is not suitable for you to come. You can go to the next level of hell to have a look. Someone who could make the tongue-pulling pliers not budge, putting aside everything else, their mouth definitely had no problems. Dao Trace's great emperor watched this scene, somewhat silent. Although the tongue-pulling pliers were partly affected by Lu Yi's power in his previous life, the fact that they didn't open at all was enough to prove that 99% of what Lu Yi said could be believed. Does this count as passing the hell of tongue removal? Naturally, you have passed. The hell of tongue removal doesn't necessarily require pulling out a tongue. Since you have no issues, there is naturally no need to pull out your tongue. Excuse me. Lu Yi descended to the second level. Tisk, it's not easy for someone to come down, and it turns out to be someone so upright. My hands are really itching. As soon as the words fell, with a roar, Tutuo Shangren had already been beaten into the first level of hell. Tongue removal enforcer. How dare you, to trespass into the 18 levels of hell? Die for me. The tongue removal enforcer, holding the tongue-pulling pliers, charged towards Tutuo Shangren, and the next second was sent flying back, spitting blood. The second level of hell. The hell of scissors. As for this hell, Lu Yi had never committed such an act either. In fact, level after level of hell, Lu Yi basically hadn't committed the corresponding sins. He himself wasn't someone skilled in verbal matters. Ultimately, Lu Yi's biggest issues were lust and killing. Other issues, Lu Yi rarely touched upon. He liked women, but only women who didn't have a Dao companion. If the other party had a Dao companion, Lu Yi would absolutely not do anything to snatch someone's Dao companion. He lacked love, so naturally, he wouldn't bear to destroy the love others possessed. But there was one level of hell he absolutely couldn't escape, and that was the hell of the Mountain of Knives. As long as one kills living beings, they will enter the Mountain of Knives. Lu Yi went through level after level. He simply didn't have that many sins. Of course, as he continuously entered new levels of hell, Tutuo Shangren was also continuously getting beaten down. Lu Yi's figure appeared in the hell of the Mountain of Knives. The apostle of the Mountain of Knives looked at Lu Yi, and couldn't help but reveal surprise in his eyes, because by the time souls reached him, almost none were completely intact. And Lu Yi, not even his clothes were torn. Greetings, fellow Taoist, the apostle of the Mountain of Knives cupped his hands towards Lu Yi. To be able to remain so completely intact in the 18 levels of hell was worthy of the apostle of the Mountain of Knives' respect. Greetings, fellow Taoist. How does one pass the hell of the Mountain of Knives? Lu Yi asked curiously. The hell of the Mountain of Knives, as the name suggests, is about climbing the Mountain of Knives. Can you see that mountain peak? Lu Yi nodded. Please press your palm here. Fellow Taoist is a cultivator, and killing is quite normal. However, for each killing, a blade will grow on the Mountain of Knives. This is the punishment for fellow Taoist, please understand. Lu Yi looked at the jade stone handed over by the Apostle of the Mountain of Knives, nodded in understanding, and then calmly placed his palm on the Mountain of Knives. At this moment, blades began to appear on the Mountain of Knives. The blades were 10 inches, 20, 50, and so on, in length. The Apostle of the Mountain of Knives looked at the Mountain of Knives. He wasn't sure how many living beings Lu Yi had killed, but it should be alright, because this fellow Taoist didn't look like a bloodthirsty person. Soon, the blades began to grow wildly. Densely packed. Endless. In the blink of an eye, the entire Mountain of Knives was already covered in blades. Still growing. No, it could no longer be called growing. A more accurate description would be piling up. Because the massive mountain peak was quickly covered by blades. What to do when it was covered? Blades could only grow again on top of the blades, continuously piling up. Apostle of the Mountain of Knives. Huh. At this moment, a look of bewilderment even appeared in his eyes. Still growing. The entire Mountain of Knives was originally a sheer cliff, but now it had begun to become bloated. Still growing. The jade stone under Lu Yi's hand suddenly began to show cracks. Too many. How many living beings had Lu Yi killed? It was truly too many. Back then, in just one battle to eliminate the demon clan, Lu Yi had nearly wiped out the demon clan. And when he killed the parasitic heavenly demon, the darkness upheaval, the battle of the time river, and so on. To be honest, Lu Yi didn't even know how many living beings he had killed. Perhaps describing it with 2 words would be more accurate: endless. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks continuously appeared in the jade stone under Lu Yi's hand. The entire Mountain of Knives was wailing. The Mountain of Knives was reaching its limit. The Mountain of Knives was used to punish killers, not to punish a killing god. The Apostle of the Mountain of Knives' eyes were wide open. His body was even trembling slightly. He could no longer imagine how much blood the hands of this handsome, seemingly gentle young man in front of him had been stained with. Chapter 335. I want to improve so much. Killer God. Monster. Destroyer of worlds. At this moment, the Apostle of the Mountain of Knives didn't know how to describe Lu Yi. Fellow Taoist, this Mountain of Knives is about to shatter. How about I let go first? Lu Yi said kindly. Ah. The Apostle of the Mountain of Knives looked at the jade stone. He found that the jade stone was already covered with a large number of cracks, and even began to drop fragments. Let go quickly. The Apostle of the Mountain of Knives said hurriedly. Lu Yi let go. The Apostle of the Mountain of Knives looked at his treasure with heartache. This Mountain of Knives was already struggling to maintain itself, and now it had shattered into this state. When would it ever recover? Lu Yi also slightly expressed his apologies. It could be seen that hell had indeed declined, otherwise, the blades on this Mountain of Knives had only stacked 17 layers, and the Mountain of Knives was already unable to bear it. If it could withstand it, Lu Yi should be able to stack 99 layers without any problem. Then should I go climb the Mountain of Knives now? Lu Yi asked. The Apostle of the Mountain of Knives looked at the Mountain of Knives. The Mountain of Knives was currently on the verge of collapse, and if Lu Yi were to climb it, the blades would continuously pierce back and forth. If so many blades pierced simultaneously, the Apostle of the Mountain of Knives simply couldn't imagine that scene. It was too terrifying. No need, you don't need to climb. The Apostle of the Mountain of Knives said hurriedly. Lu Yi was puzzled. Why? Fellow Taoist, as you can see, the Mountain of Knives has become like this today, it's broken. It's really unfortunate, I need to repair it. If you really want to climb, you might have to wait a while. Lu Yi frowned slightly. If he didn't climb, would this trial be considered passed? How long do I have to wait? Lu Yi asked. The Apostle of the Mountain of Knives thought for a moment. I need to check the problem to know exactly how long. If I find the problem, it will probably take 14 days. Checking a problem takes 14 days, Lu Yi's voice rose. No choice, please understand. I don't just have this one job, and I estimate that after checking, the repair time is even more uncertain. It could be 100 years, it could be 500 years. If fellow Taoist has time to spare, you can wait here for a while. The Apostle of the Mountain of Knives had already sworn in his heart. He absolutely could not let Lu Yi climb this hell of the Mountain of Knives, not even once. Lu Yi. 500 years, even the monkey would have escaped suppression. Do I really not need to climb? It was hard to find something he could do. If he wasn't even allowed to suffer this punishment, then he would truly just walk through the 18 levels of hell. Really no need, really no need. I'll send you to the next level of hell. Lu Yi sighed. All right, everyone heard it. It wasn't that he was slacking off, it was really because they wouldn't let him climb. He was a guest and should follow the host's lead. He couldn't possibly beat up the Apostle of the Mountain of Knives and then climb it himself, could he? The key was that he couldn't even beat the Apostle of the Mountain of Knives in his current state. Lu Yi could only reluctantly head to the other levels of hell. Seeing Lu Yi's figure disappear, the Apostle of the Mountain of Knives finally couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the jade stone in his hand with heartache. This was the main body of the Mountain of Knives, and it had already cracked to this extent. It couldn't withstand any more blows. Otherwise, it would truly shatter completely. The 100 or 500 years he mentioned would really come true. He hadn't even finished his thought when a huge roar suddenly sounded. A figure heavily smashed onto the Mountain of Knives. The Mountain of Knives, which was already on the verge of shattering, completely shattered at this moment. The Apostle of the Mountain of Knives watched with wide eyes as the jade stone in his hand completely shattered. No, 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 no. The Apostle of the Mountain of Knives let out a desperate roar. His eyes turned blood red, staring intently at the figure that had descended from the sky. A heavy saber appeared in his hand. I'll slash you to death. Lu Yi didn't know what was happening behind him. He was still continuously moving towards the next level of hell. He had to say, he was truly upright. He passed through these 18 levels of hell as easily as playing house. He had originally thought he would have to endure pain to get through, and he had already prepared himself to endure it. As a result, he didn't need to, not at all. Coming here was like returning to his own home. The people here spoke so nicely, he really liked it here. Lu Yi had already reached the 11th level of hell. Just as he was about to go down, he heard a voice. Fellow Taoist, don't come down. Everyone below knows that your character is noble, and the following levels of hell will not punish you at all, so you don't need to come down anymore. Lu Yi. See, he said the people here spoke nicely. He hadn't heard anyone say he had noble character in so many years. But, did he really not need to go? There are still several levels, I don't need to go to any of them, Lu Yi asked. No need, we've all discussed it, there's no need to come. The Apostle of Stone Pressure was covered in cold sweat. Just kidding, it was already a mess up above. Wherever Lu Yi went, that Tu Tuo Shang Ren would attack. If he came down again, the 18 levels might all be smashed through. Alright then. Just as Lu Yi finished speaking, he heard Tu Tuo Shang Ren's roar, good, good, good. As expected of hell, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. I'll admit defeat today, but as long as I don't get the Bianhua, I will come again. Next time I won't come alone. Tu Tuo Shang Ren retreated, injured. The apostles of the lower levels of hell looked at each other and couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, limitless celestial venerable. Holy cow, he really was a jinx. If Lu Yi came down, would Tu Tuo Shang Ren continue to fight his way down? Lu Yi also sighed. This was the situation with bad luck. He really couldn't control it. He could only apologize to hell. He would leave immediately. Lu Yi's soul flew up and he said loudly, thank you, fellow Taoists, for the convenience. I have caused trouble for you all. Lu Yi will remember today's events in his heart. We shall meet again someday. After speaking, Lu Yi prepared to leave. Fellow Taoist, stay. Lu Yi. Shouldn't those words be his? He was covered in bad luck right now, why would they ask him to stay? Chu Zhong Dao Ren had just gone through a fierce battle, and his aura was still unstable at this time. Fellow Taoist, I see that your current realm is Domain Realm Peak. Lu Yi nodded. That's right, it is indeed Domain Realm Peak. Then fellow Taoist will be breaking through to the Reincarnation Realm next. May I ask how fellow Taoist intends to break through to the Reincarnation Realm? Lu Yi had his own method for breaking through to the Reincarnation Realm. He could use the Great Thousand Dream Array to help him break through and pass through the Reincarnation Realm, just as he had in his previous life. The so-called Reincarnation Realm is the process of cultivators continuously returning to heaven and earth. Life and death, coming and going, endless reincarnation, allowing one to glimpse reality. Great Thousand Dream Array, Lu Yi said. I wonder if fellow Taoist is willing to undergo true reincarnation with the help of the Bridge of Helplessness. At that time, with the Book of Life and Death locking your true spirit, 100 lifetimes of reincarnation will all happen in an instant. The dream array is ultimately not as clear as true reincarnation and rebirth. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Knowing that he was currently plagued by bad luck, they were still willing to help him. So, you are four. Fellow Taoist, we are truly eager to improve right now. Chapter 336 Reincarnation. Lu Yi understood. The people of hell truly seemed desperate, but it was also certain that they had good judgment to have found him. If hell wanted to rise, they would face the reincarnation Heavenly Lord in the future. Lu Yi didn't know if the betrayal of the 8 Empresses was related to the reincarnation Heavenly Lord. But as for the reincarnation obsession, no one could take it away without alarming the reincarnation Heavenly Lord. What specific role the reincarnation Heavenly Lord played in it remained to be discussed. Now hell was actively showing goodwill. And the bridge of helplessness reincarnation is the best path in this world to experience reincarnation and seek the truth. Lu Yi nodded. Then I'll trouble you all. Chu Zhongdao Ren's face was filled with surprise. Lu Yi actually accepted this karma. Didn't he know that accepting this karma meant he would likely face the reincarnation Heavenly Lord in the future? He definitely knew. What did that mean? It meant Lu Yi wasn't afraid of the reincarnation Heavenly Lord at all. Good, good, good. Such a powerful backer, and one that hadn't fully grown yet, wasn't something you could just stumble upon. To be able to help a powerful backer when they weren't strong enough yet, such an opportunity was rare and hard to come by. In this situation, what could bad luck even count as? Even if hell closed down immediately after helping, Chu Zhongdao Ren felt it was worth it. Fellow Taoist, please. This is a divine object from hell, named the Soul Calming Stone. Please wear this stone, fellow Taoist. With this item, you basically won't lose yourself when you reincarnate in the future. I won't need this. Lu Yi smiled and refused. With such a strong Tao heart, how could he lose himself? This is the soul-protecting incense, which fellow Taoist can use to protect your soul. Fellow Taoist, please don't refuse. These things are not of much use to us in hell, and it's just right for fellow Taoist to use them now. Fellow Taoist, this is the bright heart mirror. It can make fellow Taoist intelligent early after reincarnation, leading every day and staying ahead, allowing fellow Taoist to win at the starting line. Fellow Taoist, this. Lu Yi. It was clear that hell's current living conditions were indeed very difficult. This was no longer just forming good karma, it could completely be called acting like fawning dogs. Didn't they hear, fawning dogs, fawn until they have nothing left. It was only because they met Lu Yi. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they might even look down on hell because of its current attitude. Alright, one book of life and death is enough. I'll just pick a few other items casually, Lu Yi said, both amused and exasperated. Okay, fellow Taoist, choose. Hell is in the 7th heaven. Originally, when the 9 heavens were just established, they stayed in the 8th heaven and even thought about entering the 9th heaven. As a result, the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared. Hell silently moved away from the 8th heaven and came to the 7th heaven, finally stabilizing there. They originally thought that by staying a bit further from the 6 paths of reincarnation, while the 6 paths of reincarnation ate meat, they in hell could at least have some soup. As a result, let alone having soup, they couldn't even get by now. Lu Yi simply picked a few treasures. The book of life and death flew over. Lu Yi couldn't reach the true spirit level yet, so his soul suddenly split into 2, the main soul and the sub-soul separating. Watch over me. Lu Yi's sub-soul flew towards the book of life and death. In fact, with the book of life and death present, Lu Yi's reincarnation could basically be said to be foolproof. After all, a chaos supreme treasure, and a specialized one at that, protecting a soul was simply too easy. Lu Yi stood on the bridge of helplessness, and a vortex had already appeared in the Huangchuan River below. This was true reincarnation and rebirth. Lu Yi would become different people and live out his own life. After death, Lu Yi's soul would be guided back here by the book of life and death to reincarnate again. Everyone, I'm going. After Lu Yi finished speaking, his aura surged, successfully breaking through to the reincarnation realm. His soul leapt down and jumped into the vortex. The people of hell on the bridge of helplessness watched this scene. Hope everything goes smoothly. As soon as the words fell, the book of life and death emitted light. Lu Yi's soul reappeared, a hint of awkwardness showing on his face. Fellow Taoist, what happened? Chu Zhongdao Ren asked anxiously. Lu Yi sighed, died in the womb. The expressions of the crowd couldn't help but become serious for a moment, their lips pursed, This kind of thing wasn't that easy to encounter. Chu Zhongdao Ren comforted him, saying, dying in the womb isn't a big deal, at least you were reincarnated as a human. Who would have thought that after Chu Dao Ren said this, Lu Yi's expression became even uglier. Although he didn't know what he had reincarnated into, Lu Yi was certain it wasn't a human. No human has hooves. He lightly inhaled. Lu Yi once again threw himself into reincarnation. Someone couldn't help but reveal a smile on their face. Just as they were about to speak, the Book of Life and Death changed again, and Lu Yi reappeared. Everyone. Lu Yi sighed, it's fine, again. How about waiting? You still have bad luck on you. Even if you reincarnate, the result won't be too good. No need, I just need to get used to it. Lu Yi's figure disappeared again. It was too fast, it wasn't even 3 seconds before Lu Yi's figure reappeared. This time, he didn't waste words and continued to reincarnate. He felt that this was actually quite good. Originally, the reincarnation realm was about comprehending the true meaning through continuous reincarnation. The main point was reincarnation, and sometimes a single life would last a very long time. This caused one's spirit to almost split. How good it was now. Die immediately and reincarnate and die immediately, without any delay. It was simply fully experiencing reincarnation. Finally, another time Lu Yi didn't come back immediately. The strong cultivators in hell had been holding back for a long time and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Where there was one, there would be a second. Soon, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. For a time, the entire bridge of helplessness was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. But they hadn't laughed for long. A huge roar sounded. This monk said I would come back. People of hell, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the other shore flower immediately. The smiles on everyone's faces disappeared. Here he comes again. Although hell had declined, when had it ever been bullied like this, being openly and brazenly robbed? Then fight. In an instant, an even more violent battle unfolded. Chu Dao Ren was also a figure at the quasi-emperor level, but Tu Tuo Sheng Ren was a quasi-emperor. Moreover, Chu Dao Ren's great Dao relied on hell. If hell was strong, he could be like the Lord of Six Paths among the Six Paths of Reincarnation, fearless of great emperors. But now that hell was weak, it was already good that he could maintain the combat power of a quasi-emperor. At this time, Lu Yi was born with a serious illness and was already on his last breath. This wasn't because he became seriously ill due to his reincarnation, it was entirely because the body was already seriously ill, and he just happened to reincarnate into this severely ill body. However, with each life and death, each reincarnation, Lu Yi's soul began to quickly solidify. Heaven and earth changed in his eyes. Each reincarnation was a strengthening, but also a spiritual fatigue. In the previous life, he experienced 2,000 illusions and almost sank into them, unable to escape. And this time, in real reincarnation, how many times could he reincarnate? Chapter 337 It's broken. Don't know how many, but definitely a lot. Because, the deaths were too fast. Dying at every turn, dying at every turn. Dying at the slightest disagreement. Lu Yi's frequency of death had never been this high. But it felt great. Each reincarnation only took a little time. Fortunately, Lu Yi was only in the reincarnation realm this time and only had one soul undergoing reincarnation. When the reincarnation ended, the soul would start over. If each reincarnation produced an extra soul, or rather, an extra obsession, then there's no need to think, reincarnation Heavenly Lord would definitely have rushed out impatiently with the Book of Life and Death in hand. Birth, aging, sickness, death, and all the suffering in the world were truly experienced by Lu Yi. This kind of personal experience was still very different from what reincarnation obsession felt. Lu Yi even recalled the feeling when reincarnation obsession surrounded him back then. Just thinking about it made him feel even more exhilaratingly painful. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 reincarnations had passed. Lu Yi's soul was constantly growing stronger. Each reincarnation continuously increased the intensity of his soul. However, his advancement was very slow. After so many reincarnations, he was still only at the 3rd layer of the reincarnation realm. Lu Yi was not in a hurry. He was fully immersed in it, even with a hint of devoutness, comprehending reincarnation. His cultivation of the Tao was growing wildly. Only in hell and the 6 paths of reincarnation was there such a good place to fully experience reincarnation. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 reincarnations passed. This number had reached the limit of his previous life, but the current Lu Yi not only felt no mental fatigue, but even became more excited. 3,000 times. Lu Yi felt as if he was drinking sweet dew. 5,000 times. Lu Yi couldn't stop. 8,000 times. Lu Yi felt like he was floating on air. 10,000 times. Lu Yi finally felt a hint of fatigue. It felt like he had been constantly coaxing 8 children, the kind that needed to be watched and coaxed every moment. Physically not tired, but mentally very fatigued. But it was still okay. 12,000 times. Lu Yi felt a bit nauseous. He didn't want to reincarnate anymore. 15,000 times. Lu Yi's eyes had become dim. 15,000 reincarnations. But thankfully, his eyes were still clear. Continue. The book of life and death was already numb. Dao Trace's great emperor watched this scene, his expression also slightly stunned. If he were to cultivate the reincarnation realm again, how many times could he persist? At most, it would be around 12 or 13,000 times. Why hadn't Lu Yi finished yet? The great battle in Hell had ended. Hell won a tragic victory. Its already limited foundation was now further depleted. If it continued to be maintained like this without change, how long could Hell last? 1,000 years. 3,000 years. Who could say for sure? Perhaps it might be annihilated this very year. Fourth heaven. Lu Yi's aura had not appeared the entire time. Bai Chulin was initially able to remain calm, but now she was becoming more and more panicked. She always felt that Lu Yi was watching her from the shadows, ready to pounce at any moment. She didn't want to die, she just wanted to live. Was that wrong? You still haven't found any trace of Lu Yi. Bai Chulin resisted questioning the devouring Dao beast. One of the devouring Dao beasts just glanced at her, without even the thought of answering her. It was currently devouring living beings wantonly. However, the devouring Dao beast suddenly remembered. Let me ask, who exactly is this Lu Yi? You said he's a great emperor reborn, but I've thought about it for a long time and haven't found any information about this. It shouldn't be like this. Tell me the truth, who exactly is he? As long as I know who he is, I can find him better. Otherwise, there are thousands upon thousands of techniques in this world, and I don't know what technique he's using. It's too difficult to find him, the devouring Dao beast said. Bai Chulin naturally couldn't reveal Lu Yi's information. She felt that if she said Lu Yi was a celestial venerable who could pass the great tribulation of becoming a saint, the devouring Dao beast would likely immediately turn against her. She glanced at Yu Hongling. I can tell you, but you have to help me. The devouring Dao beast also looked at Yu Hongling, wondering why this woman was carrying a frozen woman. Anyway, it was relatively idle here now, and there was no news of that Lu Yi at all. Okay, what do you need me to help you with? The devouring Dao beast asked. Do you know soul confusion techniques? Bai Chulin asked. The devouring Dao beast raised an eyebrow. Who were you looking down on? It was a devouring Dao beast, capable of devouring all the great Dao in the world. It had countless skills and divine abilities. How could it not know a simple technique like soul confusion? Yes, the devouring Dao beast said decisively. Can your soul confusion technique confuse a quasi-emperor? Bai Chulin asked. Huh, the devouring Dao beast was startled. What do you mean? This woman's Dao heart is extremely resilient. Ordinary soul confusion techniques are completely ineffective against her. Therefore, your soul confusion technique must at least be able to confuse a quasi-emperor to help me. Quasi-emperor was actually a bit exaggerated. Being able to confuse an imperial Dao expert was already very impressive. It could even be used to confuse someone in the great Dao realm. The key was to be prepared for anything. Bai Chulin had no doubt that if she released Yu Hongling now, Yu Hongling would absolutely not wait even a quarter of an hour and would self-detonate in an instant. Bai Chulin could only do her best. Yes, Bai Chulin still wanted to use the 9-separation soul-stealing technique to control Yu Hongling again. The devouring Dao beast's heart skipped a beat. What did that mean? Quasi-emperor. No, this woman, whose realm the devouring Dao beast wasn't very clear about, needed a soul confusion technique that could confuse a quasi-emperor. Were you kidding? Are you sure? The devouring Dao beast asked. Sure. The devouring Dao beast felt a chill in its heart. Wait a moment, just wait a moment. Let it sort things out. First, Enli found it, claiming to have a way to help it escape, but in return, it needed to help her do one thing. Which was to kill this Lu Yi. Second, Enli was the messenger of the darkness origin. A person whom the messenger of the darkness origin would go to such great lengths to target was definitely not simple. It had also asked, and they said he was a great emperor reborn. A mere great emperor reborn, the devouring Dao beast naturally didn't fear. But the devouring Dao beast understood human nature very well, which was that for bad things, they would definitely speak cautiously. So, if the other party said he was a great emperor reborn, whether he was specifically a great emperor or a celestial venerable reborn was open to discussion. Third, which was what this woman was saying now. Needing a soul confusion technique that could confuse a quasi-emperor, what did that mean? It meant that confusing such a weak person required a soul confusion technique that could confuse a quasi-emperor. This woman was clearly so weak. Thus, there was only one truth. This frozen woman was very likely a great emperor reborn, because only someone who had carried a great emperor's Dao fruit could have such a resilient soul while being so weak. So, combining everything, it could be concluded that this woman, frozen into an ice pop and looking as pitiful as could be, was a great emperor reborn. At this moment, the devouring Dao beast suddenly felt a deep chill in its heart. This is bad. Chapter 338 Terrible Woman. Has he now entered into some extraordinary, earth-shattering karma? From this matter, how many reincarnated powerhouses has he encountered? Encountering one occasionally, the devouring Dao beast could still accept it, but now encountering so many, the depth of the karma and the entanglement involved made the devouring Dao beast's scalp tingle just thinking about it. What to do? What to do? On this side is the darkness origin. On that side, it is suspected to be a celestial venerable reborn. He has chosen to follow the darkness origin now, but can the darkness origin truly achieve ultimate victory? Moreover, that Lu Yi definitely possesses means to deal with the darkness origin, otherwise, why would the darkness origin rack its brains to make him take action? Wouldn't it be fine for itself to take action? Or should I just defect? That won't work either. Now it is extremely closely connected to the darkness origin. If it were to surrender now, wait, that's not right. Since this Lu Yi has means to restrain the darkness origin, wouldn't it be fine for me to just surrender and follow Lu Yi? Thinking of this, the devouring Dao beast couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Bai Chulin looked at all the devouring Dao beasts who had fallen into a state of deep thought, and a strange feeling of dread arose in her heart. Before she could speak, the illusion of Enli appeared. Devouring Dao beast, what, are you thinking of defecting? The devouring Dao beast felt particularly annoyed upon hearing Enli's voice. If not for this woman, why would it have been drawn into such great karma? You don't even tell me the detailed information about the enemy, how can I wholeheartedly help you? The devouring Dao beast said with dissatisfaction. What's the use of you knowing so much? You just need to know that you are my ally now. I'm asking you to kill someone who is currently like an ant. Why are there so many questions? Enli said. But what if I can't kill him? You, a quasi-emperor, can't kill an ant. He has disappeared now. He will appear sooner or later, what are you anxious about? The devouring Dao beast. Damn it, ancestor above, I can't win this argument. If you want to defect, I will immediately withdraw the power of the darkness origin from your body. At that time, you can continue to stay here, eternally sealed. Let's see whose lifespan is longer, or whether the law of the nine heavens great sage lasts longer. The devouring Dao beast. The thought of defecting, which had just arisen, became hesitant again upon the mention of the darkness origin. The darkness origin is also something extremely terrifying. Alright, since things have come to this, I have no other choice. The devouring Dao beast felt extremely aggrieved. No matter how you look at it, it is a quasi-emperor. In front of a group of weak beings like ants, how can it feel so aggrieved? So annoying. Enli let out a cold snort. Keep waiting, he will definitely reappear. This time, there is no possibility of his survival. After Enli finished speaking, she disappeared again. Because she was searching for the reason behind Lu Yi's disappearance. That shouldn't be the case. Lu Yi has many methods, but she had no impression of such a secret technique at all. Why did he disappear in the first place? After Enli left, the devouring Dao beast looked at Bai Chulin. I do have a very powerful soul bewitching technique. How about we give it a try? The devouring Dao beast asked. Try. Once I lift her seal, she will immediately self-destruct. How can we try? Simple, try it on you and you'll know. The devouring Dao beast's eyes suddenly turned purple, looking at Bai Chulin's eyes. Bai Chulin's expression changed drastically. Even though her eyes also turned purple, she still managed to forcefully turn her face away. The devouring Dao beast. It knew it. It knew it. None of these women are normal. This woman could actually resist its soul bewitching technique. Even though it could transform into countless forms, what realm was Bai Chulin in? If one doesn't work, then two. If two don't work, then 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. A large number of devouring Dao beasts gathered, their eyes simultaneously turning purple. For a time, the purple light was extremely dense. Bai Chulin was struck by a powerful divine sense impact, and her eyes began to become hazy. Now tell me, who exactly is that Lu Yi? The devouring Dao beast roared in a low voice. A look of struggle appeared on Bai Chulin's face. She was still resisting. The devouring Dao beast simultaneously let out earth-shattering roars. The void was distorted by the vibrations. Bai Chulin's expression was still struggling. Subconsciously, she knew she couldn't tell the devouring Dao beast Lu Yi's true identity, otherwise, if the devouring Dao beast knew, it would definitely not dare to provoke Lu Yi. A great emperor, a celestial venerable crossing tribulation, and a celestial venerable who is fully capable of successfully crossing tribulation are simply not on the same level of existence. Saying there is a world of difference is not an exaggeration. The devouring Dao beast roared repeatedly. Tell me, who exactly is Lu Yi? Bai Chulin still didn't reply, even though the purple light was astonishingly dense. The devouring Dao beast suddenly felt a bit discouraged. Difficult, it's really too difficult. The purple light disappeared. Bai Chulin suddenly took a deep breath, as if someone who had been suffocating could finally breathe freely. Cough, cough, cough. This is possible, this soul-bewitching technique is possible. The devouring Dao beast. It couldn't help but look at the frozen Hongling. Good heavens, what a deep hatred. You must control her well, don't let her have any consciousness. Bai Chulin instructed. The devouring Dao beast had already given up on trying to cure the situation. It was now just going to see what this group of people was going to do. The ice on Hongling's body gradually melted. A large number of devouring Dao beasts emitted purple light from their eyes, their large eyes staring unblinkingly at Hongling. Bai Chulin's mood also became tense. Now that Enli hadn't completely resolved the Taiyan power for her, Hongling absolutely couldn't die. She was her hope for survival. Soon, the frost completely melted. Hongling didn't say any unnecessary words and immediately initiated self-destruction. A chill went through the devouring Dao beast's heart again. This woman seemed even more terrifying than itself. It scared the beast to death. However, its technique was indeed powerful. Hongling was ultimately suppressed in her mind and couldn't carry out the self-destruction. Tears flowed from her eyes. The tears appeared exceptionally beautiful and desolate in the reflection of the purple light. Bai Chulin, however, was no longer moved by these crocodile tears. She quickly formed hand seals. This time, no one was helping Hongling anymore. She must keep Hongling firmly in her hands, never to leave. Because she was her most respected master. The 9-separation soul-stealing technique began to rapidly take shape. This time, with the help of the devouring Dao beast, it could also succeed. A look of pain appeared on Hongling's face. Besides the pain, there was also a desolate silence of a heart turned to ashes. Soon, it was done. Hongling knelt on the ground, her forehead heavily bowed. Master, I'm sorry, I was wrong. At this moment, Hongling was crying uncontrollably, genuinely remorseful. Bai Chulin sighed softly, her eyes becoming gentle. How could I blame you? Knowing your mistake and correcting it is the greatest good. From now on, don't ever leave me again. Okay, Bai Chulin helped Hongling up and said gently. A smile appeared on Hongling's face, and she nodded repeatedly. Okay, I will never leave master again. The devouring Dao beast watched this scene of a benevolent master and filial disciple, and its scales all stood up. It quickly retreated away from Bai Chulin. Oh my ancestor, how terrifying, even more terrifying than myself. Are there such terrifying women in the world? Chapter 339. Are you guys cheating? 22,000 times. This was the limit of the Book of Life and Death, and naturally, Lu Yi had also reached his limit. His soul returned. This time, he did not choose reincarnation again, but sat cross-legged on the bridge of helplessness. His face was full of exhaustion and the marks of time. However, very quickly, a faint smile appeared on his face. His cultivation of the Tao was surging wildly, and the intensity of his aura was also continuously increasing. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the peak of the reincarnation realm. As long as Lu Yi willed it, he could immediately break through to the heaven and earth realm. Thinking like this, perhaps he didn't need to ask for help anymore. As long as he broke through to the heaven and earth realm, even if there were millions of devouring Dao beasts, he could kill them all. Lu Yi pondered. If he were to kill them, he certainly could, but there was a prerequisite. While killing, he had to plunder the energy of the devouring Dao beasts. Otherwise, in such an extremely intense battle, Lu Yi wouldn't be able to last for long at all. Whether he could snatch enough from the devouring Dao beasts was still an unknown outcome. Therefore, he still needed to obtain the position of sect leader of the Heavenly Gate. The battle in hell had temporarily ended. Chu Zhong Dao Ren's figure had just appeared. Fellow Taoist is truly too strong. From ancient times until now, I have never heard of anyone who could undergo reincarnation 20,000 times in the reincarnation realm. It truly broadens our horizons, Chu Zhong Dao Ren said with shock. He was truly shocked, as if he were a veteran player witnessing a big spending tycoon from a new server. Although the big spending tycoon from the new server was currently weaker than him, the ability displayed now was something he could never hope to achieve in his lifetime. 20,000 times. What kind of monster was this person in his previous life? The bad luck within Lu Yi's soul had long been completely worn away. The first 10,000 reincarnations were quick death reincarnations, unbelievably fast. The subsequent 12,000 times were normal reincarnations. He had embodied many different existences within them. Peddlers and porters, kings and generals, recluses in the mountains and forests, cultivators seeking immortality. Fellow Taoist is too kind with your praise. Now that my reincarnation is complete, I must move on to the next place. Today's assistance from hell, Lu Yi will engrave it in his heart, Lu Yi said with certainty. Chu Zhong Dao Ren was overjoyed in his heart, but he tried hard to suppress his smile. This Taoist knows fellow Taoist's time is pressing, so I won't keep you any longer. I will see fellow Taoist off. Lu Yi nodded with a faint smile. At this moment, Dao Trace's great emperor gently exhaled a turbid breath. 22,000 times. He was simply numb to this number. He believed he could endure 12,000 times. It seemed like 22,000 times and 12,000 times only differed by 10,000 times. It hadn't even doubled, but Dao Trace's great emperor was very clear in his heart that the difficulty increased geometrically. The more times, the difficulty rose linearly. A question kept flashing in his mind: who exactly was Lu Yi? Because in his memory, in the long river of history, this existence simply did not exist. For him to be able to withstand so many reincarnations, his Dao heart had already become incredibly resilient to an unbelievable degree. Such a Dao heart was extraordinary even for a celestial venerable. Although he wasn't a celestial venerable, he could be certain that at least 90% of celestial venerables wouldn't have a Dao heart as stable as Lu Yi's. There were only a few powerful celestial venerables, and none of them fit Lu Yi's methods and great Dao. Could it be intentional disguise? Just not wanting others to see his true identity. Dao Trace's great emperor hadn't seen the name Lu Yi for the first time either. When the eternal paragon ranking illuminated the 9 heavens, he had seen it. At that time, he had sighed with emotion. This Lu Yi is truly a ruthless person. He even suppressed a group of saints from their youth, truly courageous. Now looking at Lu Yi's cultivation speed and monstrous talent, one could only say that Lu Yi's first place on the eternal paragon ranking was well deserved. For such a person to join the Heavenly Gate, there was only one word: beautiful. Very beautiful. Lu Yi's soul returned to his body. No need to see me off anymore, bad luck has reappeared. Farewell. Farewell. The next second, Lu Yi's figure appeared in a vast, illusory space. Within the space, there were illusory light clusters, each containing shifting images. Inside, an earth-shattering battle was constantly taking place that was a heaven and earth tribulation. Each heaven and earth tribulation was a terrifying disaster where all things withered and living beings were nearly annihilated. As for how to stop a heaven and earth tribulation, well, one couldn't exactly say he was familiar with the road, but he could say he had quite a bit of experience. After all, it wasn't the first time he had stopped a heaven and earth tribulation. The purpose this time was speed. He was already a bit impatient to deal with Bai Chulin. Sometimes, he really felt that Enli was a good person. Whenever he was indifferent and didn't bother to care, Enli would pop out, amplify the evil thoughts of one person after another, making them attack him. This way, he would have an excuse to kill them. Killing brought him exceptional pleasure and peace of mind. Therefore, Lu Yi looked at one light and shadow after another, quickly screening them. Finally, he found his target. It's you, the battle of mountains and seas. The Battle of Mountains and Seas belonged to two extremely powerful races, namely the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan, who fought a great war, resulting in the collapse of heaven and earth. The human clan eventually went to battle for self-preservation, resulting in near-total annihilation, of course. That battle was a great war triggered internally by living beings. The reason Lu Yi chose this heaven and earth tribulation was precisely because it wouldn't be too troublesome at all. He only needed to make one side unprecedentedly strong, and then this heaven and earth tribulation could be avoided. Lu Yi's figure entered the light and shadow. The surroundings were vast and boundless, pure heaven and earth power surged, and the heaven and earth great Tao was almost exposed between heaven and earth. This place was simply an exceptionally amazing cultivation holy land. Even if a pig were put in here, it could cultivate into martial Tianpeng. Lu Yi wasted no words and rushed towards the Witch Clan territory at the first opportunity. The Witch Clan were tall and large, their bodies permeated with strange patterns resembling the heaven and earth great Tao. Human Clan Lu Yi greets all members of the Witch Clan. I have a method that can help the Witch Clan defeat the Demon Clan. Is the Witch Clan interested? Huge eyes stared at Lu Yi. An ant-like human, could he have a way to help the powerful Witch Clan defeat the damned Demon Clan? The Witch Clan was just about to stomp Lu Yi to death. Lu Yi's aura suddenly surged rapidly, and at the same time, his heaven and earth manifestation unfolded. Witch Clan. This is the method I want to teach the Witch Clan. It can allow you to quickly increase your combat power. At that time, defeating the Demon Clan will be easy for you. The Witch Clan shaman hesitated for a moment. Was it because this human clan was too weak, which made these two methods seem so good? Let me try. After the celestial silkworm 9 transformations appeared among the Witch Clan, the entire Witch Clan erupted. Because this secret technique was easy to learn, it worked for everyone and could greatly increase their strength. After all, even Shangguan Wanling could learn it, so this cultivation method truly had no threshold. The great war between the Witch and Demon clans began once again. This time, the entire Demon Clan was dumbfounded. No, what the heck? Are you cheating? Chapter 340 Seeing the Sky. The Demon Clan people were all stunned. Because originally everyone was fighting well using their innate divine abilities, but now you suddenly changed. All sorts of skills not belonging to innate divine abilities emerged endlessly. When the Witch Clan, in 2s and 3s, began forming arrays causing their combat power to skyrocket, everyone in the Demon Clan became unsettled. No, holy crap, you really have a cheat. In reality, this wasn't a cheat, but because the time the War of Mountains and Seas occurred was too ancient, so ancient that a cultivation system was not yet perfected, and they could only fight relying on instinct and innate divine abilities, Lu Yi taught them systematic fighting methods. And began to trick the Witch Clan. A most holy teacher who became famous among the Witch Clan suddenly emerged. It wasn't just simple teaching of fighting methods, but also about changing the Witch Clan's cultivation system. At this time, 8 of the 12 ancestral witches arrived. Compared to their massive figures, Lu Yi was truly no different from an ant, but those pairs of huge eyes just stared at Lu Yi like that, with a thirst for knowledge in their eyes. Lu Yi was lecturing on the Great Tao. Although the ancestral witches might not understand, this did not hinder him from lecturing. They would understand as much as they could. Even if they only understood a little, the ancestral witches could widen the gap with the Demon Clan a bit. The more they understood, the greater the distance they could widen. The ancestral witches didn't know why this human clan person was so good to the Witch Clan, but the improvement in strength was real, so much so that the Witch Clan began to show goodwill towards humans. Why did Lu Yi choose this scene? It's simple, he had some understanding of the Witch Clan. They were a group of beings without the Great Tao and without souls. The heaven and earth power they controlled all relied on their own divine abilities. To put it more concretely, they didn't have as many schemes. But the Demon Clan was different. If Lu Yi were to help the Demon Clan, he would very likely be captured and constantly interrogated about why he knew so many divine abilities, and then everything Lu Yi knew would be completely squeezed out of him. The heaven and earth catastrophe that Lu Yi chose was naturally without any problems. As the Witch Clan's strength continuously increased, the Demon Clan retreated step by step and began to change their method, which was to assassinate Lu Yi. Lu Yi thought for a moment and had Dizhong swallow him into his belly. The Demon Clan. Dao Trace's great emperor watched this scene and couldn't help but find it a bit funny. In the current situation, it is clear that Lu Yi is very familiar with this era and with the many strong individuals. The test of this heaven and earth catastrophe is not a problem for him. Then there is no need for the test. Then, trial completed. Lu Yi was still talking to Dizhong when suddenly the world began to become illusory, with layers of flowing light rippling. Dizhong was quite happy initially, but upon realizing this scene was happening, he was stunned for a moment, and his mood began to become lost. Most holy teacher, so it was all fake. Lu Yi was silent. It was indeed fake. It seems we lost, otherwise we wouldn't have been made into illusions by someone. Dizhong was still very smart and understood that the witch clan had lost. What about the demon clan? Lu Yi replied, they also lost, both sides suffered heavy losses, and heaven and earth were shattered by you. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Dizhong was startled, then flapped his wings, and the entire witch became happy again. Suffering heavy losses on both sides is fine. Suffering heavy losses on both sides is acceptable. The demon clan bullied the witch clan too much. As long as both sides suffer heavy losses, we are satisfied. Lu Yi smiled and nodded, his figure gradually becoming illusory. At this moment, above the fourth heaven, the people of the heavenly gate simultaneously looked up. A piece of information appeared in the minds of everyone in the heavenly gate. Someone passed the trial of destiny. Holy crap, someone passed the trial of destiny. Some people of the heavenly gate, due to insufficient strength, didn't even know what the trial of destiny was. But they were quickly informed. How is that possible? Didn't they say that even Dao Trace's great emperor couldn't pass the trial of destiny? Which heaven's disciple is this, actually so brave? And after passing the trial of destiny, the next step is to face the Heavenly Dao directly. As long as the Heavenly Dao can recognize it, then the Heavenly Gate sect leader can be born. The Heavenly Gate has not had a sect leader for a very long time. Who is it? Everyone was exceptionally curious. Because the notification through the heavenly mark didn't mention the name of the person who passed the trial of destiny at all. How could the people of the Heavenly Gate not be curious? That mold mire is extremely fierce, who would dare to be stained with such great bad luck? The difficulty of the 18 levels of hell, although not very harmful to the strong, is absolutely incredibly cruel to the weak. And there's the matter of stopping a heaven and earth catastrophe. Can they stop a heaven and earth catastrophe? What kind of divine person is this guy? In the eighth heaven, a group of people had already begun asking each other, seeing if anyone had secretly undertaken the trial of destiny behind their backs. The result was that the person was not from the eighth heaven. The people of the seventh heaven also quickly began to inquire. Not from the seventh heaven either. It can't be from the sixth heaven, right? The result was that the sixth heaven also stated it wasn't them. The people of the heavenly gate couldn't help but curse inwardly. This is definitely an old schemer. Even now, he's still hiding himself. As for the fifth heaven, impossible, too weak. Fourth heaven. What? There are still heavenly gate people in the fourth heaven. This was naturally a joke, but it also proved that the fifth heaven didn't need to be considered, let alone the fourth heaven. Who is it? Lu Yi appeared in the void. Looking up, a supreme and extremely familiar aura appeared from above. Too familiar. Whether it was the previous life or this life. In the previous life, after the system replaced the Heavenly Dao, if Lu Yi felt depressed, he would go and sit in the place where the Heavenly Dao's aura was strongest. And in this life, can the drip 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 in his mind be considered the Heavenly Dao? If drip 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 doesn't count, then drip 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 ding 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 added together definitely counts. So, when he goes to see the Heavenly Dao this time, what form will the Heavenly Dao appear in? Lu Yi's figure rose infinitely. It was as if his thoughts were stretched into a very, very long line, and everything became blurred and hazy. Finally, his consciousness appeared in a heavenly palace completely composed of clouds. 99 heavenly steps appeared before Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Just as he was about to ascend the steps. Drip, Lu Yi. A familiar voice sounded, followed by the diffusion of colorful glowing clouds, and a little girl who was only about 1.5 meters tall and looked at least 60% similar to Shen Zitong appeared at the entrance of the heavenly palace. She was about to descend the heavenly steps with her short legs, but then she was grabbed by the back of her collar by a hand, lifting her feet off the ground. Shen Zitong appeared, her beautiful face arrogant and indifferent. Ding, dog Lu Yi, upon seeing this Heavenly Dao, why aren't you quickly kneeling? Drip, sister, let me go. Ding, you are the Heavenly Dao, be more cold and arrogant. Drip, sister. Watching the Heavenly Dao's feet constantly kicking back and forth, Lu Yi couldn't help but cover his forehead with his hand. Ding, dog Lu Yi, kneel. Lu Yi ascended the steps, moving very quickly. Shen Zitong was startled and quickly threw the Heavenly Dao out. Ding ding ding, dog Lu Yi hit someone. Is anyone going to save the Heavenly Dao? Chapter 341, Chief Sect Leader. Beep, Lu Yi. The Heavenly Dao, who had been thrown flying, opened its arms. Lu Yi caught the Heavenly Dao, tucked it under his armpit, and continued rushing towards Shen Zitong. Shen Zitong was so scared she quickly shrank back into the Heavenly Palace. Oh no, there's nowhere to run now, the dog Lu Yi found my old nest. Ding, I was wrong, just kidding. Lu Yi rushed into the Heavenly Palace. Inside the Heavenly Palace was clean and sacred, but a tall figure shrouded in colorful flowing robes completely ruined this sanctity. Shen Zitong hid behind a giant pillar. Lu Yi chased. Shen Zitong played a game of King Qin circles the pillar. But in the end, she still couldn't escape and was grabbed by Lu Yi. Ding, good Lu Yi, sweet Lu Yi, I was wrong. Shen Zitong looked pitiful. Beep, hit sister. The Heavenly Dao cheered Lu Yi on. Lu Yi naturally didn't stand on ceremony. It was his own system, so he unleashed a flurry of gusting leaves palm attacks, raining down with a pitter-patter. Ding, I'll fight you guys. Fight me, Lu Yi. Do you have the strength for that? Another round of heaven arranging divine palm attacks left Shen Zitong panting. The Heavenly Dao also couldn't resist, extending its small hand to slap a few times, unable to stop smiling. Beep beep, I hit sister. Usually, sister was the one who beat it. This time, it finally got revenge. After giving Shen Zitong a good beating, Shen Zitong's expression was resentful, on the verge of tears. Lu Yi sat on the main seat. The main seat was quite large. Huh, how did I end up sitting on the main seat? No matter, we're all family. On the left was the resentful Shen Zitong, and on the right was the happy Heavenly Dao. But looking at their appearance, their clothes, you could tell the little Heavenly Dao was imitating Shen Zitong. But it was really cute. Shen Zitong was a drama queen, able to transform into various appearances, sometimes aloof, sometimes pitiful, sometimes a green tea, sometimes a queen. As for the Heavenly Dao's small appearance, coupled with its low intelligence, it seemed that besides being cute, there was only cuteness left. You two usually stay here, Lu Yi asked. Beep, no. Ding, of course not, it's dead boring here, there's nothing. Shen Zitong quickly shook her head. Then you're in my mind. Ding, won't tell you. Beep, yes. Shen Zitong's eyes widened, glaring fiercely at the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao shrank back behind Lu Yi. Beep, oh no. Lu Yi looked at the Heavenly Dao, dumbfounded. You know, oh no. He could imagine that after Lu Yi left, Shen Zitong would definitely give the Heavenly Dao a beating. But Lu Yi couldn't help. Let's get down to business. I have successfully passed the trial of destiny. The last step was meeting you two. I can become the sect leader of the Heavenly Gate now, right? Lu Yi asked. Ding, of course you can, come. Beep. The Heavenly Dao extended its hand and gently tapped Lu Yi's glabella. The heavenly mark on Lu Yi's glabella was originally in the form of 9 marks, but the other marks were almost non-existent. At this moment, all the marks began to bloom. It was at this very moment that everyone in the entire Heavenly Gate received a piece of news. The sect leader of the Heavenly Gate is born. His name is Lu Yi. Lu Yi's figure appeared in everyone's minds. The other members of the Heavenly Gate heard this name and were stunned for a moment. Why did this name sound a little familiar? The top of the Eternal Paragon ranking. Someone said. Immediately, many people suddenly understood. But then their scalps went numb. Wait a minute. Isn't the Eternal Paragon ranking in the first heaven? Wasn't the news of Lu Yi's name spreading throughout the 9 heavens not long ago? How did he become the sect leader of the Heavenly Gate now? Which heaven is he in now? The 5th heaven. Drunken Sword Taoist was still discussing this matter heatedly with others, curious about who it could be. At the very least, they must be from the 7th heaven. Without the strength of the great Tao realm, how could they become the sect leader of the Heavenly Gate? But it was just confirmed that no one in the 7th heaven has admitted to passing the trial of destiny. He hasn't admitted it probably because he was previously unknown and deliberately hid himself. I know the situation in the 4th heaven and 5th heaven best. There's no one in the 4th heaven or 5th heaven who can become the sect leader, Drunken Sword Taoist said with certainty. He knew some of the powerhouses in the 5th heaven because his guide was in the 5th heaven. After ascending now, He used his excellent social skills to get to know all the powerhouses in the fifth heaven. It's impossible for someone in the fifth heaven to become the sect leader, let alone the fourth heaven. Who are the people in the fourth heaven? One is Lin Chiyu, and the other is Lu Yi. He watched Lin Chiyu grow step by step. He was Lin Chiyu's guide and knew exactly how capable she was. As for Lu Yi, there's no need to mention him, he just joined the heavenly gate. Therefore, the one who passed the trial of destiny must be from the sixth heaven or above. Just as they were arguing endlessly, Lu Yi's figure appeared in everyone's minds through the heavenly mark. Drunken Sword Taoist was truly scared silly. Which heaven is this Lu Yi from? How come I've never heard of him? Drunken Sword Taoist didn't speak, still in a dazed state. Fellow Taoist Drunken Sword, what's wrong? Your expression, could it be that you know this Lu Yi? Drunken Sword Taoist still didn't speak. He remained dazed. Fellow Taoist, holy crap. Drunken Sword Taoist suddenly shouted loudly, startling everyone around him. The sect leader is Lu Yi. How could it be Lu Yi? How could it be him? Drunken Sword Taoist said incredulously. Hearing this, everyone crowded around. You know Lu Yi. Is it the same Lu Yi from the top of the Eternal Paragon ranking? Which heaven is he in now? Everyone spoke at once. Drunken Sword Taoist was truly frightened, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Lu Yi, he's in the fourth heaven. This sentence was spoken, directly silencing everyone. Lu Yi is actually in the fourth heaven. While he was in the fourth heaven, he became the Grand Master of this force that has great emperors. How did he do it? In the fourth heaven, Lin Chiyu, who was on the run, also received the news. Limitless Celestial Venerable. Lin Chiyu was startled. No, what's going on? They were happily in seclusion. The formation Lu Yi set up was excellent. Originally, she could ascend in about 10 years, but practicing within the formation, she only needed 3 years, or even 2 years to ascend. As a result, she woke up from one cultivation session and found countless devouring Dao beasts rampaging across the continent. Lin Chiyu immediately took action, but the next second she despairingly discovered that she couldn't even defeat one devouring Dao beast. It was truly just one, she couldn't even win a one-on-one fight. What could she do? She could only run. Lu Yi didn't know where he had gone. Now, out of the blue, she was told that Lu Yi had become the Grand Master of the Heavenly Gate. She had just become the sect leader of the Heavenly Gate in the fourth heaven, and she had one subordinate. Now, her only subordinate had suddenly become the Grand Master of the entire Heavenly Gate. Good heavens, have contemporary cultivators already become this ridiculously competitive? When Lu Yi reappears before her, will they call each other differently? I call you sect leader, and you call me sect leader too. Chapter 342, Heaven and Earth Dharma King. Lu Yi's name shook the Heavenly Gate. He left the heavenly palace, his figure began to become illusory, but his aura continuously strengthened at this moment. Reincarnation realm broken. Heaven and Earth realm arrives. When Lu Yi's figure appeared in the void where he had disappeared, at this moment, the power of heaven and earth in the void all began to boil. It spread for who knows how many li. Domain realm and heaven and earth realm both control the power of heaven and earth, so why are they divided into two realms? It is because of the difference in how much power of heaven and earth is controlled. The power of heaven and earth controlled by the domain realm is limited, to the extent that it forms an existence similar to a domain. As for the power of heaven and earth controlled by the heaven and earth realm, ideally, it should be endless. The range capable of shaking the power of heaven and earth is absolutely a world of difference from the domain realm. When Lu Yi was in the domain realm, he could already mobilize the power of heaven and earth that was no weaker than what an ordinary heaven and earth realm cultivator could mobilize. Now that he has become a heaven and earth realm cultivator, the entire void boiled at this moment. The surging power of heaven and earth continuously fluctuated, rapidly pouring into Lu Yi's body like raging waves. His true essence surged, a surge in the true sense. Easily, 1 time, 2 times, 5 times, 10 times. When a normal reincarnation realm cultivator breaks through to the heaven and earth realm, their true essence will not increase this much, but Lu Yi tempered himself too terrifyingly in the reincarnation realm, to the extent that now he is simply unscrupulous, rampant and crude, because he can bear this much. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of the devouring Dao beast immediately. Not just the devouring Dao beast, Bai Chulin, who had deliberately stayed far away, also discovered it immediately. Bai Chulin was too familiar with Lu Yi's aura. Quick, Lu Yi has appeared. Bai Chulin's voice was urgent yet carried fear. One after another, the devouring Dao beasts frantically rushed towards Lu Yi. The closest devouring Dao beast was even less than 100 li away from Lu Yi. 100 li in the void was basically no different from being right beside him. Roar! The devouring Dao beast roared. Lu Yi glanced at it, said nothing unnecessary, and just slapped it with a backhand. This slap, in the mortal world, is called a big slap, and in the cultivation world, it is called heaven-suppressing palm. Blazing divine flame erupted from the devouring Dao beast's mouth, turning into a pillar of fire, but under this palm, the blazing divine flame was shattered, and this devouring Dao beast was also shattered along with it. If Lu Yi still needed a second move to kill a devouring Dao beast of the same realm, then Lu Yi would truly be too useless. Lu Yi's slap really gave the devouring Dao beast a big scare. No, holy crap, he shattered a part of it with just one slap. What kind of terrifying monster? But thinking about how the other party might be a celestial venerable's reincarnation, it seems there's nothing particularly surprising about this. The devouring Dao beast was almost crying. It really didn't want to be enemies with Lu Yi, The power of darkness origin turned into an eye watching the devouring Dao beast, right within the devouring Dao beast's body. At this moment, the devouring Dao beast's thoughts raced, and ultimately, it made a decision. This decision was to disregard everything and kill Lu Yi with all its might. No matter what Lu Yi was the reincarnation of, it had already stood behind the darkness origin, and truly had no room for choice. Rather than wavering, better to go all out. Roar, roar, roar. Heaven and earth boiled, the void boiled, countless devouring Dao beasts rushed towards Lu Yi at this moment, countless streams of light streaked across the starry sky, forming the most beautiful scene, just like a grand meteor shower. Lu Yi's expression also became excited and cruel. This time, he was bound to be able to kill to his heart's content. Lu Yi formed hand seals with both hands. 3 flowers Dao integration. Within the void, flowers bloomed one after another, enclosing the devouring Dao beasts within them. When the 3-petaled flowers opened again, there was no longer any trace of the devouring Dao beasts inside. And using such a technique, the true essence within Lu Yi's body only consumed less than 1%, and it was still rapidly recovering. Having reached the true heaven and earth realm, more of Lu Yi's methods were unsealed. His powerful techniques could finally be released to his heart's content. The title of 9 Heavens Dharma King could also ascend to the stage of the 9 Heavens. Heaven and Earth Tribulation Technique. Large swaths of tribulation clouds appeared, and the entire void became extremely dense with tribulation clouds. As the purple heavenly lightning descended, a full few dozen devouring Dao beasts were reduced to dust. More and more devouring Dao beasts rushed over from all directions. Burial sky art. The void suddenly collapsed, and devouring Dao beasts were buried within the void. Wind of annihilation. The void turned blurry, and the violent wind directly blew nearby stars into ashes. Earth, wind, water, fire. 4 symbols returned to chaos. Extreme Dao life extinguishing finger. Great thousand God shattering blade. Technique after technique surged all around Lu Yi. Lu Yi floated within the void, and endless devouring Dao beasts continuously rushed out from all directions, above and below. This time, Lu Yi was like the master of destruction. The power of heaven and earth fell into an unprecedented frenzy. Since the establishment of the 4th heaven until now, it is likely that such powerful heaven and earth fluctuations have never occurred. Lu Yi alone formed a formation of 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses. Various techniques. The 9 heavens has countless Taoist sects, countless forces. Lu Yi knew more or less all of their techniques. Why? Of course, it wasn't because Lu Yi robbed them, but because Lu Yi's ability to improve techniques was unique in heaven and earth. Any technique or divine ability that reached Lu Yi's hands would be improved. With such an ability, coupled with the fact that Lu Yi cultivated the guardian great Dao, as long as they didn't provoke him too severely, they wouldn't become enemies at all. Other sects and forces were naturally willing to teach their sects various powerful divine abilities to Lu Yi for review, letting Lu Yi help improve them. Therefore, Lu Yi knew too many divine abilities. Great Destruction Technique. Great Void Technique. Great Sun Extinguishing Technique. Heaven Shocking Technique. Merely standing here, explosions from all directions continuously rang out. Boom after boom, the wind of destruction blew unscrupulously, like a magnificent movement, and like the ultimate art. Exhilarating. This feeling of indulging in destruction was truly too exhilarating. The devouring Dao beast felt a chill in its heart, because it recognized many of the techniques Lu Yi released. For example, Great Void Technique, that was the signature divine ability of Void Celestial Venerable. For example, Heaven and Earth Tribulation Technique, that was the famous ultimate technique of Purple Firmament Celestial Venerable. For example, Great Destruction Technique, that was the Demon Ancestor's top-tier divine ability. These divine abilities one by one, their power was terrifying to the extreme, and the power Lu Yi was currently displaying was less than 1/10,000th. But how do you know everything? But soon, the main force of the devouring Dao beasts arrived. In just a moment, Lu Yi had killed a full 10,000 or more devouring Dao beasts, but compared to the overall number of devouring Dao beasts, this was basically not worth mentioning. Several 100,000 devouring Dao beasts rushed over in one go, vast and mighty, endless. Lu Yi opened his palm. The stone sword fell into his hand and was gripped tightly by Lu Yi. The stone sword hummed, it was already thirsty for battle. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 343 Fierce Battle. Sword light whistled, heaven and earth collapsed. The void cracked open, the giant beast's figure split into two halves, and a large amount of blood and organs splattered. Lu Yi rushed into the beast horde, and a large number of attacks poured towards him like a flood, but a golden bell shadow appeared around Lu Yi. All attacks were absorbed by the bell shadow. But the sword light was unstoppable. Blood, severed limbs, heads, internal organs. A feast of slaughter unfolded. Lu Yi alone was completely invincible, shuttling through the beast horde, leaving a bloody path in the void. Stone Sword was extremely excited, buzzing continuously. It's so strong, it's so awesome, the sword energy it spits out simply pulverizes everything. Good heavens, Master is too fierce, it really likes him. The devouring Dao beast was constantly being slaughtered, but it was not afraid of death because there were too many. Lu Yi's slaughter now was like scratching its main body's skin and flesh with a very small knife. Because the knife was too small, although it hurt, it could withstand 100,000 cuts, a million cuts. How many could Lu Yi kill? What was it afraid of? Heaven-shaking sword light flashed explosively. If there were sword Dao masters nearby, they would be able to see that the sword light Lu Yi was unleashing was quite similar to many sword techniques. Great Dao Sword, World-Burning Sword, Invincible Sword, Heavenly Sword, Eternal Sword, Great Wilderness Sword. All sword techniques were used effortlessly, a casual strike was the peak of sword Dao. How could the devouring Dao beast block? What could it use to block? He went crazy with killing. Bloody paths crisscrossed. The devouring Dao beast was also a quasi-emperor, with a firm Taoist heart. Even being slaughtered like this, it didn't retreat in the slightest. Stone Sword also became more excited the more it killed. I'll keep killing. Lu Yi didn't know how many he had personally killed with his sword, but the void was already filled with the shattered corpses of devouring Dao beasts. Finally, he was a bit tired. It shouldn't be said he was tired. Back then, when he killed from the demon realm to the demon realm, he didn't even blink. More accurately, he had consumed too much energy and it was a bit insufficient. So, a suction force instantly emanated from his body, and mysterious patterns quickly spread across his skin. He began to plunder the power of the dead devouring Dao beasts. If he could plunder, Lu Yi wouldn't need to leave the 9 heavens, he could just kill the devouring Dao beast here. The shattered yet dense power in the void poured into his body. Lu Yi's body paused slightly, and his eyes narrowed. The next second, his aura surged again. The power emitted by the dead devouring Dao beasts, like the best tonic, flooded into Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi became valiant again. Roar! The devouring Dao beast roared anxiously. As if knowing how troublesome it would be if the energy from its death was absorbed by Lu Yi, it began to try every means to stop it. Lu Yi's brow furrowed again. The speed at which he recovered his true essence suddenly decreased, but it was still enough. Now, while killing the devouring Dao beast, he also had to compete with it for energy. Kill, kill, kill. The void was tinged with blood. The human emperor banner floated behind Lu Yi and did not make a move, because although the opponent had 1,000,000 bodies, its soul was only that of one quasi-emperor, so even if the human emperor banner acted, the value would not be great. As for Stone Sword having such a blast killing now, it couldn't help feeling a bit envious but also a bit fortunate. Little Stone Sword, don't be so smug. It's fun now, but what about after a while? You'll have to wipe the blood with a rag, it's making the banner laugh to death. Not envious at all. Speaking of which, haven't we fought devil cultivators in this fourth heaven yet? When are we fighting devil cultivators? It really likes devil cultivators because when fighting them, it can not only absorb their souls but also take their 10,000 soul banners for itself, which is simply too wonderful. Time passed second by second. And Li became anxious. What in the world is wrong with you? It's all your energy, how can you possibly lose to Lu Yi? And Li shouted loudly. How should I know why I can't compete with him? The devouring Dao beast also roared in distress. It was clearly all a part of it, and now the opponent was using its energy to kill it. Did that feel good to it? No, this won't do. Let me borrow some of your energy. The devouring Dao beast roared angrily. No, as soon as I use my energy now, the Heavenly Dao will strike me, and Li was naturally unwilling. It won't happen. I can help cover you. Right now, I'm almost evenly matched with him in competing for energy. If you help me, the balance of victory will tip towards us. Right now, I'm helping you kill this Lu Yi. You can't just watch my strength constantly diminish like this. The devouring Dao beast was extremely agitated. Now, every time a clone died, its strength would be weakened by a portion. Even if it was a quasi-emperor, it couldn't withstand such consumption. And Li pondered. What are you still pondering? I am now completely on your side. Lu Yi was so strong before his reincarnation. If he lives, I die, and if I live, he dies. There is no room for compromise anymore. Damn it, who exactly is this Lu Yi? Why is it that after he breaks through to the heaven and earth realm, killing me is as easy as killing chickens and dogs? I am a quasi-emperor, I'm a quasi-emperor. I've been completely screwed over by you guys. If I can't kill this Lu Yi this time, I'm finished, and you guys won't have it easy either. The devouring Dao beast was exceptionally agitated. Amidst the devouring Dao beast's continuous roars, and Li finally chose to use the power of darkness origin. In an instant, the devouring Dao beast's strength increased. In the void, the phantom of the nine heavens great sage appeared, staring expressionlessly at the devouring Dao beast. Now, the devouring Dao beast's strength had truly reached its peak state. If it increased even a little more, the nine heavens great sage would have to act. Lu Yi's expression changed slightly. But he was still killing. He had killed tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, he couldn't remember clearly at all. His physical body was tired, so he unleashed techniques again. At this moment, earth, wind, water, and fire circulated, forming a storm that crushed everything. He took a breath. The hand holding the sword remained motionless, while the other hand quickly formed seals, and a large amount of heaven and earth power converged towards him. It was clear that his true essence was somewhat insufficient now. The devouring Dao beast became even crazier, stepping on its own corpses, rushing towards Lu Yi recklessly. Stone sword was constantly dripping blood. Lu Yi glanced at it and forcefully flicked it. It wouldn't shake clean. Stone sword directly disappeared from Lu Yi's hand. At this time, above, below, left, right, front, and back, there were devouring Dao beasts everywhere, like mountains and seas, completely surrounding Lu Yi. Lu Yi took a deep breath and clenched his fist. Celestial Venerable Fist. At this moment, the heaven and earth power in the void was instantly cleared out. Truly cleared out. Not a single drop remained. The devouring Dao beast was stunned. It was clear that, as Lu Yi reached the heaven and earth realm, the degree of unsealing of the Celestial Venerable Fist had increased once again. Not an increase, but an unsealing. The heaven and earth power was instantly drained, all converging on Lu Yi's right fist. A hint of shock appeared in the devouring Dao beast's eyes. This punch. Named, Celestial Venerable. Chapter 344, Escape to the Outside World. Celestial Venerable Fist. Lu Yi let out a low roar. This low roar was clearly heard by the devouring Dao beast. It was the Celestial Venerable Fist. It wasn't an Emperor Fist, nor was it some Imperial Dao Fist, it was the Celestial Venerable Fist. Why was it called the Celestial Venerable Fist? Because Lu Yi was a Celestial Venerable. Only if Lu Yi was a Celestial Venerable could he feel at ease naming his ultimate move the Celestial Venerable Fist. Because this name even carried a huge karma. One punch. Right in front. The fist shadow completely shattered the space, and the swarm of devouring Dao beasts in front of the fist shadow directly disintegrated, all of them disintegrating. A large amount of flesh and blood was annihilated. Originally, the countless devouring Dao beasts had formed a thick circle, but now a clean passage was punched out. All the devouring Dao beasts that touched the fist shadow turned into dust, and the space was completely shattered. The next second, Lu Yi transformed into a blood-red light. The heavenly demon blood transformation escape erupted, allowing him to escape the encirclement of the devouring Dao beasts. All the devouring Dao beasts trembled. This punch wasn't just about its immense power, but also the profound meaning contained within it, which was simply terrifying. It was a height that even it, as a quasi-emperor, was far from being able to reach. "What are you standing around for? His strength is exhausted, chase him," and Li shouted loudly. The devouring Dao beast reacted, letting out an angry roar, and chased after Lu Yi. Vast and mighty, with myriad streams of light, Lu Yi was fleeing frantically, recovering his strength as he fled. But it was obvious that in this state, it was impossible to quickly replenish energy. Even if a large amount of spirit stones were turned into dust. But it required time. The heavenly demon blood transformation escape was a escape that consumed origin. Lu Yi had a lot of origin, as up until now he had never suffered injuries that consumed origin, except for when he was removing the fragrance of Chengdao, his body was shattered a few times. It chased, he fled. Looking at this posture, Lu Yi had no wings to escape. Nowhere to ascend to heaven, no door to descend to earth. And Li was incredibly excited. Kill Lu Yi. As long as Lu Yi was dealt with, then the darkness origin replacing the heavenly Dao would lose its biggest stumbling block. Yes, for in Li, Lu Yi was the biggest stumbling block, even more dangerous than all the great emperors and celestial venerables combined. Victory was already within reach. The fourth heaven doesn't have a place for him to hide. As long as you keep chasing Lu Yi, we are guaranteed to win. Devouring Dao Beast, at that time you will be the greatest contributor to the darkness origin. In the future, with the help of the darkness origin, achieving enlightenment and becoming an emperor will be easy. You can even become a celestial venerable. And Li kept giving the devouring Dao Beast a pep talk. The devouring Dao Beast clearly heard these words and became even more excited, its speed increasing by 2 points. Without true essence, no matter how many methods he had, he couldn't use them. Lu Yi fled like a headless fly, eventually setting his target on the outer domain. Indeed, the fourth heaven had no place for Lu Yi to hide. Lu Yi could only go to the outer domain. In the outer domain, there was still a sliver of hope that there might be some forbidden ground for him to hide in. Ha ha ha, and Li burst out laughing. She laughed wildly, her beautiful face contorted in a grin, almost laughing out tears. Going to the outer domain. Lu Yi was truly finished. What was in the outer domain? In the outer domain, there were devouring Dao beasts that could instantly merge and become quasi-emperors. He actually chose to flee to the outer domain. The reason Lu Yi could kill one devouring Dao beast after another now was because the devouring Dao beast had split into 1,000,000, and because the 9 heavens great sage was watching from above. If he left the 9 heavens and came to the outer domain, what would Lu Yi experience? At that time, the 1,000,000 devouring Dao beasts would instantly become one. A quasi-emperor chasing Lu Yi wouldn't have any chance to resist and would be instantly annihilated. Lu Yi continued to flee towards the outer domain. His eyes suddenly glanced in one direction. Demon Clan. The Demon Clan also saw Lu Yi, but because Lu Yi was wrapped in red light and moving too fast, they couldn't tell who he was. What terrifying speed, what is this doing? Lu Yi's astonishing speed scared the various Demon Clan members quite a bit, because it was too fast, a speed they couldn't reach even if they wanted to. Who knows? Such speed shouldn't exist in the entire fourth heaven, right? Indeed, it shouldn't. Even the fastest heaven and earth realm can't reach such speed. Could it be a treasure? As soon as these words were spoken, the strong individuals of the Demon Clan couldn't help but feel a stir in their hearts. Treasures were something the Demon Clan liked the most. But soon, they saw a sight that would shock them for a lifetime. Endless, boundless giant beasts flying rapidly through the void. Every giant beast emitted an aura that they found somewhat difficult to accept. They were in the heaven and earth realm. So many giant beasts, all of them in the heaven and earth realm. Are you kidding? How is that possible? But when the endless giant beasts surged past them, they couldn't say a word, only feeling a chill and a sense of relief in their hearts. Thankfully, fortunately, they ran fast, otherwise the Demon Clan might have been destroyed. The Demon Emperor's decision was truly too wise. Lu Yi also didn't expect the Demon Clan to have run to such a remote location, but it didn't matter. Since he encountered them, he could come back later. Or he could deal with them after returning from the outer domain. watching the distance to the edge of the nine heavens get closer and closer. The nine heavens great sage didn't care about the beings within the nine heavens leaving the nine heavens. You could even enter and exit freely, as long as you possessed the aura of the nine heavens. However, beings from the outer domain could not enter the nine heavens, precisely because they did not have the aura of the nine heavens. As long as you weren't afraid of death, you could enter and exit the outer domain at will. In fact, there were indeed several stars on the edge of the nine heavens where there were traces of cultivators' activities. These people were traders. They sold things from within the nine heavens to beings outside the nine heavens, and then sold things from outside the nine heavens back to the nine heavens. They were traders who profited from both ends. These traders watched the crimson light streak through the void and were also startled by its speed. Then came the stampede of myriad beasts. At this moment, the heavenly mark on Lu Yi's forehead was faintly flickering. Of course, he didn't come to the outer domain to die. There was no nine heavens great sage in the outer domain. Was it normal for Lu Yi, as the Grand Master of the Heavenly Gate, to be able to contact the Tao Trace's Great Emperor? Now that the Grand Master was in trouble, wasn't it reasonable for the Tao Trace's Great Emperor, as part of the Heavenly Gate, to take action? Regardless of whether others thought it was reasonable or not, Lu Yi felt it was quite reasonable. The Tao Trace's Great Emperor had already appeared in the outer domain, waiting at the agreed location with Lu Yi. A quasi-emperor, and one who had been suppressed for so long, the Tao Trace's Great Emperor naturally felt no pressure. Moreover, he had come this time because he wanted to talk with Lu Yi. Lu Yi's identity was very terrifying. Perhaps discussing the Tao with Lu Yi could bring him great help. For this reason, the Tao Trace's Great Emperor also had to come. Finally, Lu Yi's figure rushed out into the outer domain. Numerous devouring Tao beasts followed closely behind. And Li shouted loudly, after going out, immediately restore to quasi-emperor and completely annihilate Lu Yi. Okay. Chapter 345 I want to control everything. The boundary of the fourth heaven of the nine heavens. Lu Yi's figure appeared, not pausing at all, and in an instant, he rushed out of the barrier and arrived in the outer domain. The outer domain was also the void, but compared to the void of the nine heavens, the void of the outer domain had a touch more of a chaotic color, not as clear and bright as the void of the nine heavens. Upon reaching the outer domain, one could feel even more strongly that sense of boundless sky and endless earth. However, in just a moment, Lu Yi felt a sense of unease. It was as if, in the short time he had been in the outer domain, he had already been targeted by something terrifying. His life could disappear at any moment. The time spent in the outer domain generally should not exceed a quarter of an hour. As long as it exceeded a quarter of an hour, or even shorter, it was possible to have one's life harvested by a powerful and mysterious existence. Lu Yi knew what was harvesting life in the outer domain. It was the mother of annihilation. This was an extremely terrifying creature, not belonging to humans, but an evil existence conceived in the chaos. The curse she cast was not something she deliberately cast, it was merely a type of curse automatically formed by the patterns on her body since her birth, and it continuously harvested life in the void. If it weren't for the Tao Trace's Great Emperor, Lu Yi would not have been able to stay long in the outer domain at all. But now, he had the Tao Trace's Great Emperor. The Tao Trace's Great Emperor was not afraid of the Mother of Annihilation, let alone just the curse that naturally flowed from her. The devouring Tao beast rushed out. One devouring Tao beast after another rushed out, quickly turning into a bloody mist, and the peak heaven and earth realm aura instantly broke through. Promotion, promotion, promotion. Amidst the continuous promotions, and Li had already issued the command, kill him. The Tao Trace's Great Emperor, hidden in the void, watched this scene, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Come, try to make a move. But the devouring Tao beast kept improving, kept merging, and quickly reached the void realm, reached the shattering realm, reached the great Tao realm. It was already very close to Lu Yi. At such a close distance, the devouring Tao beast already had a million ways to annihilate Lu Yi. Make a move, and Li shouted loudly. What's the hurry? I killed so many of my bodies. Wouldn't it be better to let him fall into infinite despair completely before killing him? The devouring Tao beast spoke with anger. Are you sick? Don't you understand the principle that villains die from talking too much? And Li's voice suddenly rose. I'm not a villain, and I don't need your consent. If you think it's too slow, then you make a move yourself. I killed so many of my bodies, causing my realm to almost fall. How could there be such a cheap thing as letting me kill him instantly? The devouring Dao beast roared, and a vast, overwhelming aura enveloped Lu Yi. Lu Yi was actually directly suppressed by this aura, unable to move. Yes, unable to move. The disparity in strength between the two sides had reached such an inconceivable level. The devouring Dao beast's strength was still increasing. Imperial Dao expert. Continued to improve. And Li looked at Lu Yi frozen in the void. She had never been this close to killing Lu Yi at this moment. It only needed one move, a very simple move. The devouring Dao beast only needed to casually spit out a ray of light, and Lu Yi would completely disappear from the world. Although Lu Yi's death would pain her, it was Lu Yi who had saved her from that dark and sunless place. However, she really didn't want to live a peaceful life. She only wanted a magnificent and spectacular life. The feeling of controlling everything at this moment was what she liked the most. Facing the devouring Dao beast's stubborn refusal to make a move, and Li was practically gnashing her teeth. Make a move quickly. Don't you understand the principle that delaying will cause changes? And Li shouted angrily. The devouring Dao beast suddenly paused, and its quasi-emperor aura erupted. It had become a quasi-emperor again. Then do you understand a principle? And Li was startled. What? When asking for help, have a better attitude. Don't shout and scream like a madwoman. When the devouring Dao beast said this, and Li was shocked upon hearing it. A huge sense of unease rose in her heart. She wanted to withdraw from the devouring Dao beast's body in an instant. But now, what she was facing was a quasi-emperor realm devouring Dao beast. The power belonging to a quasi-emperor erupted completely from the devouring Dao beast's body. Innate divine ability erupted. The power of the darkness origin that was about to withdraw was instantly locked down. Lu Yi, who had been completely suppressed and unable to move by the devouring Dao beast's aura, turned around, a faint smile on his face. Yes, a performance. A performance that was completely like deceiving a fool. Originally, when Lu Yi was slaughtering, he and the devouring Dao beast were indeed in an antagonistic relationship, at least Lu Yi thought so. He killed particularly fiercely, and the devouring Dao beast was also merciless. One person and 10,000 beasts fought until the sky was dark and the earth was dim. That was true. The problem arose when Lu Yi plundered the devouring Dao beast's energy. Lu Yi massively absorbed the energy of the dead devouring Dao beast. But as he absorbed, the energy suddenly broke off for a moment. It was a complete break. Lu Yi couldn't absorb even a wisp of energy. However, this situation only occurred for an instant, and Lu Yi could absorb energy again. Lu Yi instantly understood that even if a part of the devouring Dao beast's body was killed, this energy still belonged to the devouring Dao beast. As long as the devouring Dao beast didn't want him to absorb, he couldn't absorb even a single bit. But the devouring Dao beast let him absorb. The devouring Dao beast was even worried that Lu Yi wouldn't understand its meaning, so it disconnected several times consecutively, seemingly competing with Lu Yi for energy, but in reality, it was conveying its goodwill to Lu Yi. Lu Yi understood. He also heard the devouring Dao beast's loud roars in the fierce battle, shouting for Li to support it. Lu Yi understood even more. However, even if he understood, Lu Yi couldn't put his life in the hands of the devouring Dao beast, so he continued to contact the Dao Trace's great emperor to come and save him. Lu Yi had already prepared for the devouring Dao beast's current actions. Ding! Preparation complete. Drip! Preparation complete. Two voices sounded simultaneously in his mind. The Dao Trace's great emperor also looked at the devouring Dao beast with curiosity, not quite understanding what the devouring Dao beast was doing, but it was obvious that the devouring Dao beast had embarked on the correct path and was gradually going further along this path. Look at me! The devouring Dao beast roared. Above its head, a brilliant ball of light erupted. That light was the great Dao it had devoured over countless years, now forming a net that completely enveloped a mass of black mist within. In that black mist, Li's face vaguely appeared. And it was at this moment. Lu Yi gave the command. Begin attack. Ding! Received. Drip! Received. Taking this mass of darkness origin as an opportunity, terrifying black lightning instantly surged towards the depths of the void, covering the sky and earth. No! Li let out a shriek. The next second, it was as if she herself was struck by the black lightning, and she began screaming and struggling frantically. Chapter 346, Blast Him. The location of the darkness origin. The current darkness origin is no longer like mold mire or cave of grief, things that haven't grown. Now, the darkness origin is almost in its complete form. Although it can't compare to the Heavenly Dao was condensed through long years of nurturing. Its time is insufficient, so it must be suppressed. Currently, the composition of the darkness origin mainly consists of 3 parts. First, it is the darkness origin itself. It possesses consciousness. In the previous life, it was watching the show and was caught off guard and taken away by Lu Yi's self-destruction. The angry curse it let out before dying is evidence of this. Second is enli. It chose enli to be its human form. Enli is definitely a very important part of the darkness origin. Why was enli chosen? It's simple, because in the previous life, enli not only played 9 lives celestial venerable Lu Yi to death but also nearly caused the Heavenly Dao to collapse. This even made the darkness origin exclaim in admiration, "This woman is too fierce." Third are the existences within the darkness origin. In fact, some of these existences were originally human, but they were unwilling to die or were avoiding the heaven and earth calamity, so they became a part of the darkness origin. The so-called darkness upheaval is because those immortal powerhouses within the darkness origin come out to replenish their own origin. The things enli is doing now. To be honest, it's hard to bear. Enli's face was also twisted in struggle. What was trapped by the devouring Dao beast was naturally not Enli's main body, but just an avatar she created by borrowing the energy of the darkness origin. If it were truly Enli's main body, 9 Heavens Great Sage would definitely appear before Enli immediately. Currently, 9 Heavens Great Sage's laws are still in a strong phase. Whether it's 9 Heavens or outer domain, every single one of them cannot violate 9 Heavens Great Sage's laws. The stronger one is, the more restricted they are. This is the strength of a great sage. Booming sounds echoed. The darkness origin was continuously collapsing from the lightning strikes. The darkness origin was numb, because Enli's several attempts resulted in only the darkness origin being injured. Naturally, it was very dissatisfied, so it transferred the pain to Enli's body. Enli was screaming in agony. The black lightning was extremely terrifying in power, and the intensity of the pain it brought was also imaginable. Enli only felt as if her entire being had turned into ash, and after turning into ash, it wasn't over, she was still being continuously refined in the scorching high temperature. Some powerful and ancient existences within the darkness origin awoke and were startled. The darkness origin was originally hidden well, so how was it caught by the Heavenly Dao now? Can the current darkness origin defeat the Heavenly Dao? Stop joking. The Heavenly Dao can easily defeat 2 darkness origins. So, why was the darkness origin discovered? The darkness origin was being shattered little by little, truly shattered. This blow could easily wipe out thousands of years of the darkness origin's accumulation. It was even still under attack. Cut off the connection, quickly cut off the passage the Heavenly Dao found. A powerhouse's eyes surged with chaos as he struck out with a palm, shattering the black lightning. Don't interfere. Another existence saw this scene, and their voice changed. Holy cow, a confrontation between the Heavenly Dao and the darkness origin, how dare you attack? Do you really think the darkness origin isn't injured enough? The next second, a fiery red lightning bolt came from the void. Yes, fiery red lightning. Because at this moment, the Heavenly Dao's authority was fully unleashed as someone helped the darkness origin. This fiery red lightning was actually the extreme compression of the Great Dao. At this moment, all the fire element Great Dao inside and outside the entire 9 heavens were in turmoil. Boom! With one strike, the entire darkness origin was burning. Quick, cut off the connection. I can't cut it off, I'm sealed, Enli said anxiously. A powerhouse's eyes burst with killing intent, and he directly attacked Enli. Since the connection is through you, then as long as you are killed, the connection will naturally be broken. Looking at the punch coming towards her, Enli's pupils suddenly contracted. Suddenly, the darkness origin blocked this attack. It's just a quasi-emperor. Just inject more power into Enli and burst the quasi-emperor's seal, isn't that enough? Although Enli failed, it was only 1 or 2 failures. If it weren't for the devouring Dao beast's betrayal this time, Lu Yi might really have been killed. Since Lu Yi's rebirth, it seems he has never been forced into such a desperate situation as before. Yes, the darkness origin also possesses the memory of the previous life. When the Heavenly Dao reversed time, it and Lu Yi were originally together. Since Lu Yi returned, it would naturally return. It was precisely because of this that the darkness origin knew that Lu Yi was its biggest enemy in this life. Actually, it was the same in the previous life. The darkness upheaval in the previous life shouldn't have started at that time. The reason it was forcibly started was because Lu Yi's strength improved too quickly. So the darkness origin wanted to use the darkness upheaval to break Lu Yi's guardian Great Dao. When everything you protect has fallen, then what are you protecting? As a result, it didn't succeed. Although many of Lu Yi's friends died. However, as the most important part of his guardian Great Dao, none of the 8 women were killed. Inject more darkness origin power. Break free from the quasi-emperor's restraint. Outer domain. The devouring Dao beast was extremely excited because it saw the black lightning. The Heavenly Dao is attacking. Looking at the speed of the attack, Lu Yi is clearly being watched by the Heavenly Dao at all times. In the previous life, he was a celestial venerable, and in this life, he has become the child of destiny who is constantly watched by the Heavenly Dao. Thinking about it, you know how great his luck must be. So, it made the right bet. At this moment, the darkness origin it sealed suddenly began to churn violently. The devouring Dao beast immediately felt that its seal was not enough. However, it couldn't do anything. In front of the darkness origin, although it was a quasi-emperor, it was still not enough, far from enough. I can't hold on anymore. The devouring Dao beast let out a roar. The black mist within the seal was expanding rapidly, and the devouring Dao beast's entire head turned red. The 2 Heavenly Dao were still attacking non-stop. In such a short time, at least 10,000 years of the darkness origin's accumulation were destroyed. Don't think that 10,000 years of accumulation is too little. Although the darkness origin has existed for a very long time, the time it has actively thought about strengthening itself is not much. These 10,000 years of accumulation are enough to weaken the darkness origin by a significant amount. This is only when Lu Yi is in the 4th heaven. The future 5th heaven, 6th heaven, and 7th heaven are still far away. I really can't hold on. I've done my best. It could be seen that the devouring Dao beast had truly done its best. The light covering the black mist suddenly exploded. It was at this moment that a great Dao cage, countless times stronger than the devouring Dao beast, suddenly appeared and enveloped the expanding black mist in one fell swoop. Yes, Dao Trace's great emperor has made a move. Chapter 347 scared the beast to death. Great Emperor. No matter when, they are extremely powerful beings. The Great Emperor's intervention almost completely cut off the possibility of Enli's avatar leaving. The key was that within the Great Dao cage, Enli didn't even have the ability to make her avatar disappear, it was an absolutely sealed space. Enli's mindset exploded. The darkness origin's mindset also somewhat exploded. How to deal with this? The Great Dao Thunder was still bombarding frantically. Heavenly Dao and Shen Zitong were overjoyed. All blast! All blast! All blast with all my might! You stinky darkness origin, this time I will definitely blast you until your bones are broken and your tendons are injured. Let's see if you still dare to act so smugly. Annihilate her. After annihilating her, the avatar will self-destruct. The strong being within the darkness origin said loudly. Naturally, they were talking about annihilating Enli. Enli's eyes were full of helplessness. At this point, it seemed this was the only option. Leave behind the true spirit and send me into the 6 paths of reincarnation for rapid reshaping. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord is someone no one dares to provoke. At most, it will take 10 years, and 10 years is enough. You can save Bai Chulin and have her constantly cause trouble for Lu Yi. She has also submitted to you now. For 10 years, do not act rashly. You must wait for me to return. Enli spoke quickly. The darkness origin transmitted an agreement. The next second, intense power directly shattered Enli's physical body and soul. At this moment, Enli died in the worldly sense. Since Enli was dead, the avatar would naturally also disappear. Although a portion of the darkness origin's power was still within the cage, Heavenly Dao could not rely on the pure darkness origin power alone to locate the darkness origin's whereabouts. Lu Yi watched Enli dissolve within the great Dao cage. After a brief thought, he already understood Enli's plan. He could actually contact Hell and have Hell intercept Enli's true spirit. However, after considering the current state of Hell, Lu Yi decided against it. It was not suitable to involve Hell in such a conflict now because Hell might be completely destroyed because of this matter. But this time, the darkness origin was severely wounded. Enli was even forced to turn into a true spirit. Overall, the harvest was not bad. He would fight the darkness origin sooner or later in the future. Weakening the darkness origin's power now would be beneficial for the future. Devouring Dao Beast watched this scene. Seeing the Dao Trace's great emperor appear, its attitude became extremely respectful. It had just arrived in the outer domain and already encountered a great emperor. Devouring Dao Beast greets the great emperor. Although there was only a one-word difference between quasi-emperor and great emperor, their status, position, and strength were vastly different. Dao Trace's great emperor nodded lightly. His gaze turned towards Lu Yi. He spoke slowly. I wonder if I should address you as fellow Taoist or as sect leader. Devouring Dao Beast was stunned when it heard this sentence. It was truly stunned. Then, cold sweat streamed down. The meaning of this sentence was too obvious. This great emperor was called over by Lu Yi. Lu Yi's arrival in the outer domain was not a helpless move, it was entirely because a great emperor was waiting here in the outer domain early on, just waiting for him to come out. If it hadn't refrained from attacking Lu Yi, if it had listened to that woman and launched an attack on Lu Yi, Devouring Dao Beast wouldn't even know how quickly it would have died. Holy crap! My ancestor! Too terrifying for a beast. It truly felt like it had been repeatedly jumping within the gates of hell, almost dying directly. Scared the beast to death. Intense lingering fear filled Devouring Dao Beast's expression with panic. Lu Yi and Dao Trace's great emperor both found it somewhat amusing. This Devouring Dao Beast was also a smart one. It had been in a sure death situation, but it had managed to save itself through its own actions. It could be seen that choice truly was greater than effort. If Devouring Dao Beast had chosen to be with the Darkness Origin, no matter how hard Devouring Dao Beast tried, it would have died here today. But it had precisely chosen Lu Yi. Greetings, Great Emperor. Just calling me by my name is fine, Lu Yi said with a light smile. Although there was respect for the Great Emperor, there was not a trace of fear. There was no way around it. In his previous life, he had cultivated 8 empresses in one go, even pulling those without a great Dao to become great emperors. When facing a great emperor, he naturally wasn't afraid. Dao Trace's great emperor smiled and said, "Fine, according to status, I should address you as sect leader. Then I'll call you sect leader." Lu Yi didn't care about the address and nodded directly, "That works too. Thank you for your help this time, Great Emperor. Lu Yi will remember this kindness." Dao Trace's great emperor couldn't help but wave his hand. "We are all working to eliminate hidden dangers for Heavenly Dao. It's not entirely helping you. You don't need to keep such a small matter in mind. Saving is saving. There is indeed a favor owed." Dao Trace's thought for a moment, "All right, if you say there's a favor, then there's a favor." Just right, he had something he wanted to try, which was to discuss the Dao with Lu Yi. He didn't know if it would be effective, but discussing the Dao, even if it failed, had no losses. It was entirely a sure profit business. "Then let me have you repay this favor now. What do you think?" Lu Yi naturally nodded. Any normal person with a proper moral compass knows that a favor owed should be repaid. Forget it, those who cultivate the guardian great Dao cannot be called people. It served them right that others didn't repay their favors. "Fellow Taoist, would you be willing to discuss the Dao with me?" Dao Trace's great emperor asked. So it was this matter. Discussing the Dao was also one of Lu Yi's strengths. After all, in his previous life, he had cultivated various great Daos to an inconceivable degree. If he hadn't become emperor with the guardian great Dao back then, he could have easily chosen any other great Dao, put in a little effort, and become emperor with that great Dao. But Lu Yi didn't choose that way. As the saying goes, since he guarded, he would see it through to the end. Damn, I was truly an idiot. Discussing the Dao is naturally no problem, but I wonder if the great emperor could wait here for a moment. Although Lu Yi was very powerful in his previous life, in this life, he was still just a small fry. He was not yet qualified to call Dao Trace's great emperor fellow Taoist. This was a very realistic problem. Great emperors have dignity. Didn't you see that he called Dao Trace's great emperor, and Dao Trace's great emperor didn't object? Devouring Dao Beast couldn't help but break out in cold sweat when it heard Lu Yi's words. "My ancestor, you're asking a great emperor to wait for you here for a while. What matter could be more important than a great emperor's request? May I ask, what is the matter, sect leader?" Lu Yi was quite straightforward. Killing someone. Discussing the Dao with a great emperor, whether it was earlier or later didn't matter, but killing someone was something that needed to be done quickly. Delaying would lead to complications. However, the Darkness Origin had just been severely hit. It shouldn't remember by Chulin's matter, right? Hope I'm in time. Dao Trace's great emperor nodded when he heard these two words. Killing someone is indeed more important. In that case, I will wait here for a while. Come find me after the sect leader is finished. All right, then I will take my leave first. Lu Yi suddenly turned into a streak of blood-red light and flew towards the fourth heaven. Bai Chulin, don't you run. Normally, you're always talking about betraying your master and annihilating your ancestors. This time, I'm truly coming. Master, wait for your disciple. Chapter 348. What a coincidence. Using heavenly demon blood transformation escape to travel. Dao Trace's great emperor couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the person Lu Yi killed was quite important. He was already a great emperor, so naturally he could recognize the heavenly demon blood transformation escape, but Lu Yi's heavenly demon blood transformation escape seemed even more exquisite than that of the blood heavenly demon clan. It must have been improved. Only then did Dao Trace's great emperor look towards the devouring Dao beast. The devouring Dao beast couldn't help but show a fawning expression, and Dao Trace's great emperor burst into laughter. You are quite clever, you managed to resolve a death calamity. The devouring Dao beast smiled happily. Great emperor, you flatter me. On one side is the heavenly Dao, and on the other is the immature darkness origin. This little beast can still tell who to side with. Oh, in that case, you seem to understand Lu Yi quite well. Could you tell me about him? Of course, of course. Lu Yi, who had entered the fourth heaven, was frowning tightly at this moment, as if he could pinch a fly to death. He was very annoyed, because he hadn't found any trace of Bai Chulin through the threads of karma. While changing methods, he flew towards the place where Bai Chulin had been before. Since he hadn't found any trace, there was no need to use heavenly demon blood transformation escape to travel. It seemed that Bai Chulin had now completely become a part of the darkness origin. So the darkness origin had helped Bai Chulin hide. This and Li was quite loyal, not forgetting to pull Bai Chulin along before death. What about Yu Hongling? Yu Hongling shouldn't have been infected by the darkness origin, so would her figure be hidden? Lu Yi began to investigate. No, none either. Lu Yi's expression was a little terrifying. After all that, he didn't kill a single one. No, crippling and Li could still be considered not entirely without gain. But he really wanted to kill Bai Chulin. Lu Yi's killing intent was almost uncontrollable. As for whether to kill Yu Hongling or not, it didn't matter, because Yu Hongling hadn't caused trouble. It was still that saying, if they didn't cause trouble, he wouldn't kill them, because it was just compensation for his own mistakes. If they caused trouble, he would kill them. Although causing trouble would make Lu Yi suffer, Lu Yi also understood clearly that he deserved it. If he deserved it, Lu Yi accepted it. No, such simple search methods couldn't find Bai Chulin's trace, he had to strengthen them. Suddenly, a large net unexpectedly enveloped Lu Yi. Lu Yi should have been able to detect it, but he had been distracted just now, thinking about how to strengthen the power of his search techniques. Even though the large net was right in front of him, Lu Yi could still have dodged, but Lu Yi just didn't dodge, there was no need. The magic treasure net trapped Lu Yi firmly. Ha ha ha, coming from the border, he must be a merchant. Just happened to come to this godforsaken place now, we're almost starving to death. Lu Yi looked at the two figures with surging demonic energy, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. What a coincidence. He seemed to have found a way. After all, there are more good people among the demon clan. Focusing solely on Bai Chulin's matter, he had almost forgotten about the demon clan. It's good, there are good people to remind him. Fellow Taoist, recently we are a bit short on spirit stones, it just so happens that fellow Taoist is passing by, how about fellow Taoist bestows some spirit stones? Huh, why are you talking like a Buddha? Lu Yi also nodded along. To be honest, it really sounds like a Buddha. The devil cultivator was enraged. Cut the damn nonsense, I'm very poor now, hand over all your treasures and spirit stones. If I'm happy I might spare your life, otherwise I'll send you into my 10,000 soul banner. This is the right taste. Lu Yi looked at the two with disdain, his true essence, suddenly, erupted around him. But he was still inside the large net. Ha ha ha, you want to break free from my demonic net. You're dreaming, I'm giving you one last chance, otherwise I'll inflict the most painful torture on you, making you wish you were dead but unable to die. Sorry, I'm a body cultivator, although I can't break free from your net, you can't hurt me either, right? Ha ha ha. A devil cultivator burst into laughter, suddenly raised his knife and brought it down heavily on Lu Yi's head. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out. Lu Yi's head didn't even break the skin. Huh, so hard. Hey, I don't believe it, decapitation blade. I don't believe it either, 10,000 soul banner, go. The two devil cultivators attacked Lu Yi frantically, but after fighting for a while, it was useless. The two devil cultivators looked at each other in dismay. What should we do? They had never encountered such a situation before. If you say this person is powerful, he can't even break the demonic net, but if you say he's not powerful, his defense is astonishing. How about taking him back? Will taking him back cause any harm? What harm could bringing him back to the base camp cause? Do you think he's Lu Yi? Lu Yi. And so, Lu Yi was taken back. He successfully found the base camp of the demon clan devil cultivators. Lu Yi spoke, thank you too. The two sword light flared, and two fine heads flew into the sky. There was no pain on their faces, only shock. See, Lu Yi had said that most living beings in this world would feel pain, fear, or expose weaknesses when attacked, but Yaoan demon wouldn't, because Yaoan demon had no sense of pain. Now these two devil cultivators were the best proof. One by one, devil cultivators, demon clan members, or evil cultivators quickly woke up, powerful auras soared into the sky, and they all looked towards Lu Yi, their expressions changing drastically the moment they saw Lu Yi's face. This is Lu Yi. Lu Yi nodded. Your people kidnapped me here, there's nothing more to say, right? Lu Yi asked. A large number of experts looked at the two corpses lying there, and then at the broken demonic net. Lu Yi, calm down, listen to me, we can negotiate. Lu Yi nodded, sorry, I don't like to negotiate. As soon as he finished speaking, invincible sword energy swept out. You're bullshitting. Why? You could clearly negotiate with the forces on the continent, but now that it's our turn, you don't like to negotiate. They didn't believe it. If Lu Yi had the ability, he should kill them all. The great battle began. To be honest, after repeated great battles, Lu Yi was also very tired, but facing these evil demons, Lu Yi felt he could hold on for a while. The 10,000 soul banner hadn't taken action for so long, and now it could finally unleash its power to its heart's content. For a time, yin souls filled the sky. Lu Yi's human emperor banner fought against the 10,000 soul banner. Those who knew were clear that this was Lu Yi fighting against evil demons. Those who didn't know might have thought it was a civil war in the ghost realm. Those yin souls were a dense mass. To be honest, the yin souls in the human emperor banner definitely couldn't be considered many. Because Lu Yi never massacred the innocent. But every single yin soul was a masterpiece. Other people's 10,000 soul banners, having one heaven and earth realm was already very impressive, but Lu Yi's human emperor banner had a pile. Either they were powerful, or they had great potential. Because those who slacked off had already become nutrients. Especially Zhang Dai and Chu Ling, the two were outrageously fierce, directly grabbing yin souls and refining them instantly. Slaughter, screams, wails, blood, pleas for mercy. How satisfying, how satisfying. This fight was too satisfying. Finally, the world quieted down. Lu Yi took a slight breath, so tired. But even if he was tired, he had to continue. His goal was clear, it was to find Bai Chulin. Chapter 349, Search Inch by Inch. The method Lu Yi used to find Bai Chulin was blood sacrifice. He didn't believe that by using blood sacrifice to enhance his spell, he still couldn't find her. If he still couldn't find her, then he would mobilize all the cultivators in the entire fourth heaven to search, even if it meant going bankrupt. 8 million top-grade spirit stones. Lu Yi didn't believe that this wouldn't cause a sensation throughout the entire fourth heaven. Under Lu Yi's spellcasting, the fresh blood of demon cultivators, evil cultivators, demon clan, and others began to gather. The vermilion bird true flame appeared and quickly began to forge the altar. The stone sword was stuck to the side at this time, because it had killed too many. Its body was now covered in fresh blood again, which Lu Yi disliked, so he didn't put it back into his body. The human emperor banner's fluttering flag waved intermittently, with streams of purple energy surging out from time to time before being drawn back in. Within the purple energy, there was also black mist, which was because the residual power of the 10,000 soul banner absorbed just now had not yet been digested, a state of being full. It now ran in front of the stone sword, watching the fresh blood on the stone sword continuously surge out and disappear, then surge out and disappear again, and it couldn't help but become cheerful. Yes, the human emperor banner was laughing at the stone sword. The stone sword was full of grievances and couldn't help but let out a sword cry. It was asking Lu Yi to wipe it for it. Lu Yi was currently pressed for time and had a heavy task. Seeing the human emperor banner and the stone sword so close, he casually picked up the human emperor banner and then picked up the stone sword, wiping it hard. Human emperor banner. Ah. It became a rag. Wah. The human emperor banner couldn't help but cry, it didn't want to become a rag. As it cried, all the yin souls within the human emperor banner couldn't help but let out mournful cries. Lu Yi frowned and glanced at the human emperor banner, and the crying stopped abruptly. The altar took shape. Lu Yi formed a hand seal, and instantly all the nearby fresh blood gathered towards Lu Yi, quickly covering the altar. The entire altar was dyed bright red. With the continuous arrival of flesh and blood, the color of the altar began to change from blood red to dark red, and finally turned pure black. At this time, the altar looked unusually demonic and also emitted a smell of flesh and blood, which was both sweet and intoxicatingly fragrant. There was no other way, this was originally the flesh and blood of evil demons, and this altar itself was an evil spell. This evil demon flesh and blood just happened to enhance the power of the altar. Lu Yi began to perform the spell. A vertical eye opened, the entire eye presenting a blue-purple color, looking quite terrifying. His gaze fell on the black altar, and eyes began to grow on the altar. 1, 2, 3. Each eye emitted a strange light, as if it could see through everything in the world. Soon, the entire altar was covered with eyes. Many of the eyes rotated and opened and closed irregularly, making you feel a chill down your spine just by looking at them. Go! Lu Yi roared loudly. Suddenly, the eyes on the altar disappeared simultaneously. Lu Yi began to wait. Bai Chulin would absolutely not escape from the fourth heaven. Even if she completely surrendered to the darkness origin and became a part of the darkness origin, she still couldn't escape the constraints of the nine heavens' great sage's laws. Otherwise, why did Enli have to rush to crossing tribulation back then? Wasn't it because she also had to honestly fulfill the nine heavens' great sage's laws? As long as she was in the fourth heaven, even if Lu Yi turned the entire fourth heaven upside down, he would find Bai Chulin. He closed his eyes and searched along with the secret technique. No rush, take it slow. Enli was beaten until only her true spirit remained, and with the help of the darkness source, she still had her consciousness. She looked at herself and couldn't help but grit her teeth. Devouring Dao Beast. Devouring Dao Beast. You're dead, you're absolutely dead. Even Lu Yi can't protect you, I say it. So angry. Enli really couldn't understand why this devouring Dao Beast had turned traitor, but as she slowly calmed down, she made up her mind that she would never make such a mistake again. An old man walked out from the darkness origin. He looked very old, his face full of age spots, and his body carried a decaying smell, as if he had truly reached the end of his life. But those eyes could occasionally emit a soul-stirring light, making people shudder in fear just by looking at them. Let me take you to the 6 paths of reincarnation. I and Reincarnation Heavenly Lord are from the same era, and we had some friendship in the past, so it should be easier to talk. Thank you, Gaetian Great Emperor, Enli thanked him. Gaetian Great Emperor looked at Enli with some surprise. I, this old man, have become so old, yet you, this little child, can still recognize me. It shouldn't be. Enli sighed. Not only did she recognize him, but she had also personally witnessed him being beaten to death alive. His great emperor Dao fruit was swallowed, and his emperor weapon was absorbed by that fool Shangguan Wanling. Enli felt that dying at Lu Yi's hands, even for a great emperor, couldn't be considered a grievance. After all, Lu Yi's battles were all based on crushing strength. If your skill was inferior, there was really nothing you could do. But having his emperor weapon absorbed by Shangguan Wanling, that was a humiliation, a great humiliation. Let's go, I'll take you to ask Reincarnation Heavenly Lord. Gaetian Great Emperor waved his hand, and Enli's true spirit was taken away. Soon, Gaetian Great Emperor's figure appeared in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Gaetian greets fellow Taoist reincarnation. Please show yourself for a chat. The enormous vortex spun continuously, with tens of thousands of souls constantly merging into the vortex, all of them souls of those who had died inside and outside the 9 heavens. Even a great emperor, looking at the scene of the 6 paths of reincarnation, was still extremely amazed. This was the supreme power of a celestial venerable. Gaetian greets fellow Taoist reincarnation. Please show yourself for a chat. Seeing this, Enli couldn't help but say, just go in directly. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord won't come out. Or rather, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord had already sensed uneasiness and left directly. He wouldn't participate in the matters between Heavenly Dao and Darkness Origin. No matter who won or lost, as long as he had never taken a stance, his position would absolutely be unshakable, but if he took a stance, it would be different. Gaetian Great Emperor couldn't help but sigh. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord has probably become the greatest celestial venerable of all time. Even a saint at the Heavenly Venerable realm was probably not this terrifying. And Li didn't refute this, but she understood that even in his previous life before being reborn, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord was not Lu Yi's opponent. Now that he had been reborn in this life, if he were to become a celestial venerable again, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord would probably be beaten soundly. Fellow Taoist Reincarnation, I have been presumptuous. Please forgive me. He took Li into the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation operated normally, and none of the lords of 6 paths appeared. The entire 6 paths of reincarnation was free for Gaetian Great Emperor to use. This was Reincarnation Heavenly Lord's style, and this was the reason he had survived for such a long time without encountering calamity, because he wouldn't get involved in any karma. Since Reincarnation Heavenly Lord didn't care, Gaetian Great Emperor began to confidently and boldly throw Li into the reincarnation and started to stimulate reincarnation, making Li's reincarnation faster. Chapter 350 found it. Crisis. Bai Chulin and Hongling were enveloped in a faint black mist. Li asked Darkness Origin to protect Bai Chulin for a bit, and Darkness Origin was indeed obedient, protecting her as requested. Actually, if Bai Chulin didn't die, or rather, if none of the 8 women died, it would be very detrimental to Lu Yi, because these 8 women all had a significant karmic link with Lu Yi. To deal with Lu Yi, starting with these 8 women was much better than directly attacking Lu Yi. However, Darkness Origin could only temporarily hide Bai Chulin and the other woman. Even Heavenly Dao was constrained under the obstruction of 9 Heavens Great Sage, so Darkness Origin, being just Darkness Origin, naturally couldn't directly take Bai Chulin and ascend away. With its help, Lu Yi shouldn't be able to find them, right? In the current 4th heaven and void, an eye would appear from time to time, scanning the surroundings immediately after appearing. The eyes appeared very frequently, appearing randomly and quickly covering the 4th heaven without interruption. He refused to believe that with this method of searching, he still wouldn't be able to find Bai Chulin. Time passed second by second. The entire 4th heaven was in shock, not knowing which major figure had gone mad, actually using such terrifying means, with eyes directly sweeping across the entire 4th heaven. What kind of power was required to reach such a state? Heavenly Secrets Pavilion couldn't stop its scalp from tingling. This was bad, someone was here to break their rice bowl. However, it quickly calmed down, because although this secret technique was frightening, it was absolutely consuming and impossible for the user to use frequently. What exactly was being searched for? These eyes, covering the sky and earth, wanted to take in the entire 4th heaven. Bai Chulin had not been found at this time, but she felt a very strong sense of unease. In fact, she still didn't know what had happened. Lu Yi and Devouring Dao Beast flew too fast, she and Hongling simply couldn't keep up. But Darkness Origin's abnormal behavior made her very uneasy. Can we communicate? Bai Chulin asked. Darkness Origin actually had a certain fondness for Bai Chulin, because with Bai Chulin's personality, she was very suitable to join Darkness Origin. She could continuously provide energy for Darkness Origin. Hypocrisy, sometimes, is also immense darkness. Originally, Darkness Origin still needed to expend power to corrupt Bai Chulin, but now Bai Chulin alone not only replenished the power it used but even increased it. If the world was full of people like Bai Chulin, it wouldn't even know how powerful it would become. Unfortunately, Bai Chulin was too rare. Darkness Origin thought for a moment and decided to respond to her. Yes, something happened to Li, didn't it? Bai Chulin asked. Yes, although Bai Chulin had guessed it, hearing Darkness Origin admit it, she still couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. This wasn't a matter of physique, it was because she felt fear. What exactly happened? A devouring Dao beast went to hunt down the current Lu Yi. Logically speaking, Lu Yi should be dead for sure. Bai Chulin truly found it difficult to understand. A quasi-emperor hunting down a heaven and earth realm cultivator. To be honest, a quasi-emperor could instantly kill a heaven and earth realm with just a look, and a single breath could leave a heaven and earth realm cultivator's bones non-existent. The devouring Dao beast betrayed. Darkness Origin gave the answer. Bai Chulin's heart grew even colder. So Li's fate is. Don't worry about that, Enli shouldn't appear again for now. It's useless for you to overthink now, instead, it's better to cultivate properly and strive to bear more of my power. Bai Chulin, however, furrowed her brows even tighter. Lu Yi will definitely come back to kill me. Don't worry, I have shielded all karmic links on your body, he absolutely won't find you. No, he has many methods, can you take me into the fifth heaven? No. Darkness Origin gave a very precise answer, it truly couldn't. No, I can't stay here, I must go somewhere else. Bai Chulin immediately wanted to leave, she was very uneasy and very afraid now. She knew Lu Yi's methods, if no one was restraining him now, and he was searching for her with all his heart and soul, then it was truly uncertain. Even if Darkness Origin had shielded the karmic links, it was still uncertain. Change places. Darkness Origin didn't speak, it was only responsible for severing all karmic links. As for where Bai Chulin wanted to go, it didn't care. Bai Chulin and Yu Hongling quickly left. Almost as soon as they left, an eye appeared right there. Lu Yi was a bit tired now, the fourth heaven was truly very large, and even if all the energy from this altar was completely consumed, it might not be enough to fully scan the fourth heaven once. But it didn't matter, besides the evil demons, there were other alien races that could also form this altar. If he couldn't find them once, he'd try twice, if he couldn't find them twice, he'd try 5 times, 10 times. He refused to believe it. Bai Chulin took Yu Hongling to a place she considered safe, at the same time, her and Yu Hongling's appearance, and even their physical forms, changed, now the two of them looked just like men. Their aura also completely changed, it could be said that they truly achieved the ultimate in disguise. Even under these circumstances, Bai Chulin was still worried. Everything that could be done had been done. She and Yu Hongling appeared in a huge city looking like the most ordinary men, blending into the most crowded parts of the population. Undeniably, Bai Chulin regretted it at this moment. How did things turn out like this? In her previous life, she was his Dao companion, in this life, she thought about being his master. Even if Lu Yi wouldn't be close to her, at the very least, they wouldn't become enemies, right? As a result, they truly became enemies now. She actually became enemies with Lu Yi. Daring to become enemies with Lu Yi, had her head been kicked by a donkey or something. That was Lu Yi. That was Nine-Live's celestial venerable. Bai Chulin was afraid and regretful, hadn't they agreed to ask for Lu Yi's forgiveness? How did things turn out like this again? Bai Chulin's gaze fell upon Yu Hongling. Yes, she remembered. It was all Yu Hongling's fault. She had already agreed to be controlled by her using the 9-separation soul-stealing technique, but what happened? It's all because of you. Bai Chulin glared fiercely at Yu Hongling and said. Yu Hongling, big sister, I'm already like this. However, Bai Chulin didn't punish Yu Hongling now, because she was worried that any abnormal behavior might be discovered by Lu Yi. She was truly very afraid now, her body trembling uncontrollably. Now that only she was left to be an enemy of Lu Yi, the pressure on her was too great. She could only pray, pray, and pray again. It was just as she was praying earnestly that an eye suddenly appeared in the sky, looking down at the crowd below. This eye would disappear almost every second. If it found nothing, it would go search elsewhere. But this time, this eye didn't disappear. Not only did it not disappear, a second eye appeared, then a third, a fourth. Eyes began to gather one by one, their gazes all falling upon Bai Chulin, who was disguised as a man. Found them. Ha 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 ha. Found them. Chapter 351 Master, I have a plan. One by one, blue-purple eyes converged. Soon, the entire space was filled with blue-purple eyes. The people on the street let out panicked screams and hurriedly fled. Although they didn't know what was happening, the appearance of so many Yao evil eyes was definitely terrifying. If they didn't run, they would surely be caught in the crossfire. In the blink of an eye, the entire street was left with only Bai Chulin and Yu Hongling. Bai Chulin didn't dare to look up at all. She lowered her head, her body trembling. Yu Hongling, however, looked up at this moment, her lips slightly curved, and then lowered her head. Bai Chulin lowered her head, and suddenly an eye appeared above her chest, looking up at Bai Chulin. Bai Chulin suddenly let out a sharp scream. A powerful chaotic Taiyan power emanated from her body, sweeping away everything around her. The houses in the city were pulverized, and a large number of eyes were frozen into ice shards, destroyed by the raging energy. The entire heaven and earth became quiet again. The eyes disappeared. But Bai Chulin directly sat down on the ground. Her delicate and beautiful face was filled with deep fear at this moment. Her body trembled non-stop, and the intense fear was devouring her like a python. Lu Yi found her. He was searching for her inch by inch, using a method that could exhaust a person to death. One could imagine how serious Lu Yi's killing intent was towards her at this moment. He wanted to kill her. He was determined to kill her. Bai Chulin understood Lu Yi. Once Lu Yi was determined to kill someone, even if they went to the ends of the earth or the underworld, that person would not escape. Therefore, she was doomed. She was doomed, she was absolutely doomed. No one could save her. Bai Chulin's heart was in a panic, even to the point of feeling suffocated. Lu Yi's pressure on her was too great. Bai Chulin herself was a person who was extremely afraid of death, otherwise, in this life, she wouldn't have clung to Hongling so desperately. Even when her hypocritical facade was exposed, she never thought of killing Hongling. Therefore, she was truly afraid of death, and now it was obvious that death was very close to her. Under these circumstances, there was no hint that she had been a great emperor in her previous life. However, based on the pile of powerhouses within the darkness origin, it could actually be seen that even great emperors were afraid of death. Among all living beings in the world, who is not afraid of death? It's just that some people have found something more important than life, such as defending their home and country, such as a promise that transcends life and death, such as dying for the Taoist, such as dying for beauty, such as having no regrets in life. They are no longer so afraid of death. It was obvious that Bai Chulin had nothing more important than death, so she was genuinely afraid of death. Master, don't be afraid. Hongling squatted beside Bai Chulin and said softly. Bai Chulin didn't react, trembling uncontrollably. Perhaps, there is still a way to stop senior brother. Hongling said. Hearing this, Bai Chulin looked at Hongling with teary eyes. She really didn't know what else could be done to stop Lu Yi. Senior brother and I are both your disciples. Whether he admits it or not, his first cultivation and the cultivation technique he practiced were indeed taught by you. Bai Chulin's eyes dimmed. What use was that? Could it be that she still delusionally thought there was master-disciple affection between her and Lu Yi at this point? Impossible, Lu Yi had already cast aside all this master-disciple affection long ago. Since there is no turning point in this matter now, I have a plan. Master, listen and see if it is feasible. We can ask the darkness origin for help to project us onto all the heavens. Let's make it clear to all cultivators in the entire 9 heavens about the relationship between you and senior brother. You are master and disciple, a master-disciple relationship that cannot be erased by anything. In the cultivation world, the act of a disciple killing their master is absolutely unacceptable to the world. Since we are going to die anyway, why not die in a spectacular manner? Let everyone in the world witness senior brother killing his master, and let senior brother be cursed for generations, for eternity. Only by doing this, and only this way, can we find a glimmer of hope for survival in this desperate situation. Master, think about whether it is feasible. Can my senior brother withstand the infamy of the entire 9 heavens? To be honest, Lu Yi could certainly withstand it. The infamy of the 9 heavens was nothing. If the entire 9 heavens tried to kill him, he could kill the entire 9 heavens. But Hongling was saying this to Bai Chulin now. What kind of person was Bai Chulin? Even if others secretly said she was having an affair with her disciple, she couldn't tolerate it, and was even willing to use the Taiyan marrow worm, which could ruin a person's path, on Lu Yi for this reason. What was ridiculous was that the chaotic Taiyan power in Lu Yi's body existed because he saved her. As such a person who was extremely concerned about appearances and others' opinions. The suggestion Hongling gave her now simply played right into Bai Chulin's hands. Right. Lu Yi was someone who would become a great emperor, a celestial venerable, and even a saint in the future. When he was weak, people cursing him would just pass. But as long as Lu Yi became powerful, the act of killing his master would become a stain he could never wash away. The stronger Lu Yi became, the more the stain would be impossible to wash away, following him forever, for a lifetime. The premise was that enough people had to know. Although the eyes had disappeared now, it could be imagined that Lu Yi was definitely rushing over quickly. When he arrived, given his personality, he wouldn't even let her say a single word. Therefore, she had to make a move first and corner Lu Yi. Bai Chulin seemed to have found hope for survival and regained motivation. Darkness origin, can you project our figures onto all the heavens? Bai Chulin asked urgently. Darkness origin. To be honest, it could. But please, the Heavenly Dao is like a mad dog now, biting it whenever it sees it. If it projects onto all the heavens, won't the Heavenly Dao attack? I only have this one hope of survival now. And Li asked you to protect me, didn't she? Bai Chulin said hurriedly. As long as I don't die, I will definitely be useful to you. So you must help me. Project our figures out. Even if Lu Yi kills me, Lu Yi will still be cursed by the world. Lu Yi is your biggest enemy. This is not beneficial to Lu Yi at all. So, help me. Darkness Origin pondered for a moment. At this moment, it seemed to understand something. All right, I'll help you. It was just about to act immediately, but Bai Chulin spoke. Wait a moment, I want to find a beautiful place. Even if she died, she wanted to find a beautiful burial place, although if Lu Yi truly attacked her, she would likely be completely annihilated. Half an hour passed. The power of the darkness origin erupted. In the 9 heavens, in each layer of heaven, a giant light screen like a projection appeared. The light screen was so huge that countless living beings could see the scene within it. This is Chapter 352, Reflection of the 9 Heavens. Flowers bloomed like brocade, and 100 birds danced. Bai Chulin, dressed in white, sat among the flowers, her appearance gentle and breathtakingly beautiful, her figure graceful and delicate, her 3,000 strands of black hair fluttering, truly a stunning picture. Above the 4th heaven, including the 4th heaven itself, no one knew who this was. But they only felt how beautiful. With such a posture, one could say she was the perfect candidate for the best Dao companion. If one were to become Dao companions with such a woman, who knows how wonderful it would be. But below the 4th heaven, the vast majority of people recognized Bai Chulin. Isn't this that Bai Chulin? Lu Yi's master. Yes, it's her. Not only is she Lu Yi's master, I heard she also wholeheartedly wants to become Lu Yi's Dao companion. Yes, it's her. It's a pity that Lu Yi is now single-mindedly pursuing the Dao, completely uninterested in women, not wanting such great fortune. Do you want this fortune if it's given to you? Nonsense, of course I do. What is she doing? Didn't she already ascend? How is her projection appearing now? Good heavens, aren't the 9 heavens great sages' laws controlling this? Who knows? But one thing is certain, there's a show to watch. Sun Ruowei saw this scene, but her heart didn't feel the excitement of watching drama, instead, it suddenly sank. What happened to Bai Chulin? How could she, someone with such thin skin, now appear openly in everyone's sight and even dress herself up in her most radiant and beautiful appearance? What is she trying to do? Sun Ruowei felt a sense of unease in her heart. It's true she wanted to watch drama, but she was a staunch supporter of Bai Chulin. If the price for her to watch the drama was something happening to Bai Chulin, she would absolutely not be willing. Don't let anything happen. In the 2nd heaven, even more people recognized Bai Chulin. The Great Dao sect is now a top-tier power in the 2nd heaven, because Lu Yi's peerless might has truly brought many benefits to the Great Dao sect. What's going on? Ji Changming was originally discussing sect matters with Lu Changfeng, but seeing the scene appearing between heaven and earth, his expression changed, mixed with a bit of confusion. Lu Changfeng looked at Bai Chulin in the scene, a slight daze in his eyes. Speaking of which, since ascending, he hadn't seen Bai Chulin for a long time. It's undeniable that Lu Changfeng's liking for Bai Chulin could be said to have lasted throughout his entire youth. But Bai Chulin truly had no feelings for him. Although Lu Changfeng later became relieved and moved on, now suddenly seeing Bai Chulin, especially in her meticulously dressed appearance, his dormant memories immediately began to assail him. Bai Shimei was still as beautiful as she was in her youth. But why did she change? Lu Changfeng muttered to himself. Ji Changming. What changed? Lu Changfeng sighed softly. He didn't know what had changed either, but just by looking at Bai Chulin's appearance, he felt that Bai Chulin had changed. Within the sect, exclamations quickly began to sound. It's Shishu Bai, and also Sister Yu. Shishu Bai, how amazing. Didn't we hear she already ascended to the 4th heaven? How is she appearing in the light screen now? Could it be that they both gained some huge opportunity again? Shishu Bai is still so beautiful. Everyone in the entire sect was discussing animatedly. Above the 4th heaven, people from the 5th, 6th, and 7th heavens, although they didn't know Bai Chulin, also praised Bai Chulin's appearance and figure, saying this is how a female cultivator should be, this is what deserves the title of immortal fairy. However, how did this thing project across the 9 heavens? Could something very important be happening? The powerhouses of the 5th, 6th, and 7th heavens paid close attention. As for the 8th heaven and 9th heavens, it was different. Seeing the energy reflecting across the heavens, good heavens, darkness origin. The Heavenly Dao still hasn't reacted. Strike it down. Appearing so conspicuously in the 9 heavens like this, does the darkness origin truly think the Heavenly Dao's tribulation lightning is weak and powerless? Beep. Preparing to attack. Ding. Wait. Beep. The Heavenly Dao was puzzled. What's wrong? The darkness origin showed its head under these circumstances. Normally, wouldn't Sister be the one leading the charge with howls and strikes? This time, she's actually stopping herself. Ding. No rush this time, we cannot strike this time. Shen Zitong's voice faintly carried excitement. The Heavenly Dao didn't understand, but it didn't need to. Since Sister said not to strike, then it wouldn't strike. It's super obedient. The 9 heavens' great sage's ethereal figure also appeared, staring at the light screen, seemingly calculating something. Merely projecting across the heavens like this doesn't seem to have exceeded the boundary he set. This thing is like a connection between the lower and upper realms, very difficult but not exceeding the limit. Unlike Shen Zitong back then, who tore open the laws set by the 9 heavens' great sage just to look down at the lower realm. The 9 heavens' great sage naturally wouldn't indulge Shen Zitong, so he fought a battle with Shen Zitong, and Shen Zitong even cursed the 9 heavens' great sage at the time. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was completely unconcerned with this matter. Without finding Bai Chulin, he still had leisure, but now that he had found Bai Chulin and firmly locked onto her location, he only had one thought: find Bai Chulin and kill her. As for what Bai Chulin would do or wanted to do, what did that have to do with him? His figure continued to fly at high speed, the distance to Bai Chulin gradually closing. Within the light screen, Bai Chulin spoke. She stood among the flowers with a serene expression. Bai Chulin greets the many fellow Taoists of the 9 heavens. Some of you know me, some don't, but it doesn't matter, because many of you will know one of my disciples, whose name is Lu Yi. And I am Lu Yi's master, and his only master. Bai Chulin's words resounded throughout the 9 heavens. It was only then that the people above the 4th heaven realized. Indeed, Lu Yi is the Lu Yi ranked first on the Eternal Paragon ranking. Right now, to be honest, I cannot describe him. He is powerful, he is intelligent, it seems he has no flaws, but precisely because of this, there is no existence in this world that can discipline him anymore. I am his master, by reason, by responsibility, and by morality, I should discipline him. I still remember that year, he was still a frail youth, starving, and after enduring countless hardships, he entered the sect. I still remember the tacit smile when I chose him to be my disciple, and he chose me to be his master. I still remember his face turning red with excitement when I bestowed scriptures upon him. But, later, he changed. His growth speed was too fast. First on the Eternal Paragon ranking, how many people throughout history could achieve that? He became blindly arrogant, became unwilling to listen to advice, became ignorant of cherishing, he became selfish and self-serving. Now, he is drifting further and further away from everyone. I want him to come back, but, he is coming to kill me. Bai Chulin's eyes turned red. Chapter 353 Use counterattack. Bai Chulin said that Lu Yi was coming to kill her. Apart from the great Dao sect disciples whose expressions slightly changed, everyone else was not as indignant as Bai Chulin had imagined. After all, Lu Yi had gone completely insane with killing. He had killed his way from the 1st heaven to the 4th heaven, one could say he had gone completely insane with killing. The casualties were heavy. The ashes of many ancestors with lower cultivation levels had been scattered by him. They heard this brat didn't even spare chickens or dogs, and sliced earthworms vertically, and now he's coming to kill you. Forget about killing you, everyone felt that destroying the world was something Lu Yi was capable of doing. Now you're talking about killing your master. Please, for someone like Lu Yi, killing his own master is practically no different from eating and drinking, okay. Unfortunately, Bai Chulin couldn't see everyone's reaction. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have been able to continue. Lu Yi, on his way here, also heard Bai Chulin's words and his mouth twitched slightly. In fact, he could guess everyone's reaction. What reaction? It would definitely be a completely unremarkable reaction. Facing a killing maniac who is now starting to commit treachery against his master and ancestors, is it still worth being shocked? At this moment, Lu Yi couldn't help but think of his previous life. In fact, it was like this in his previous life, Bai Chulin became Lu Yi's Dao companion, and Lu Yi gave the word. In the entire 9 heavens, every single person who would dare to say anything about treachery against his master and ancestors. It was a joke, a celestial venerable and a great emperor. Even if they weren't in the later stage, when their relationship was truly exposed in the early stage, Lu Yi had already proven his Dao and become an emperor by then. Who would dare to chatter behind the back of a great emperor? Especially a peak great emperor who had just broken through and killed another great emperor. The karma involved was simply not something others could bear. No one said anything, no one dared to say anything. But for Bai Chulin, that wasn't acceptable either. Someone definitely said something. Even if no one said anything, someone would think it. Yes, someone would think it. Lu Yi facing others' thoughts, even becoming a saint couldn't stop others from thinking. Also, in his previous life, if the relationship wasn't exposed, Bai Chulin would feel extremely disappointed. She felt like she was someone who couldn't see the light. She could never be like others, in public, holding hands when they wanted, hugging when they wanted, acting spoiled when they wanted. So, Lu Yi exposing this relationship wasn't right, and not exposing it wasn't right either. This relationship shouldn't have started. Bai Chulin should have been directly tortured to death by the chaotic Taiyan power, or he should have just slapped her into submission one big slap after another. Unfortunately, the self in his previous life was not the self in this life. Bai Chulin was still speaking. He once said that I was the best master in the world, and he felt incredibly honored to have a master like me. He also once said, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring, and the master-disciple relationship is even greater than that of parents. But now, he is coming to kill me. At this moment, I am here, projecting this scene across the 9 heavens, only hoping that through my death, I can awaken Lu Yi's conscience. I also want to know exactly why he wants to kill me. Everyone listened with flat emotions. The scene projected across the heavens had appeared, and they thought some major event had occurred, but in the end, it was just this. What is this? Boring, it's simply boring. But at this moment, a sudden, extremely shrill voice suddenly rang out. Because you're cheap. Everyone was not interested in the overly delicate and affected tone, but upon hearing the word, cheap, their spirits couldn't help but be roused. Good. It seems there's a new development. This sentence was spoken by Yu Hongling. At this moment, Yu Hongling suddenly looked up, her face already extremely twisted and hideous. Her body suddenly ignited, all her energy was burning. This burning was the burning of her origin, the burning of everything. Her cultivation realm was also burning. Locking heaven's seal. At this moment, Yu Hongling erupted with everything she had. Locking heaven did not mean locking the Heavenly Dao's heaven, but locking the Celestial Venerable's heaven. The locking heaven seal was one of the last 9 seals of the fearless great emperor's 72 fearless seals. According to reason, Yu Hongling could only use it when she reached the 5th heaven or even the 6th heaven. But now Yu Hongling had used it. Thick chains instantly locked Bai Chulin. Bai Chulin suddenly turned her head, looking at Yu Hongling in disbelief. She activated the 9 separation soul-stealing technique immediately. However, Yu Hongling was still laughing maniacally, laughing wildly, laughing hysterically. Ha 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 ha, Bai Chulin, have you forgotten? I am also your disciple. How is that possible? Bai Chulin's face drastically changed. Why was the 9 separation soul-stealing technique ineffective? How could this be? Did you find that the 9 separation soul-stealing technique is not working? My dear master, the first time I was controlled by your 9 separation soul-stealing technique, did you really think I was an idiot and would be controlled by you a second time? At this moment, Yu Hongling was extremely similar to how she was when she was previously insane. Suddenly, her expression became incomparably pained. One could see that her soul, at this moment, had actually split into 2. The people watching the light screen saw Yu Hongling split into 2, and only then did many people gasp in cold air. Good heavens! Directly and forcefully tearing one's own soul in half, this act, whether for the weak or the strong, was an extremely painful thing for them. This crazy woman now had no major pain on her face. She's a ruthless person. How could they know that the pain of soul tearing was actually not as intense as the pain brought by the primordial morning mist and the chaotic yin poison? But who made Yu Hongling knowledgeable and experienced, to the point of not even putting this kind of pain in her eyes? Bai Chulin's face also drastically changed. My dear master. As half of her soul was extracted from Yu Hongling's body, Yu Hongling's thoughts obviously became blurred. Everyone in the 9 heavens who could see the light screen became alert. You asked why senior brother wants to kill you, so let everyone see why senior brother wants to kill you. Yu Hongling's soul began to burn, and a light image began to emerge from within her soul. That was Yu Hongling's memories. At this moment, she was actually playing her memories by burning her soul. Lu Yi couldn't help but glance at it. Yu Hongling was crippled. In this life, her cultivation would not advance any further. In fact, it was highly likely she would become a fixation, because her soul had been burned by herself. Yu Hongling fell weakly to the ground. Within the light image, she saw herself rushing towards senior brother's door with great momentum. At that time, she was still so proud, so radiant, and now, she had already become such a non-human, ghostly appearance. Bai Chulin saw this scene, her face drastically changed. No, quickly turn off the projection. Quick, shut it down, shatter her soul. She was begging the darkness origin, but the darkness origin did not respond. Bai Chulin let out a scream, the chaotic Taiyan power around her desperately erupting. But how could the locking heaven seal, which Yu Hongling had planned for so long, be so easily broken free from? No, turn it off. No one is allowed to look. Chapter 354 Identity Exposed. The people of the 9 heavens looked at Bai Chulin's hysterical appearance, and their interest grew even stronger for a time. Tisk, what exactly is there that can't be seen? Then we must take a good look. The scenes evolved from memory gradually surfaced within the burning soul. Yu Hongling kicked open Lu Yi's door, and Lu Yi, with a ferocious expression, was gripping Yu Hongling's neck, looking like he was about to choke her to death. Good heavens, this Lu Yi. Facing such a bright and lovely girl, he actually used such heavy hands. This guy really has killer genes. For such a person, his so-called master actually thought killing her was a big deal. The memory evolved bit by bit. Yu Hongling was getting beaten again. Lu Yi's punches were truly fast and ruthless, giving Yu Hongling a black eye with one punch, and unleashing killing intent when Yu Hongling rushed towards him. Everyone watched in shock. Damn, this Lu Yi is super aggressive. Yu Hongling didn't seem to have done anything, why beat her to death? But soon, Yu Hongling's sentence about wanting the perfect returning origin pill made some people frown. You, that doesn't seem like the attitude of someone asking for help, does it? What do you mean by saying someone else's talent is so good that they don't need the perfect returning origin pill? Who the hell would dislike the quality of their core formation being too good? Yu Hongling began to condense her core formation. The 9 heavens crowd watched her take out a pile of medicinal materials and couldn't help but have a pile of question marks appear above their heads. What is this for? When they saw Yu Hongling starting to use medicinal materials to assist her breakthrough, almost everyone's eyes widened. What are you doing? Oh no. Damn, what are you doing? For a breakthrough, you just need to use pills specifically for condensing pills. What are you doing taking out this pile of pills now? Sure enough, someone who could clearly condense a saint pill, under the messed up influence of various chaotic pills, Yu Hongling condensed a heavenly pill. She aggressively went to where Lu Yi was to find him, and started cursing loudly. The subsequent plot made everyone in the 9 heavens gasp in cold air. Bai Chulin appeared, and following Yu Hongling's tearful complaints, Bai Chulin dropped a huge bombshell the moment she opened her mouth. That's not right. You possess a great emperor's memory, and cultivate the myriad eon rebellion scripture. As soon as this sentence was spoken, the entire 9 heavens boiled over. Yu Hongling is actually a great emperor reincarnation. And hearing Bai Chulin speak so calmly about the great emperor's reincarnation, what does this mean? It means that Bai Chulin is at least not weaker than Yu Hongling. So, Bai Chulin is also a great emperor reincarnation. What about Lu Yi? Great emperor reincarnation. And not just one great emperor reincarnation, no wonder Lu Yi is so powerful. Before reincarnation, they seemed to have a feud. It seems Yu Hongling hurt Lu Yi, that's why Lu Yi's resentment is so great. Lu Yi looked up at the light screen. Yu Hongling was now going for mutually assured destruction. That's right, it's come to this point, who would still care about their great emperor reincarnation information being revealed? Lu Yi didn't have a particularly big reaction to this matter. It had always been rumored among the public that he was at least a great emperor reincarnation, or even a celestial venerable reincarnation, and now it was just confirmed. What's the harm in being confirmed? All sorts of Yao, demon, ghosts, monsters, evil spirits, and petty villains, if you have the ability, come and kill him. As long as the 9 heavens great sages' laws exist for a day, Lu Yi will not be afraid. The secret of this rebirth itself can no longer be considered a secret, because people like Yin Qingcheng and Li are very clear about it. If they wanted to expose it, it would be very simple. Yu Hongling's memory light and shadow changed very quickly. The great emperors, love and hate. Everyone watched with great interest. Damn, a great emperor would actually betray a Dao companion who was so good to her for a dead Yao. The most crucial thing is that the Dao companion was the one who forcefully pulled her up to the position of great emperor. Lu Yi's identity continued to be exposed. As the picture was revealed bit by bit, everyone in the 9 heavens felt their scalps tingle. Celestial Venerable, Lu Yi is actually a Celestial Venerable. Damn, a Celestial Venerable. Everyone was so shocked, their scalps were tingling. This is a Celestial Venerable reincarnation. How many Celestial Venerables are there in the current 9 heavens? As Yu Hongling's memory was continuously revealed, everyone felt it was incredibly difficult to breathe. The love and hate of 1 Celestial Venerable and 8 Empresses. Damn, are cultivators nowadays playing on such a grand scale? Moreover, throughout history, it has never been heard that there was such a Celestial Venerable and 8 Empresses. Such a terrifying lineup, no matter which era it appeared in, should have been recorded in historical annals. Why does no one know who they are now? But soon, they understood. It's not reincarnation. It is rebirth by reversing time. This is something even saints don't know if they can do, yet it is actually happening now. Sun Ruowei's strength skyrocketed at this moment, skyrocketing wildly, the kind that couldn't be stopped. All the forces hostile to Lu Yi were sweating profusely at this moment. What kind of person did they provoke? A Celestial Venerable who was reborn. No wonder they couldn't win no matter what, even if they gave their all, they couldn't win. Facing such an opponent, it would truly be a ghost if they could win. Looking at Bai Chulin, there doesn't seem to be too big of a problem, right? It seems she had no opinion and poisoned Lu Yi. Celestial Venerable Lu Yi, someone said. Indeed, looking at it, there isn't a big problem. I don't know why Lu Yi wants to kill her, let's keep watching. At this moment, I already feel that my life has been worth it. To be able to witness the love and hate of a Celestial Venerable and Empresses truly makes my soul tremble with excitement. Of course, the early Bai Chulin didn't have too many problems. But as Bai Chulin struggled and roared wildly, everyone's interest surged again. It seems, the problematic part is about to appear. Hongling, I beg you, please stop showing it, I beg you. I am willing to die. I am willing to use death to repay the harm I did to you. I beg you. Bai Chulin was hoarse and crying profusely. But Yu Hongling's eyes were dull, ignoring everything. The appearance of the nymph extreme Yin Sutra brought Bai Chulin's image to a turning point. A question appeared in everyone's mind. That is, when the chaotic yin poison acted up, did Bai Chulin have consciousness? Yes, or no? Everyone in the 9 heavens saw Bai Chulin weaving a large net in the name of love, firmly trapping Yu Hongling. Clearly, Yu Hongling was the person who treated her best after being reborn. But what kind of torment was Yu Hongling suffering? Tragic. Too tragic. She must have truly been unable to control herself. Otherwise, this chaotic yin poison could have been jointly endured by the two of them, and this situation where one side collapses wouldn't have occurred. Someone said, looking at the scene. Everyone was watching Yu Hongling, unable to bear the intense pain, start mutual attacks with her master, using extremely harsh words. The moment Bai Chulin used the 9 separation soul-stealing technique to control Yu Hongling, everyone in the 9 heavens saw Yu Hongling with a smile on her face, but tears streaming down. The entire 9 heavens fell silent. Damn, this woman. This master. She. A chill rose in everyone's hearts. Scary, it's truly too scary. Chapter 355 Bai Chulin, Fall. Lin Chiyu was already dizzy from this earth-shattering revelation. Lu Yi wasn't a great emperor, he was a Celestial Venerable. Lu Yi wasn't a great emperor, he was a Celestial Venerable. He was actually a Celestial Venerable. Holy shit. Limitless Celestial Venerable, no wonder I never heard Lu Yi say anything like,